In the realm of the Naruto universe, a formidable being named Li Qing was reborn within the confines of Konoha Hospital. From the moment of his birth, he was enveloped by an enchanting fragrance, having already formed a purple-gold elixir in the womb. The battles and hand seals of the ninjas, which appeared as mere child's play to him, prompted him to observe quietly. Yet his disdain for the incessant wailing of the infant in the adjacent bed unwittingly petrified four parents, revealing an unsettling anomaly within this world. Chapter 1. Refining Essence into Chi. Li Qing had perished. At the tender age of 30, he had reached the pinnacle of martial arts, unmatched across the globe, yet met his fate in a plane crash. As his consciousness slipped into darkness, he reflected on his life, one dedicated entirely to martial pursuits. From his childhood initiation into martial arts to his rise as a formidable youth, he ultimately attained an invincible zenith. However, the limitations of the physical vessel became apparent. Even after mastering known martial techniques, he found himself yearning for the elusive path of alchemy. With aspirations of refining essence into chi, chi into spirit, and spirit into the void, he sought to transcend into the ethereal realms of Tao. Ultimately, he was met with disillusionment. Despite acquiring the essence of alchemical energy, he remained an ordinary man. Just as he contemplated retreating to a tranquil existence, the plane met its tragic fate. In the void of consciousness, devoid of time and space, a dormant soul began to stir. Where am I? Li Qing's feeble awareness questioned, yet a wave of profound fatigue soon enveloped him, plunging him back into chaos. After an indeterminate period, his consciousness reawakened, this time with greater clarity. Although still shrouded in darkness, faint sounds reached him, thuds that resonated like a heartbeat. Upon realizing this, exhaustion swept over him once more, leading him back into slumber. Upon his next awakening, he sensed even more. His vigor had increased, allowing him to ponder his existence. Was he alive or dead? If alive, where was he? If dead, what lay beyond? Li Qing felt a binding presence, hearing two heartbeats, his own and another's. Weary from contemplation, he sought respite, recalling the martial arts he had once practiced. Bound within this fetal form, he found solace in the ancient wisdom of the I Ching. As he delved into the I Ching, he began to experience a transformation. Remarkably, he could sense a unique chi, distinct from any he had encountered before. Though he had never achieved the inner vision in his previous life, the cleansing effects of the I Ching allowed him to attain it effortlessly. Within his being, he perceived a transparent, formless essence, yet he was acutely aware of its presence. He soon discovered he was curled up, his form diminutive. Am I a fetus? The realization struck him like thunder, illuminating his mind. Have I been reincarnated? No voice responded, leaving him to ponder alone. Where is this? Is it still Earth? He grappled with a mix of joy for a second chance and trepidation for the unknown. As a fetus, aside from resting, he devoted himself entirely to the I Ching. He noted how easily he could enter a meditative state, achieving tranquility with little effort. To the utmost void, maintain serene stillness, he mused, recognizing this as an advantage within the chaos. Through relentless practice, his body and meridians grew extraordinarily robust. Once his physical form became resilient, he endeavored to guide the chi through his meridians using mental focus. When a strand of chi was directed into the lower dantian, it ignited like a furnace, illuminating his entire being. The chi began its journey through the meridians, brightening each point it traversed like stars igniting in the night sky. At a pivotal moment, he successfully completed a small circulation of chi with his mental control, illuminating every acupoint within him. The internal cosmos erupted with a brilliance akin to the dawn of creation, as the chi began to operate autonomously in its small cycle, enhancing his physical form with each rotation. He drew in energy, consolidating the primordial essence. He transformed essence into chi, successfully achieving refinement. Within the depths of his fetal existence, he remained unaware of the passage of time, continuously circulating the small cycle. Each cycle enriched the chi within his dantian, growing denser and more potent until the moment came when his body could no longer contain the excess. As the chi condensed into liquid form, it began to manifest into a golden elixir within his dantian. The essence coalesced into a purple-golden pill, signifying his mastery of the alchemical arts. Just as this transformation occurred, Light pierced through his chaotic world, heralding his imminent birth. In the moments preceding his arrival, he contemplated whether to enter this world in a grandiose manner or with humble simplicity. Ultimately, he resolved to be born normally, having shone brightly in his past life. As he anticipated the nature of the world that awaited him, he broke through the chaos and distinctly heard sounds, screams of agony and encouragement from women. "Oh, you can do it. Keep going. It's a boy." A weak voice inquired what's wrong with him. "He smells so fragrant." The weak voice sighed in relief, a smile gracing her lips as she too detected the delightful aroma. "Let me see my child." Half a day later, Li Qing found himself swaddled securely in a cradle, beside another infant. With resignation, he realized he had been born into a world with a peculiar societal structure. On March 9th, in the 50th year of Konoha, Li Qing emerged, destined to be alongside the future Konoha 12. Chapter 2. Childhood Betrothal. Li Qing finally grasped why, on Earth, one could only cultivate the elixir of qi and not the solid form. It became evident that Earth was still entrenched in an era of decline. Li Qing could feel the robust energy particles surrounding him, and he understood that this was what was referred to as spiritual energy in the eyes of beings like the toad immortal, snake immortal, and slug immortal in this world. It was simply known as natural energy. To Li Qing, these entities could perhaps be more aptly termed as demons. Having attained the status of a purple gold elixir, his next objective was to refine it into a sacred embryo, also known as the Yang spirit. However, his current situation necessitated patience. Beside him, a little infant gazed at him with wide, round eyes, seemingly eager to draw closer. Yes, he was currently in a pristine state. He wished to avoid being touched, and thus he turned away. Wah 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 wah. Li Qing was at a loss for words. Tian, why are you crying?" A man hurried to the infant's crib, followed closely by another man who came to check on the situation. Initially, they suspected it was a matter of a wet diaper, but upon inspection, that was not the case. Is she hungry? She just ate tea that moment. One of the men attempted to lift her to soothe her, only to have his hand gently pushed away by her tiny, delicate fingers. "What is this?" The man looked down, his face paling as he realized his daughter was rejecting him. Another man tried to pick her up, yet met the same fate of being pushed away. "What is this?" Upon realizing he was not alone in this rejection, the father of the weeping infant regained his color. The little one continued to cry, while both their wives remained asleep, leaving them somewhat flustered. Just as they contemplated seeking a doctor, one of them noticed something unusual. She's staring at your baby? Huh? It seemed so. It was then they noticed the other baby was lying on her side, her tiny hand consistently pointing in that direction. Li Qing, feeling helpless, turned back around. The effect was instantaneous. She stopped crying immediately. Tears still clung to her eyelashes, yet a smile graced her face, accompanied by a charming cooing sound. Hee. This spectacle left both fathers utterly astonished. Upon hearing his name, the dazed man instantly snapped back to reality and rushed to the crib. Xin was Li Qing's father in this lifetime. Coincidentally, he shared the same surname, Li Xin. When he learned of this name, he nearly blurted out whether he was light Xin or dark Xin, whether he was a jungler or a laner. The one who had just called out was his mother in this life, Bei Chun Xingzi. The other man was Ling Yun, the father of the future little strong Tian. He had only recently discovered that Tian's surname was Ling. At that moment, Ling Tian had snuggled up to him, inhaling deeply the fragrance emanating from Li Qing, simultaneously absorbing much of the spiritual energy that Li Qing had. Filtered, Li Qing's alluring scent was a result of his immaculate being. Purity naturally exudes fragrance. "Xingzi, you're awake?" Li Xin helped his wife sit up, feeling relieved at the rosy hue of her complexion. "Was our child crying just now?" Upon hearing this, Li Xin burst into laughter. "Were you laughing at?" Bei Chun Xingzi was perplexed, unsure what was amusing about the situation. Just as Li Xin was about to respond, the woman in the adjacent bed awoke. "Yin, I'm here." "Iz." Ling Yun rushed to his wife's side, assisting her to sit up. "Yun, did our child cry?" At that moment, Li Xin could no longer contain his laughter, erupting once more. Ling Yun wore a sheepish and helpless expression, and the two newly delivered mothers exchanged glances. It's like this that Li Xin recounted the recent events, and soon, all four adults were laughing together. This juncture. The little girl in the crib also let out a laugh, her melodious cooing instantly captivating the adult's attention. "Xin, do you remember the promise made by our fathers?" are you referring to? Indeed, we two are but men, destined to be good brothers. Ling Yun glanced at the two children before continuing. Our offspring are a boy and a girl, born on the same day, in the same month, and in the same year. Moreover, it seems Tian has taken quite a liking to your son. Upon hearing this, an ominous feeling crept over Li Qing. In his previous life, aside from honing his martial arts, he had indulged in numerous anime during his leisure. It was difficult to fathom that the little infant beside him might one day become a ninja wielding a wolf fawn club and a meteor hammer. This seemed to signal an impending arranged marriage, and Li Qing pondered whether he should intervene, but then reconsidered the necessity of doing so. Why? There appeared to be no reason to stop it. Yun, since you have made your decision, I have no objections. Seeing his good friend agree, Ling Yun felt elated, as if struck by a sudden thought. Let us draft a marriage contract. Yun, are you afraid I might have regrets? Though Li Qing posed the question, his hands did not cease their motions with the briefcase. I merely wish to do something more for Tian. Upon hearing Ling Yun's words, Li Qing shook his head. You, my friend, are truly a daughter slave. Ahem. By the way, do you two have any opinions? Before putting pen to paper, Li Qing glanced at the two mothers and inquired. The two mothers exchanged a knowing look and simultaneously shook their heads. The Ling and Li families were long-standing friends. Their fathers had come from distant lands to establish roots here. Hence, the two families frequently gathered, well acquainted and trusting of one another. Xin, have you yet to decide on a name for your son? Bei-chan Xingzi expressed her irritation. She had been pondering this since the child was merely a few months old, yet remained indecisive. I don't know why, but I simply cannot make a decision. Perhaps we should just choose a random name. Li Qing spoke truthfully, as if the name was not meant for him to decide. You, Bei-chan Xingzi, in frustration, pinched her husband's side, evoking stifled laughter from the two men nearby. I am Li Qing. How about we name our son Chung, meaning sincerity, Li Chung? Upon hearing the name Li Chung, Li Qing felt a wave of exasperation. If someone younger than him were to call him Brother Chung in the future, would he acquiesce or refuse? Just as Li Qing was about to finalize his son's name, the entire room witnessed a scene that shattered their perceptions. This moment was more shocking than an attack by a nine-tailed beast. They beheld the previously serene infant floating in midair, raising a tiny hand and gesturing towards a teacup on the table. The water within the cup flowed upwards, defying gravity. In the end, the flowing water formed a single character in the air. Qing. Beside her, Tian, the little girl, also gasped, her mouth forming an O shape as she fixated on the levitating Li Qing. Chapter 3. The clingy infant. In order to facilitate her future communication, Li Qing revealed a glimpse of her abilities. Consequently, the name Li Chung was forever lost. Instead, she retained the name Li Qing from her previous life, thereby preserving a trace of her former existence. Ultimately, the marriage contract was signed. From that moment on, Li Qing acquired an unwed fiancé still swaddled in infancy. Though Li Qing did not require sustenance, her infant body necessitated nourishment for rapid growth. The size of her physique did not hinder her capabilities. However, she was reluctant to remain in an infantile form indefinitely. She could swiftly mature into an adult. Yet doing so would terrify her youthful parents. Thus, she opted for a growth rate slightly accelerated compared to the norm. Time swiftly passed, and 2 months elapsed. By then, Li Qing resembled a 1-year-old child, capable of eating and sleeping independently. From the moment of her birth, she had intended to manage her affairs alone. However, her mother, Bei-chan Xingzi, had been weeping incessantly during those days. As a result, Li Qing temporarily embraced the role of a little baby. Her parents were simultaneously delighted and concerned about their son's extraordinary nature. Fortunately, Li Qing did not reject their affection, much to their relief. Those present unanimously agreed to keep her uniqueness a secret. In these tumultuous times of war, there was a palpable fear that deranged politicians might engage in reckless actions. The Li and Ling families were not comprised of ninjas. Both were engaged in commerce. The Ling family operated a modest business dealing in ninja tools, while the Li family focused on a large-scale grain-related enterprise. Li Qing harbored disdain for the distorted societal structure and resolved to rectify it in the future. The martial prowess of ninjas far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, necessitating regulation. As for the fates of certain individuals, she believed it best to allow them to struggle. Without experiencing despair, one could never be determined enough to change the world. Qing, and Izzy has brought Tian to see you. Her mother's voice interrupted her contemplations about the future world structure. Sighing, Jean Dan and Jun faced the infant once more. Their families resided in close proximity, just a few minutes apart. Aunt Izzy visited almost daily, and upon arrival, Tian would immediately seek to embrace Li Qing. In the absence of others, Li Qing would levitate Tian using her spiritual energy, which the infant thoroughly enjoyed. Perhaps it was an instinctual inclination of infants. Tian was drawn to Li Qing, as if her very essence whispered promises of benefit. Indeed, the air around Li Qing was saturated with refined spiritual energy, easily absorbable by ordinary beings. By consistently drawing near to Li Qing, Tian inhaled substantial amounts of this energy, accelerating her own growth. "All right," Li Qing responded earnestly in her tender voice. Bei Chun Xingzi sighed inwardly, wishing her son would display some affection. Since his birth, he had never cried, and even holding him required occasional coercion. Her son's extraordinary nature was both a marvel and a burden. The Li household was quite spacious, reportedly constructed by Li Qing's late grandfather. Both the Li and Ling families were situated on the outskirts of Konoha, having settled there relatively recently. Given Li Qing's diminutive stature, he opted to float through the air. After all, what dignity was there in scurrying about on short legs? In the courtyard, he beheld the future Aunt Izzy and the baby Tian in her stroller. Upon seeing him approach, Aunt Izzy greeted him with a gentle smile, while Tian bounced with exuberance in her carriage. "Qing." Li Qing was taken aback to hear her babble his name so clearly. Despite knowing that children in this world were remarkably precocious, she was only 2 months old. Aunt Izzy and Bei Chun Xingzi shared a knowing smile at Li Qing's astonishment. They were somewhat apprehensive about whether their precious daughter would capture the heart of her extraordinary betrothed. "Hello, Aunt Izzy." Li Qing greeted her politely before waving at Tian, who floated into the air beside him. The joyful moments of each day were now upon them. Tian had formed a lasting impression of the people before her. They were among the few she could remember. Under Li Qing's control, the infant spun in circles in the courtyard like a carousel. Both mothers were unconcerned about her safety, having experienced the sensation themselves, though they maintained the propriety expected of elders. The warm atmosphere of the Li household stood in stark contrast to the brutal realities of war outside, where battles raged relentlessly. And grim news from the front lines arrived almost daily. The sunny May was, for many ninja families, an unrelenting winter. Although non-ninjas were not required to fight on the front lines, merchants like the Li family were often tasked with supplying provisions. Military rations were only used in emergencies. Substantial food supplies were necessary for the battlefield. Currently, Li Qing's father was busy coordinating the logistics of grain supply. Fortunately, he remained stationed in the rear, far from the front lines. Otherwise, Li Qing would have ventured to the battlefield, unwilling to face the prospect of being born into a single-parent family. Thus, time continued its relentless march. 6 months swiftly passed, and at 8 months old, Li Qing had already developed the appearance of a 4- or 5-year-old. In contrast, children from ninja clans had begun their training in ninjutsu or enrolled in schools for killers. Unique individuals like Kakashi had even graduated and were fighting on the front lines. "Qing," a small girl's voice called out as Li Qing sat cross-legged on the roof, absorbing the morning sun's energy. He chose not to open his eyes, continuing his meditation. After a while, the girl below grew increasingly impatient. "Come down," she called out again, her tiny lips pouting. Yet, Li Qing remained unresponsive, inciting her frustration, her chest rising and falling in agitation. She prepared to unleash her trump card. "Wuwa Aunt Xingzi. Qing Wenti, pay attention to me," whether genuine or feigned. Her cries echoed, drawing Li Qing's parents out of the house. "Tian, what's wrong?" Bei Chun Xingzi quickly bent down to wipe her tears. Even though she understood the little girl's temperament, she still spoke gently. "Qing won't pay attention to me," Tian lamented, her tears flowing as she accused the person on the roof. Before she could continue, she began to levitate, rising to meet Li Qing's level. Immediately, she ceased her crying and imitated him, sitting cross-legged on the roof. Witnessing this, Li Qing's parents exchanged a knowing smile before retreating indoors. Recently, news of the Shinobi Bridge battle had returned. This war had persisted for nearly 2 years and seemed to be approaching its conclusion. However, Li Qing was aware that these appearances were deceptive. A far greater storm was brewing, and a dramatic spectacle was about to unfold. He resolved to witness this heart-wrenching performance. Chapter 4. The trouble of early romance during the time since her birth, aside from continuing her cultivation. Li Qing had also familiarized herself with the power structure of this world. She had visited the location in Konoha where ninjutsu scrolls were stored, perusing every technique available. Upon returning home, she attempted to practice, but the commotion was too great. Subsequently, she ventured to more distant locales to experiment with the various ninjutsu, resulting in a devastated region spanning hundreds of kilometers. The ninjutsu he employed was a refined version of sage arts, which he referred to as Dao Fa. His circumstances were entirely distinct from those of other ninjas. Upon casting a technique for the first time, his body would imprint the energy flow of that ninjutsu. Once he had utilized a technique, there was no need for hand seals again, as all spells would manifest instantaneously. The forbidden techniques posed no side effects for him. His body automatically modified the energy pathways of the ninjutsu. However, he found traditional ninjutsu overly ornate, believing that killing should be swift and decisive, leaving no chance for resurrection. Thus, he forged several flying swords inscribed with soul-destroying spells, crafting them into ornaments for his parents and the Ling Yun couple. Each sword contained a fragment of his consciousness, ready to awaken when necessary. After absorbing the last wisp of vital energy into his brow, Li Qing concluded his energy gathering, transitioning from a state of ethereal tranquility. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld his young fiancée, imitating his posture in the void. "Aren't you going to sleep in?" he inquired, expecting her usual prompt response. To his surprise, she remained silent, pouting and turning her head away, clearly miffed that he had not replied immediately. Li Qing shook his head, marveling at how, at less than a year old, she already exhibited such a sense of stubbornness. "All right, let me take you out for a meal," he suggested, knowing she must have skipped breakfast by coming to find him so early. Standing at about 1.2 meters, he towered over her petite figure of approximately 85 centimeters. The two, born on the same day, appeared as if several years apart, an older brother and a younger sister. "Humph," came her youthful voice, expressing her displeasure. Li Qing gently brushed his finger against her tiny nose and led her down from the rooftop. Below, Beichen Xingzi had prepared breakfast, and upon seeing the little girl, she made an extra portion just for her. Li Qing was sometimes picky about food, which often worried his parents, particularly since they had never witnessed him using the restroom. Initially, they feared he might be ill, but after countless explanations, they abandoned plans to take him to the doctor. Once they reached the dining table, little Tian transformed from her previous demeanor to one of utmost obedience. "Thank you, Aunt Xingzi. I'm ready to eat," she declared, clasping her hands in prayer before picking up her utensils to begin her meal. She was not picky at all, devouring whatever was placed before her. This might explain why she was considerably taller than her peers, who could not articulate as clearly or move as swiftly as she could. The reason likely lay in her frequent proximity to Li Qing, absorbing some of the ambient spiritual energy. "I'm full. Thank you for the meal," she announced. Beichen Xingzi looked at the adorable little Tian with genuine fondness. She took out a napkin to wipe the girl's mouth, regarding her with utmost tenderness. Li Qing surmised his mother was seeking the fulfillment of motherhood through little Tian, feeling that his own maturity left her without the sense of accomplishment that comes with raising a child. "Please rest. I will clean up," Li Qing offered. He often found himself occupied with meditation, resulting in less time spent with his parents. Whenever he had the opportunity, he engaged in activities to strengthen their bond. However, this was primarily his own perception, for while he meditated, his parents were always nearby, accompanying him. The cleaning he did was merely the automatic washing of dishes, with his mother watching as if it were a performance of acrobatics. After finishing her meal, little Tian even began observing Li Qing's dishwashing machine operation, calling out in a childish voice, nearly applauding. Sensing the gazes of both his mother and little Tian upon him, Li Qing had an idea and asked, "Mother, little Tian, would you like to exercise? I can teach you." "Are you tired?" his mother inquired. "Are you tired?" Little Tian echoed, mimicking her. "Not at all," he replied. After a brief rest, Li Qing commenced instructing the two in the practice of Ba Duan Jin, a guiding exercise comprising 8 simple and easy-to-learn postures, ideal for foundational training. It enhances the flow of energy, regulates blood circulation, and improves coordination, with consistent practice building strength. To practice, one merely needed to remember 8 phrases. Both hands hold up the heavens to regulate the sanjiao. Draw the bow left and right as if shooting an eagle. To regulate the spleen and stomach, lift one hand. Look back to alleviate the 5 labors and 7 injuries. shake the head, and wag the tail to dispel heart fire. Both hands grasp the feet to strengthen the kidneys. Glare fiercely and punch to increase strength. Rise on tiptoes to dispel 100 ailments. Simple, isn't it? MM. Both responded enthusiastically, having memorized the movements after just a few demonstrations. The day passed leisurely, with little Tian remaining there, and her parents, reassured, did not intervene. It was not until after dinner that Li Qing personally escorted her home. Good night, Qing. Little Tian waved her small hand, reluctant to part. The Ling family observed the scene, reminiscent of a son-in-law escorting his daughter back to her family. After sending off the little clingy one, Li Qing determined to check on the next pivotal character. Scanning with his consciousness, he immediately located Kakashi and Noera Rin. At that moment, Kakashi stood before the memorial stone, staring blankly at Obito's portrait. The loss of Obito striking him with yet another cruel twist of fate. Observing Kakashi's solitary figure, Li Qing felt it was Kakashi who should have succumbed to darkness, having been toyed with by destiny time and again. As night descended, engulfing him in shadows, his heart too was cloaked in impenetrable darkness. Yet, despite it all, he continued to walk in the light. This alone illustrated how utterly feeble Obito was. After observing Kakashi, Li Qing encountered the catalyst of world destruction, Noera Rin. She was currently polishing a pair of goggles. Once a radiant and warm young girl, she now exuded a lifeless aura, merely a pawn exploited by others. Li Qing recalled Obito's feelings for Rin. They had been around 10 years old at the time. He also thought of Itachi's lover, who had passed away at merely 13. Shaking his head, he mused on how precocious these individuals were in matters of affection, considering that on Earth, they would have been summoned to the flagpole for a self-criticism session. Li Qing marked both Noera Rin and Kakashi with a spiritual imprint before turning to depart. Now, he awaited the grand spectacle to unfold. Chapter 5. The encounter of the little white snake and the azure dragon. Li Qing, expecting a swift return home, encountered a minor unexpected event. A group of small animals, such as kittens and puppies, surrounded him, creating a lively scene. They acted instinctively, reminiscent of little Tian when she was first born. In truth, anyone who had come into contact with Li Qing felt a profound sense of comfort, as if immersed in nature, leading to a state of relaxation. However, as a human, one must consider certain matters and suppress their instinctual inclinations, a task not required of these small creatures, who thought little of such concerns. Unfortunately, their lively gathering was observed by someone. "Oh!" exclaimed the watermelon-headed boy, who was walking on his hands. His shout startled some of the timid animals, causing them to flee. However, a few brave ones remained by Li Qing's side. Upon realizing he had frightened them, the boy quickly reverted to his normal stance and awkwardly bowed to Li Qing. "I'm sorry for scaring them." The pure heart of the young man, Kai Huang, would lead him to achieve an immortal legend. Even after becoming disabled later on, he persisted in his vigorous daily exercises, embodying a life attitude worthy of emulation. "It's all right. That's a natural response," Li Qing replied to Kai, to spare him any discomfort. "You may disperse now." The small creatures seemed to comprehend Li Qing's words and glanced at him before scurrying away. Kai was astonished and nearly shouted again, but he caught himself and covered his mouth. "Let me take you home." Kai, mistaking Li Qing for a lost child, intended to escort him back. "Thank you. I know the way home." Upon hearing this, Kai did not insist further. He then flashed a bright smile, giving a thumbs up. "I shall continue my training. Goodbye." With that, he resumed his handstand and walked on his fingers. Just as he was about to turn a corner, he paused again. "I am Might Guy Youth. Li Qing. Farewell." "Young Li," Kai said before turning the corner and vanishing from sight. Kai's earlier address reminded Li Qing of another impassioned individual with a watermelon head. Indeed, it was a lineage of youthful fervor. After bidding farewell to Kai, Li Qing sensed a chilling gaze fixed upon him. He turned to locate the source and beheld Orochimaru's deathly visage and slitted eyes. Upon noticing Li Qing's attention, Orochimaru displayed a hint of surprise. He then extended his tongue and licked his lips. What keen intuition! Orochimaru rasped, intending to approach this remarkable child. Yet the next moment, he found himself frozen in place. Cold sweat poured down Orochimaru's brow as he perceived a colossal being looming behind the youth. A dragon, the legendary Azure Dragon. The petite white snake appeared as insignificant as an ant before the Azure Dragon, an entity even the sage of white snakes could not aspire to reach. Regaining his composure, Orochimaru found the space before him utterly empty. Yet, A voice echoed in his mind. Do not disturb me, or I shall annihilate you. The words sent a chill of dread through Orochimaru. He had never envisioned himself displaying such a wretched demeanor. The power he sensed was utterly incomprehensible. Was it an illusion? Leaning against the wall, Orochimaru took a long while to regain his bearings. No, it was no mere illusion. He was certain that had he moved, even slightly, he would have met a certain death. His expression oscillated between uncertainty and fear as he gradually faded into the shadows. On his way home, Li Qing encountered several familiar figures from the anime. He merely cast them a passing glance before continuing on his path. Upon returning home, Li Qing once more sat cross-legged on the rooftop, gathering the moonlight. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, his mother was teaching his father the 8 pieces of brocade. Do you think our son should go to school? This question caught Li Qing off guard, as it seemed his son had reached the age for schooling. Despite only being 8 months old, what can he learn? He can already write and recognize characters. He understands things we do not. Speaking of their son, Li Qing felt a mix of pride and helplessness. When the time comes, let him decide for himself. If he wants to go, he may. If not, that is fine too. They had long since resolved to allow their son to make his own choices, recognizing their limitations in deciding his life's path. Fortunately, they had no relatives to spread rumors. Otherwise, their son's extraordinary nature would have become widely known. As long as no one scrutinized too closely, no one would realize their son was merely 8 months old. Let us focus on training. Whatever he teaches will surely be beneficial. Suddenly, they exchanged smiles, a profound sense of contentment filling their hearts. Thus, time passed once more. On this day, Li Qing was instructing Tian in standing meditation. She had grown dissatisfied with the previous 8 pieces of brocade, and, upon witnessing Li Qing occasionally drawing circles and practicing Tai Chi, wished to learn as well. Consequently, Li Qing began teaching her from the basics. He instructed her in the round post stance, which was relatively simple and easy to grasp. The post training was foundational for cultivating one's energy. To advance further, one must first solidify their foundation. The requirements for the round post included head upright, gaze steady, breath calm and even, body aligned and erect, shoulders relaxed, elbows horizontal, armpits completely empty, arms bent in an embrace, chest and abdomen relaxed, back straight, diaphragm relaxed. A hollow chest and rounded back, knees pressing outward, hips as if seated in a high chair, toes gripping the ground, and soles empty. The essence of the round post emphasized relaxation, tranquility, naturalness, ethereality, and a harmonious unity. The 4 adults in the courtyard gathered together, observing little Tian, half bent as if she were embracing an invisible pillar, and they stifled their laughter. Tian, initially content, became slightly displeased upon noticing their amusement. No laughing. Her fierce demeanor only made the adults laugh harder. Focus on others. Remember to stay relaxed and natural. Hearing Li Qing's words, Tian resumed her standing meditation. While Li Qing watched her, he sensed Kakashi and Rin had departed from Konoha. Thus, with a serious expression, he addressed his parents. I will be away for a few days. The once joyful atmosphere turned somber. They exchanged glances, knowing they could not dissuade him. Immediately, Baichin Akiko went to prepare some food and handed him some money. Be safe. With that, Akiko threw herself into Li Qing's arms, shedding tears. A mother's worry for her child on a journey was profound, especially since he was so young and it was his first time venturing out. I'm sorry to worry you. Li Qing felt a pang of guilt as he apologized to his parents. Li Qing patted his son's shoulder. As a father, he too felt concern, but he couldn't express it as overtly as his wife. Qing, stay safe. The couple, Ling and his wife, urged him, worry etched on their faces. They regarded Li Qing as their own son. How could they not be concerned? Come back early. Tian chimed in, continuing her standing practice. Recognizing Li Qing's serious demeanor, she understood that even her pleas would not deter him, so she merely urged him to return promptly. Rest assured, no one can threaten me. Li Qing waved his hand over the items his mother had brought, causing them to vanish. Then, he slowly floated into the air and gradually drifted away. The 5 individuals in the courtyard watched his retreating figure until it disappeared from view. Chapter 6. Return from the Abyss. Ever since Li Qing left Konoha, he had concealed his presence, following above Kakashi and Rin. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days flew by. Hurry, hurry. Kakashi led Rin in a desperate escape. With a multitude of mist shinobi hot on their heels, seemingly engaging in a game of cat and mouse. Put me down, Kakashi. Rin, I will bring you back. Kakashi's tone was resolute, unwavering. He had promised Obito to protect Rin at all costs. Listen to me, Kakashi. Rin appeared to be struggling with something, her body emanating a reddish energy. Trust me, Rin. Kakashi maintained his speed, racing towards Konoha. I cannot return to Konoha, Rin declared, suddenly pushing Kakashi away with force. Kakashi, airborne, gazed in disbelief at his companion, now enveloped in a crimson aura, his heart sinking. Bang! Kakashi crashed heavily to the ground, yet he quickly sprang back up, rushing toward his companion. Don't come over. The usually soft-spoken Rin shouted at Kakashi, halting him in his tracks. At that moment, the pursuing mist shinobi were nearly upon them. Swish! Rin drew a kunai, poised to plunge it into her own heart. No, Rin. Kakashi's eyes widened with fury. He could not fathom why his companion would resort to such an act. Clatter! The kunai slipped from Rin's grasp, clattering to the ground as she clutched her chest in agony. Rin, seeing his companion's weapon fall, Kakashi rushed forward. Do not come closer, please end my life. In tears, Noera Rin shouted at Kakashi. Kakashi was frozen in place, his pupils dilating, his heart feeling as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer. You two little brats cannot escape. Today you shall witness the might of our blood mist. The crimson energy enveloping Noera Rin formed 3 energy tails behind her. Kill me, Kakashi. Rin struggled to control the force within her, desperate not to become a monster. As I witnessed the approaching mist shinobi, her consciousness began to blur. A tremendous explosion erupted, ravaging the surrounding terrain. Not far away, Uchiha Obito, his body slightly contorted, rushed towards the tumultuous center. When he finally burst through the jungle, despair washed over him at the sight before him. Baffled, Kakashi stared in shock at his right hand, which had pierced through his comrade. Kakashi. He mechanically withdrew his hand, yearning to act, yet unsure how. He attempted to support his companion, but he felt too weary to muster any strength. Thud! Noera Rin collapsed to the ground, as if she would never awaken again. With Rin's fall, Kakashi too was drained of his last ounce of strength, collapsing beside her, lost to the unknown. The mist shinobi nearby seethed with rage at this turn of events. Damn it, we worked hard to bring this about. Upon witnessing the scene, Uchiha Obito's world began to crumble. What is this place? I will not accept this. He cried out. Kill him. How dare he shout in the presence of our blood mist? Yet, in the face of one ensnared in hell, numbers counted for little. Soon, the mist shinobi forces were obliterated, and the ground was drenched in blood. Uchiha Obito, indifferent to Kakashi's plight, was saturated in blood as he gazed sorrowfully at Noera Rin lying in a pool of crimson, shedding his final tears. I am in hell. After uttering this, Obito prepared to retrieve his beloved. However, as he bent down, an irresistible force hurled him away. Boom. Crack. Thud. He collided with countless trees, embedding himself into a stone wall that began to fracture around him. Obito's consciousness faded, leaving him in a state as uncertain as Kakashi's. Who? A sharp voice pierced the air, catching him off guard. The performance was about to conclude, yet an unexpected twist had emerged. He dared not linger, dragging Obito's broken form away with a limp. After observing the tragic spectacle, Li Qing resolved to avoid such displays in the future. The easily distorted character of Uchiha Obito could lead the youth astray. Li Qing used telekinesis to extract Noera Rin and Kakashi from the bloodied waters, then waved his hand to cleanse them of all grime. He pointed his right hand, resembling a sword, at Kakashi's forehead, sending a tremor through him. Kakashi instantly opened his eyes. After a brief moment of confusion, he instinctively became alert upon seeing the figure before him, only to realize he was immobilized and floating in midair. He then noticed Noera Rin suspended beside him, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. Do you wish to save her? The question struck Kakashi like a thunderclap, awakening him from his stupor. Yes. He suddenly recalled something and asked, What do you need me to do? Li Qing glanced at Kakashi and shook his head. Just walk in the sunlight. With that, he turned his attention to Noera Rin. Kakashi, perplexed, set aside his confusion and focused intently on Li Qing's actions. Li Qing's fingers glimmered with golden light as he grasped the chaotic black-red energy surrounding Rin. He casually hurled the energy away, which transformed into the monstrous three-tails creature he had seen earlier. Boom. A massive crater formed upon impact. Flee. The released beast heard the command and, without uttering a sound, turned to escape. Li Qing's palm emanated a radiant green light, which he placed over Rin's wounds. Kakashi sensed the potent life force within the green glow and dared not interrupt, holding his breath in anticipation. Before his eyes, Rin's previously gaping wound healed at an astonishing rate until it vanished completely. Kakashi, feeling a surge of anxiety, saw Li Qing withdraw his hand and immediately called out, "Rin! Wake up, Rin!" He repeated her name in vain, but she remained unresponsive, appearing as though she had simply fallen asleep. Kakashi turned to the child before him, his eyes filled with hope and desperation. The child did not respond, but instead began to chant a spell with a singular hand gesture. As Li Qing recited the incantation, the air around them began to tremble. "Return, soul." Upon uttering the final word, Rin's body jolted, her tightly shut eyes snapping open. Chapter 7, Resignation? As the grand performance concluded, the ailing Uchiha Madara awaited Obito's return in the cave, hoping for temporary relief if all went smoothly. Madara had anticipated the arrival of a successor who would share his vision, yet what he received was a broken body, lost between life and death. This revelation filled him with both anger and astonishment. White Zetsu, what transpired? Though aged, his authority remained undiminished. "My lord, I am uncertain," White Zetsu replied hurriedly, sensing Madara's growing ire. After learning the details, Madara's expression darkened. He had intended to die today, but was now forced to postpone his demise. Awaken him. Despite the unforeseen complications, the task had been completed successfully, even exceeding expectations. According to White Zetsu, Obito should now embrace his ideology. At this moment, Noera Rin donned a child's garment, her previous attire in tatters due to the gaping wound. Having regained consciousness, she needed to cover herself. Noera Rin had just finished listening to Kakashi recount the events, and they had moved away from the blood-soaked area. Taking a deep breath, she mustered her courage to approach the floating figure. "Hello, I wish to do something to express my gratitude for saving my life." She bowed deeply to Li Qing, showing utmost respect. "I saved you merely out of goodwill. There is no need for any repayment," Li Qing replied earnestly. However, the young girl seemed resolute, unwilling to abandon her desire to repay the favor. "Do you truly wish to do something?" "Yes," Rin affirmed with unwavering conviction. "Then resign. No longer be a ninja." At this proclamation, both Kakashi and Rin were taken aback. "Unwilling? Then let it be." Noticing their expressions, Li Qing continued floating forward, undeterred. Soon, he arrived at the bank of a small river. Having accompanied the two for days without partaking of the provisions prepared by his mother, he resolved to find a place to eat before returning. Such kindness could not go to waste. As Li Qing observed the multitude of fish swimming in the river, memories of his childhood flooded back, grilling fish by the riverside. Back then, he was just beginning his training, struggling with the hardships and secretly following his elder sister to the river to play. She would deftly spear fish with a small bamboo stick she had found, catching them effortlessly. They had amassed a great catch, but they dared not bring them home. As such, the senior sister's eyes twinkled, and she borrowed a lighter from a nearby farmer. That afternoon, the fish was devoid of any seasoning, yet he found it delectable. Upon returning home that evening, both he and the senior sister were punished by being made to kneel, which made the memory of that grilled fish all the more vivid. Alas, senior sister, now, he has lived 2 lives and can never return. Li Qing waved his hand, causing 7 or 8 fish to leap from the water. Then they automatically scaled, gutted, and cleaned themselves. Subsequently, the nearby unknown branches snapped off on their own, skewering the fish. With a snap of his fingers, a brilliant orange fireball materialized. The skewer of fish floated effortlessly onto the flames, rotating as it cooked. Kakashi and Noera Rin stood transfixed, their understanding of reality utterly shattered. "Did you bring any seasoning?" Noera Rin quickly rummaged through her bag upon hearing this. To her surprise, she actually found some salt. "Is just salt sufficient?" Li Qing nodded, appreciating even a hint of flavor. Noera Rin began to sprinkle the salt onto the grilling fish, and soon the enticing aroma wafted through the air. Gurgle, gurgle. Both Noera Rin and Kakashi's stomachs growled simultaneously, leaving them a bit embarrassed. After a prolonged chase and the subsequent events, they had completely forgotten about eating. Li Qing smiled faintly, finding the scene rather amusing. "Let's share a meal together." He then retrieved a food container that his mother had given him, revealing some pastries inside. He had left in such haste that he hadn't even had time to prepare rice balls. Taking 2 pieces, he let the container float between Noera Rin and Kakashi. "Help me finish this, or I will have a hard time explaining to my mother." Li Qing's mother, Baichen Akiko, often resorted to tears to persuade him to comply with her wishes, such as wanting a hug or to pinch his cheeks. He seemed quite susceptible to her tactics. Despite being a golden core true monarch, faced with his mother's tears, he was powerless to resist. Seeing the exquisite food container, they washed their hands by the river before digging in. "Thank you for your hospitality." After expressing their gratitude, they began to eat. "Delicious," they exclaimed in unison, lifting the atmosphere. After a few pieces of pastry, they seemed to feel a bit parched, prompting Li Qing to conjure a handful of fresh water from the air. Demonstrating first, a small droplet floated to his lips, which he consumed. Then, droplets of water drifted toward them. This technique once again left the two young ninjas in awe. While they fought using water release techniques, he applied them to daily life. The fish was nearly done. The branches automatically broke into 3 segments and floated to each person. Li Qing took a bite and found it delightful. Perhaps due to the pristine environment, the fish's flesh was naturally succulent. After consuming one fish, Noera Rin glanced at Li Qing, seemingly hesitant to speak. "If you have something to say, just say it." She wiped her mouth and mustered the courage to ask. "Who are you?" Kakashi also paused his meal, his curiosity piqued. "I am Li Qing, residing in Konoha as well." The two were momentarily taken aback. They had never heard of such a remarkable child existing in Konoha. "What did you mean by resigning earlier? You have already sacrificed your life for your ninja career. Is that not enough to fulfill your ninja way?" These words struck Noera Rin and Kakashi like thunder. The ongoing wars in this world meant that one more or one less ninja made no difference. She had no retort, weak as she was. Being cast onto the battlefield would not even create a ripple. Observing Rin's expression, Kakashi felt compelled to speak on her behalf, yet he too found himself without a counterargument. If Rin resigned and ceased being a ninja, she would no longer face such peril. Seeing the moment was ripe, Li Qing turned to Kakashi. "Do you believe she should continue as a ninja?" Suddenly, the pressure mounted on Kakashi's shoulders. Chapter 8. Returning home, Kakashi found himself at a loss for words. Noera Rin, being a kind-hearted individual, decided to speak for herself, but as she began, she was interrupted. "No need for that." Li Qing smiled and waved his hand. "As I mentioned earlier, there is no need for you to do anything. I merely offered a suggestion." Witnessing Li Qing's warm demeanor, Noera Rin and Kakashi felt an uncanny sensation. The figure before them resembled not a mere child but a sage. Before long, the pastries in the food container had been consumed, and the grilled fish was shared among them. Noera Rin and Kakashi once again expressed their gratitude. "Thank you for the treat. No need for formality. You have helped as well," Li Qing replied, waving his hand, causing the food container to vanish. "What kind of ninjutsu is that?" Kakashi, unable to contain his curiosity, finally inquired. "This is called Sleeve Universe, a form of divine power that utilizes spatial rules." "Is divine power also a type of ninjutsu?" Kakashi had never encountered the term divine power before and pressed for clarification. Ninjutsu is an offensive technique based on chakra, while divine power belongs to a different system. Kakashi grasped that it was not ninjutsu. Just as he was about to ask which was superior, Li Qing interjected. "All things in the world ultimately converge towards the same end." Kakashi was perplexed and looked at Li Qing in confusion, while Noera Rin appeared to have an epiphany. Different methods or paths may lead to the same goal or destination. With this explanation, Kakashi understood. However, the use of chakra has significant drawbacks. Both Kakashi and Noera Rin were taken aback by this revelation. Seeing their reactions, Li Qing smiled gently and continued. "Each time chakra is extracted, it siphons nutrients from the cells, effectively exhausting their potential. The human body cells have a limited capacity for division. Using ninjutsu is akin to fighting with one's lifespan." A shiver ran down their spines upon hearing this. "As a medical ninja, have you studied cell biology?" Li Qing turned to Noera Rin and asked. Upon hearing the question, she shook her head in bewilderment. During their graduation, it was wartime. All that mattered was knowing medical ninjutsu, regardless of understanding the underlying principles. Li Qing recalled his previous encounter with Orochimaru, a biological expert who would undoubtedly be aware of the flaws of chakra. No wonder Orochimaru transformed himself into a spiritual entity. The two young individuals appeared somewhat disheartened, although they were prepared to sacrifice as ninjas. Knowing that using ninjutsu equated to risking their lives left a bitter taste in their hearts. Observing their expressions, Li Qing decided to intensify his words. "Kakashi, your condition is more severe than others. Even without using ninjutsu, you are passively depleting your life force. Noira Rin reacted strongly to this statement, connecting the dots. Having spoken his piece, Li Qing carelessly prepared to depart. It's about time. Shall we return? Would you like to experience the sensation of flying through the sky? Absolutely. Kakashi responded eagerly. Is that permissible? Noira Rin was more reserved. With a snap of his fingers, a force lifted their bodies. Li Qing ascended slowly, with Kakashi and Noira Rin following closely beside him. As they climbed higher, the view expanded exponentially. Eventually, they found themselves amidst the clouds. Li Qing did not ascend too high, remaining within the troposphere. At that moment, the evening glow began to illuminate the sky, painting the clouds a soft crimson, a truly breathtaking sight. As Li Qing and his companions soared through the sky, their perspectives on the breathtaking scenery morphed into something even more enchanting. Witnessing such exquisite landscapes, the spirits of the youthful couple seemed to brighten, temporarily casting aside the shadows of previous melancholy. Their journey through the heavens was swift, and before dusk descended, they beheld the village of Konoha. To think it appeared thus. In the air, Noira Rin marveled at the panoramic view of the village, eliciting a heartfelt exclamation. Kakashi, too, felt a stirring within, though he typically concealed his emotions deep within his heart. Just before they descended, Li Qing imparted a crucial reminder. Please, keep my identity a secret. The duo, unsure of how to address him, nodded earnestly, feeling that any form of address would be inadequate. Li Qing, perceiving their hesitation, smiled gently and said, You may call me Li Qing. No need for formality. Before long, they landed a short distance from the village. The young couple unanimously resolved to accompany Li Qing home. Their intent clear, they wished to discover where he resided. Li Qing found no reason to decline this modest request. His home lay on the outskirts of Konoha, and it wasn't long before they arrived. Upon reaching the threshold, Kakashi and Noira Rin were greeted by the sight of a small figure leaping into Li Qing's embrace. Qing, you're back. It was none other than Xiao Tian, who clung to Li Qing, nuzzling against him while tears streamed down her cheeks. She had waited at the door after her training for several days, feeling the pang of separation for the first time in her young life. Her usual reliance on Li Qing had awakened in her the bittersweet sensation of longing. The flavor of her meals seemed less savory, and the beauty of her surroundings appeared diminished. Now, no tears. Li Qing affectionately ruffled her hair and offered her a handkerchief to wipe her eyes. Is this your sister? How adorable. Noira Rin instinctively inquired, only to be met with a vehement protest from the little one. I am not a sister. I am his fiancée. A moment of silence enveloped them, as both Noira Rin and Kakashi exchanged astonished glances. She appeared to be merely a year old. How could she already be discussing marriage? Even in a world accustomed to early romance, this seemed excessively premature. Since we have delivered you home, you two should return and rest. As they prepared to part ways, Noira Rin bowed solemnly to Li Qing. I will visit you formally later. Thank you for your kindness. Witnessing her gesture, Kakashi too offered a respectful bow. I shall visit as well. Please do not refuse. With that, they turned and departed, not granting Li Qing the opportunity to respond, as if fearful that he might decline their visit. Once Noira Rin and Kakashi had left, four young individuals emerged from the shadows of Li Qing's home, his parents and Tian's parents, who had been waiting at the door, refraining from intruding upon the emotional scene. Meanwhile, after walking a short distance, Kakashi suddenly turned to Noira Rin and spoke. Rin, I hope you will seriously consider Li Qing's suggestion. As the last sliver of sunlight sank below the horizon, night enveloped the world once more. The streetlights cast the shadows of the boy and girl into an intertwined silhouette, as if their fates were inextricably linked. Noira Rin took a deep breath, uttering a single word. All right. A prolonged silence ensued, stretching until they reached a fork in the road. I'm sorry, Rin. Kakashi abruptly confessed, then vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving no room for her to respond. Now alone, Noira Rin felt a profound sense of loneliness and desolation. Ever since Li Qing had spoken of resigning, her heart had been torn. One path was the one she had steadfastly pursued, while the other was an uncharted life filled with uncertainty. The road she had once clung to seemed only to bring her anguish. Thus, she stepped through her doorway, enveloped in confusion and bewilderment. Upon entering her home, a shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, observing the door to Noira Rin's residence with unwavering stillness. Leaning against the door, she remained lost in thought, void of movement. After returning home, Li Qing was naturally met with an outpouring of warmth and concern from his family. unable to share the events of his journey. He accepted their affection in silence. Xiao Tian, having missed him dearly, clung to him, her dependence seemingly heightened after their time apart. Eventually, she fell asleep against him, prompting Li Qing to carry her back home. With the conclusion of the war, Konoha experienced a surge in births, welcoming many future luminaries into the world. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the 51st year of Konoha. Uchiha Obito finally awoke from his 2-month slumber. But why was it termed an awakening? It was because Uchiha Madara had forcibly roused him, transforming the cave where he hid into a veritable madhouse. Once revived, Obito erupted in a cacophony of shouts within the cavern, creating a sizable dent in the walls with his frustrations. Why awaken me? Obito glared at Madara with murderous intent, his greatest desire at that moment being the demise of the old man before him, who had the audacity to disrupt his blissful dreams. In those dreams, he had found happiness, having successfully proposed, only to see the world shatter just before the wedding. Since you yearn so desperately for that beautiful world, let us create it together, a realm where only beauty exists. After much contemplation, Obito ultimately acquiesced to Madara's plan. Once he had inherited Madara's legacy, the latter peacefully met his demise, albeit 2 months later than intended. However, to Black Zetsu's astonishment, Obito did not embark on any grand endeavors. Instead, he simply reclined in bed, indulging in sleep. This unexpected turn of events left Black Zetsu utterly flabbergasted, as he had never anticipated Obito's lethargy. In an outburst of frustration, Black Zetsu berated him. "Get up, you worthless fool." In a previous mission report, Kakashi had merely mentioned that the Mist Shinobi had attempted to seal a tailed beast within Naira Rin's body, intending to unleash it for widespread destruction in Konoha. Ultimately, he thwarted their plans and annihilated the enemy forces. In his concluding remarks, he requested that the information not be disseminated. The then Hokage, Minato Namikaze, readily agreed to his gifted disciple's modest request. Recently, Kakashi had received delightful news. His mentor was soon to become a father. This revelation filled him with hope and stirred memories of his own father. Over the past 2 months, Li Qing had matured significantly, resembling a sibling to Tian more than ever. During this period, he not only watched her practice her fundamentals daily, but also put pen to paper, transcribing a monumental work titled The Great Qin Empire. Although he had never read the novel, he had outlined its narrative based on the television adaptation. He emphasized the suffering endured by the common people amid the Warring States period. The Qin dynasty's tireless efforts to unify the chaotic land culminated in the end of fragmented rule. In the aftermath of unification, a shared script and standardized transportation ushered in a genuine era of peace, alongside the portrayal of unity as the sole path to peace. The text also vividly illustrated the concept of military-civilian unity. The model of a village as a nation paled in comparison to the nations depicted within the narrative. As for why Li Qing chose to transcribe this book, it was undoubtedly intended for those who required his insights. However, the first to peruse the Great Qin Empire were his parents, who read along as he wrote, finishing shortly after he completed the manuscript. In the stillness of the night, the couple sat in their room, their faces etched with concern. "Xingzi, what do you think Qing intends to achieve? Does he aspire to become the unparalleled emperor, Ingzheng?" After listening to her husband's words, Beichin Xingzi furrowed her brow even deeper. Perhaps he was merely writing whimsically. She uttered a statement she herself did not believe. Li Qiang shook his head, harboring even greater skepticism. "Since the birth of our son, has he ever engaged in anything devoid of significance?" Beichin Xingzi detected a hint of pride in her husband's tone. Indeed, she often felt a sense of pride in having given birth to Li Qing. Yet, this was not the moment for such pride. Thus, she pinched her husband. Li Qiang winced at the pinch, but dared not voice his discomfort to his wife. "Let us refrain from wild conjectures, and instead inquire directly tomorrow." Li Qiang found his wife's reasoning sound, rather than indulging in baseless assumptions. It was far better to seek clarity. If their son truly aspired to unrest, he ought to have prepared well in advance. The following day, when Li Qiang and his wife posed the question to their son, "Are we to stockpile grain and prepare for kingship?" Li Qing could not suppress a laugh. "What are you laughing at? If you wish to pursue that path, we shall support you," Li Qiang stated seriously, with Beichin Xingzi nodding emphatically beside him. Li Qing did not fully comprehend the depth of parental affection that existed in this world. They seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation, boldly proclaiming their support. The Uchiha Fugaku couple would readily sacrifice their lives for their son. The Minato couple, even in death, would leave behind power to protect their child. Gaara, whether through his name or his passive abilities, vividly illustrated the profound love his mother held for him. Scorpion, in a bid to honor his parents, turned the third Kazekage into a puppet, which directly instigated the Third Ninja War. As Li Qing gazed upon his youthful parents, he felt a mix of gratitude, emotion, and above all, a sense of liberation. He had indeed lived 2 lives. Now, he was the child of this young couple, who loved him deeply. Father, mother. Li Qing stepped forward and gently embraced them, akin to an ordinary child embracing his parents, without any barriers. The young couple, in turn, opened their arms and embraced Li Qing. Chapter 10. He is younger than me. Li Qing ultimately clarified to his parents the purpose of the book, assuring them there was no need for concern. He had no interest in ruling the world. He merely wished for a semblance of normalcy in this realm. On this day, after several months, Noera Rin formally visited Li Qing. At that moment, Li Qing was engaged in practicing Tai Chi with little Tian Tian. After a period spent honing their foundational skills, little Tian Tian had commenced learning Tai Chi. Noera Rin was guided into the courtyard by Li Qing's mother, and upon entering, she was captivated by the sight of the 2 figures. It was not only their change in height, but also the martial arts they were currently practicing. The duo exuded a sense of lightness and grace, their movements fluid and harmonious, creating an overall impression of comfort. As Noera Rin observed the subtle play of black and white energy swirling around Li Qing's hands, she was enveloped by a sense of vitality. It felt as if witnessing his movements could heal both body and spirit. For a brief moment, Noera Rin was lost in the rhythm emanating from Li Qing, experiencing a sensation akin to her soul soaring. Soon after, Li Qing concluded a set of Tai Chi movements with Tian Tian and halted. Noera Rin, having emerged from her previous state of wonder, became aware of the present. Now approaching his first birthday, Li Qing had grown to a height of 1 meter and 30 centimeters, creating an even wider disparity in stature with Tian Tian. Upon realizing this fact, Tian Tian had thrown several tantrums in displeasure. Li Xian and his wife had never introduced Li Qing to their acquaintances, fearing the inevitable question, "Who is this child to you?" They thought it would be better in a few years, at which point they could attribute his rapid growth to natural development. Now, however, it was not feasible. A child under 1 year of age appearing in such a manner would surely become the talk of the town, potentially causing their son much trouble. With his long hair styled into a bun and clad in simple, unadorned attire, Li Qing possessed an ethereal charm in the eyes of outsiders. "I sincerely apologize for the long delay in my visit." Noera Rin bowed respectfully, despite the evident youth of the person before her. Li Qing observed the young girl and sighed softly. At barely 14 years of age, she exuded a weariness that belied her youth. Perhaps this was the mark of someone who had endured the ravages of war. "No need for formality. Please, take a seat," Li Qing said, as a chair flew towards Noera Rin, landing beside her. "Were you practicing physical techniques just now?" After settling into her seat, Noera Rin posed her burning question. "One might say so, but I prefer to refer to it as kung fu or martial arts. What you just witnessed is called Tai Chi, a wonderful form of health cultivation." "What does health cultivation mean?" Noera Rin, having learned martial arts primarily for lethal purposes, had never encountered the concept of health-oriented techniques. "It is a means to strengthen the body, enhance health, and prolong life." Noera Rin was taken aback by the explanation. She had previously heard that the use of ninjutsu accelerated aging, yet today she learned that there are martial arts capable of prolonging life. She pondered whether ninjas practicing this could offset their life consumption. Can ninjas learn this to compensate for lost life? She almost blurted out. If one avoids high-intensity battles or the use of powerful ninjutsu, it is feasible to regain some vitality. Noera Rin felt somewhat disheartened upon hearing this. As ninjas were inherently designed for high-stakes combat, and powerful ninjutsu was unavoidable. Observing her reaction, Li Qing casually inquired, "Would you like to learn? Is that possible?" Noera Rin's eyes brightened. Although it might not completely offset the loss of life, it was still a positive prospect. "Certainly." At this moment, Noera Rin's joyful expression finally revealed a hint of youthful exuberance, contrasting sharply with her previous somber demeanor. "You can start off by practicing some basic techniques with Tian Tian." Li Qing gestured towards Tian Tian, who was currently engaged in a round stance, and Noera Rin then learned the little one's name. Turning around, Noera Rin was momentarily taken aback by the peculiar posture of the small child, as if embracing an invisible pillar. The thought of her mimicking such a stance filled her with a sense of wonder and anticipation. Shaking off her thoughts, Noera Rin refocused on Li Qing and spoke. Li Qing, I have another question I wish to discuss. Seeing Noera Rin's serious expression, Li Qing nodded gently. Upon receiving his acknowledgement, Noera Rin shared her concerns. Earlier, you mentioned that Kakashi's vitality was rapidly depleting due to his eye, correct? Indeed, that eye exhibits a rejection phenomenon, compelling him to use it passively. Upon hearing Li Qing's response, Noera Rin thought, just as I suspected. Is there a solution for this? Noera Rin looked at Li Qing with hopeful anticipation, believing that this extraordinary individual should possess a remedy. If I could remove it, I could help him regrow his own eye. However, Noera Rin felt it was unlikely. That eye was a gift from Obito, and Kakashi surely wished to retain it to see the world. A gift need not be confined to the eye socket. It could be fashioned into a necklace worn close to the heart. Living well may indeed be the best tribute to the departed. I wonder if Uchiha Obito would be furious upon hearing this. In any case, Noera Rin was utterly astonished by this notion. Seeing her reaction, Li Qing continued. I merely offered an example. It is not necessary to wear it around the neck. Noera Rin, coming out of her reverie, looked at Li Qing and replied, Thank you for your guidance. I shall endeavor to persuade Kakashi. Once more, Noera Rin sincerely expressed her gratitude to Li Qing and bowed again. No need for thanks. It is but a small effort on my part. Yet, Noera Rin gently shook her head. What may be a trivial act for Li Qing bore profound significance for her. At that moment, Li Qing's mother entered with a tray bearing pastries and tea. This is my mother, Li Qing remarked, casually introducing her. Hello, I am Noera Rin. Noera Rin rose to greet her, having previously mistaken her for an older sister upon entering. Today's revelations were indeed astonishing. Li Qing appeared to be merely slightly shorter than her, yet he seemed to be in his early teens. Moreover, her mother looked as though she was not much older than Noera Rin herself. Is there something on my face? Qing, noticing Noera Rin's unwavering gaze, assumed there might be a flaw in her appearance. Not at all, Li Qing replied with a gentle smile. I'm simply struck by how youthful you appear. Is that so? North Star Kyoko exclaimed with delight, having always believed that motherhood had aged her. It was a pleasant surprise to be complimented on her youth by a young girl. Meanwhile, Tian, who had been standing quietly, spotted the pastries and abandoned her stance. Rushing to Li Qing's side to grab some treats, her cheeks puffed out like a little squirrel indulging in a feast. Tian, this is Sister Noera Rin. Quickly greet her. North Star Kyoko, regaining her composure, introduced the perceptive young girl to Tian. Little did they know, Tian's next words would leave Noera Rin utterly speechless. Qing is younger than me, so I won't call you sister either. Although Tian had been standing quietly, she had been attentively listening to their conversation. Chapter 11. An extraordinary individual. North Star Kyoko felt a pang of regret for her earlier actions. Had she not prompted Tian to call her sister, the little girl would not have inadvertently let slip any secrets. She cast a remorseful glance at her son, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. It's all right, Li Qing reassured her with a gentle pat on the back of her hand, indicating that it was of no great consequence. Unaware of the implications of her previous comment, Tian continued to enjoy her snacks. Comforted, North Star Kyoko took the tray and departed, leaving the three of them in a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Noera Rin remained silent for a long moment before regaining her composure. She glanced at the munching Tian and then at the quietly smiling Li Qing. What did her words mean just now? Her curiosity got the better of her, prompting her to ask. She was born half a day before me. The revelation from Li Qing sent shivers down Noera Rin's spine. How much older exactly? She held her breath in anticipation. At that moment, her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of an ordinary 14-year-old girl. Just over a month until she turns 1. Noera Rin felt as if her world had been turned upside down, confusion flooding her gaze. The person she had perceived as an elder was, in fact, not even a year old. The realization that he was merely 7 or 8 months old 2 months prior, when she herself had likely still been nursing, was a shock akin to discovering she had been sealed with 3 tails. Take a sip of tea to steady yourself. Noticing Noera Rin's astonishment, Li Qing kindly suggested she drink some tea. I want tea too. Tian chimed in, and Li Qing obliged by offering her some from his cup. Gulp, gulp, gulp. After downing the tea, Tian looked quite satisfied. Following her own sip of tea, Noira Rin felt significantly more at ease. Once satiated, Tian began to feel drowsy and soon fell asleep on Li Qing's lap. He gently placed her on the small couch nearby and covered her with a light blanket. Observing Li Qing's tender care, Noira Rin felt an overwhelming sense of maturity emanating from him. She quickly shook her head, dispelling her fanciful thoughts. After a moment of adjustment, Noira Rin finally regained her composure and, upon seeing Li Qing return after arranging for Tian's comfort, spoke with a hint of embarrassment. I must have made quite the spectacle. Li Qing waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. He regarded her reaction as perfectly normal, nothing to be embarrassed about. Witnessing his open-hearted and warm demeanor, Noira Rin felt a newfound admiration for him. It dawned on her that age truly does not define one's character. I have decided to cease being a ninja, Noira Rin suddenly declared. After uttering this news, she felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Li Qing, upon hearing her words, noticed that she had not worn any makeup or her forehead protector. What do you plan to do instead? He inquired. Recognizing that abandoning the path of a ninja was akin to losing a profession. I haven't quite figured it out yet, but I am confident I can find something to occupy my time. Li Qing sensed her calm demeanor, indicating she had contemplated her decision thoroughly. I plan to open a bookstore nearby. Would you be interested? A bookstore? Noira Rin pondered his words, momentarily perplexed. I intend to sell some of the books I've written, but I have yet to hire anyone. It dawned on Noira Rin what Li Qing was implying. Are you inviting me to be a staff member? She asked, somewhat taken aback. To be precise, I am offering you the position of manager, Li Qing clarified. Is that even possible for me? Noira Rin felt a mixture of joy and trepidation, relieved that she wouldn't have to stress over her future, yet anxious about her ability to fulfill the role. It's quite straightforward. Let me show you the store location, Li Qing said as he stood up and headed outside, prompting Noira Rin to follow suit. The store was not far from Li Qing's home, and they reached it in just a few steps. The worry-free bookstore, Noira Rin murmured softly, admiring the spacious and pristine establishment. When will it open? She appeared eager to embark on this new chapter of her life. Looking at Li Qing with anticipation. You can take your time to consider. There is no rush to decide. Li Qing smiled, noticing her eagerness. No need for consideration. I will want to train in martial arts as well, and this is the perfect opportunity. Seeing her resolute attitude, Li Qing agreed. Very well. The salary will certainly not compare to that of a ninja, but it should be roughly equivalent to what you would earn as a chunin. No problem. Noira Rin beamed upon receiving Li Qing's consent. As they were discussing the store, a figure clad in a green bodysuit happened to pass by, practicing punches as he walked. Rin, what a coincidence. Both turned to see the exuberant Might Guy in motion. Akai, hello. Noira Rin greeted her classmate politely. However, the next moment, Might Guy exclaimed in surprise. Ah, isn't that little Li? Hello, Might Guy? Li Qing smiled and returned the greeting. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have a peculiar connection with this generation of ninjas. What are you two doing together? Might Guy asked again, his expression one of disbelief, alternating between pointing at Noira Rin and Li Qing as if he had an epiphany. I see. Noira Rin frowned, feeling somewhat exasperated. If Kai misinterpreted their relationship, his big mouth would likely ensure that the whole class found out. You're mistaken. We're merely here to check out the bookstore. Li Qing clarified, gesturing toward the new establishment. Might Guy turned to look and confirmed the existence of the worry-free bookstore. Ah, I see. I thought you were on a date. Ha ha ha, my apologies. No worries, as long as it's clarified. Li Qing waved his hand, indicating it was of no concern. Noira Rin sighed with relief as Li Qing had managed to explain everything to Akai. Well, I shall continue my youthful journey. Farewell. With that, Might Guy resumed his exercise and gradually walked away. Watching his retreating figure, Li Qing was reminded of his own pursuit of martial arts. Truly, he was an extraordinary individual. Upon hearing Li Qing's evaluation of Mai Tai Kai, Yi Yuanlin felt somewhat astonished. She had assumed that in Li Qing's eyes, the truly remarkable individuals would be akin to teacher Shui Min, yet unexpectedly, her classmate Akai received such high praise. Observing Li Qing as he watched Akai depart, Yi Yuanlin couldn't help but gaze at that retreating figure. The seemingly foolish Akai appeared less foolish than before. Chapter 12. The bookstore. Since that day she had visited the store, Yi Yuanlin began learning health practices at Li Qing's home. She wished to address him as teacher, but Li Qing insisted it was unnecessary. Respecting his wishes, she did not persist, yet in her heart, she equated Li Qing with the title of a teacher. Days passed, and after training alongside Xiao Tian for a while, Yi Yuanlin seemed to have undergone a healing transformation, her smiles becoming more frequent. Preparations for the bookstore continued unabated. Li Qing believed that selling merely one book was insufficient, so he skillfully pinned several others, though these were mere accompaniments, with the primary focus remaining on the Great Qin Empire. The day before the bookstore's grand opening, Yi Yuanlin brought Kakashi to Li Qing's residence. To her surprise, she managed to persuade Kakashi to agree to remove that eye. Her method was quite simple. She informed Kakashi that if he was willing to part with his eye, she would retire from being a ninja. The recent Three Tails incident had impacted Kakashi profoundly. Even though Yi Yuanlin was rescued, the harrowing scenes remained etched in his memory, haunting his dreams, where he often envisioned Obito questioning him about why he had failed to protect Lin. "I must trouble you once more, Your Excellency Li Qing." Kakashi greeted Li Qing with solemnity. "Just a trivial matter, no need for formalities," Li Qing replied, finding the thought of removing an eye somewhat gruesome, knowing that Xiao Tian would likely have nightmares. Thus, he decided to take them into a room to discuss it further. "I'll be out shortly. You can play out here for a while." Although Xiao Tian seemed somewhat reluctant, she nodded in agreement. Once inside the room, before proceeding, Li Qing asked one last time, "Do you wish for me to heal the scar on your face?" "No need," Kakashi replied, taking it upon himself to extract the eyeball. Yi Yuanlin presented a carefully prepared container, and Kakashi delicately placed the eye within for safekeeping. Once Kakashi was ready, Li Qing gathered a surge of vibrant life force and enveloped the hollow eye socket. Moments later, Kakashi felt a sensation of fullness within the socket, accompanied by the awareness of an eye's presence. After Li Qing withdrew his hand, Kakashi's left eyelid twitched a few times before suddenly opening wide, revealing a dark pupil within the socket. Seeing this, Yi Yuanlin moved her hand in front of him. The eye followed her movements. "Kakashi, can you see?" Yi Yuanlin inquired with a hint of anxiety, eager for confirmation. "I can." Upon hearing his response, a weight lifted from Yi Yuanlin's heart. "Thank you." She expressed her gratitude to Li Qing once more, as it was her request that had prompted his assistance. Kakashi, hearing her words, prepared to bow in thanks again, but was stopped by Li Qing. "You have thanked me enough. There is no need to be so formal." With that, Li Qing exited the room, leaving the young man and woman behind. "We should also go outside." Yi Yuanlin turned to leave, but was called back. "Lin." She looked back at Kakashi, and a moment of silence ensued. "Thank you." Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Yi Yuanlin's face brightened with a smile. "You're welcome. Even if I retire from being a ninja, we will always be good friends." With that, she turned and departed. Unbeknownst to Kakashi, as she walked away, her eyes blurred instantly, and tears streamed down her cheeks. When Kakashi emerged from the room, Yi Yuanlin appeared composed as she practiced Tai Chi with Xiaobu Diao. Seeing her calm demeanor, Kakashi felt another burden lift from his heart. Just as Kakashi completed the eye transplant, a distant scream echoed from a far-off subterranean cave. Uchiha Obito awoke from a nightmare, having dreamt that his beloved Yi Yuanlin had married Kakashi. Why? Ever since Uchiha Madara's demise, he had begun to sleep, finding solace in dreams where he could be with his beloved, escaping the torments of this hellish world. Yet, fate is seldom kind. His dreams varied greatly. Sometimes they were delightful, and other times nightmarish. During pleasant dreams, he laughed heartily, while in nightmares, he screamed in terror. At that moment, Uchiha Obito murmured, "Why?" Because it was merely a dream. Just as Obito descended into madness once more, Kurozetsu's voice broke through. Unmoved by Kurozetsu's words, Obito continued his self-talk, causing Kurozetsu to become increasingly frustrated. After years of careful planning, they had finally seen some progress, only to be stalled here. Just as Kurozetsu feared that his plan would come to naught, Uchiha Obito stood resolutely. "I shall create a world where only Lin and I exist." Listening to his obsessive and deranged declaration, Kurozetsu revealed a long-lost smile. The untroubled bookhouse opened quietly and discreetly, with Li Qing choosing not to promote it ostentatiously. He visited the bookstore only once on opening day and seldom returned afterward. He priced the Great Qin Empire quite high, while the other books were reasonably priced. Yi Yuanlin now spent her mornings learning skills at Li Qing's home before heading to the bookstore around the same time. Aside from her daily responsibilities, she immersed herself in the books within. After some time, Yi Yuanlin fully adapted to her new rhythm of life and found joy in it. She cherished her new life and delighted in it. Yi Yuanlin particularly adored the fairy tale books in the bookstore. Encountering those innocent stories felt like a balm for her soul. Many shared her interests, and the fairy tales were the best sellers. In contrast, the Great Qing Empire saw very few buyers, primarily due to its steep price and multiple volumes. To date, only one complete set had been sold, purchased by Kakashi on the opening day, who had bought a copy of every book in the store, including the Great Qing Empire. Li Qing believed Kakashi's purchase was both an expression of gratitude and a means to support Yi Yuanlin's business. Besides Kakashi, Yi Yuanlin's classmates occasionally visited to show their support. They were astonished to learn that Yi Yuanlin had retired to become the bookstore's manager. "Qing, let us go to the bookstore." Xiao Tian tugged at Li Qing's clothes, urging him to hurry. "All right." Li Qing stood up, taking her small hand as they headed outside. Xiao Tian particularly enjoyed the sensation of going out, for it was only during these moments that Li Qing would hold her hand. Most of Xiao Tian's time was spent at Li Qing's home, making her feel as though he were a caretaker. The time he spent with her surpassed that of her own parents. The bookstore was nearby, just a few steps away. Upon arrival, Li Qing spotted a familiar figure. Chapter 13. The warm spring sun with round glasses, silvery gray hair, and a focused demeanor. It was Yakushi Kabuto. Li Qing observed him holding a volume of Grimm's fairy tales, surmising that Kabuto had long cherished that innocent essence in his heart. Li Qing's bookstore resembled more of a library than a conventional bookstore. A significant area was designated for tables and chairs, providing a space for patrons to read. Most books in Li Qing's store were affordably priced, as he did not expect to profit from sales. Nonetheless, not everyone was willing to spend money. Therefore, Li Qing prepared a reading area for those who wished to read but were financially constrained, complete with a sign that read, "Quiet." Thus, the bookstore run by Li Qing is a serene sanctuary. Those who enter to purchase books instinctively tread lightly upon noticing the decor. Little Tian comes here daily, cherishing the companionship of Li Qing as they peruse illustrated books together. She possesses similar volumes at home, yet the ambience of the bookstore captivates her. Each day, she selects a picture book and assigns a spot for Li Qing to sit, curling up in his embrace. Observing this from the manager's station, Yi Yuanlin cannot help but smile gently. The reading area is expansive, capable of accommodating up to 200 patrons at once. Li Qing surveys the space, noting approximately 40 to 50 individuals present, some alone and others in small groups. Most are adolescents, with not a single adult in sight. Initially, Li Qing hoped to promote a unified ideology, yet it appears that the visitors are more intrigued by diverse genres. Fairy tales are the most sought after, followed closely by romance novels. Consequently, Li Qing decides to cease printing the Great Qing Empire, having already disseminated a portion of it, and plans to introduce different titles once the remaining stock is sold. Little Tian flips through a story about a tadpole searching for its mother, recognizing only a few names while struggling with the rest. When she encounters particularly exciting passages, she stifles a giggle and occasionally glances up at Li Qing before returning to the illustrations. The tale concludes swiftly, and as she climbs down from his lap, Li Qing helps her return the book to its rightful place, preparing to leave. Each visit involves her reading a single book, akin to indulging in afternoon tea. With a gentle arrival and departure, Li Qing takes little Tian's hand, leaving without disturbing the others. After walking a short distance from the bookstore, little Tian begins to lift her arms, playfully asking for a hug. With a sigh, Li Qing bends down to scoop her up. Had he known she would grow so quickly, he might have wished to remain a baby himself, yearning for affection from others. "Qing, you are wonderful," exclaims little Tian, her sweet voice drawing a resigned smile from Li Qing. At such a tender age, she has already mastered the art of charm. He wonders from whom she has learned this skill. Just as Li Qing contemplates this, his mother, Beichen Xingzi, and Tian's mother, Murakami Aiko, simultaneously let out a loud sneeze from different locations. "Qing, have you seen the one in the picture?" Little Tian, now nestled in his arms, launches into a barrage of questions. "I have," Li Qing replies. Little Tian furrows her brow in response. "Why have you seen it, but I have not?" This question leaves Li Qing momentarily speechless, unable to explain that he had seen it in a previous life. Therefore, he opts for a different approach. "I will take you to see it now." "Really?" Her eyes light up with excitement at the prospect of searching for the tadpole. Of course, before they depart, he must first inform his mother. By the time Li Qing returns to her after explaining their plan, little Tian has shifted from being cradled to being carried on his back. "Qing, where is your scent?" Little Tian sniffs curiously, suddenly realizing something is amiss. I hid it because there were too many people earlier. Ever since he attracted small animals to himself, catching the attention of Orochimaru, he has made it a point to conceal his aura whenever he ventures outside. When will you release it? Little Tian's little brow furrows, indicating that this is of great importance to her. Once we leave the village, when there are fewer people. Oh, all right. Little Tian surprisingly manages a sigh, prompting another resigned smile from Li Qing. Not long after, he carries little Tian beyond the village. She eagerly urges him to release the hidden fragrance. Once Li Qing dispels the concealment, a multitude of small creatures begins to gather around him, maintaining a respectful distance to absorb his spiritual essence. Wow, little Tian, witnessing this enchanting scene for the first time, gazes wide-eyed, letting out an exaggerated squeal. You all need to stay back and find other spots. Upon hearing Li Qing's command, the animals promptly comply, creating a clear path in front of him. Qing, you are truly remarkable. Little Tian showers him with unreserved praise as she observes his interaction with the animals. It is a season where grass flourishes and birds sing. A vivid tapestry of life and greenery. Li Qing, with little Tian on his back, strolls leisurely through the fields, accompanied by countless small creatures, resembling a procession. The animals that manage to approach are quite spirited, and little Tian flits her gaze from one to another, having completely forgotten the original purpose of their outing. As they walk, Li Qing is occasionally greeted by the sound of little Tian's joyful laughter. In a rice field, he discovers a collection of tiny tadpoles and scoops some into his hand for little Tian to see. So small, she marvels, her eyes sparkling like dark grapes as she gazes at the delicate creatures. She reaches out to touch them, but hesitates as she gets closer. In Little Frog Finds Mama, they look like this at first. Upon hearing Li Qing's explanation, little Tian recalls her picture book, her face lighting up with understanding. He gently returns the tadpoles to the water. Let us continue searching for other types of tadpoles. Li Qing searches through several puddles, but finds none with legs, likely due to the short passage of time. Little Tian, however, is not disheartened by the lack of variety. The joy of spending the day with Li Qing is enough to make her happy, especially with so many small animals by her side. Unbeknownst to them, they arrive at the bank of a small river. The water is crystal clear, with fish occasionally surfacing to nibble at the aquatic plants hanging over the edge. Recognizing that there is still time, Li Qing decides to allow little Tian to experience the beauty of nature. He finds a picturesque patch of grass by the riverbank and lies down. Little Tian follows suit, reclining beside him to gaze at the blue sky. Basking in the warmth of the spring sun, she feels a surge of happiness. The multitude of animals that accompanied them also settles around them, some lying down while others stand, creating a magnificent scene. After an indeterminate amount of time, a rustling sound breaks the tranquility of the riverbank. It seems someone is approaching. The water ripples under the sunlight, resembling scattered gold coins. The small animals surrounding Li Qing are startled by the noise, turning their heads in unison. The figure behind them appears equally surprised by this collective movement. Li Qing remains reclined with little Tian, and with a sweep of his consciousness, he discerns the unfolding scene. A young boy, around 4 or 5 years old, stands nearby, clutching a book. Upon noticing the gathering of animals and the presence of others, the boy hesitates to approach. Would you like to come over? I can have them make way for you. Li Qing opens his eyes, rises, and turns to address the small figure. The boy hesitates, but ultimately nods in agreement. Let him come over, Li Qing instructs. Immediately, the throng of small creatures parts to create a narrow path just wide enough for one person to pass through. The boy, taken aback by the sight, quickly steps forward. Seeing Li Qing rise, little Tian transitions from lying down to sitting on the grass. I apologize for disturbing you, the boy exclaims. As the young boy approached, he immediately began to apologize, displaying an unexpected composure for one so young. It's quite all right. It seems we have encroached upon your space, Li Qing replied, having previously observed that this spot appeared to be frequented by others. This is not my private domain, so I am not truly occupying it. His steady demeanor made Li Qing ponder the precociousness of the youth in this world. Come, let us sit together. I stumbled upon this place by chance. The view is quite splendid for a moment's respite. Upon hearing this, the boy did not hesitate but took a seat. Although he did not turn the pages of the book in his hands, Li Qing surmised that he was accustomed to reading in solitude and might not be comfortable with the presence of others. At your age, shouldn't you be indulging in fairy tales? What draws you to this book? Li Qing noted that the volume he held was the fourth installment of the Great Qin Empire. The boy's face lit up with surprise at the question. I have read fairy tales too, but this was a gift from someone. I prefer this over fairy tales. Li Qing smiled faintly at his response. Can you comprehend it? The boy replied, some parts one can, others I cannot. After answering, he turned the question back to Li Qing. Have you read it? I have, Li Qing confirmed, and the boy's eyes sparkled with delight. He hadn't anticipated meeting someone who had read the same book. Does it consist of 6 volumes? Have you finished them all? Indeed, I have. Seeing the boy's excitement, Li Qing thought this was more in line with the essence of childhood, contrasting with the earlier, mature demeanor that resembled that of a middle-aged man. Meanwhile, Xiaotian, who had been observing Li Qing converse with others, tugged at his sleeve in a huff, pouting in a manner that clearly signaled her displeasure. Li Qing, smiling, gently ruffled her hair and produced a plate of pastries that he had prepared before leaving, specifically to address such situations. Upon seeing the food, Xiaotian ceased her pouting, though she leaned in, her expression unmistakably indicating her desire for a taste. Li Qing offered her a piece, which she eagerly bit into. He then extended the plate towards the young boy. Do try this, it was made by my mother. The boy, recognizing the sincerity in Li Qing's gesture, accepted without reluctance. Thank you for your hospitality. Li Qing waved his hand, and a small tea table materialized, hovering gracefully before them. With another gesture, several teacups and a teapot appeared, and the teapot floated upward. Finally, with a wave of his hand, he summoned a handful of clear water into the teapot. With a snap of his fingers, a small flame ignited beneath it. Not long after, the water began to boil, and the teapot gracefully moved to pour into the 3 cups. The scene left the boy in awe, momentarily forgetting the pastries he held. Li Qing had prepared these implements mainly to ensure that Xiaotian had safe access to hot water, as it was essential for young children. The boy, upon hearing Li Qing's seemingly casual remark, nodded in understanding. After a while, the hot water in the cups cooled sufficiently. Li Qing tested the temperature of 1 cup before offering it to Xiaotian, who drank it eagerly. Please, go ahead. Li Qing turned to the boy, indicating he could partake as well. Thank you. The boy expressed his gratitude softly as he gently lifted the teacup. Li Qing had noticed how intently the boy observed him while tending to Xiaotian, as if he were absorbing every detail. After a time, the teapot was emptied, and the sun began its descent. Having had their fill, Xiaotian started to feel drowsy, prompting Li Qing to conclude that it was time to return. He hoisted Xiaotian onto his back once more and waved his hand to gather the items he had brought. I must take her home. As Li Qing stood, the small animals that had accompanied them also rose and instinctively parted to create a path. The boy stood as well, a look of hesitation crossing his face. Li Qing noticed his expression and smiled gently. My name is Li Qing. It is a pleasure to meet you. Upon hearing Li Qing's friendly introduction, the boy felt a wave of relief mingled with a hint of shyness. Taking a deep breath, he replied, I am Uchiha Itachi. I am very pleased to meet you. Upon hearing the name, Li Qing realized who he was. Their earlier conversation had led him to deduce the boy's identity. Uchiha Itachi, at the tender age of 4, bore the emblem of his clan and exhibited a demeanor that hinted at his noble heritage. At this moment, Itachi was likely still basking in the joys of childhood. Li Qing regarded him with a smile. Until next time, Itachi. Until next time, Qing. With that, Li Qing departed, accompanied by a throng of small creatures, leaving Itachi gazing after him for a long while. Itachi. Itachi turned to see his slightly older clan brother. Brother Shursui, you have arrived. Itachi's demeanor was far more familiar and warm in the presence of his elder than it had been with Li Qing. Who is that? Do you know him? Shursui inquired, having witnessed the astonishing scene of Li Qing leaving with the animals. His name is Li Qing. I encountered him here by chance. Itachi recounted their meeting, prompting Shursui to stare in astonishment. You don't doubt Itachi's words, do you? The events he described are simply too remarkable. Itachi, does his name ring a bell? Shursui asked. Itachi furrowed his brow in contemplation. Moments later, he brought the book he held closer to his eyes, while Shursui did the same with his own book. They exchanged glances, both of them holding copies of the Great Qin Empire. Chapter 15. The senior sister's book. Li Qing, with Xiaotian on his back, made his way home. As they neared the village of Konoha, he turned to the small animals that had accompanied them. Thank you for your company. May our paths cross again. The animals, reluctant to part, slowly dispersed, glancing back as they went. The sun dipped low, casting a golden hue across the horizon. With Xiao Tian nestled on his back and the warmth of the sunset enveloping them, Li Qing ambled along the path homeward, accompanied by a gentle breeze and the tranquility of time. After his encounter with Uchiha Itachi, Li Qing resumed his practice of transcribing books. Given the many distorted ideologies and flawed characters in this world, he decided to articulate his perspectives on worldview, life philosophy, and values, and publish them at an accessible price. He meticulously copied several companion works, such as Awakening the Giant Within, The Power of Now, The Pursuit of Happiness, The Weakness of Human Nature, The Strength of Human Nature, and Overcoming Inferiority. In his previous life, due to his extraordinary talent, great expectations were placed upon him. To alleviate the pressure he might feel, his senior sister would periodically gift him a book aimed at healing the soul. In truth, those books were purchased by her parents, which she, disinterested in, would pass on to him each time. Aside from martial training, Li Qing had not engaged in many meaningful endeavors in his past life. As he gazed at the transcribed volumes, a soft smile graced his lips, and his gaze grew distant. In a fleeting moment, the whimsical figure of his senior sister appeared before him. Junior brother. The familiar voice echoed in his ears. Sighing deeply, Li Qing lamented, "Alas, I never had the chance to see my senior sister again." A gentle shake jolted him from his reverie. Lowering his gaze, he found a small child's face looking up at him. Qing. It turned out he had been so lost in thought that he had forgotten the little one beside him. Li Qing knelt down and gently stroked her little head. With a mere thought, Xiao Tian floated up and accompanied him to the courtyard. In the days leading up to the official sale of the new book, the announcement had already been posted on the bulletin board. On the day of the launch, a long queue of eager buyers formed. Kakashi once again purchased a complete set of all the books, only to realize at checkout that they were remarkably inexpensive. After a rough calculation, he deduced that the price was only slightly above the cost. Li Qing was not concerned with making a profit. He simply wished to avoid losses. Those who truly could not afford it were welcome to read in the reading area. As of now, the worry-free bookstore had gained a modest reputation in the vicinity. Not long after, an event of moderate significance occurred in Konoha. The long-masked Kakashi Hatake revealed his face, no longer concealing his appearance. The revelation sent ripples of shock through the hearts of the village's young ladies and wives. Even with a long scar marring the left side of his face, his charm remained undiminished. Some girls even argued that the scar enhanced his allure rather than detracting from it. Recently, numerous female ninjas had taken to approaching Kakashi, a rare specimen who attained the rank of Jonin at merely 13, further amplified by his striking looks. He was undeniably a coveted bachelor in the ninja world. Freed from the constraints of the Sharingan, Kakashi's progress seemed to accelerate. Perhaps having overcome a psychological barrier, he resumed practicing the swordsmanship of his father. Occasionally, Kakashi would visit Li Qing's home to learn some health-preserving techniques. His talent surpassed that of Noara Rin, and he had now mastered the art of Tai Chi, seamlessly integrating it with ninjutsu and swordsmanship to create an unmatched combat style. The next time Uchiha Itachi encountered Li Qing was at the latter's doorstep. At that moment, Li Qing was taking a leisurely stroll with Xiao Tiantian's tiny hand in his own, serendipitously running into Itachi as he emerged from the bookstore. What a coincidence, Itachi! Li Qing greeted him with a smile. Indeed, a coincidence, Li Qing, Itachi replied, a hint of surprise gracing his features upon this unexpected reunion. Noticing the bag in Itachi's hand, Li Qing smiled again. My home is just nearby. Would you care to come in for a visit? Upon hearing Li Qing's invitation, Itachi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Li Qing picked up Xiao Tiantian and led Itachi towards his home. Thank you for your patronage, Li Qing remarked suddenly, catching Itachi off guard. After a brief pause, Itachi finally grasped the meaning of Li Qing's words. He then recalled their previous conversation and couldn't help but ask, "Is the Li Qing in the book you?" "Sort of," Li Qing responded, leaving Itachi somewhat perplexed. What does sort of mean? If it is, it is. If not, then not. Understanding the confusion, Li Qing elaborated, these books are more of a compilation of others' works. They cannot be considered my original creations. Itachi seemed to grasp the essence, though he still understood that the Li Qing depicted in the books was indeed the one standing before him. I really enjoy your books. Thank you. I hope they can provide you with some nourishment for your spirit. Li Qing sincerely wished for Itachi, believing his fate should not be so burdensome. Li Qing showed Itachi around his home, and when Itachi beheld the manuscript towering like a small mountain in Li Qing's room, his admiration for Li Qing deepened. How long did it take to write all this? The composed and mature Itachi was surprised to find himself expressing such awe. Li Qing, recognizing the rarity of this moment, smiled gently and replied, "It didn't take long, see?" Then, under Li Qing's guidance, 10 pens levitated and began inscribing various contents upon the paper. The spectacle left Itachi momentarily speechless. After the demonstration, the pens returned to their place. Observing Itachi still lost in thought, Li Qing chose not to interrupt his contemplation. After a considerable time, Itachi finally processed what he had just witnessed. He turned to Li Qing and inquired, "What kind of ninjutsu was that?" Li Qing recalled how Kakashi and Noara Rin had also asked him something similar at the outset. With a smile, he explained, "This is not ninjutsu. It's Taoist technique, a capability from a different cultivation system." Taoist technique? Itachi murmured softly, intrigued and curious upon hearing of a power beyond the ninjutsu system. He gazed at Li Qing, his eyes sparkling with a thirst for knowledge. What is Taoist technique? Taoist technique is the art of controlling the laws of nature with one's own will. Itachi took a moment to digest this explanation before he was about to speak again when a small voice interrupted him. "Qing, I need to go potty." The elongated call pulled Li Qing, who had been discussing the laws of the universe, away from the topic as he hurried to take Xiao to the restroom. Witnessing this starkly contrasting scene, Itachi found nothing absurd or ridiculous. Instead, Li Qing became even more enigmatic in his eyes. Chapter 16. Let him feel despair. Xiao was now nearly a year old, already approaching a height of 1 meter. Thanks to the prolonged exposure to Li Qing's residual spiritual energy, she had grown more rapidly than her peers. Imitating what she observed, she was quite self-sufficient at home. However, whenever she was near Li Qing, she would expect him to assist her with everything. This was a lesson from her mother, Murakami Xiao Ai. Once Xiao emerged, Li Qing helped wash her little hands. "In no time, you'll be celebrating your first birthday. From now on, you should do these things yourself," he said, playfully ruffling her petite nose. "I don't want to. I want you to help me." She immediately pouted in protest, employing her well-rehearsed charm. Li Qing regarded her, contemplating the future. If there were a tomorrow, would she still rely on him in the same way? Since being reborn and condensing the purple gold elixir, his perspective on the world had become somewhat indifferent. He preferred to let things unfold naturally. He seemed to have no particular likes or dislikes. The actions he took appeared to be in response to the needs of others. Perhaps one day, when no one required him any longer, it would signal his departure. Sometimes, he even felt as if he were no longer human. Qing. Noticing Li Qing's prolonged silence and expressionless demeanor, the perceptive Xiao Tiantian's eyes quickly welled with tears, and she began to cry. Hearing her call, Li Qing snapped back to reality. Upon seeing the little one standing with arms outstretched, a flicker of warmth ignited in his heart. "I'm here." He knelt and gathered her into his embrace, wiping away her tears. "Don't cry, don't cry." He gently swayed her while caressing her back. The little girl clung tightly to his neck, unwilling to let go. Feeling her deep reliance, a part of his humanity seemed to return. From a distance, Itachi observed this tender scene, his admiration for Li Qing deepening further. As someone who would soon become an older brother himself, he silently resolved to be a gentle brother like Li Qing. Once Xiao Tian had been comforted, Li Qing returned to Itachi's side. "I apologize for the wait." He smiled at Itachi, offering his apologies. "No worries," Itachi replied, feeling a twinge of envy and anticipation as he witnessed the warmth shared between them. He sincerely expressed, "You two siblings have a wonderful bond." Upon hearing this, Li Qing's smile deepened. However, a small voice immediately disagreed with Itachi's observation. "I'm not a sister. I'm his fiancée." Though she did not fully grasp the meaning of fiancé, she resolutely corrected him, having learned the term shortly after she began calling Li Qing by name. The word seemed etched at the very beginning of her life. Under the influence of preconceived notions, she found it impossible to accept any other appellation. Uchiha Itachi stood frozen once more, overwhelmed by the successive waves of shock he experienced today. He had become somewhat immune to the revelations, and before long, he had come to terms with the truth. Observing Itachi's expression, Li Qing smiled and shook his head, indicating that he had no intention of provoking his emotional turmoil. With the myriad of new information received today, Itachi decided it was best to return home. As he approached the door, Li Qing pondered for a moment, then earnestly said, "If you wish to learn, I can teach you." Upon hearing this, Itachi felt a stirring within, yet he remained silent. simply nodding seriously before departing. After bidding farewell to Itachi, Xiao Tian innocently asked Li Qing a question. Li Qing, what is a fiancé? Li Qing was at a loss for words. Explaining such a concept to a child under 1 year old felt exceedingly distant. Just as he struggled to articulate an answer, someone else spoke up. Xiao Tian, a fiancé is someone you are meant to be with forever. Unbeknownst to them, their parents stood behind, and the one who answered was Li Qing's mother, Beichen Xingzi. Upon hearing the response, Xiao Tian's eyes lit up with wonder. Aunt Xingzi, is that true? Of course it is. Beichen Xingzi replied, smiling as she reached to embrace Xiao Tian, only to have the child shyly evade her, causing Xingzi's smile to falter. Aunt Xingzi, I am Li Qing's fiancé. I want to be with him forever. With that declaration, she buried her head once more in Li Qing's shoulder. Her words made the two pairs of young parents exchange glances and smile, dissipating Xingzi's earlier awkwardness. In the land of rain, Uchiha Obito and Zetsu trudged through the dismal rain-soaked landscape, utterly disheveled. Their previous attempt to approach the Akatsuki under the guise of Uchiha Madara had backfired, resulting in a brutal confrontation that left them thoroughly beaten. Damn it! It's all your fault for missing the opportune moment, Zetsu chastised Obito, frustration evident in his tone. Had it not been for Obito's 2-month slumber, they might not have lost control of the situation. Just months prior, the Akatsuki had suffered devastating losses at the hands of Hanzo of the Salamander and Shimura Danzo, leading Nagato to go berserk, slaughtering the Rain Village ninjas and Danzo's forces alike. Danzo's route had been decimated, leaving him barely clinging to life, while Hanzo was gravely injured, with all the Rain ninjas present wiped out. Since then, the Akatsuki and the Rain ninjas had been at war, with Danzo barely escaping the land of rain. In the midst of their silence, Obito suddenly scoffed. How laughable! That Nagato speaks of creating a world of mutual understanding. If he refuses to cooperate, let him experience the despair this world can bring. Zetsu shook his head, believing Nagato to be of no further use. The late Yahiko had completely assimilated Nagato's being, and a dead man's will cannot be altered. Thus, Nagato with the Rinnegan could not be changed either. We must plan to retrieve the Rinnegan and find a more compliant host. Hearing Zetsu's words, Obito narrowed his eyes at him. Humph, with that broken body of yours, you can't possibly handle the Rinnegan. Zetsu retorted, if it weren't for your missteps, we wouldn't need to seek a replacement for Nagato. I am not your subordinate. We are merely collaborators. Obito, now more resolute, seemed ready to confront Zetsu. Yet, Zetsu, facing the madness before him, chose to endure for the sake of their grand objective. You plan to retrieve the Rinnegan. I will scout for a new vessel. With that, Zetsu activated his technique and vanished. As Obito spread his arms to embrace the rain-soaked world, Chapter 17, the vision was too beautiful unfolded. While Obito and Zetsu plotted to make Nagato experience despair, Li Qing prepared for a charitable endeavor. One day, he had observed Kabuto diligently copying fairy tales into a notebook. Realizing Kabuto's circumstances, he surmised that he intended to read them to the children at the orphanage. Consequently, Li Qing arranged for a printing house to produce a batch of fairy tales and books for healing the soul. He planned to have Noera Rin deliver the books to the orphanage under the guise of a bookstore. Days later, Rin discreetly delivered the books to the orphanage. The day after receiving the books, the then director of the orphanage, Yakushi Nanoyu, arrived with several older children to express their gratitude. It was on that day that Li Qing first laid eyes on the bespectacled director. Despite her petite stature, she bore an immense weight on her shoulders, embodying the strength of a mother and self-sacrifice. Her tragic fate exemplified Danzo's cruelty, reflecting the prevailing attitude of those in power towards the less fortunate. When Nanoyu and her group came to thank him, Li Qing chose not to reveal himself. Ultimately, Nanoyu requested Rin to convey her thanks. As they departed the bookstore, Kabuto inadvertently glanced at Li Qing. Noticing Kabuto's gaze, Li Qing offered a slight smile in response. He sensed that Kabuto had gleaned some understanding, given that he and Xiao Tian had not pretended not to know Rin during their visits. Since their last trip outside Konoha, Xiao Tian had persistently requested Li Qing to take her out for play. Weather permitting, he typically acquiesced to her wishes, with their destinations varying according to whim, resulting in joyful outings accompanied by countless small animals. After encountering Uchiha Itachi at his doorstep, they once again met by a small river. The sight of the accompanying animals continued to astonish Itachi. Some of the creatures, despite their formidable presence, followed Li Qing with remarkable docility. Watching Xiao Tian frolicking among the animals, Itachi's eyes glimmered with excitement. His brother or sister would soon be born, and if he could attract small animals as well, it would surely delight them. Recalling Li Qing's previous words, he eagerly inquired, "Li Qing, is it difficult to learn the art of attracting animals?" Understanding the question, Li Qing explained, "It is a passive ability. They are drawn to the energy I exude. If you learn to cultivate your skills, you will naturally attract these small creatures in time." "How long will it take?" Itachi pressed, seeming quite animated. "I cannot say. It varies by individual. It may come quickly for some, slowly for others, and some may never achieve it." Upon hearing this, Itachi furrowed his brow. "Li Qing, how long did it take you?" Li Qing chuckled but remained silent. "Is it not permissible to share?" Itachi asked, his brow knitted in confusion. "My experience cannot serve as a benchmark. What do you intend to attract them for?" Li Qing could not disclose that he had begun his training in the womb, nor did he know how long it took others to channel energy into their bodies. Itachi's face flushed as he pondered the answer. Feeling somewhat embarrassed about wanting to be a good older brother, he hesitated. However, recalling Li Qing's affection for Xiao Tian, he felt it was acceptable to share. "I want to use it to entertain my younger siblings." Upon hearing this reason, Li Qing was struck by a realization. He remembered the lengths Itachi had gone to for Sasuke. Regardless of right or wrong, he was undoubtedly a good older brother. "You can start learning. If by then you haven't succeeded, I can ask the animals if any would like to help you care for your younger siblings." Itachi, overwhelmed with gratitude, stood up and exclaimed, "Thank you, Li Qing." Li Qing observed that despite being but a child himself, Uchiha Itachi was already contemplating the responsibilities of caring for his younger siblings. It must be said, he is indeed a remarkably precocious child. Li Qing imparted to Uchiha Itachi some fundamental exercises, for he needed to strengthen his physique. In the pursuit of cultivation, essence, energy, and spirit are indispensable. The body is the foundation of all. Only with abundant vitality can one possess a vibrant spirit. Regardless of the tumultuous world outside, Li Qing's days flowed serenely, as if the affairs of the world could not disturb his tranquility. The sun rose and set, clouds rolled and relaxed. Time swiftly passed, and it was now March 9th, 51st year of Konoha. On this day last year, Li Qing was born, and today marks the anniversary of his first year. It is also the birthday of little Tian, coinciding with the moment he and she would formalize their marriage contract. Today, both Li Qing's parents and Tian's parents would remain at home, dedicating the entire day to the two children. Though Li Qing appeared nothing like a one-year-old child, despite his demeanor and speech reflecting that of a fully fledged adult, despite possessing many wondrous qualities, in the eyes of Li Qing and Bei Xingzi, he was merely their child. A parent's love for their offspring is profound and far-reaching. Li Qing and his wife often deliberated privately about their son's future. In their eyes, Li Qing was the most exceptional child in the world. They worried about his growth, concerned that his brilliance might attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. In essence, they fretted over every aspect of Li Qing's life. The same principle applied to little Tian. To secure their daughter's future happiness, the Ling couple practically entrusted her to Li Qing's family. Today, Tian awoke early, donned in new attire, her hair styled into two adorable buns. She knew that at this hour, Li Qing would be meditating on the rooftop. Upon arriving at Li Qing's courtyard and glancing upward, she indeed found him seated as usual. With a gentle call of his name, she was lifted by an unseen force and floated toward the rooftop. Upon reaching the same height as Li Qing, when she looked at him again, he appeared to be enveloped in a golden glow under the morning sun. His demeanor was serene and tranquil, emanating a comforting aura and a delightful fragrance. Witnessing this enchanting scene, Tian smiled sweetly. She then folded her legs and joined Li Qing in meditation. When the morning's energy gathering concluded, Li Qing opened his eyes. Upon noticing Tian beside him, he paused momentarily. Today, she bore a resemblance to the female ninja of Konoha, a future master of weaponry, perhaps. If she were to master the art of manipulating energy to control objects, she might become a sword immortal, unleashing a sword pellet to claim a head from 1,000 miles away. Alternatively, she could wield flying knives with precision. Akin to the legendary Shaolin, Li Qing envisioned Tian, equipped with a sword sheath and holding flying knives, and the imagery was simply too beautiful. As he pondered, a smile graced his lips. "What are you laughing at?" Hearing the voice, Li Qing snapped out of his reverie. He looked down at the little one who had unknowingly opened her eyes, gently brushing his fingers across her nose. I am laughing at you. Tian tilted her head in contemplation for a moment before responding with a simple, oh. Chapter 18. Fishing for leisure after completing his morning exercises. Uchiha Itachi joined his parents for breakfast. Throughout the meal, he remained attentive to his mother's condition, preemptively assisting her with any tasks. Uchiha Makoto gazed tenderly at her eldest son, marveling at how, despite his tender age, he exhibited such concern for others. At times, she felt a pang of sorrow for his maturity. Itachi, my dear child. Unable to contain her affection, Uchiha Makoto pulled him close and embraced him. Mother, Uchiha Itachi replied. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he considered himself grown and found it awkward to be held in such a manner. Ahem, let us continue with breakfast. Hearing her husband's prompt, Uchiha Makoto shot him a sharp glance, while Uchiha Itachi seized the opportunity to return to his seat and resume eating. Father, mother. I will be going out today and will not return for lunch, he announced. Both Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto looked up in surprise at their son's declaration. Noticing their astonishment, Uchiha Itachi quickly clarified, I have a friend with a birthday, and I plan to attend. Their surprise deepened. They were well aware of their family's circumstances, and it was rare for Uchiha children to socialize with outsiders. Now, their son was attending a friend's birthday celebration. This was unexpected. Despite their astonishment, they did not hinder their son, for whatever he chose was ultimately his decision. Shortly after finishing breakfast, Uchiha Makoto handed Uchiha Itachi some money. For your friend's birthday, you will need to buy a gift. Looking at the thick stack of currency, Uchiha Itachi declined. No need, mother. A gift is about the sentiment, not its extravagance. Uchiha Makoto, undeterred by her son's response, playfully tapped his head. Humph. Take it. Now you are lecturing me on reason. Faced with her insistence, Uchiha Itachi reluctantly accepted. Thank you, mother. Just as he prepared to leave, he was called back once more by Uchiha Makoto. Itachi, have fun, she encouraged, her eyes crinkling into a smile as she gestured for him to enjoy himself. Embarrassed, Uchiha Itachi nodded and turned to exit. Yahiko Rin emerged from a gift shop, carrying two similarly sized gift boxes. Thinking of the remarkable duo of individuals, a smile graced her face. Today, she had taken a day off to attend Li Qing's birthday party as a friend. As she made her way towards Li Qing's home, she was unexpectedly halted by Kakashi, who was without his mask. Rin, what a coincidence. Kakashi scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. This was his first time confronting Yahiko Rin face to face since he had removed his mask. Typically, he followed her discreetly to ensure her safety during her daily routine. Kakashi? Yahiko Rin tilted her head in inquiry. Although Kakashi's voice remained unchanged, it was her first time seeing his true face. The contrast between his former appearance and his present visage left her taken aback, momentarily rendering her speechless. It is I? Kakashi feigned composure, meeting her gaze. Yahiko Rin circled around him, scrutinizing him closely. Not bad. Just as handsome as when you wore the mask. Kakashi was taken aback not by her compliment, but by her calm demeanor and tranquil tone. Thank you, he replied, regaining his composure. Yet, silence ensued, and Kakashi found the atmosphere to be quite tense. Fortunately, the perceptive Yahiko Rin broke the silence. I am on my way to Li Qing's birthday party. Are you coming? Upon hearing this, Kakashi felt an inexplicable sense of relief wash over him. He was uncertain why he could not resist revealing himself upon seeing her with the gifts. I happen to have no missions today. I shall accompany you. In that case, let me help you choose a gift. Yahiko Rin smiled at Kakashi, seeing her cheerful demeanor. Kakashi found himself momentarily entranced, but quickly returned to reality. While selecting gifts, Yahiko Rin reminded Kakashi that 2 gifts were necessary. He looked at her quizzically, and she simply smiled in response. Recalling her initial reaction, she felt it would be unfair for her to be the only one in shock. As Yahiko Rin approached Li Qing's residence, she could not resist glancing at the bookstore. Currently, aside from Yahiko Rin as the manager, there was another employee. During busy times, she struggled to manage alone, so Li Qing had suggested she hire an assistant to help. Yahiko Rin observed the bookstore's neatness, which eased her mind as she and Kakashi approached the door bearing gifts. Although today was a birthday celebration, little Tian's training could not be neglected. She had mastered the movements of Tai Chi with remarkable proficiency. However, mere familiarity was insufficient. One must also know how to apply it. At that moment, little Tian was practicing her strength by fishing in a large water vat. Tai Chi resembles the act of fishing. One must move their hand as if it were submerged in water, gently and deliberately. The push hands in Tai Chi, akin to fishing, require one to listen with their hands. During training, one must embody the essence of fishing in water. With just a flicker of intention, true skill can be cultivated. The fish in the vat were neither too large nor too small, perfectly sized for her grasp. The two fathers watched as little Tian repeatedly caught and released the fish, their faces adorned with smiles. Typically, they practiced only the simplest form of Ba Duan Jin, showing little interest in anything beyond that. The two mothers were busy preparing a sumptuous lunch, while the fathers leisurely sipped tea, enjoying the moment with their children, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the courtyard door. Li Qing, observing little Tian's fishing, saw the two fathers head outside to check the situation. Shortly after, they returned, accompanied by 3 individuals carrying gift boxes. Upon seeing the newcomers, Li Qing smiled subtly and welcomed them. Welcome. The trio consisted of Rin, Kakashi, and Uchiha Itachi, who had all arrived at Li Qing's doorstep simultaneously. They were pleasantly surprised to find others joining them in extending their birthday wishes. Li Qing gestured for 3 chairs to be brought, inviting them to sit. However, they chose instead to gather around little Tian, intrigued by her fishing endeavor. What is she doing? The most curious, Rin, was the first to inquire. The 3 turned their attention to Li Qing, awaiting his explanation. They sensed that little Tian's actions held deeper significance, as Li Qing's every action was imbued with meaning. Without uttering a word, Li Qing drew circles with his hands. And in an instant, the dual forces of yin and yang began to swirl. Upon witnessing this, their eyes lit up with understanding, particularly Rin, who appeared eager to try. Noticing her enthusiasm, Li Qing shook his head, pointing in a different direction. This is for children. You should try over there. The group followed his finger to a larger vat nearby, where they discovered a fish approximately 1 meter long. This fish is enormous, Li Qing remarked, glancing at Rin with a smile, sensing her interest. Shall we give it a try? Absolutely, she replied, her previous sunny disposition gradually returning. As she rolled up her sleeves and approached the vat, everyone, including Li Qing's father and little Tian's father, watched intently. In front of the gathered audience, Rin plunged her hand into the water. Initially expecting a struggle between herself and the fish, she was taken aback when, upon contact, the fish reacted with startling vigor. With a series of loud splashes, the fish's tail struck the water repeatedly, drenching Rin unexpectedly. Caw, caw, caw. It was as if a flock of crows had flown over the courtyard. Rin, Kakashi called out, noticing the water dripping from her hair. Li Qing, however, wore a broad smile. The fish was one he had caught earlier, brimming with wild energy and strength. Uchiha Itachi turned his gaze elsewhere to spare her any further embarrassment. We'll prepare it for lunch today, Li Qing announced, gesturing as the water gradually detached from Rin's body, coalescing into a sphere before returning to the vat. This display astonished both Uchiha Itachi and Kakashi. Unlike water release, which manifests one's chakra, Li Qing was manipulating existing water. Let me try again, Rin exclaimed, inspired by Li Qing's ability to separate the water. On her second attempt, the fish did not splash, but it was incredibly agile. As soon as she touched it, it wriggled free. Rin realized that the dynamics of the fish's movements were continuously changing, unlike her usual slow-paced strikes. Tai Chi embodies the principle of balance, with the interplay of yin and yang, and the same applies to Tai Chi Chuan. Noticing that Rin was still unable to catch the fish, Li Qing offered some words of encouragement. Her hearing his advice prompted thoughtful contemplation, as Uchiha Itachi and Kakashi began to ponder how they might approach the challenge. What seemed simple in theory proved to be quite challenging in practice. After what felt like an eternity, during which her clothes were soaked and dried multiple times, Rin finally succeeded in lifting the fish from the water. Look, she beamed, proudly showcasing her accomplishment. With a splash, the fish was returned to the vat, and she was content to cease her fishing efforts. Kakashi, witnessing Rin's renewed sunny demeanor, felt warmth wash over him. Just then, Li Qing's voice broke the moment. Do you all know each other? He inquired, recalling their simultaneous entry and curious about their relationships. Observing the trio standing together sparked interest. Uchiha Itachi stepped forward first, addressing Kakashi and Rin with earnestness. I am Uchiha Itachi, pleased to meet you. I am naturally acquainted with both Kakashi-senpai and Yahira Rin-senpai. Kakashi, upon hearing Itachi's name, stood to respond seriously, pleased to meet you. Yahira Rin, however, stood with a more casual demeanor, unlike the formality of the others. I am Yahira Rin. Pleased to meet you. Although I am no longer a ninja, I am now the manager of the worry-free bookstore. Once introductions were complete, Li Qing resumed speaking. Since you have come to my home, allow me to show you something new. At his words, they eagerly followed him, their expressions filled with anticipation. As Li Qing led them to a different corner of the courtyard, their eyes widened in astonishment at the new object he revealed. Hanging from a large frame was a massive iron ball, its surface gleaming like a mirror. What is this for? Yahira Rin inquired, a playful smile on her face. Feigning ignorance. This is a solid iron ball I specifically crafted, weighing exactly 1,000 pounds, intended for training, Li Qing explained. While they had suspected it was for training, they were taken aback by its substantial weight. The other two pondered how they might utilize it effectively. Sensing their curiosity, Li Qing elaborated. When you manipulate this ball freely, your internal energy will harmonize into a singular form. As he spoke, he approached the iron ball, pushing it gently with his right foot. The heavy sphere swung in an arc, reaching its apex before starting to descend. Without flinching, Li Qing pressed his abdomen against the iron ball, then thrust forward, causing it to rebound like a balloon. As the ball returned to its peak, Li Qing deftly flicked it, spinning his body to strike it once more. Amidst the rhythmic oscillations of the iron ball, Li Qing danced gracefully within the frame, skillfully using various parts of his body to manipulate the ball as if in a unique rhythm. His movements flowed seamlessly, exuding an effortless grace, demonstrating the 13 techniques: Penglu, Ji, Enkai, Lie, Elbow, Lean, Advance, Retreat, Observe, and Anticipate. Li Qing showcased them one by one. To him, the 1,000-pound iron ball felt as weightless as a balloon. At this moment, not only the original three but also the two fathers and little Tian Tian watched intently. The fathers were visibly anxious, fearing for Li Qing's safety amidst such a display. Finally, with a decisive gesture, Li Qing brought the iron ball to a standstill, retreating from the frame. Upon stepping out, Li Qing gazed at the others and continued to smile. This was the effect achieved when pure flesh and blood harmonized with formidable power. Noera Rin blinked her eyes, stepped forward, and pushed the iron ball, which merely wobbled slightly. Witnessing this, her expression stiffened. She then recalled Li Qing's movements. With one foot planted firmly, she exerted force with both hands, sending the iron ball into a gentle arc. Rin attempted to manipulate the iron ball, only to find herself swaying along with it. Fortunately, the arc of its movement was minimal, otherwise, the consequences would have been far more severe. As Noera Rin emerged from the rack, she covered her slightly flushed face. Qing, I'm thirsty, piped up Xiao Tian Tian as she saw Li Qing finish his task and opened her arms for a hug. Li Qing bent down and lifted her. He then continued speaking to the others. I previously mentioned another system of cultivation, and what I just demonstrated is the foundation of that system. The three individuals suddenly comprehended that this was what Li Qing truly wished to convey. Their eyes sparkled with curiosity, eager to experience that extraordinary power for themselves. What comes next? Noera Rin, no longer hiding her face, asked Li Qing with great anticipation. Chapter 20. Scandal. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. What you need now is to learn to master your own body, Li Qing stated. Noticing their heightened enthusiasm, he added, since you wish to hear more, I shall briefly explain. Qi, Li Qing gestured, and a trickle of clear water soared from the water tank, forming the character Qi in midair. Qi is a spark of spiritual light within the human body, known as innate ancestral Qi. By harnessing this spark of light and refining the essence of heaven and earth, one can transform it into a mysterious pearl, referred to as an inner elixir. The surrounding individuals wore puzzled expressions, completely bewildered. Observing this, Li Qing gently caressed his lower dantian. Instantly, a golden light radiated, and they seemed to glimpse a purple-golden elixir swirling within Li Qing's body. This purple-gold elixir is the inner elixir I have condensed. Noticing their continued confusion, he pondered for a moment before rephrasing. Chakra is a fusion of life force and spiritual energy. When utilizing ninjutsu, one must treat chakra as fuel, employing various hand seals to form different ninjutsu. Upon hearing the familiar term chakra, they appeared less bewildered and continued to listen intently to Li Qing's explanation. The elixir requires concentration to condense it, gathering innate qi. This is the process of refining essence into qi. Seeing their expressions of partial understanding, Li Qing smiled and continued, moreover, the process of refining essence into qi entails guiding external energy into the body, continuously transforming the essence of life. Prior to this, one must open the Rin and Du meridians through breath regulation, meditation, and introspection, forming the small circulatory system. At this point, Noera Rin's head felt heavy. Her eyes glazed over. The others were not faring much better. Thankfully, even if they did not understand at present, they were diligently noting down the content. Feeling that enough had been covered for the day, Li Qing decided to allow them to digest the information at their own pace. Simply listening to the process was complex. Executing it would be even more challenging. Li Qing had easily achieved this due to the innate chaotic state in the womb. Prior to that, he had undergone extensive refinement through the I Ching, which enabled him to capture that innate qi. For the others, the path to cultivation would be fraught with even greater difficulties. Qing, I'm thirsty, Xiao Tian called out at the opportune moment. Li Qing carried her to fetch water to quench her thirst. Upon returning, he noticed that the others had regained their usual demeanor. They appeared to have found a common topic of conversation, so he chose not to interrupt them. Time flew by during this joyous and leisurely gathering. And before they knew it, noon approached. The birthday feast prepared throughout the morning was finally complete. Due to the initial uncertainty about guests arriving, both fathers had ventured out midway to procure additional items. As planned, the large fish from the water tank had been transformed into several exquisite dishes. Their families' culinary habits differed somewhat from those of other families in the village, leaving the guests intrigued. The dishes crafted from the large fish were particularly novel to them. Try these dishes that cannot be found elsewhere, Li Qing invited the congratulatory guests to sample. Noera Rin reveled in the flavors, while the other two were left sweating profusely from the spice. Xiao Tian, already accustomed to the taste, savored the meal with great delight. Observing the two struggling, Noera Rin shook her head in disappointment, believing that their inability to appreciate the deliciousness was truly their loss. In response, Li Qing prepared a non-spicy grilled fish, which he shared with the two. As they neared the end of their meal, the two mothers brought out a birthday cake for each to place on the table. Happy birthday, Qing. Happy birthday, Tian. After everyone had offered their wishes, they began to slice the cake. At this moment, Kakashi noticed a peculiar detail. Why did both cakes bear the number 1? Rin, did they mix up the cakes? Kakashi quietly inquired. Noera Rin merely smiled enigmatically, finding it difficult to explain. Most would find it hard to believe. Noticing her strange smile, Kakashi grew more perplexed but chose not to press further. During the gathering, Li Qing's father stood to express gratitude on behalf of the family. When Li Xian raised his cup, the guests were momentarily unsure, as they had yet to learn how to drink alcohol. Li Qing, noticing this, smiled and suggested they could substitute tea for wine. After the toasts and tea replacements, the atmosphere became even more vibrant. Thus, the birthday celebration unfolded joyfully for all. Since his last defeat, Shimura Danzo had remained hidden in his lair, nursing his wounds. Yet, the more he secluded himself in the shadows, the more his resentment festered. Damn it, cursed land of rain, damned Akatsuki organization. Shimura Danzo glared at his missing right leg, his face contorted in anguish. He had poured his heart and soul into Konoha. Why had fate dealt him such a cruel hand? He had yet to fulfill his dreams, and now he was rendered a useless cripple. As Shimura Danzo grappled with his disillusionment, a chilling voice suddenly pierced through his thoughts. Danzo, how tragic you are. The unexpected voice shattered his reverie, heightening his alertness. Show yourself, Orochimaru. He barked. As expected, Orochimaru emerged from the shadows, a triumphant smirk plastered across his face. Feeling the weight of Orochimaru's gaze, Danzo's humiliation intensified, igniting a fierce blaze within him. Shall we collaborate, Danzo? Orochimaru proposed, to which Danzo forcibly restrained his surging emotions. After the birthday celebration, Li Qing's life continued in a tranquil manner. Each day was akin to that of a caretaker, and over time, he had grown accustomed to looking after Tian. As August arrived, the sweltering heat not only made one physically uncomfortable, but also irritable. A few days prior, a ludicrous scandal had erupted in Konoha village. Elder Shimura Danzo found himself the subject of scorn as flyers circulated, accusing him of cutting funding to the orphanage to coerce its director into becoming his spy. Even more shocking, he had allegedly threatened a young orphan to serve him. The flyers boldly proclaimed the existence of the root, asserting it to be Danzo's personal army. At the conclusion of the flyers, a series of thought-provoking questions were posed. Does Shimura Danzo wield more power than the Hokage, able to dictate the fates of war orphans at will? Is Konoha truly for the many, or merely the few? Is the will of fire merely a pretext for severing the orphanage's financial lifeline? The flyers spread like wildfire, and soon everyone was aware of the scandal. Now everyone is aware that within Konoha exists a root as hellish as it is concealed. While the villagers of Konoha have become privy to this information, the entirety of the shinobi world is also in the know. Such occurrences are not uncommon across various shinobi villages. Every village has its share of unsavory dealings. However, none have ever been publicized through flyers as brazenly as this. This has become a colossal farce, attracting the attention of onlookers far and wide. The situation escalated rapidly, akin to a torrential flood, with countless discontented voices rising within Konoha. Further complicating matters, the following day, a mere 7-year-old child stepped forward in public to confess, pleading for the release of the orphanage director and the other children, willing to shoulder all responsibility alone. Chapter 21. Relocation. The child's words struck like a sharp blade into the hearts of those who shared similar experiences. Everyone pondered, what has Konoha become? Why would a group of orphans prefer to face the unknown hardships rather than remain in Konoha? Eventually, the then 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, made an appearance. He proclaimed that a thorough investigation into the truth would be conducted, assuring that justice would prevail. While the 4th Hokage seemed to have temporarily quelled the uproar, clandestine activities continued unabated. At the Hokage building, the 4th addressed the findings of the investigation regarding the orphans adopted by the orphanage over the years, who were often taken away under various pretexts. It was discovered that some of those orphans had previously resided in the root training facility, and a grim tally revealed that a mere fraction of them had survived the brutal training. Kakashi presented his findings to Minato, suppressing his emotions. He realized that what he had witnessed of the root was merely the surface of a far more sinister reality. According to the data, there was a quota for survival among each batch of trainees. Regardless of the circumstances, only a few would ultimately endure. During his investigation into Danzo, he inadvertently uncovered hints regarding his father's unjust vilification. Minato's expression remained inscrutable as he absorbed Kakashi's report, plunging into deep contemplation. Noticing his mentor's silence, Kakashi took a deep breath and spoke again. 4th Hokage, we should at least adhere to the principle of voluntariness. Kakashi understood that the darkness within the shinobi villages could not simply vanish. As he had learned from Li Qing about Tai Chi, without yin, there is no birth. Without yang, there is no growth. However, he insisted that it should at least be under voluntary conditions, unlike Danzo's approach of obliterating the trainees' will, turning them into mere puppets. Upon hearing Kakashi's renewed plea, Minato returned his gaze to Kakashi, contemplating before responding. Kakashi, I have taken note of your suggestion. You may leave for now. Kakashi nodded and withdrew. Stepping out of the Hokage's office, Kakashi was greeted by the blinding sunlight. He looked up at the sky, where the sun blazed fiercely. The warmth of the sun dispelled much of the gloom he had accumulated earlier. In a moment of reverie, he recalled his first encounter with Li Qing, finally grasping the meaning of the phrase, always walk in the sunlight. With a newfound determination and tranquility in his eyes, Kakashi silently relinquished his previous thoughts and slowly walked away beneath the sun. Days later, an announcement was made from the Hokage building. Shimura Danzo was imprisoned for alleged unjust actions, though specifics of the allegations were not disclosed. The confessing child was exonerated and promised compensation for the orphanage. Initially, it seemed that the situation would subside, but on the 3rd day following the announcement, the orphanage in Konoha was found empty. The war orphans brought back to Konoha had all silently departed the village. This incident left the villagers in a state of unease. The flyers had detailed the root's activities, and now that the orphanage was gone, many feared that the root would turn its attention to others. However, what they did not realize was that the root had already extended its reach towards others, supported by prominent clans who even selected some of their members to join the root. The root had emerged from Danzo's ambitions, bolstered by the backing of these clans. Without their support, he would lack the funding to cultivate so many root operatives. In a dimly lit room, Danzo sat with his eyes closed, feeling the tide of misfortune turning against him. Creak. The door swung open. Danzo opened his eyes briefly before shutting them again. Danzo, you should leave matters to the younger generation. You are growing old. Silence. Hiruzen. Danzo, who had maintained his composure until now, was suddenly filled with rage. His bloodshot eyes glaring at the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was smoking a pipe. Danzo, you have put Konoha in jeopardy. With a puff of smoke, Hiruzen gazed somberly at Danzo. I am not at fault. Danzo could hardly fathom how his initial intentions to acquire a few competent spies had spiraled into such a predicament. What was once a formidable threat had now become utterly ineffective. You will reflect on your actions here. With that, Hiruzen turned and departed. Regret it, you will. Bang. The door slammed shut, plunging the room back into darkness and silence. Time passed in the shadows until Danzo's eyes snapped open. Bring that little brat back to me. Yes. A voice echoed in the darkness, followed by the swift movement of a figure. A cloaked, masked team traversed the forest with great speed, pursuing the group of orphans that had fled Konoha. Thud. Blood spurted forth as one of the cloaked figures had their throats slit, collapsing instantly. Enemy attack. Before the one who had called out could react, their throat too was cut. The sounds of slicing filled the air as the entire squad was swiftly eliminated, leaving no survivors. After the last one fell, a figure emerged, wiping the blood from their blade before vanishing without a trace. Danzo, who had been awaiting news, received only the grim tidings of numerous corpses and an even more profound loss of power. Over the course of nearly half a year, Li Qing's height had surged once more. He now stood at over 1.6 meters. Tian often found herself annoyed with him, having once declared her desire to ignore him. Yet, merely half a day later, she would be searching for him again. In truth, Tian was also growing, nearing 1.2 meters tall. However, she had to look up at Li Qing each time, which displeased her. Now, Tian had surpassed many of her peers in height, and Li Qing no longer felt comfortable picking her up, sensing it inappropriate as she matured. Nevertheless, she clung to him like a piece of stubborn gum whenever she had the chance. Upon noticing Li Qing's growth, his parents felt a mix of joy and concern. They were delighted that their son had blossomed into a handsome youth at just 1.5 years old, yet they worried about the implications of his unusual stature. Especially after the recent scandal, they feared that the root would take an interest in their son's exceptional talents and subject him to training. Thus, after much deliberation, Li Qing's parents decided to relocate. Chapter 22. A silent accusation, all right. Upon hearing his parents' proposal, Li Qing readily agreed. For him, it mattered not where they went. If his parents felt insecure here, then leaving was a viable option. Where shall we move to? Li Qing's parents exchanged glances, and his mother, Bachin Akiko, spoke up. A place 100 kilometers away. It was my home during childhood. In the depths of her mother's eyes, Li Qing discerned a flicker of melancholy and profound nostalgia, undoubtedly filled with countless childhood memories. After a brief cleaning, they would move in. The final decision was for Bachin Xingzi to accompany Li Qing to Maple Leaf Villa, situated 100 kilometers away. Meanwhile, Li Qing's father would continue his business and likely visit when he found the time. Their plan was to reconsider moving back after a few years, once Li Qing's age and height became less conspicuous. Once the arrangements were confirmed, Li Qing's father promptly sought assistance to renovate and tidy up Maple Leaf Villa, which had been uninhabited for several years and required many provisions. Upon hearing the news of Li Qing's impending departure, Tian grasped her clothes and refused to let go. Tian's father, Ling Yun, promised to take her to visit Li Qing whenever possible, though it seemed to have little effect. With her head bowed, Tian suddenly looked up and exclaimed indignantly, "Didn't you say we would always be together? Aunt Xingzi is a liar." The abruptness of her declaration left everyone momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, the adults recollected themselves. When Tian had previously inquired about what a fiancé was, Bachin Xingzi had described it as someone they would be with forever. Ahem. Little Tian, that refers to the future. One must marry to be together forever, Bachin Xingzi explained lightly, finding humor in the situation as she gently clarified for the little girl. Then let's get married now. Tian responded without a moment's hesitation. The four adults were left aghast, unable to believe the words they had just heard. Li Qing's smile transformed into a wry grin. The notion of marriage was utterly implausible. She was unaware of its true significance. Her journey through life was still lengthy and uncertain. Li Qing crouched down to gaze at the child who had been by her side since birth, feeling a wave of nostalgia. The once small infant had grown into a lively little girl. Tian, you are still too young. We will discuss marriage later. Upon hearing Li Qing's words, Tian's tears cascaded down her cheeks like a kite with its strings cut. She remained silent, merely gazing at Li Qing as if accusing her of a profound betrayal. At such a young age, who taught you this? Li Qing reached out to wipe her tears, and Tian allowed her to, though her sorrowful gaze was utterly heart-wrenching. With a sigh, Li Qing pinched her small cheek and turned to Tian's parents, saying, "Uncle Ling, and AI, please allow her to accompany me to Maple Leaf Villa. Her current height is indeed quite remarkable." Ling Yun and his wife exchanged glances, both nodding in reluctant agreement. "You are the best, Qing." Suddenly, the teary-eyed Tian leaped into Li Qing's arms, shaking her joyfully. The smile that had been hidden was now uncontainable, and she exuberantly expressed her delight. The sight of this affectionate display ignited a pang of jealousy within Ling Yun and his wife. From the moment of her birth, their daughter had shown a greater affinity for Li Qing than for them, a disparity that had grown more pronounced as she matured. Observing the expressions of their future in-laws, they comforted each other with a pat on the shoulder, silently lamenting, "It seems our daughter was born for your family." Upon hearing Ling Yun's mild complaint, Li Qing's parents chose not to rebut, for that would have been cruel. Li Qing felt a twinge of guilt, acutely aware of the pain in Tian's parents' hearts. Whether he accepted it or not, the truth remained. He had taken Tian's love from them. Tian, go give Uncle Ling and Aunt Ai a hug," she urged. Upon hearing this, Tian ran to her parents, first embracing her father, then her mother. "Father, mother, you are both so wonderful." Her sweet, melodic voice melted their hearts instantly, dissipating any lingering jealousy. "Oh, my dear daughter." Ling Yun bent down and scooped Tian up, gazing at the little one in his arms, his heart devoid of any blame. "AI, you should come along too. Xin and I will visit you when we can." AI nodded affirmatively. In truth, even if Tian hadn't clung to Li Qing so desperately, they would have wanted her to join them at Maple Leaf Villa. The recent orphanage incident had been too terrifying. For ordinary citizens like them, it was nothing short of a nightmare. Now, they were wary of speaking of it, especially concerning misbehaving children, as the whispers had spread far and wide. Children who do not obey will be taken by the root. It remained unclear who had leaked details about how the root was trained, revealing that Shimura Danzo specifically sought out gifted individuals for training, with a survival rate of nearly none. The most horrifying truth was that even those who survived became emotionless tools, at the mercy of Shimura Danzo's commands. Over the years, many gifted children had gone missing in Konoha, with suspicions that they had all been taken by the root. Since the orphans had departed, rumors had swirled throughout the village. The Hokage building had remained silent, unable to offer explanations, for they could not disclose the truth. Those in the know understood that these were not mere rumors, but stark reality. To speak out without solid proof could lead to a devastating blow to the Hokage's credibility. Given the recent turbulence, Li Qing advised the adults to keep the charms she had gifted them close at hand. They understood that Li Qing would not act without reason and nodded solemnly in agreement. Thus, 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. To expedite their departure, Li Xian had arranged for extra help to prepare Maple Leaf Villa, finally getting everything in order by the previous afternoon. Li Qing and her companions had few belongings, which Li Xian had magically stored away, making their move akin to a leisurely outing. The distance was not great, and both fathers would accompany them to Maple Leaf Villa, only feeling at ease once their wives and children were settled. As the others boarded the carriage, Li Qing smiled at those who had come to bid farewell. "The bookstore is in your capable hands." Wildflower Lin felt a twinge of reluctance as her savior and mentor prepared to leave. "With your speed, you'll arrive swiftly. It's just a matter of minutes. You're always welcome to visit." Upon hearing Li Qing's words, Wildflower Lin felt reassured, knowing it was not far and that they could meet whenever they wished. "Very well. Do remember to publish more books," she said playfully, winking. Li Qing shook his head inwardly, acknowledging he had no more stories to tell, feeling almost emptied of ideas. In the future, he would merely summarize the lessons and experiences of his past life. "I will do my best. Farewell." With that, he turned and stepped into the carriage. As he settled in, Tian promptly climbed onto his lap, using him as a seat. Li Qing chuckled softly, pinching her cheek, and Tian tilted her head back, beaming a wide smile at him. The others in the carriage pretended not to notice. With a command from the driver, the carriage began to move forward, gradually picking up speed. Before long, the silhouette of the carriage faded from Wildflower Lin's view. After bidding farewell, she returned to her bookstore, resuming her duties as the shopkeeper. Uchiha Itachi gazed at the sleeping infant in the crib, a smile betraying his lips as he felt an overwhelming sense of warmth. In July, Mikoto Uchiha gave birth to a baby boy, whom Fugako Uchiha named Sasuke Uchiha. Initially, Itachi Uchiha had asked Li Qing to invite several small animals, but he soon discovered that the infant was solely preoccupied with eating and sleeping, leaving no opportunity for him to showcase any surprises. With a sense of resignation, Itachi had no choice but to send the animals away, promising to revisit the idea when his younger brother was more active. "Itachi, come here." Upon hearing his mother's call, Itachi shifted his gaze from his brother. When he reached her side, expecting to be given instructions, he was unexpectedly pulled into her embrace. "Don't move. Mommy wants to hold you." Itachi, who had intended to rise, paused at her words and soon found himself snugly confined in Mikoto's arms. "It's been so long since I held you, Itachi," she said, tightening her embrace. During her pregnancy, her eldest son was just over 4 years old, and now he was merely 5. Yet, he never cried or fussed, often showing concern for those around him. The more understanding he became, the more her heart ached for him. "Mom loves you just as much as your brother. You must tell me if anything is troubling you." Itachi, wanting to assert his maturity, felt the warmth of his mother's affection and could not bring himself to voice his thoughts. Thus, he willingly remained in her embrace. "All right, Mom." Sensing her son's reluctance to escape, Mikoto smiled gently. As Itachi basked in his mother's tenderness, Kakashi was experiencing warmth from another family. Kakashi had received a secret mission to discreetly protect his pregnant sensei. As a vital strategic asset of Konoha, the safety of Shinju Nai was paramount. Minato Namikaze assigned this crucial task to his prized disciple. Cloaked and masked, he hid outside the window, listening to the tender exchanges between his teacher and her husband, which reminded him of his father during his lifetime. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Several birds had unknowingly perched beside him, seemingly drawn to his presence. Kakashi extended his hand, and after some hesitation, one daring little bird landed on his palm. Witnessing this, Kakashi felt a flicker of joy. He recalled Li Qing mentioning that the simpler-minded creatures were more attuned to natural energy. This indicated that he had made some progress in his training. Closing his eyes, Kakashi focused inward, sensing the conditions within his body. After an indeterminate period, he finally detected a brilliant spark within his abdomen. Following countless attempts, he had recently succeeded in activating his dantian and drawing energy into his body, subsequently opening several acupoints. The newly opened points glimmered within him like stars. Although the process grew increasingly arduous, since drawing energy into his body, Kakashi felt more invigorated than before. When utilizing ninjutsu, he noticed an increase in its potency, which only deepened his yearning for the realms ahead. Currently, he was the only one in Konoha to have successfully drawn energy into his body. When Lin Yuyuan learned of Kakashi's success, she initially dismissed it. But upon hearing Li Qing mention that advanced training could lead to eternal youth, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Reflecting on Lin's transformation, Kakashi's resolve solidified. He would uphold his promise to safeguard her peace. Fate is a curious thread, weaving together those separated by distance. One day, they would follow that invisible line and find each other. In the land of rain, Uchiha Obito was once again jolted awake from a nightmare, where he sought to grasp the hand of his beloved Rin, yet she seemed to exist in another realm, always eluding his touch. The distorted reflections mocked his helplessness. "Rin!" Obito shouted to the heavens, his voice echoing and momentarily halting the rain. As the sound faded, the relentless downpour resumed, enveloping him in an impenetrable shroud. "Wait for me, Rin. Even if I have to turn this world upside down, I will make your reflection right." Zetsu, overhearing Obito's declaration, remained silent. He now understood the madness of the situation. After a previous altercation sparked by a verbal conflict, they had fought, and now the situation was chaotic, with no progress. Everything was at a standstill. Nagato had lost control, and Obito was exceedingly difficult to manage. "Let us go. The sooner we realize the Eye of the Moon plan, the sooner you can reunite with your beloved." Obito dropped his arms and glanced sideways at the half-black, half-white figure beside him. "If you dare disturb my thoughts of Rin again, I will kill you." As he spoke, his pupils spun rapidly, and in the next moment, his Sharingan manifested, revealing its eerie patterns beneath the mask. Zetsu, witnessing this, nearly succumbed to the urge to activate the seals within him. However, thinking of his suffering mother, the dutiful son restrained himself. He would settle the score once he achieved success. Repeating the mantra of prioritizing the greater good in his mind, he calmed his emotions. Finally, Zetsu obediently responded, "All right." Chapter 24. The forest in full color. Since Yahiko's death, Akatsuki, under Nagato's leadership, had shed its former gentle demeanor. In several skirmishes, the Rain Ninjas suffered heavy casualties, leaving only a few members of Akatsuki remaining. Hanzo the Salamander regretted his earlier decision, believing he should have eliminated that red-haired one first. Without combatants, the others were nothing. While the demigod ninja Hanzo was troubled, someone approached him regarding dealing with Akatsuki. "Shall we collaborate, Mr. Hanzo?" Hanzo regarded the black and white figure embedded in the wall, unperturbed. "Speak plainly. Last time, didn't you strike at their weakness? We could employ the same tactic." "Oh?" Hanzo inquired with interest. They then proceeded to negotiate specific details. Maple Leaf Villa, located 120 kilometers east of Konoha, rests on the hillside of Maple Leaf Mountain. Beneath Maple Leaf Mountain lies the renowned Maple Leaf Village, a bustling market town. Each year, when the leaves turn red, countless visitors flock here, contributing to the village's prosperity. Maple Leaf Village was once the territory of the great Lord Kiddushin Shinichi, encompassing a radius of 500 kilometers as his private domain. After his passing, the territory was inherited by his son. Now, the Kiddushin family consisted of only one daughter, named Kiddushin Anzu. Li Qing's father was an adopted son, and according to tradition, Li Qing should have been called Kiddushin Qing. However, Anzu did not insist on this, which serendipitously allowed Li Qing to retain his previous name. Originally, Maple Leaf Mountain was off-limits to outsiders, but when Li Qing's mother moved to Konoha with his father, she lifted the ban. Previously, visitors could only admire the view from outside. Entering without permission could result in death. The former Maple Leaf Villa was heavily patrolled by warriors. The enduring success of Li Qing's father's grain business relied heavily on his mother's support. Those living on this land were required to rent from the Kiddushin family, and any produce they sold had to be offered to his father first. Listening to his mother recount the former glory of her family while riding in the carriage, Li Qing wore a bemused smile. He had not anticipated that his mother was a distinguished landowner. Turns out, Our Lady Kiddushin Anzu is actually a princess. Princess. Upon hearing Li Qing, Tian echoed, "Princess." Hearing the children's exclamations, Anzu could no longer contain her laughter and covered her mouth. "How did you end up with my father?" In principle, they ought to be worlds apart, their statuses significantly divergent. When Li Xian noticed his son's inquiry, he was poised to recount his illustrious exploits. Unexpectedly, he felt a pinch at his waist, a gentle twisting of flesh that compelled him to silence. Observing his reticence, Beichen Xingzi began to speak. "My mother was frail and ailing, passing away when I was but 5 years old. My father, consumed by grief, sought solace in alcohol, leaving the affairs of the Beichun family to me." At this point, Beichen Xingzi furrowed her brow, a shadow of sorrow crossing her features. "When I was 11, I accompanied my father to Fengye Yuan for business. It was there that I met him. He fell in love with me at first sight and pursued me relentlessly for many years until I finally acquiesced." As she recounted this, a faint blush graced her cheeks, hinting at her embarrassment. Li Qing's father, eyes wide with incredulity, seemed to harbor grievances of his own, yet the hand gripping his waist remained unyielding. Li Qing pondered whether his mother's narrative had been inverted, and he couldn't help but lament the prevalence of early romances in this world. To fall in love at 11, to be pursued so fervently, a notion that seemed even more exaggerated in light of tales like Haruno Sakura's infatuation with Sasuke at the tender age of 5. "Isn't that so?" he inquired. Beichun Xingzi tightened her grip, prompting Li Xian to respond instinctively. "Yes, yes, yes." Witnessing the earlier scene, Tian found herself puzzled, unsure of what was unfolding, yet she found it amusing. She playfully twisted her own waist, eliciting a wince. "What are you doing?" Li Qing asked, having observed her antics. Upon his inquiry, the little girl pouted, tears welling in her eyes. She then looked up at Li Qing, her face a picture of distress. "Qing, it hurts." Li Qing couldn't help but chuckle. She had caused her own discomfort, yet was now lamenting it. "All right, let me rub it for you." He placed his hand on her small waist, channeling his energy to ease her pain, replacing discomfort with a wave of soothing relief. "Qing, you're so kind." The other passengers in the carriage turned their heads toward the window, unable to suppress their smiles. Li Qing felt as though Tian Tian was constantly showering him with sweet surprises, reflecting on his earlier mockery of early romances. Now, he too seemed to be ensnared by such a charming little creature at his side. What would happen if I didn't help you? He jested, expecting to stump her. Instead, she merely sidled up to him, resting her small head against his chest, nuzzling against him. With a sigh, he patted her back, concerned she might twist her waist again, and gently adjusted her posture. The carriage traversed the wide road, passing pedestrians and even the swift figures of Konoha ninjas. The silhouette of Fengye Mountain loomed in the distance, signaling their impending arrival at Fengye. After a while, Beichen Xingzi leaned out of the window, pointing excitedly at the horizon. Qing, that's Fengye Mountain Villa. Li Qing followed her gaze, noticing a striking contrast amidst the sea of crimson leaves, a dark patch standing out against the fiery backdrop. Wow, how beautiful! Tian Tian exclaimed, leaning out eagerly to gaze at the distant maple forest, her eyes sparkling as if painted with the same vibrant red. The hills were ablaze with autumn's fiery hues, the vast expanse of maple leaves shimmering under the sun, creating a crystalline spectacle of beauty. Li Qing mused on the appropriateness of naming it Fengye, pondering whether its splendor was a gift of nature or the result of human cultivation. If the latter were true, it would be truly astonishing. As they approached the foot of Fengye Mountain, throngs of people awaited them, as if to conduct a grand ceremony to welcome their master home. Suddenly, a thunderous proclamation echoed. We welcome the head of the Beichen family back home. Chapter 25. Destiny intertwined. Again, half a month had passed since Li Qing's arrival at Fengye Villa. The grandeur of that day had been quite unexpected. Later, he learned from Beichen Xingzi that nearly everyone in Fengye was a descendant of the vassals of the great Lord Bei Chunjin from years past. During this time, Tian Tian had become thoroughly acclimated to her new surroundings. Upon arriving at Fengye Mountain, Li Qing discovered that the villa was merely a part of the larger architectural complex of Fengye Mountain. Many of the accompanying structures had fallen into disrepair, leaving only faint traces of their former glory. Now back in this place, his mother, Beichen Xingzi, intended to restore some of the buildings for practical use. There were two scenic routes on Fengye Mountain. The southern route, where the villa was situated, had been sealed off again, leaving only the northern route for visitors to explore. Moreover, access to the highest peak was prohibited for tourists. The summit had now become Li Qing's designated area for cultivation and energy gathering. Whenever he meditated to harness energy, animals in the vicinity gathered around him. Massive mountain apes the size of houses, majestic raptors with wingspans of 20 meters, and even the ancient turtles from the Red Leaf Lake below would appear punctually. Under the morning sun, Li Qing radiated a golden glow, each breath releasing a ripple of spiritual energy that the animals greedily absorbed. Li Qing had never driven away any small creatures. Their encounters felt fated. If they could sense his energy, they were undoubtedly sentient beings. His only request was that they refrain from fighting on the mountain. Upon hearing this, the diverse assembly of spiritual beasts nodded in agreement. After spending some time there, Li Qing concluded that Fengye Mountain was indeed preferable to Konoha Village. The expansive space allowed him to freely embrace his unique attributes, and most importantly, it enabled him to connect with nature more profoundly. Qing, Qing, Qing. At the mountainside, Tian Tian, having risen, called out, her voice echoing across the hills. In the next moment, she was lifted, sitting cross-legged as if floating toward the summit. The spiritual beasts gazed at the little figure with envy. A colorful spirit bird trailed behind her, gently nudging her foot with its head. Tian Tian's eyes lit up as she reached out to stroke its head. Ugh! The other creatures scornfully chastised the bird in their hearts for its shamelessness, believing that if they weren't so large, they would surely be the ones to charm her. After a brief moment of affection, Tian Tian settled down, closing her eyes next to Li Qing in a meditative pose. As Li Qing opened his eyes after absorbing the last rays of dawn, he found himself momentarily lost in thought, marveling at how much Tian Tian had grown since her infancy. The morning lesson is over, he announced, prompting the animals to nod their thanks before dispersing. With a twinkle in her eye, Tian Tian peeked at him. Let us head back. Li Qing pinched her cheek playfully before rising to float homeward with her. Upon their return, he calculated the passage of time and sensed that it was nearing the moment for a fateful decision. In the land of rain, Uchiha Obito had waited an indeterminate length of time before finally seizing the opportunity to subdue the blue-haired Kunoichi. Naive, love cannot possibly redeem this world. Would you not agree? He queried, glancing back at her. The blue-haired kunoichi, expressionless, parted her lips to utter a single word, indeed. Haha. After a bout of maniacal laughter, Obito Uchiha, accompanied by the blue-haired kunoichi, made his way towards the current headquarters of the Akatsuki organization. Tap, tap. Following closely behind Obito was Zetsu, accompanied by Hanzo of the Salamander. The fact that the blue-haired kunoichi was lured out was largely thanks to the bait-like subordinates of Hanzo. Upon arrival, before the guests could utter a word, the person inside took the initiative to emerge. Extract the eyeballs, or I shall end this woman's life. Obito wasted no time, speaking directly. Upon hearing those words, Nagato, seated in a wheelchair, maintained a stoic expression as he glanced towards the masked Hanzo behind him. Then kill Hanzo first, otherwise you shall never obtain these eyes. Swish, swish. Hearing this, Hanzo immediately distanced himself from the two. Obito and Zetsu exchanged glances, neither making the first move. Ha. Observing the reaction of the opposition, Nagato laughed heartily, reminiscent of how Obito had behaved during their previous conversation. You once compelled me to kill Yahiko, now it is your turn. Why do you lack Yahiko's resolve? The tone gradually turned cold, culminating in a frostbitten hatred that seeped through his words. Either you kill Hanzo, and I shall cooperate with you, or you kill Conan, and I will fight you to the death. Swish, 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 swish. As soon as the words fell, 6 figures materialized before Nagato, each adorned with black rods. Their eye patterns identical to Nagato's. Did you not die? Hanzo's expression turned to one of confusion and disbelief upon seeing the orange-haired leader. I was born from suffering. I am pain. At this, Obito shoved the blue-haired kunoichi forward and directly released his control over her. Let him experience the despair of this world firsthand. Hanzo, sensing betrayal from his ally, decided it prudent to retreat. Nagato remained vigilant, closely monitoring Hanzo's movements, and as soon as Hanzo made a move, he commenced his attack. Shinra Tensei. Hanzo instantly felt a terrifying pull, his body uncontrollably drawn towards the enemy. Swish, 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 swish. Hanzo hurled several shuriken embedded with explosive tags towards the opposition while rapidly forming hand seals. Pig, dog, rooster, monkey, goat, placing his palm on the ground. Blood as the contract, the summoning formation was instantly established. Summoning technique, Hanzo of the Salamander. Boom. A massive salamander was summoned, significantly alleviating the pressure on Hanzo. With a whoosh, the gigantic creature began to spew poison alongside Hanzo. Shinra Tensei. Bang. Centered around Nagato, a powerful shockwave erupted. The explosive tags were repelled. Boom. Boom. The explosive tags detonated beside Hanzo. Hanzo formed seals. Water body flicker technique. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. When Hanzo reappeared, it was on the opposite side. He glanced at the area where the poison had been unleashed, only to feel a heavy weight in his heart. The invincible poison had failed to take effect. The Deva path of pain hovered above, gazing down at Hanzo, as if he were a mere insect on the earth. Slowly, he raised his right hand. Shinra Tensei. A pitch-black chakra orb was thrown, drawing everything around it into its grasp. Hanzo executed numerous water body flicker techniques, yet remained trapped within the gravitational field. Bang! Bang! Countless objects were attracted and collided with Hanzo's body. Hanzo cried out in agony, but he was now completely immobilized. With a piercing strike, Hanzo's heart was pierced, marking the fall of the legendary ninja, Hanzo of the Salamander. The Rain Country's hidden village changed hands from this moment forth. Once Hanzo was dealt with, Nagato, Conan, and the 6 paths of pain turned their gazes towards Obito and Zetsu, who reciprocated the glance. As their eyes met, a radiant figure cloaked in golden light watched from above. All that had transpired was witnessed by him, while none below were aware. Soon after, the figure departed, and the golden light dissipated without a trace. In October, the maple leaves on Maple Mountain remained a fiery red. At the Maple Gathering, a vast store was about to open, its sign reading, Worry-Free Bookstore. This was a bookstore established by Li Qing at the Maple Gathering, its scale and arrangement resembling a library more than a shop. It was a spacious 2-story building, with rows of bookshelves on the lower floor and tables and chairs for reading on the upper floor. Today, Li Qing brought Tian for a final inspection to address any remaining issues. If all went well, they could begin shelving books the following day. Qing, eat. Tian offered a skewer of colorful dango to Li Qing's lips, but he instinctively recoiled. He had almost ceased eating, and furthermore, He was not fond of sweets. Seeing his reaction, Tian Tian was unwilling to relent. She immediately began to act cutely. No, no, just taste it, she shouted while stomping her feet, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Li Qing sighed helplessly in his heart. All right, I will eat. He bent down and took a matcha-colored dango into his mouth, which was soft and fragrant, surprisingly not as difficult to accept as he had anticipated. Hee, just as Li Qing was about to savor the dango, a series of familiar laughter rang out nearby. Lowering the dango, he turned his head in surprise. Linjia. Upon hearing the laughter, Tian Tian immediately called out. There, by the roadside, stood Noera Rin, bent over with laughter, carrying a small bag beside several suitcases. Tian Tian tugged at Li Qing's hand, leading him to Noera Rin, and then offered her a skewer of colorful dango. Here, thank you. After finally ceasing her laughter, Noera Rin graciously accepted the bamboo skewer and began to eat without hesitation. What brings you here? Li Qing inquired, observing Noera Rin's current demeanor. I wanted to change my place of residence. Maple Mountain is at its most beautiful this season, and I thought I might apply for the position of store manager here. Noera Rin blinked her eyes, casually stating her intentions. How did you know? Li Qing looked at her oddly, surprised she had arrived at this juncture. Just a guess. Upon hearing her response, Li Qing did not pursue the matter further. If you want to come, then come. In terms of living conditions, this place is far superior to Konoha. All right, the bookstore has not yet opened. Follow me. Li Qing waved his hand lightly, and her large suitcases began to float. Remembering something, he turned back to Noera Rin and asked, would you prefer to walk or fly up? This question was difficult for her to answer. She felt conflicted, wanting to see both from afar and up close. After about 2 minutes of deliberation, she relaxed her furrowed brow. For the first time, let's walk. I have only seen it from a distance before. Hearing her decision, Li Qing led her along the path to Maple Mountain Villa. Tian Tian had not seen this sister for quite some time, and the two walked hand in hand. In terms of height, it was impossible to tell they were over a decade apart. 14-year-old Noera Rin stood just over 1.5 meters, while 1.5-year-old Tian Tian was about 1.2 meters tall. So beautiful. As they walked, Noera Rin exclaimed. Looking up, the maple leaves on the trees resembled little crimson bells, rustling in the wind. Occasionally, a few leaves would fall, landing on passers-by's heads or shoulders. Li Qing gently brushed a leaf from Tian Tian's shoulder and caught another leaf that was about to land on her head. Leaves fell like rain in the forest, producing a constant rustle as they walked. Upon reaching Maple Mountain Villa, turning back to look down offered a different view altogether. The villa had many rooms, and Noera Rin casually selected one to settle in. She mentioned that she would pay the rent, but Li Qing merely smiled in response. He believed that since he had altered her fate, it was only right to take care of her a bit more. By staying close to him, all unforeseen accidents could be averted. During a casual conversation with Noera Rin, he learned that her parents had perished in the Third Ninja War. Had it not been for Li Qing's intervention, her entire family would have succumbed to the war. The following morning, Noera Rin accompanied Li Qing to the mountaintop for training. Upon witnessing the powerful spirit beasts, she gasped in awe, covering her mouth. Previously, she had dreamed of signing a powerful summoning beast. Now, she could only observe. After their morning training, Noera Rin went to assist at the bookstore down the mountain. When she returned, she brought back a large assortment of daily necessities. She insisted on managing her daily life herself, and Li Qing did not press her, allowing her the freedom to do as she pleased. On the day the bookstore opened, Li Qing took Tian Tian along to attend the inauguration ceremony. Kataza and Akiko had wanted to join but was persuaded by Li Qing to stay back. He felt that if his mother attended, things would inevitably become complicated. This dampened Akiko's spirits, leading her to sulk a little. On their way back, Li Qing thoughtfully purchased a bouquet of flowers to make amends. Now, he found himself not only needing to appease the younger one, but also occasionally needing to soothe the elder. Upon receiving the flowers, Akiko's face lit up with a radiant smile. The events were far from over. Upon seeing Aunt Akiko so delighted with the flowers, Tian Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Qing, I want some too, she exclaimed, tugging on Li Qing's arm and shaking it impatiently. Li Qing rolled his eyes, unable to fathom why she hadn't asked when they were down the mountain, choosing instead to wait until they returned. Seeing Tian Tian's reaction, Akiko appeared even more amused. Aware that both of them were quite spirited, Li Qing sighed internally. All right, he acquiesced, and in an instant, The previously glum expression on Tian's face transformed into a beaming smile. However, when Li Qing returned from the mountain once more, he was devoid of any flowers. Only carrying a fabric bag. Qing! Tian cried out, her disappointment palpable, as if it enveloped the entire Maple Leaf Manor. Don't fret, you will know soon enough. Li Qing gently ruffled her hair, calming her emotions momentarily. Akiko stepped forward, taking the bag and peering inside before returning it to Li Qing. What kind of flower seeds are these? She inquired. Hearing his mother's question, Li Qing smiled slightly. He had not purchased flowers directly at the flower shop down the mountain. Instead, he had acquired a bag of seeds, intending to fill the entire Maple Leaf Manor with them. It's a secret. Upon hearing her son's response, Akiko's expression turned serious before she playfully swatted Li Qing on the head. Chapter 27. The bloom of a thought. Seeing his mother throwing a small tantrum, Li Qing felt compelled to share. All right, it's autumn chrysanthemums. Upon hearing this, Akiko proudly raised her chin. Humph. You are not allowed to play riddles with your mother anymore. Li Qing quickly nodded in agreement. Realizing her son was simply trying to endear himself to her, Akiko ceased her playful antics, having only intended to strengthen their bond through a little jest. Then let us plant them together. Invite Aiko too. Tian, overhearing, quickly raised her hand. I'll go call her. With that, she dashed toward her and her mother's residence. Moments later, she returned, bringing Aiko along. Seeing the group had gathered, Li Qing waved his hand, summoning several small shovels from the manor. After distributing the seeds and shovels, they began digging holes and planting seeds as Li Qing had instructed. The two adults formed one team, while Tian naturally partnered with Li Qing, who dug the holes while she scattered the seeds. In this process, Tian learned the joy of the journey. She finally understood why Li Qing did not simply gift her flowers. With a smile, she thought, Qing, you're wonderful. Li Qing, confused by her sudden praise, merely smiled back. Once all the seeds were planted, they had just enough to finish the task. The group then reconvened, with Akiko and the others believing they would have to wait until next year to see the flowers. However, Li Qing informed them they would not have to wait that long. Really? Akiko's eyes sparkled with surprise and anticipation. After a brief moment, Li Qing waved his hand, summoning a large body of water from the Red Leaf Lake below. This spectacle was witnessed by Rin, who swiftly utilized her ninja agility to reach Maple Leaf Manor. Once the lake water was gathered, Li Qing's hands shimmered with a green light, exuding a rich aura of life. Is this the legendary wood release? Rin exclaimed in astonishment. This is wood attribute spirit power. In fact, your wood attribute is quite commendable as well, Li Qing replied, continuing to infuse the gathered lake water with his verdant energy. When the water turned a soft green, he ceased his efforts. With another wave of his hand, the light green lake water dispersed into countless droplets, each flying towards different directions. Don't blink, Li Qing urged, and everyone remained transfixed. With a snap of his fingers, Li Qing proclaimed, a thought blooms. As his words fell, the areas where seeds had been buried in Maple Leaf Manor quickly burst forth. Tender green sprouts emerged, swiftly growing into sturdy branches, followed by countless flower buds that blossomed simultaneously. When autumn arrives on the 8th of September, my flowers will bloom, overwhelming others with their beauty. The fragrant aroma wafts through Chang'an, the entire city adorned in golden armor. In an instant, a delicate fragrance enveloped everyone, transforming Maple Leaf Manor into a resplendent spectacle. Oh! The four of them stood in awe, the manor now appearing as if adorned with a beautiful visage. Qing, you're amazing. Tian was the first to react, throwing her arms around Li Qing in admiration. Hearing her exclamation, the others gradually emerged from their stupor. Son, you're incredible. Akiko echoed as she embraced Li Qing, showering him with affection before reluctantly releasing him. Qing, wonderful, was Aiko's assessment of Li Qing. Being too shy to hug him due to his height, she opted for verbal praise instead. Is this an ability from a different system? Rin mused, her eyes shining brightly as she gazed at the flourishing chrysanthemums throughout the manor. Chrysanthemums are not only ornamental, they can also be used in cooking and tea-making, possessing certain medicinal properties. They are truly remarkable plants. Is that so? Akiko, intrigued by her son's knowledge, expressed curiosity about the taste of dishes made with chrysanthemums. Let us pick some this evening and give it a try, Li Qing suggested, noticing his mother's interest. Sounds great. Akiko readily agreed. Rin, let us explore cooking with chrysanthemums together tonight. She invited the other two, who accepted the invitation with enthusiasm. Though they all resided in Maple Leaf Manor, their daily lives were generally kept separate, only coming together for celebrations. This arrangement was ideal, ensuring they did not intrude upon each other's lives. By the way, let us invite Father and Uncle Ling to appreciate the chrysanthemums as well. It would be a nice opportunity for them to relax for a while. Upon hearing Li Qing's words, Akiko concurred. I'll notify them shortly. Since moving to Maple Leaf Villa, the residents of Maple Leaf Settlement at the foot of the hill have spontaneously formed 2 guard teams, taking turns day and night. In truth, Beichin Xingzi felt it unnecessary. The era of warring states is long past. Yet, the others disagreed. Reluctantly, Beichin Xingzi had to insist on the necessity of compensation for their labor. Furthermore, she had never treated them as subordinates. The most she did was send messages, as she did today. Years ago, Li Qing's mother followed her father to Konoha village, accompanied by a team of elite warriors for covert protection. Li Qing had once believed they were hired guards, unaware of their true nature. Hearing this, Li Qing was deeply moved. Their commitment to their ancestors was remarkable, though it raised questions of whether it stemmed from integrity or folly. Li Qing plucked a few exquisite chrysanthemums and brewed them in hot water. Instantly, a delicate fragrance enveloped the air. Taking a sip, she found the flavor pleasantly sweet. Observing Li Qing's actions, Tian mimicked her, first sniffing the blossoms, then taking small sips, even imitating the movement of smacking her lips. Li Qing thought of her as a little parrot, echoing whatever she did. Little parrot, Li Qing quipped lightly, fortunate that Tian was unaware of the term, or she would surely have realized the jest and caused a commotion. That evening, following Li Qing's guidance, several dishes featuring chrysanthemums were prepared. Fish slices were boiled and garnished with petals, allowing the savory fish to absorb the subtle fragrance of the flowers. Other dishes included chrysanthemum chicken, chrysanthemum fried eggs, chrysanthemum stir-fried beef, fried fish balls, chrysanthemum porridge, and chrysanthemum cakes. In haste, only simple dishes could be made, but when the 2 fathers arrived, a more elaborate chrysanthemum feast would surely follow. Thanks to these chrysanthemum dishes, Li Qing enjoyed a rare family dinner. Everyone was pleased with the floral cuisine, especially Li Qing's mother, who seemed to have discovered a new world. During the meal, she inquired about other flowers that could be transformed into dishes. Maple Leaf Villa exuded tranquility and harmony, while Konoha Village quietly succumbed to an ominous shadow. Chapter 28. The Earth Immortal. After receiving the message, the 2 fathers hurried to Maple Leaf Villa the following day. Upon seeing the autumn chrysanthemums adorning the villa, they displayed expressions of disbelief. They had not visited in years, and during the last cleaning, all the weeds were removed, leaving the surroundings stark. Merely a fortnight's absence had yielded such a transformation. Not only were humans intrigued by the changes, but some flower pollen harvesting fairies were equally captivated. The day after Li Qing planted the flowers, she concluded her morning class as usual, and the spirit beasts gradually dispersed. Just as Li Qing prepared to descend the mountain with Tian and Noera Rin, a faint and timid voice interrupted her. Lord Qingqing. Li Qing turned to see a tiny fairy with transparent wings. She was no larger than Li Qing's thumb, and aside from her wings, she resembled a human girl. Li Qing recalled that this was her first encounter with the fairy, having never seen her before. Just call me Li Qing. Li Qing smiled gently at the fairy. Upon hearing Li Qing's words, the fairy shook her head vigorously. Someone like you, a celestial being, I cannot dare to address directly. Tian and Noera Rin widened their eyes at the sight of the fairy named Li Fa. They had not anticipated the existence of such marvelous creatures. A celestial being? I am merely an earth immortal, Li Qing remarked, downplaying her status. While Tian remained oblivious to the concept of an immortal, Noera Rin understood. Hearing Li Qing's admission of being an earth immortal, she was utterly astonished. Although she did not comprehend the full meaning of an earth immortal, she knew that any being associated with immortals was extraordinary. Li Fa had only known that the 3 great sanctuaries harbored immortals, all of whom remained hidden. To meet Lord Qing today was an immense honor. As Li Fa grew more at ease, her speech became fluent, shedding her initial nervousness. I have yet to visit the 3 great sanctuaries, but I hope to do so someday, Li Fa expressed. Upon hearing the mention of the 3 great sanctuaries, Li Qing felt a desire to witness them for himself, yet the thoughts of snake dens, frog nests, and insect hives made him hesitant. With Li Qing's gentle demeanor encouraging her, Li Fa took a deep breath, summoning courage to speak again. Lord Qingqing, I am the leader of the Flower Fairy clan, and I wish to request your permission for a matter. Initially confident, Li Fa stumbled slightly as she began, but managed to finish her request in one breath. What is it? Speak freely, Li Qing replied. As long as it is not too troublesome, I will assist if I can. Lord Qing, please allow us to gather nectar from the flowers below. Li Fa's voice was nearly a shout, and after speaking, she anxiously awaited Li Qing's response. Li Qing understood her intent. The flowers had flourished under the nurturing power of wood spirits, incomparable to ordinary blooms. It was no surprise they attracted the fairies. Is that all? Feel free to gather as you please. Just ensure you coexist harmoniously with other beings, Li Qing permitted. Upon hearing her request granted, Li Fa spun joyfully in the air. Thank you, Lord Qing. I will remember your words. We will not take the nectar without offering something in return. Once the nectar is brewed, we will present a portion to you. Hearing the fairy's cheerful voice and sensing her exuberance, Li Qing waved his hand with a smile. No need for offerings. Just let me sample it when it's ready. Once again, I thank you for your generosity, Lord Qing. I must go and gather my kin. Li Fa, seemingly eager, hurriedly expressed her gratitude before dashing away. Qing, if you are an earth immortal, does that make me a celestial immortal? Tian suddenly exclaimed after Li Fa had left, leaving Li Qing momentarily astonished. The imagination of children was boundless. She had even conjured the term celestial immortal. Perhaps she believed that since heaven was in the name, it must signify a celestial being. If you wish to become a celestial immortal, then you must train diligently. Li Qing encouraged her without negation. I will. Tian responded cheerfully, nodding her little head in agreement. Upon reaching the mid-mountain maple leaf villa, Noera Rin turned her eyes and inquired, Li Qing, what exactly is an earth immortal? How long do they live? Seeing the eager expression on Noera Rin's face, Li Qing softly replied, an earth immortal is a realm of existence, and their lifespan extends to 2,000 years. Upon hearing that extraordinary number, Noera Rin's mouth formed an O shape in astonishment. Noticing her reaction, Li Qing decided to tease her further. Perhaps when you become an old woman, I will still look just like this. With that, Li Qing laughed as he walked away. You cannot do that. Noera Rin stomped her foot in frustration. After a while, she angrily chased after him, demanding an explanation. From that day onward, a multitude of fairies flitted about near Li Qing's home. After a lavish chrysanthemum feast, the two fathers began a brief respite at Maple Leaf Villa. Since the last incident, Noera Rin took to exercising whenever she had the chance. Following Li Qing to the mountaintop, the thought of Li Qing's description of the future sent chills down her spine. She did not wish to witness Li Qing as a youth while she aged into an old woman. Thus, she resolved to strive diligently. Days passed, and soon it was October 10th. In Konoha village, Kakashi, you have worked hard during this period. Your mission is now complete, Wave Wind Minato remarked, gazing at his disciple, who had grown to his height, his eyes full of admiration. Throughout these 10 months, Kakashi had diligently fulfilled his duties without a hint of negligence, and during this time, his strength had soared, compelling Minato to treat him with newfound caution. Lord Fourth Hokage, this is what I must do, Kakashi replied solemnly. After the passing of his father, he underwent a profound transformation. From initially adhering rigidly to his duties to now embracing a more meticulous and adaptable approach, this metamorphosis came at the cost of lives. Minato Namikaze placed a reassuring hand on his disciple's shoulder, the unspoken meaning lingering in the air. Standing beside them, the heavily pregnant Kushina stepped forward after her husband had finished speaking. I am truly grateful to you, Kakashi. When you have some free time later, do come over for a visit. Faced with his sensei's enthusiastic invitation, Kakashi felt somewhat flustered, yet he nodded in agreement. Go now? Take some time to rest. Yes. After bowing respectfully, Kakashi turned and walked away. Once Kakashi had distanced himself, a few elderly women emerged from around the corner, their expressions stern. In a secluded corner, Kakashi shed his disguise and donned his usual attire. Just as he stepped out, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face. Hey, Kakashi, care for a duel between men? How about walking on your hands around Konoha 100 times? Observing the upside-down, bushy-browed figure, he rolled his eyes in silent exasperation. I have matters to attend to. Perhaps another time. With that, Kakashi quickly departed. However, Might Guy was not so easily deterred, continuing to follow Kakashi in his handstand. Chapter 29. The way of the thunder palm, Kakashi glanced at the person trailing beside him, a vein throbbing on his forehead. Guy, at least stand upright while following me. Otherwise, others might think I share your eccentricities. Ha ha ha, you already have your quirks. Not wearing a mask now makes you even stranger. Might Guy was oblivious to Kakashi's intent, as if his handstand had no bearing on the situation. As they walked, they heard someone calling out, Guy, Kakashi, over here, turning toward the voice. They spotted several of their peers at a dango shop not far off, Kurenai Yuhi, Asuma Saratobi, Anko Mitarashi, and others. It was Guy who had shouted, and the group was busily enjoying dango. Come join us. Anko raised her hand, inviting them. Upon hearing the invitation, Might Guy walked over on his hands and, using one arm for support, began to eat dango with the other. Guy, your movements are quite disgusting, Kurenai remarked with disdain, thoroughly unimpressed by Might Guy's dango-covered hands. Kakashi hesitated for a moment before also entering the shop. Kakashi, for you. Kurenai eagerly offered him a skewer of dango, which he accepted with one hand while stealthily taking another skewer from Anko's plate with the other. Observing this, Asuma turned away with a wry smile. I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Thanks for the dango. After consuming a few pieces, Kakashi seized the opportunity while Might Guy was distracted to bid farewell and slip away. Where are you going? Wait for me. Kakashi. Might Guy noticed and hurried after him, leaving the rest of the group exchanging puzzled glances. After some time, Guy suddenly whispered to Anko, Do you think Kakashi has feelings for you? He even took dango from your plate. Upon hearing Guy's words, Anko's face flushed crimson. Guy, you're courting disaster by speaking such nonsense. Sensing the shift in tone, Guy quickly darted away. Meanwhile, Anko resorted to using ninjutsu to pursue him, causing everyone else to stare in astonishment. Once the group had dispersed, someone remarked, That reaction was quite intense. Does Anko perhaps have feelings for him? Guy's previous comment had clearly been in jest, but it had unexpectedly revealed a juicy tidbit. Perhaps we should refrain from gossiping about others behind their backs. Kurenai interjected. Indeed. Asuma agreed, and the other two exchanged knowing smiles. While the classmates frolicked, a solitary figure returned to Konoha. Obito Uchiha quietly stood atop a high building, gazing at the Hokage Tower in the distance, murmuring to himself, The false world will eventually collapse. I shall create a new one. Rin. After 2 years, he had returned to Konoha, the place of his birth, the genesis of his dreams, and ultimately, the location of their destruction. After freeing himself from Might Guy, Kakashi entered a flower shop, emerging moments later with 2 bouquets in hand. He then made his way to the cemetery. It did not take long for Kakashi to arrive. He first approached his father's memorial stone, using cleaning tools to tidy the grave before gently placing 1 bouquet of flowers beside it, standing in quiet contemplation. Kakashi's feelings toward his father were complex, from childhood admiration to denial following his father's suicide, eventually leading to understanding and, finally, acceptance. Each transformation he underwent was marked by the cost of lives, his father's death, Obito's demise, and Rin's tragic fate, all of which shaped him profoundly. Father, I have grown. Rest easy. Kakashi bowed deeply, then took the remaining bouquet to another gravestone in need of tribute. Once again, he used the cleaning tools, placing the flowers gently before the gravestone and standing in silence for an extended period. Meanwhile, in the distance, Obito Uchiha was secretly observing, having initially come in search of Rin's memorial stone, only to be infuriated by his inability to locate it. Just as he was about to continue his search, he coincidentally encountered Kakashi, who was there to pay his respects. Fate is indeed cruel, encountering that untrustworthy person once more. Obito muttered to himself, continuing to observe the scene before him. Before long, Kakashi finished his visit and departed. As Obito waited for Kakashi to move further away, he re-entered the cemetery and, upon seeing the flowers at his own gravestone, violently tore them apart. Standing there for a while, Obito contemplated whether to kick his gravestone to pieces, but ultimately decided against it, deeming it pointless. He resumed his search for Rin's memorial, but when he turned around, he spotted a figure watching him intently from a distance. How shameful to disturb the deceased. Who are you? Even having traversed the depths of hell. Obito felt a jolt in his heart upon hearing the words of the person before him. His plans had yet to commence, yet he found himself ensnared in such a predicament. He had been caught off guard by the returning Kakashi. Steeling himself, he reminded himself that he was no longer the same. Thus, he proclaimed loudly, I am Uchiha Madara. As he spoke, Obito's right eye began to spin. and his Sharingan activated instantaneously. There were plenty of stray Sharingan, and Obito would not engage in such trivial endeavors. Who are you, truly? As he spoke, Kakashi had already closed his eyes. The stars within his dantian shimmered, and his spiritual energy broke free from the constraints of his body, transforming into a series of thoughts. Seeing Kakashi close his eyes in response to his Sharingan, Obito sneered, interpreting the act as a sign of blindness. If he sought his own demise, Obito felt no hesitation in sending him on his way. Would release, sapling technique. A branch materialized in his hand, launching it forcefully toward Kakashi. Whoosh! The branch sliced through the air, hurtling toward Kakashi at an astonishing speed. Swish, swish, swish. Kakashi swiftly severed the branch into several pieces. Obito was taken aback. Realizing that Kakashi, despite his closed eyes, was far from blind, he was, in fact, more perceptive than ever. Why was he not utilizing his Sharingan? Swish, 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 swish. A flurry of shuriken flew toward Obito, who stood still, making no attempt to evade. While Obito remained motionless, Kakashi continued his assault. Shin Mao Cho. The ninjutsu technique Kakashi employed drew upon the spiritual energy from his dantian. The technique of the heart thunder manifested within Kakashi's palm, crackling and pulsating as a spherical mass of lightning grew larger, swiftly transforming into a colossal thunderball with a diameter of 1 meter. The ferocious power of the thunder illuminated the surroundings with a dazzling brilliance. Sensing the overwhelming force of destruction, Uchiha Obito's gaze sharpened. This was entirely different from the Raikiri he had previously encountered. In the next moment, Kakashi's actions left him even more astounded. Kakashi produced a specially crafted kunai and hurled it towards the thunderball, which absorbed the weapon. Boom! As the kunai pierced through the thunderball, an earth-shattering sound erupted, causing the air to tremble violently and shockwaves to ripple outward. Subsequently, the kunai, propelled by unparalleled and terrifying force, shot towards Uchiha Obito. Kamui. Uchiha Obito felt the dread emanating from that formidable power, realizing that even with the cells of the first Hokage grafted onto his body, he could not withstand it. Spurt. Blood gushed forth. Chapter 30, Collision Boom. The kunai, imbued with the power of lightning, continued its trajectory through Uchiha Obito's body before soaring into the distance, leaving a trail reminiscent of a silver serpent. Thud. Ultimately, the lightning-infused kunai struck the stone wall near Hokage Rock, resounding with a tremendous crash. Following that were the sounds of countless stones tumbling down. Rumbling. The tranquility was shattered, and Konoha village immediately went on high alert. Enemy attack. Assess the situation, shouted a patrolling ninja, rushing towards the source of the disturbance. Uchiha Obito stared at the charred area on his chest, heart racing with trepidation. Had he been a moment later, his fate would have mirrored that of the collapsed stone wall in the distance. Even so, a significant portion of his flesh had been torn away. On the other side, Kakashi was equally astonished. His electromagnetic kunai had passed through the body of his adversary. It was not the time for contemplation. Watching the kunai drift away, Kakashi urged the thoughts attached to it, causing the kunai to veer back. Uchiha Obito, bloodied and clutching his chest, sensed the situation behind him and intended to swat away the kunai. However, upon noticing Kakashi produce another kunai, preparing to employ his earlier unnamed jutsu, he altered his strategy. With swift movements, Uchiha Obito formed hand seals. Would release, forest of trees. In the next instant, the ground beneath them began to rupture, and saplings erupted from the earth, rapidly growing into towering trees. Kakashi, sensing the sudden turn of events, refrained from further action and swiftly dodged the emerging trunks. Once he escaped the immediate danger, he focused intently on sensing his surroundings. Kakashi felt the presence faintly fading. A sense of foreboding washed over him. The enemy was attempting to flee. Kakashi quickly retrieved several kunai and hurled them into the thunderball. Bang! 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 The air quaked violently again, unleashing another series of thunderous explosions. Once more, several silver serpents, infused with terror, surged towards Uchiha Obito. Hearing the commotion, Uchiha Obito shouted, "We shall meet again. I will create a new world." As his words faded, Uchiha Obito transported himself away. Just as he vanished, a golden flash appeared in the cemetery. Boom, boom, boom. Then, the cliffs surrounding Hokage Rock erupted with a series of deafening crashes, followed by a substantial collapse. Kakashi. At the sound of a familiar voice, Kakashi opened his eyes, Breathless, Kakashi gasped rapidly, feeling the strain of using too much mental energy on the subsequent kunai. Maintaining the magnetic field in his palm had become quite taxing. Earlier, he had sensed an overwhelmingly sinister aura from that individual. His instincts urged him to strike decisively. Thus, he had exerted all his strength from the onset, yet he still allowed the enemy to escape. "Lord Minato," Kakashi called out, then ceased his heart thunder technique as the lightning gradually dissipated. He sensed that his stored spiritual energy had been entirely depleted, and a bittersweet feeling washed over him. It had taken him considerable time to accumulate that energy. Fortunately, unlike chakra depletion, his body did not feel exhausted. "What just transpired?" Minato inquired, observing the drastic changes around him. Before Kakashi could respond, several figures appeared, including Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Fugaku, along with other Konoha elites. "I encountered an individual claiming to be Uchiha Madara." Kakashi recounted the events in their entirety. The group wore solemn expressions, with Uchiha Fugaku notably shaken, his eyes flickering with intensity. Ultimately, he took a deep breath and spoke. "Even if it truly is Uchiha Madara returning, we did not ally with him decades ago, and we shall not do so now. Moreover, he may not even be Madara. There are numerous Sharingan lost from the Uchiha clan." Fugaku's words plunged the group into contemplation. After a moment, he continued, from Kakashi's description, that individual possessed only one eye. "I suspect he is after the eyes of our Uchiha clan. Most critically, he employed wood release, a technique no Uchiha ninja possesses." The assembly of individuals, lost in thought, reacted with surprise upon hearing the mention of wood release. Observing their reactions, Fugaku sighed. In the past, he might not have felt compelled to clarify anything, believing the Uchiha clan should act independently. However, a transformation had occurred within him 6 months prior when he stumbled upon several books in his son Itachi's room. As he perused them, beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. Upon finishing, he realized the profound character flaws inherent within their clan. He ultimately concluded that if they continued down this path, they would inevitably face total isolation, leading to their destruction. Since they had chosen to establish a village, why then isolate themselves? After much contemplation, he resolved to foster better relations between his clan and the village. He distributed a large number of books to his clan members to help them understand their issues. Though the results had been minimal over the past 6 months, some changes had begun to surface. For the more radical elements within the clan, he had to make painful decisions. He had once considered an alternative path, but it was unfeasible. Lacking the strength to fight back, he decided to fully integrate instead. As the clan leader, he understood the necessity of making decisive choices. Having shed his former indecisiveness, he now acted with remarkable resolve. Upon hearing the discussion, he promptly distanced himself from Uchiha Madara. "He wears a mask, undoubtedly harboring ill intentions. I propose that the village bolster its defenses, and I am willing to lead a patrol myself." Fugaku's suggestion garnered the attention of the group. They were all aware of the subtle changes within the Uchiha clan over the past 6 months, yet ingrained habits were difficult to alter. Minato felt a cloud of doubt looming, especially with such occurrences arising at this moment. Far too coincidental. In the blink of an eye, more ninjas arrived. Upon witnessing the cemetery in ruins, the group was filled with shock and fury. Within the cemetery lay their friends and loved ones. After a moment of contemplation, Minato addressed the gathering. As Fugaku suggested, "We will enhance our defenses to wartime standards." Some were bewildered, questioning whether it had truly escalated to this point. In response to their confusion, Minato refrained from elaborating. The matter concerning the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was too sensitive to discuss openly, as it could incite panic. Recent events in Konoha had already stirred unrest. They could not afford further agitation. "Kakashi, you should return and rest." Hearing this, Kakashi first tidied up around his father's and Obito's graves before bidding farewell to his teacher and heading home. Once everyone dispersed, only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Minato remained, both wearing expressions of concern. There was undoubtedly something amiss. At this juncture, it was undoubtedly aimed at the Jinchuriki. Hiruzen voiced his suspicions first, articulating his conjecture. As he reminisced about Uchiha Obito's past control of the Nine-Tails assault on the village, a wave of anxiety washed over him. Chapter 31. Cravings for Delicious Food. Suddenly, a vortex appeared in a concealed location, and Uchiha Obito slowly emerged from the Kamui dimension. Upon touching down, he lay back, gasping for air. What kind of ninjutsu was that? Why has Kakashi grown so formidable? Obito muttered to himself, recalling the overwhelming destructive power and speed that had caused his pupils to constrict. That previous strike had brought him perilously close to death once more. I cannot perish yet. The memory of Rin Nohara's demise surged back, sharpening his resolve. There exists a new world that needs his creation. He cannot falter here. Zetsu, witnessing Obito's deathly visage, contemplated a taunt, but ultimately refrained, prioritizing the greater scheme. He summoned a white Zetsu clone and integrated it into Obito's body to hasten his recovery. Despite this unforeseen setback, their plans remained unchanged. Action was imperative. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Biwako, the wife of the third Hokage, accompanied by the captain of the third Hokage's personal Umbu squad, escorted Kushina Uzumaki to a prearranged secret location for her delivery. Bored and restless, Uzumaki Kushina turned a corner and unexpectedly collided with a familiar face, instantly brightening her spirits. Makoto, it's been ages. Kushina, what a coincidence. The two friends, delighted by their unexpected reunion after such a long time apart, exchanged joyful greetings. Suddenly, Kushina's gaze fell upon the infant in Uchiha Makoto's arms, her eyes widening in astonishment. What a beautiful baby. What is his name? Uchiha Makoto, unable to suppress a smile at her friend's enthusiasm, replied, his name is Sasuke. He is only a few months old. Ah, that is the same name as the third Hokage's father. Kushina exclaimed, startling Biwako, who frowned at her outburst. Indeed. We hope he will be as useful to Konoha as his ancestor, Makoto responded. Have you decided on a name for your child? We have. We will name him Naruto. We hope they will get along well in the future, Makoto replied gently. They certainly will, Kushina said, suddenly lowering her voice. Hey Makoto, does it hurt a lot? Makoto stifled a laugh before replying. I never expected the fearless Kushina to be afraid of the pain of childbirth. Blushing at her friend's teasing, Kushina protested, Don't laugh. Don't laugh. At that moment, Biwako, noticing the ongoing banter, interjected with a reminder. All right, let us move on. Kushina. Realizing the time, Kushina quickly replied, Okay, let us go. Makoto, seeing her friend preoccupied, chose not to say more. Let us go shopping later, Kushina. Sure. The two waved goodbye with laughter, parting ways. As Uchiha Makoto watched Kushina disappear into the distance, she turned to continue on her path. Before long, she encountered her husband, Uchiha Fugaku. Makoto, take Sasuke back home for Itachi to watch over. Then, change into your combat gear and patrol with the clan. Upon hearing this, Makoto was taken aback and immediately inquired. What has happened? It's a long story. Let me summarize the situation, Fugaku explained, his expression troubled. He felt an ominous premonition, sensing that something was about to transpire. Makoto, upon hearing the details, wore a similarly grave expression. I'm on my way. With that, she swiftly headed in the direction of home, cradling Sasuke tightly. Meanwhile, a short distance away, Biwako expressed her displeasure to Kushina. Your childbirth is a confidential matter. We must be cautious about encountering acquaintances. Kushina, having momentarily forgotten in her excitement, quickly apologized. I'm sorry for the trouble. The gravity of the situation demanded Biwako's utmost caution. Also, leaving the village is classified. Even if you start feeling contractions, you must endure. Yes, 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 Kushina replied obediently, though Biwako was aware of her impulsive nature. Kushina, remember, your safety is intertwined with the safety of Konoha. Upon hearing this, Kushina finally nodded solemnly. No further incidents occurred as they exited the village smoothly and arrived at the prepared location. The timing of childbirth was merely an estimate. Precision was elusive. Upon arriving, there were no signs indicating that Kushina would give birth imminently. Shortly after, Minato Namikaze unexpectedly teleported in. Seeing her husband, Kushina, who had been anxious, felt a wave of calm wash over her. Minato, you're here. What happened? Why did you leave in such a hurry? Moving beside Minato, she wished to lean against him but found it inconvenient, so she extended her hand toward him. Minato, sensing her reliance, grasped her hands tightly. It's nothing serious. Are you hungry? Would you like to eat something? I crave takoyaki, glutinous rice balls, grilled meat, and ramen. Upon hearing the long list of requests from Kushina, the accompanying individuals felt exasperated, while Minato could only chuckle helplessly. Soon, he returned with the array of dishes Kushina had requested. She certainly did not resemble someone on the verge of childbirth. Minato, you should eat something too, Kushina said, her mouth full, as she sloppily offered him a skewer of squid. Under the bemused gazes of the others, Minato reluctantly took a bite. Just then, as he swallowed, Kushina clutched her belly and cried out in pain. "What's wrong?" Minato asked, alarmed at his wife's distress. "You need to leave," Biwako urged, pushing Minato away. And he finally understood. His heart raced with anxiety, a tension surpassing even that of facing a formidable foe. As Minato was ushered out, he called back, "Hang in there. I'll be waiting for you and the baby." The door slammed shut. Moments later, outside, Minato heard Kushina's anguished screams. Push, you can do it. I can't take it anymore." Listening to her cries from within, Minato was drenched in sweat, pacing back and forth, torn between entering and retreating at the door's threshold. What should I do? What should I do? In this moment of desperation, he truly grasped the meaning of fatherhood. Just then, a resounding wail of a newborn pierced the air, followed by a cascade of cries. Wah! Wah! Minato stood frozen, struck by the realization. Have I become a father? As the cries of the infant echoed, those lurking in the shadows began to stir. However, the moment they moved, they were swiftly detected. Chapter 32, Unsealing. A stealthy individual, a nefarious character. Outside the barrier, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, fully armed, shouted. He had previously conferred with the fourth Hokage and decided to focus on the location of the Jinchuriki's delivery. As anticipated, the individual had come in pursuit of the Jinchuriki. No one can stop me. Kamui. Uchiha Obito faced the third Hokage without a trace of fear, treating him as though he were mere air. The third Hokage, upon witnessing the masked figure transform into a swirling vortex, recalled Kakashi's previous descriptions. A grave realization struck him, space-time ninjutsu. Swiftly, he formed hand seals. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. With a decisive strike of his palm upon the ground, a dragon's head of earth erupted, spitting forth a torrent of soil. The earth spewed forth in dense, chaotic bursts. He again formed seals with fervor. Fire release, Fire Dragon Bullet. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, inhaled deeply, then unleashed a colossal fireball. In an instant, the soil projectiles from the earth dragon were hardened by the inferno, creating a conflagration of fiery debris that surged toward the masked man. However, just as the attack was poised to strike, Obito had already utilized his space-time ninjutsu to evade. Panic set in as the third Hokage realized his assault had been for naught. Meanwhile, in a secret location, Minato Namikaze, having just witnessed the birth of his child, held his wife's hand, feeling an ache of concern at her weakened state. Fortunately, all seemed to be progressing well. The Nine Tails remained sealed within his wife, Kushina. "Thank you, Kushina," he said, his heart swelling with gratitude. Hearing his words, Kushina offered a faint smile, her eyes glistening with emotion. Minato too felt tears welling, overwhelmed by the joy of fatherhood. "All right, Kushina, I will reinforce the seal on the Nine Tails." He placed his hand upon her abdomen, preparing to enact the sealing technique. Suddenly, calamity struck. 2 wooden spears pierced the bodies of the midwives. Minato turned, rage igniting within him. "Damn it, Lady Paipa." Obito swiftly seized the newborn from the cradle, his fingers poised threateningly above the infant's head. "Fourth Hokage, step away from the Jinchuriki, or I shall crush your son's skull." Obito's mad laughter echoed ominously, mingling with the baby's distressed cries. Unmoved by the shock on their faces, he produced a stack of explosive tags, affixing them to the baby's swaddling. "Can't understand me? Very well. I shall split him in 2. With that, he drew a kunai and hurled the infant away. Kushina, jolted awake by his deranged words, screamed, "No! Minato! Save Naruto!" In a flash, Minato used his Shunshin technique to catch the baby, embodying the legendary speed of the yellow flash. "Now let's see." Obito grinned, forming the seal for the explosive tags. Not good. Realizing the imminent danger, Minato tore the swaddling away and hurled it into a vacant corner, rolling out of the room with his son in his arms. Boom. The nursery erupted in chaos, reduced to rubble. Minato quickly checked on Naruto, relieved to find him unharmed. But a sharp pain shot through his right foot, extracting the wood splinters embedded in his skin. He swiftly transported himself and his son to a prearranged safe house using the Flying Thunder God technique. "Naruto, you'll be safe here. I must go rescue your mother." When the third Hokage arrived at the nursery, it lay in ruins. Amidst the debris, he spotted a fragment of his wife's clothing. Kushina. Tears welled in his eyes. Just that morning, they had shared breakfast, her gentle voice echoing in his ears. How could this be their last moment together? I'm sorry, Kushina, but I must prioritize the greater good. He wiped away his tears, cast one last glance at the fabric, and set off to track down the enemy. Meanwhile, Kushina was imprisoned upon a massive stone, the sealed nine tails within her sensing the weakening of its restraints, stirring with excitement. However, before it could revel in freedom, a familiar terror washed over it. Before it could utter a single word, consciousness slipped away. Go forth, Nine Tails. Destroy Konoha. As these words fell from Obito's lips, a colossal red energy erupted from Kushina, morphing into an immense nine-tails fox. There it is. The third Hokage, tracking the enemy, spotted the formidable beast and rushed toward it. Though weakened, Kushina, hearing Obito's words, fought to rise. Wait. Obito, intending to head directly to Konoha, smirked upon realizing she was still alive. Impressive, Uzumaki clan. If you are the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, then let your demise come at its hands. With a fearsome howl, the Nine-Tails lunged at Kushina's location with a devastating claw. Boom. The ground where Kushina lay was shattered. Ah, no. In that moment, Minato appeared, cradling Kushina atop a great tree. Minato, Kushina weakly called, burying her face in his embrace. Just then, the third Hokage arrived, summoning his summoning beast, the Monkey King Enma. Lord Third, catch. Minato tossed a special kunai, vanishing with Kushina. The third Hokage understood immediately, catching the kunai before turning his gaze to the enormous Nine Tails. Yuan Fei, the Nine Tails has broken free. Standing alongside him, the Monkey King eyed the beast with unwavering determination. Enma, transform. Understood. Boom. As the Monkey King morphed into his formidable staff, the fourth Hokage reappeared. Chapter 33. The Nine-Tails Rampage. You will not stop me. As Obito's words echoed, the surrounding space began to spiral. Without a second thought, Minato darted toward the Nine Tails, throwing a specialized kunai at Obito. What is he planning? But there was no time for contemplation. The priority was paramount. Obito vanished, and Minato reached the Nine Tails' side. He simply walked away. Minato muttered to himself, then turned to the third Hokage. Lord Third, the enemy wields space-time ninjutsu, making them exceedingly troublesome. We must adapt swiftly. As Minato vanished, a profound sense of helplessness washed over the third Hokage. Meanwhile, in another part of the village, Obito appeared, forming hand seals without hesitation. Summoning technique, Nine Tails. Boom. The immense Nine Tails fox materialized, toppling numerous structures. The once peaceful village erupted in screams of terror. What is that? People gazed in horror at the colossal creature. It's the Nine Tails. Recognizing the beast, chaos ensued. Ninth Tails, unleash destruction. Ha ha ha. The laughter of Uchiha Obito abruptly ceased as the Nine Tails vanished. Ah! Uchiha Obito cried out, consumed by rage. That individual always appeared when he should not and vanished when he should. A vortex emerged, and he prepared to confront the one who obstructed him. The recent events had already been discovered. Why has it disappeared again? It must be the fourth Hokage's jutsu. Uchiha Fugaku immediately recognized the situation, but by the time he rushed over, the Nine Tails had already vanished. Thus, he changed his course of action. Quickly, inform everyone to evacuate and avoid gathering. This matter is far from over. Uchiha Fugaku commanded his subordinates and swiftly headed in a particular direction. At home, Kakashi heard the commotion and immediately donned his gear before heading out. All Chunin and below, retreat with me. By the time Kakashi stepped outside, others had already begun organizing the evacuation. Uchiha Itachi held his younger brother Sasuke tightly, remembering their mother's words. Sasuke, your brother will protect you. Meanwhile, at the location of the third Hokage, the Nine Tails reappeared. With a mournful howl, the Nine Tails began to rampage. Shortly after, Uchiha Obito appeared beside the Nine Tails. Do you think this will stop me, fourth Hokage Minato? They were far from Konoha, and Uchiha Obito commanded the Nine Tails to attack the village. The Nine Tails opened its massive jaws, chakra rapidly coalescing. Its tail beast bomb. Sensing the dire situation, Minato prepared to employ his previous tactic. Your opponent is me, he declared. Uchiha Obito launched a surprise attack from behind, intercepting Minato's attempt to counter. The extending golden staff struck the Nine Tails, causing its impending tailed beast bomb to deviate from its original trajectory. Boom. The colossal sphere of red and black energy swept past Konoha, leaving behind charred destruction, as if a monumental wound had been inflicted upon the earth. Finally, a tremendous explosion echoed, followed by a towering mushroom cloud rising into the sky, illuminating the area as bright as day. Over there, the attack from the Ninetales pointed the direction for Konoha's ninjas, even though the attack merely grazed the outskirts. A significant area was devastated, accompanied by countless cries of despair. Ha ha ha. Sensing the situation, Uchiha Obito cackled with delight, while Minato was filled with fury. A kunai sliced through Uchiha Obito's throat, piercing cleanly through him, causing Minato's assault to fall short. Seizing Minato's arm, a space vortex emerged, ready to absorb him. Minato felt an immense pulling force, as if he were being drawn into another dimension. Boom. Just as Uchiha Obito thought he had succeeded, Minato used the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. Humph. What good is fleeing? Ninetales, go to Konoha. Uchiha Obito faced no opposition and once again employed Kimui to reach Konoha. Through the summoning technique, he conjured the Ninetales to the village, this time in a different location. Without hesitation, he commanded the Ninetales to unleash a tailed beast bomb. The Ninetales opened its enormous mouth, chakra rapidly condensing. Boom. Another tailed beast bomb materialized within Konoha. However, before it could wreak havoc, Minato reappeared, extending his hand to encompass the tailed beast bomb with his Flying Thunder God technique, causing it to vanish instantaneously. Boom. A loud explosion erupted in the distance, accompanied by another massive fiery mushroom cloud. The Konoha ninjas who had previously left the village for support froze in shock, realizing the direction had changed, and some spotted the colossal Ninetales reappearing in the village. They felt a profound sense of helplessness and intense anger. At that moment, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, finally gasped for breath as he joined the ninjas. What exactly has happened? Why does the Ninetales repeatedly appear to wreak havoc? Uchiha Fugaku, the first to arrive, questioned him. Is it not obvious? Did you not see that massive Sharingan? Someone retorted, their tone filled with skepticism. Currently, there is no one from the Uchiha clan who can control the Ninetales, not even me. Enough. This is not the time for such discussions. A master of space-time ninjutsu has released and is controlling the Ninetales, and Minato is fighting him. The third Hokage succinctly explained the situation, prompting silence among the crowd. On the other side, Uchiha Obito sneered as he observed the panting Minato. Fourth Hokage Minato, how many times can you stop me? The Ninetales swiped its paw, shattering a nearby building, ready to continue its rampage when a voice rang out. Lightning release, palm thunder. In an instant, Kakashi gathered a 3-meter diameter lightning sphere in his palm. Kakashi produced a scroll, summoning a gigantic shuriken. Thud! The massive shuriken, imbued with destructive lightning energy, hurtled toward the Ninetales. The air vibrated, the sound akin to that of a tailed beast bomb. In a flash, like a shooting star, it illuminated the scene. Sizzle! The Ninetales' left front paw and 3 tails were severed in one strike, causing Kakashi to collapse from mental strain. Kakashi. Chapter 34, Demon Subjugation. Might Guy scooped up the unconscious Kakashi and sprinted away. Earlier, when Might Guy noticed Kakashi leaving, he secretly followed. Before he could marvel at Kakashi's prowess, he found Kakashi collapsed. Kakashi, please be okay. As he ran, Might Guy called out to Kakashi, but no response came, no matter how he shouted. The Ninetales, already ferocious, became even more berserk due to its injuries. Even under control, it instinctively sought to destroy everything. The severed limbs of the Ninetales began to melt, red chakra swirling back into its body, allowing the severed limbs to regenerate. Minato, having consumed several soldier pills, regained some chakra. The earlier summoning of the Ninetales had drained him significantly, and he had little chakra left after multiple uses of the Flying Thunder God. He noticed Kakashi's earlier move, granting him a moment to recover. That strike from Kakashi had once again astonished Uchiha Obito. If he had a few more chances, wouldn't the Ninetales be dismantled? Fortunately, there was only one strike. In the blink of an eye, everything had transpired in mere moments. Minato seized the opportunity, throwing a specially crafted kunai at Uchiha Obito before vanishing. Humph! Uchiha Obito scoffed, producing a set of iron chains. After allowing the opponent to escape earlier, this time he intended to bind him and absorb him. Once the Ninetales regenerated, it prepared to wreak havoc anew. It swiped at a troublesome building, intent on obliterating it. Minato's specially crafted kunai pierced through the enemy's body once more, and Uchiha Obito smiled, envisioning Minato being absorbed. I win. But before he could finish, the opponent disappeared. Resignation. Uchiha Obito was slammed into the ground with immense force, his body sinking into the earth. Having transplanted the first Hokage's cells, he sustained no fatal injuries and quickly rose. However, just as Uchiha Obito stood, Minato reappeared and struck him once more. Contract seal. In a moment of desperation, Uchiha Obito found himself in a dire predicament. Yet, his efforts bore no fruit. The technique was complete, severing the link between him and the Nine Tails. Without hesitation, he utilized the vortex to escape. However, Obito, unwilling to concede, took a moment to regain his composure before charging once more towards Minato Namikaze. At the very instant the summoning contract was sealed, the Nine Tails regained its clarity of mind. Nevertheless, the force it had unleashed upon the compound could not be retracted. It was indifferent to the consequences. It would strike regardless. With a resounding clang that reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth, the recently returned third Hokage and his companions were momentarily stunned. They quickly turned their gazes towards the source of the sound. There, they beheld the Nine Tails hurtling backward, with a golden giant bell encasing a certain residence. The crowd observed as the golden bell began to rotate slowly, supported by a Bagua diagram, within which the duality of yin and yang intertwined. What is this? Is it a formation? They exchanged bewildered glances, having never encountered such a technique before. Seize the Nine Tails. I shall prepare the technique to expel it from the village. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, declared decisively, seizing the opportune moment. I will assist. Uchiha Fugaku shouted, ensuring his voice was heard above the chaos. The Uchiha clan could not afford to bear the blame for this night's calamity, even at the cost of his life. He was determined to demonstrate their resolve to the villagers. Fugaku's Sharingan spun, intricate patterns manifesting within his crimson eyes. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, blue flames erupted from Fugaku's body, coalescing into a colossal skeletal form. In an instant, before the Nine Tails could react, he commanded his massive energy construct to firmly restrain the beast's head. It was less a hold and more akin to a blue phantom settling upon the Nine Tails' neck. Seeing this, the others wasted no time and unleashed their ninjutsu upon the Nine Tails. Roaring in fury, the Nine Tails broke free from its constraints, only to be met with a barrage of attacks from all directions. It aimed to retaliate against these assailants, but the weight upon its neck hindered its movements. With a thunderous crash, two claws struck down, sending Fugaku reeling with blood spilling from his lips. The relentless assault continued. Amidst the chaos, the black flames of Amaterasu ignited upon the Nine Tails, scorching its form. In agony, the Nine Tails lashed out, gathering chakra to unleash a devastating attack upon the entity affixed to its neck. Just as it prepared to unleash its fury, it was interrupted mid-incantation. The golden staff elongated. With a resounding thud, the Nine Tails was expelled from the confines of Konoha village, though it remained perilously close. In a final act, Fugaku relinquished his grip, allowing the Nine Tails to be thrust away, collapsing to the ground, unconscious and unaware of his fate. Furious, the Nine Tails, incensed by the sight of the suspended golden bell, sought to obliterate it. It opened its maw wide, preparing to unleash its full might. As the battle resumed between Obito and Minato, the latter, having witnessed the temporary reprieve of the Nine Tails, exhaled a sigh of relief. What does lifting the seal matter? It will still attack Konoha. Obito reveled in the chaos, eager to inflict his suffering upon others. Minato's heart sank upon hearing his adversary's words. What he had hoped would be a moment of respite quickly turned to dread as the Nine Tails began to gather an immense amount of chakra once more. Far away, at Maple Leaf Mountain, the meditating Li Qing suddenly opened his eyes, a divine light shimmering within them. Li Qing formed the demon suppression seal, enunciating the words, demon suppression. As his voice resonated, he raised his left hand skyward. In an instant, a colossal golden handprint shot into the air. Rising to his feet, Li Qing took a step forward, vanishing from sight. In Konoha, all eyes turned toward the ominous gathering of chakra, their expressions filled with dread. Minato prepared to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique once more to transport the tailed beast bomb away. Just as he was about to act, he halted abruptly. At that moment, everyone heard a voice that resonated like a mighty bell. Demon suppression. Suddenly, a gargantuan golden handprint descended from the heavens, enveloping the Nine Tails. With a cataclysmic roar, the earth trembled. The onlookers beheld the golden hand, which, like a fly swatter, forced the Nine Tails deep into the ground. The abruptness of the event left the crowd in stunned silence. What should have been a moment of triumph turned into a collective gasp of horror. As the audience remained frozen in shock, Obito stealthily approached the location where Kushina and her child had been concealed. Chapter 35. Where is your malice? When Minato and the Konoha shinobi reached the enormous handprint, they stood in stunned disbelief. The ground had been deeply cratered, resembling a vast canyon. The Nine Tails lay there, barely clinging to life, curled up as if on the brink of death. We must seal it quickly. They were unaware of the source of that devastating blow, some even speculating that the handprint had intentionally spared the Nine Tails. Minato's anxiety surged. He feared he might not have enough time to reseal the beast within his wife's body. Yet, he refused to relent. Meanwhile, at the location where Kushina and her child were sheltered, Obito reflected on the golden handprint, feeling exposed under its radiant light. Fearing that his true identity might be revealed, he dared not linger. The day's outcome left him dissatisfied. He resolved to eliminate the mother and child to vent his frustrations. This world could not know only his suffering. They must all share in it to enter a new world together. Minato, you always arrive a step too late. Today, let me show you the cost of tardiness. Obito gazed upon the weakened Kushina, a contemptuous smile gracing his lips. Her demise was inevitable. All that was required was the death of the child. He reached towards the slumbering infant, grasping its delicate neck. A glimmer of excitement shone in Obito's eyes as he prepared to experience the thrill of extinguishing a young life. Stop! A shadowy arm swept Obito's hand aside, snatching the infant away. Zetsu, what is the meaning of this? Obito loathed being interrupted. He now wished to eliminate this ambiguous entity as well. With the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, Zetsu had planned to use the child in place of Nagato, educating him from a young age to return and destroy Konoha. Was that not a superior choice? After contemplating Zetsu's words, Obito reluctantly acquiesced. You're quite the villain. I find myself questioning if you are deceiving me. Unfazed, Zetsu responded that if a good deed could free Kushina, it would promptly turn to the light. How can you be so malevolent? With that, Zetsu cradled the infant and slowly sank into the ground, vanishing from sight. At that moment, as the infant disappeared, Kushina abruptly awoke, as if some force had roused her. Seeing the emptiness beside her and the masked figure nearby, she screamed, Naruto. From within Kushina, countless chains of sealing techniques exploded forth, hurtling toward the masked Obito. Yet, all was in vain. The vortex gradually absorbed him, and he ultimately vanished from view. In the final moment, Minato appeared. Gazing upon his husband, Kushina uttered her last words before succumbing to her fate. Retrieve Naruto. Kushina. Please don't go. In a state of frenzy, Minato Namikaze held his wife's lifeless body, yet the recollection of her dying wish compelled him to halt his current actions. I must retrieve Naruto. Taking a deep breath, Minato gently laid his wife down. In an instant, he vanished once more. Time became an abstract concept as Minato returned to his wife's side, cradling their newborn child. Kushina, I have succeeded. I have brought back our child. Tears streamed down his face as he embraced his son, yet his wife, lying on the bed, could no longer respond. Meanwhile, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, wept bitterly as he held his own wife, Iwako. Such scenes were rampant in the Hidden Leaf Village, a testament to the collective efforts of many ninjas. Otherwise, the situation would have been far graver. Wiping his tears, Minato vanished with his wife and newborn son. When he reappeared, he found himself at the location of the Nine Tails. He gently placed his wife and son down before beginning a series of hand seals. What is the fourth Hokage doing? Questioned the guards as a colossal barrier emerged. After sealing the area, Minato placed his son swaddling on the sealing altar. The baby's cries interrupted Minato's solemn task, prompting him to tenderly caress his son's face, a smile breaking through his grief. With resolve, he turned towards the Nine Tails. When he was a distance away, he paused to survey his surroundings, then began to weave the final seals. As he completed the incantation, a specter of a fearsome demon, clad in white and possessing dual horns, emerged behind him. The third Hokage, having just laid his wife to rest, stumbled upon this scene and nearly lost his balance. Upon recognizing the fallen Kushina, realization dawned on him. In a swift motion, the Nine Tails was cleaved in two, offering no resistance. A spectral hand seized one half of the beast, passing through Minato's form and entering the demon's maw. Dragging his weary body, Minato approached his son, nuzzling his face against the child's. He began forming seals anew. Let the summoning commence. A toad materialized before him, surveying the chaos. What has transpired here? It inquired, quickly grasping the gravity of the situation. Frog, I implore you to deliver the key to the sealing technique to my master, Jiraiya. Understood. The toad replied without hesitation. Once everything concluded, Minato gazed at his son once more. Naruto, I am sorry. I cannot be there to watch you grow, but I hope for your healthy development. With those final words, Minato lay beside Kushina, his eyes closing forever. As the barrier dissipated, tears streamed down the third Hokage's face. Zetsu, who had previously aimed to steal the child, was now en route to meet Uchiha Obito. Following the events, the idea of abducting the child was promptly abandoned. The child bore the Flying Thunder God technique, making him a ticking time bomb. If only I had listened to Obito and eliminated him, Zetsu lamented, regretting his earlier choice, realizing the danger he had narrowly escaped. Where's the child? Obito demanded upon seeing Zetsu's empty hands. He was taken, inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique. Zetsu reported without reservation. Is this your capability? Obito's disdain was palpable, recalling the moment he had severed a portion of his own flesh to escape Minato's mark. Zetsu refrained from arguing, fully aware of the fourth Hokage's terrifying prowess. The Nine-Tails was subdued. The memory haunted Zetsu, realizing the immense strength that still existed in the ninja world. Upon reflecting on the golden hand that descended from above, Obito hastened to depart, choosing not to dwell on the lost child. There would be ample opportunities to return. After committing further atrocities, Obito and Zetsu temporarily left the Hidden Leaf Village, pursuing their grand designs elsewhere. As they vanished into the night, the golden light that had silently observed everything began to fade. Chapter 36. Late autumn in a single night, the Hidden Leaf Village was transformed. News of the Nine-Tails rampage and the demise of the fourth Hokage and his wife spread rapidly throughout the ninja world by the third day. The situation in the Hidden Leaf Village became precarious, with various factions stirring restlessly, seemingly on the verge of reigniting the flames of war. Humo, having suffered greatly in the Third Great Ninja War, was particularly vigilant, eager to reclaim their losses through conflict. Just as they prepared for battle, a rumor emerged that halted their advance. It was said that just as the Nine-Tails was poised to annihilate the Hidden Leaf, a reclusive yet unparalleled powerhouse emerged, effortlessly subduing the beast with a mighty blow. Upon hearing this, all factions dispatched envoys to verify the truth of the claim. The Hidden Leaf Village even published a photograph of the handprint left by the colossal hand in the newspapers. For the time being, all forces refrained from acting hastily, choosing to observe the Hidden Leaf's true capabilities. In a return to the Hidden Leaf Village, Lin Yin was overwhelmed by a sense of nostalgia and estrangement as she revisited familiar yet foreign places. After paying her respects to the deceased, she hurriedly departed. Upon returning to Maple Leaf Mountain, the suffocating feeling dissipated. Lin's mood was somber as she observed Li Qing, who hesitated to speak. Eventually, he broke the silence. Are you wondering why I didn't save those people? With that question, tears streamed down Lin's face, cascading down her cheeks and pooling at her chin before falling drop by drop. Although she had ceased to be a ninja, her affection for the village remained profound. With misty eyes, she nodded. Every day, countless people die for various reasons. Must I save them all? Lin found herself at a loss for a counterargument, her crying intensifying. Their commotion drew the attention of others, who gathered to watch. Li Qing waved them off, signaling that they need not intervene. He offered her his handkerchief, intending to let her tears fly away with a gesture, but reconsidered. Then why did you save me? She asked, accepting the cloth and wiping her tears. After a moment of sobbing, her repressed emotions seemed to lift, her chest no longer feeling as heavy. I happened to be passing by and saved you. Lin looked up at Li Qing, disbelief written across her face. Then, she leaned closer and whispered in his ear. You must have saved me because you thought I was beautiful, right? Li Qing shook his head. At that time, you were lying in a pool of blood with a massive wound in your chest. Beauty was the least of my concerns. Upon hearing his denial and his subsequent words, Lin shot him an incredulous glare. I don't believe it. I have pondered that moment countless times. You were only a few months old. There's no way you happened to be there. You must have gone out of your way to save me. Hearing the words of Noera Rin, Li Qing felt somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that her thoughts were so intricate beneath her youthful exterior. He had assumed her mind to be rather simple. Indeed, it seems that the people in this world mature earlier than expected. You seem to have strayed off topic. Upon hearing this, the other party appeared momentarily flustered. Realizing the conversation had veered off course, causing her cheeks to flush. However, she was not inclined to concede any fault. No way. I'll just consider it as you deliberately coming to my rescue. With that, Noera Rin turned to leave, seemingly forgetting Li Qing's handkerchief. Fortunately, she had expressed her emotions and no longer felt as troubled. For Noera Rin, the ninja life seemed truly to belong to the past. After the initial pangs of change subsided, she gradually regained her composure. Each day was spent either in the bookstore or training alongside Li Qing. Even though she had yet to channel chakra into her body, she persevered without yielding. Following the demise of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was compelled to reclaim power. Residing on Maple Leaf Mountain, Li Qing received a message shortly after the Nine Tails incident, indicating that someone was investigating his family's circumstances. Li Qing understood the reason behind it, but paid little heed. If anyone dared to overstep their bounds, he would not hesitate to send them on their way. It is worth mentioning that Orochimaru truly valued his own life. Ever since their first encounter, he had refrained from disturbing Li Qing in any manner. In fact, he had not conducted any investigation. It was not out of disinterest, but rather out of fear. On the day the barrier surrounding Li Qing's home was triggered, Orochimaru, lurking in the shadows, took note. When a golden hand descended from the sky, he dared to speculate boldly. The investigation was quickly halted. Upon discovering that the lady of the house was the granddaughter of the esteemed Lord Beichin, the inquiry was called off. Logically speaking, with only one girl left in the Beichin family, it should not have been a matter of great significance. Perhaps Beichin Xingzi herself was indifferent. But those of her social standing would not be so dismissive. This is akin to why so many follow an emperor who is, in essence, an ordinary person. The same principle applies to the daimyos and lords of this world. Once, Li Qing had believed that his parents' endorsement of his ambition to conquer the realms was rooted in emotional support. Little did he know that they were genuinely capable of aiding him. In this world, the nominal rulers have never been those powerful ninjas. Uchiha Madara's desire for the infinite Tsukuyomi stemmed from his inability to assume the role of a true sovereign. Ninjas, or rather the vast majority of them, are capable of little more than killing. The primary objective of battles between ninja villages is merely to showcase their strength. The victor garners more missions and, consequently, greater financial backing. Qing, hug me. Tian, with her hair styled in two little buns and her sparkling eyes fixed on Li Qing, raised her hands into the air. Li Qing's reverie was interrupted by her voice, prompting him to roll his eyes. You should consider your age. You're far too grown up for hugs. Aren't you ashamed? Unfazed by Li Qing's remark, Tian merely smiled and quipped, hee hee. Qing, your eye-rolling expression is truly lovely. Should I fetch a pair of white eyes for you, so you can see them all the time? Li Qing teased Tian, aware that she had no understanding of what white eyes were, and even if she did, she would remain unconcerned. No way. I just want you to hug me, she insisted, sulking and pouting before advancing to embrace Li Qing. You are a young lady now. You cannot engage in casual physical contact with others, do you understand? Li Qing gently placed his palm on her head, speaking earnestly. I'm not even 2 yet. How can I be considered grown? At nearly 2 years old, Tian appeared no different from a girl of 10. Realizing her actual age, Li Qing lowered his hand from her head and patted her back, which sufficed as a hug. Humph. No way. Tian was dissatisfied with his gesture and forcibly pulled his hand back, placing it on her shoulder. You. After a resigned admonition, Li Qing hoisted her onto his back. This scene was witnessed clearly by two mothers nearby, busily knitting. They exchanged knowing smiles and continued their work, preparing winter garments for their children as the cold weather approached. The previous year's clothes would surely no longer fit. Days passed slowly amid Tian's antics and charming behavior, and soon November arrived. In the deep autumn season, the winds howled and leaves fell, painting a picture of desolation and decay. The arrival of war among the ninjas came even sooner than winter. Chapter 37. The supreme forgetfulness of emotion after a month of delay. Kumobikure could no longer restrain itself and waged war against Konoha. The motive, of course, was to take advantage of a perceived weakness. Before heading to the battlefield, Kakashi made a stop at Maple Leaf Mountain. He stole a glance at his former comrade, and upon witnessing Noera Rin's transformation, he turned away with a sense of relief. Observing Kakashi's resolute back, Li Qing waved his right hand, conjuring a small vial before him. Simultaneously, Kakashi heard Li Qing's voice resonate in his mind. 1 life per essence. You have 3 chances. Kakashi paused, surprised, and turned to see Li Qing floating before him. He grasped the vial tightly, nodded, and once again turned to depart. Thus, the war between Kumogakure and Konoha reignited. Uchiha Fugaku, having just recovered from a severe illness, donned his battle attire and returned to the fray, accompanied by 5-year-old Uchiha Itachi. Not only the Uchiha clan, but all prominent families from Konoha headed to the front lines. War is devoid of mercy. It is a matter of survival. Either you perish or I do. Since the Ninetales incident a month prior, Beichin Xingzi had forbidden Li Qing's father from returning to Konoha. She had heard first-hand accounts of the chaos and turned pale at the thought. Had her husband been in Konoha at that time, the outcome could have been dire. Considering their long-term residence at Maple Leaf Source, Beichin Xingzi resolved to expand the Maple Leaf community at the foot of the mountain. Upon hearing this news, Li Qing suggested that she devise a plan rather than expanding blindly, ideally creating a blueprint. Grateful for her son's insight, Beichin Xingzi readily accepted, and during the subsequent planning, Li Qing contributed several ideas. Afterward, he left his mother to her endeavors. Previously, Li Qing had heard her express discomfort with various conventions. Yet now, surrounded by a throng of people, she seemed to handle herself quite adeptly. Perhaps she was indeed destined for the role of a young lady. Amidst his meditation and training, Li Qing also undertook another task. He observed the structural makeup of the Outer Path's demonic statue. His interest lay not in the grotesque statue itself, but rather in the God Tree. The God Tree absorbs life force, spiritual energy, and natural energy, ultimately bearing chakra fruits. Thus, Li Qing planned to cultivate a spiritual tree or vine. Unfortunately, lacking seedlings or seeds, he resorted to studying the fundamental nature of the God Tree. Ultimately, he concluded that the God Tree is akin to a sentient tree spirit that, upon reaching a certain maturity, can transform into the Ten Tails. It consumes all forms of energy, which explains its chaotic and monstrous nature. Having unraveled the principles of the God Tree, Li Qing returned home to select a few seeds, meticulously choosing until only 10 remained. He stored these seeds in his dantian, nurturing them slowly with his golden elixir. He hoped to cultivate them into spiritual seeds, with their success resting upon their own destiny. To foster the growth of these spiritual seeds, Li Qing spent over a month in meditation atop Maple Leaf Mountain, prompting concern among others. Although each day, they would escort him up for training and bring him back afterward, Li Qing remained as unresponsive as a statue. Every time Tian visited the summit, she would hum at him. For over a month, she had not communicated with Li Qing, and she longed for the sound of his voice. If it weren't for the fact that she could still see him every day, she would not know how to cope. Finally, as December was nearing its end, Li Qing awakened. The first to notice was Tian, who had spent her days at the mountaintop. Aside from eating and sleeping, she remained by Li Qing's side, almost constantly watching over him. "Qing, you have finally awakened." Despite her yearning, Tian had refrained from disturbing Li Qing. Now, as he opened his eyes, her emotions surged forth. For nearly 2 months, she had little appetite and lacked the desire to play with the little spirits. She felt an emptiness within her. Upon opening his eyes, Li Qing immediately spotted the familiar figure. As she rushed towards him, he did not use his magical abilities to hold her back, but instead, he opened his arms to embrace her, sensing the intense emotions emanating from her. "I thought you would never wake up," Tian cried, her sorrow overwhelming. She had never felt such sadness before. Since her birth, she had always seen him, and her days were filled with his presence. The absence of communication for nearly 2 months felt like a severance from Li Qing's world. This time, she truly understood the pain of loss. Li Qing noticed that Tian's chin had sharpened, and she had lost considerable weight. She was not picky about food. As long as it was not inedible, she would accept it. The once round and adorable face had transformed into a delicate oval shape. I'm here. Li Qing did not urge her to stop crying. The emotions had been pent up for too long, and letting them out was a relief. He continuously stroked her back, providing her with a sense of presence and emotional security. Though she appeared to be a 10-year-old girl, she was, in truth, still a child under 2. When Tian finally lifted her head from Li Qing's embrace, he noticed her eyes were swollen. Gently, he brushed his hand across her face to ease the swelling, then smiled at her. "Thank you for always being here with me." Tian turned her head, resting her back against Li Qing, her little nose twitching. She felt that after crying, it was time to show Li Qing a different side of herself. Seeing her pitiful expression stirred something within Li Qing. He had not anticipated the lengthy time it would take to cultivate those seeds successfully. When he opened his eyes, Li Qing felt a moment of disorientation. Upon seeing the rushing figure, an inexplicable emotion surged from within him. Even though he attempted to suppress it, that feeling could not be contained. Li Qing's path of cultivation was one of nature, aligned with the way of heaven, often referred to as the path of detachment. He had always deliberately suppressed his emotions. Although he appeared gentle, he was, in essence, devoid of sentiment. He had intended to let her return to her original path after a few years, once she began school, thus severing the ties of causality. At that moment, two paths tugged at Li Qing's heart. Qing, Tian's voice broke his contemplation. Don't ignore me. I promise to be good. Looking down, he saw her leaning closer, her tearful eyes filled with a pitiful innocence, resembling a forsaken little creature, her expression one of helplessness. The emotions he had suppressed erupted forth like a burst dam. How could I possibly ignore you? Li Qing exclaimed, pulling Tian tightly into his embrace. Chapter 38. Two spirit roots. When Li Qing awakened, it was just as the sun was about to set. Instead of meditating, he chose to accompany Tian in watching the evening glow. How beautiful, she exclaimed, snuggling against his shoulder, genuinely admiring the distant scenery. Her long lashes fluttered, and her dark eyes occasionally glanced at Li Qing's profile. When he turned to look at her, she quickly turned her little face towards the crimson clouds. In a moment she thought he could not see, she smiled brightly. As twilight descended and the clouds dispersed, Li Qing knelt down and carried the drowsy Tian on his back. As day transitioned to night, he slowly made his way home. The gentle swaying soon lulled her into a sweet slumber. Upon arriving at Maple Leaf Villa, Tian awoke, refreshed after a short nap. Reluctant to part ways, she climbed down from Li Qing's back. Qing, lower your head, she whispered after they touched the ground. Li Qing bent down, bringing his ear closer to her, expecting a secret, but instead received the warm, moist sensation of her kiss on his cheek. Where did you learn that? He asked, surprised by the unexpected gesture. I saw my mother do that to my father. Tian responded innocently, showing no embarrassment, merely seeking to express her affection. Li Qing felt that adults must be cautious with their actions, lest children imitate them. Just as he was about to say something, several figures rushed towards them. Qing, son. 3 different addresses represented varying relationships. Tian's parents called her Qing, while Li Qing's parents addressed him as son, and Lin simply used his name. Despite the differences in titles, the joy in their voices was unmistakable. Li Qing found himself enveloped in hugs from his parents, while Beichen Xingzi's eyes brimmed with tears. They often visited the mountain to see Li Qing, who had remained silent like a statue, causing them great concern. I'm sorry for worrying you. Li Qing bowed in apology to the gathered crowd, feeling that he should respond to their concern. It's just good to see you awake. Everything else is unimportant, Beichen Xingzi said, wiping her tears with a smile. During this time, everyone had worn worried expressions, and Li Qing's father had not tended to business for a long time, unable to focus with his son in such a state. Let us have dinner together tonight. Uncle and Auntie will come, and Shaolin too. Lin shot Li Qing an indignant look upon being referred to as Shaolin. Despite being under 2 years old, he dared to call her that, a blatant disregard for their age difference. All right, but from now on, please call me Sister Lin. Li Qing's parents were overjoyed at the prospect of dining together, especially since he had not eaten in a long while. Even though they understood their son was extraordinary, worry persisted. Then I will prepare some delicious dishes tonight, Li Qing's mother said, dashing off to the kitchen, followed by the other 2 women. The scene left Tian clinging tightly to Li Qing's arm, along with the 2 young fathers, who appeared more like peers than parent and child. That evening, the meal was bountiful, and spirits were high. However, after dinner, Tian was still reluctant to leave, wanting to sleep alongside Li Qing. Don't worry, I won't leave, Li Qing assured her, prompting her to follow her mother back to her room, turning back every few steps. After bidding farewell to Tian, Li Qing returned to his own room. For nearly 2 months, he had been hastily cultivating the spirit seeds. Allowing them to nurture naturally would take far too long. Ultimately, he obtained 2 gleaming spirit seeds. The remaining 8 seeds had transformed into nutrients, flowing into those 2 spirit seeds in the final moments. Li Qing planned to plant them atop the mountain the following day. The reason for having 2 spirit seeds was that he had stumbled upon gourd seeds while searching. Initially, He intended to cultivate a fruit tree that would bear spirit fruits for consumption or alchemy. The following morning, after completing his meditation to gather energy, Li Qing led Tian Tian and Yi Yuanlin to a nearby open area. With a wave of his hand, 2 gleaming seeds of ethereal light landed in his palm. Tian Tian's eyes widened as she gazed at the resplendent objects in Li Qing's hand, unable to contain her curiosity as she asked, "What are these?" Beside her, Yi Yuanlin similarly fixed her gaze on Li Qing's palm. "They are 2 seeds," Li Qing replied, while Tian Tian found them merely fascinating and beautiful. Yi Yuanlin pondered deeper implications. Naturally, she recalled Li Qing's previous actions and inquired, "Did you stay on the mountain for these?" Li Qing smiled faintly, nodding in affirmation. This only piqued their curiosity further. What manner of seeds could warrant nearly 2 months of Li Qing's time? "Very astute, little Lin," Li Qing remarked, prompting an unexpected reaction from Yi Yuanlin, who, momentarily taken aback, pointed at him defiantly. "Little brother, call me Sister Lin." Li Qing, however, did not comply, as his mental age dictated otherwise, and he had already surpassed her in height. Ignoring Yi Yuanlin's haughty demeanor, he returned his focus to the task at hand, tossing the 2 seeds into separate locations. With a resounding thud, the seeds struck the hard ground, creating 2 fist-sized craters, indicating their considerable weight. Li Qing swiftly summoned wood attribute energy in his palms, and as more energy gathered, it began to liquefy, culminating in a vibrant green essence of pure wood attribute appearing in his hands. Dividing the essence, he poured it into the 2 craters. Having witnessed Li Qing plant flowers previously, they had expected immediate growth, but to their surprise, there was no reaction. Yi Yuanlin's curiosity got the better of her, and she exclaimed, "Why isn't anything happening?" No sooner had she spoken than 2 thunderous sounds erupted. Startled, both girls jumped, with Tian Tian instinctively clutching Li Qing's arm. Yi Yuanlin, who had just boasted about being Sister Lin, felt too embarrassed to react as overtly as Tian Tian. She patted her chest, shaken by the unexpected noises. "Do not be alarmed. That was merely the sound of the seeds breaking through their shells," Li Qing explained, prompting them to nod in understanding. Soon after, they beheld green sprouts emerging from the craters, which rapidly underwent transformation. The 2 plants displayed markedly different growth patterns. One shot up tall and grand, its branches twisting like a dragon, blossoming into a resplendent peach tree, while the other sprawled, vibrant tendrils entwining around a massive rock, shimmering with luminescence. Noticing a pause in their growth, as if they were gathering strength, Li Qing's palms glowed green once more, and soon 2 more droplets of verdant wood essence appeared. He gently supported the droplets, which sank into the roots of the 2 plants. Seemingly invigorated, the peach tree erupted into a profusion of blossoms, radiant as the dawn, while the gourd vine simultaneously burst forth with a plethora of flowers in a myriad of colors. "Wow!" The girls gasped in unison, their eyes shimmering with wonder. Observing Li Qing's planting were not just Tian Tian and Yi Yuanlin, but also a host of spirit beasts drawn to the area to absorb energy. All were equally astonished, sensing the powerful vitality radiating from the 2 plants. "Do not harm these 2 spirit roots. When they bear spirit fruits, you shall each receive 1. Li Qing instructed, prompting the spirit beasts to nod vigorously in agreement. They even resolved to take turns guarding the mountaintop. The Sprite clan leader, Li Fa, acted as a spokesperson, saying, "Lord Qing, we have decided to take turns watching over this mountaintop, and we seek your permission." Li Qing, observing their eager eyes, nodded in consent. In truth, guarding this place was far from a burdensome task. The spirit roots would naturally absorb energy, and the aura in this location would only grow denser over time. Meanwhile, as the 2 spirit roots blossomed on Maple Leaf Mountain, the other 3 sacred sites in the world sensed the anomaly simultaneously. The Toad Sage, White Snake Sage, and Living Slug Sage all awakened at once. Shortly thereafter, representatives from the 3 sacred sites received summons. In Chapter 39, The Golden-Haired Twin Tales of the Wetbone Forest. The summoned Tsunade found herself transported to the Wetbone Forest. Lady Tsunade. Upon her arrival, a small living slug appeared on her shoulder. "This is the first time you have actively summoned me. Is there something you need?" Tsunade, having been engaged in gambling, reluctantly set aside her cherished pastime upon feeling the summons. "Lady Tsunade, the main body seeks you." Tsunade was taken aback by the slug's words. She had never witnessed the awakening of the slug sage's main body, Since her inheritance began with the scroll, she had only interacted with these small avatars. The wet bone forest, shrouded in moisture, was home to towering trees, where various slugs feasted. These slugs were all offshoots of the slug sage, making it difficult to classify them as one or many. The slugs had independent thoughts, but when they returned to the main body, they merged into the slug sage's memories. Guided by the small slug, Tsunade soon stood before the slug sage, who was immense, resembling a mountain. Even a slight movement caused tremors. This was the reason for her prolonged slumber, permitting only her avatars to operate. Lady Tsunade, I apologize for summoning you in haste. The slug sage's gentle voice resonated in Tsunade's ears upon her arrival. No worries, is there a task at hand? Despite her usual indulgences in drinking and gambling, Tsunade was steadfast when duty called. Since the beginning of her contract with the slugs, they had aided her immensely, and it was only right that she reciprocate when they were in need. A fourth great sage has emerged in this world, and I wish to meet him. I request that you escort my avatar. What? The news left Tsunade's formidable spirit surging with emotion. The implications of the slug sage's words were profound. The notion of a fourth great sage meant that someone had attained that level of cultivation. After a moment of contemplation, she raised her gaze to the towering figure and voiced her inquiry. Slug sage, do you mean a human, rather than a being like yourself? Indeed, Lady Tsunade. The slug sage confirmed, intensifying Tsunade's curiosity. Can humans truly cultivate to such an extent? Her implication was whether humans could live for thousands of years. If so, it would be utterly enchanting. Lady Tsunade, I cannot say for certain. I only know that he is indeed human. Without a definitive answer, Tsunade remained undeterred. She resolved that when the time came to meet this sage, she would inquire directly. However, she wondered if this so-called fourth sage would be amiable. Ideally, he would be as accommodating as the slug sage. Where should I search? The golden-haired, twin-tailed Tsunade posed the pivotal question. Likely near Konoha. The great sage has erected a formidable barrier, making detailed observation impossible. Had it not been for the anomaly, I would not have sensed it myself. My avatar will guide you, Lady Tsunade. Konoha? This revelation astonished Tsunade further. She realized how many years had passed since her last visit. Even Shizun had sought her out. Very well. I shall make the journey. Tsunade accepted the task without hesitation, intrigued by this human sage. Thank you very much, Lady Tsunade. The slug sage expressed his gratitude, pleased with her willingness to assist. With a resounding thud, the summoning technique was dispelled, and Tsunade returned to her previous location. Upon returning, a breathless voice called out to me, Tsunade-sama, where have you been? I searched for you everywhere, thinking you might be drunk and asleep on the ground again. Tsunade, upon hearing this, felt a wave of annoyance wash over her. Shizun, speak properly. What do you mean by implying I was drunk and lying on the ground? Realizing her blunder, Shizun quickly covered her mouth with one hand. Tsunade-sama, you must have misheard me. With that, she turned and fled. Come back. At the command, Shizun could only obediently lower her head in return. Expecting to be met with a reprimand, she was surprised when no fist came her way. Tsunade-sama? Shizun cautiously raised her head to assess the situation, only to find Tsunade gazing at her, prompting her to quickly lower her head once more. Pack your things. We are returning to Konoha, Tsunade declared as she turned to leave. Shizun, momentarily taken aback by Tsunade's words, soon realized the implication and couldn't help but exclaim, Tsunade-sama, really? Her mission was to bring Tsunade back, yet though she had found her, Tsunade had shown reluctance to return. Here she was, a capable ninja, reduced to a mere sidekick and housekeeper, often having to deal with the trouble Tsunade caused, and sometimes even fleeing alongside her. How had Shizun, the beautiful kunoichi, fallen to such a state? What are you dawdling for? After waiting for some time, without seeing anyone follow, Tsunade turned back to find Shizun standing there in a daze. Tsunade sighed, I'm so exhausted. Oh, I'm coming to tidy up, Tsunade-sama. Before long, having grown accustomed to managing everything for Tsunade, Shizun had finished packing. The two of them, carrying their belongings, set off on the road back to Konoha. Throughout the journey, Shizun remained curious about why Tsunade was returning to the village. Just a few months ago, even upon learning of the upheaval in Konoha, Tsunade had shown no intention of going back. In Maple Leaf Mountain, as the year-end approached, the atmosphere remained devoid of festivity. In this world, there was no spring festival, and thus no sense of celebration. Li Qing, unaware of how long he had experienced since his death and reincarnation, felt as though he had merely awoken from a slumber. The memories of his previous life remained vivid. The absence of the spring festival's continuity felt awkward to him. In winter, the locals had little to occupy themselves with. The biting cold rendered labor unnecessary. With the exception of ninjas, who continued to fight fiercely, whether on the battlefield or during missions. Since his emotions had been released by Tian Tian, Li Qing had developed a deeper sense of humanity. Thus, he felt a stirring at the sight of the desolate year-end. Approaching his mother, Beichen Xingzi, who was busy with chores, he smiled and asked, "Mother, would you like to hear a suggestion I have?" Surprised by her son's initiative, Beichen Xingzi set aside her tasks and pulled Li Qing to sit beside her, responding with a warm smile, "Do share it with me." Li Qing then explained the concept of the Spring Festival to her, expressing his desire for their family to celebrate it annually. From the last day of December to the 15th day of the following year. He described the last day of December as New Year's Eve, a time for families to come together and enjoy a sumptuous feast, and the first day of the new year as New Year's Day, when everyone wears new clothes, exchanges greetings, and adults give red envelopes to children. Li Qing meticulously detailed the traditions of the Spring Festival, including the hanging of couplets, the placement of door gods, and the setting off of firecrackers and fireworks. Upon hearing this, Beichen Xingzi's eyes sparkled with excitement. We could promote the Spring Festival in Maple Leaf Source. It might prove to be a lucrative opportunity. It turned out that in Beichen Xingzi's eyes, the Spring Festival represented a golden chance for profit. At her request, Li Qing wrote down all the details and related elements of the Spring Festival, which eventually accumulated into a small book. Beichen Xingzi, clutching the manuscript, hurried off to find her father. Seeing his mother so joyful brought a smile to Li Qing's face. Chapter 40. 1 against 3. Barely a year had passed when war erupted once more, and the once great village of Konoha now faced immense hardship. Konoha's combat strength was in disarray, and in desperation, they dispatched children who had just graduated. When the higher-ups at Konoha reviewed the statistics for the new enrollment, cold sweat dripped down their backs. The number of new students this time was a mere tenth of what it used to be. The seriousness of the situation was beyond comprehension. Without a fresh influx of blood, Konoha's decline was inevitable. Why has this happened? The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, questioned loudly, while the others lowered their heads, afraid to respond. Those present understood the cause all too well, yet none dared to voice it. Although Konoha had several prominent ninja clans, the majority of ninjas hailed from commoner families or were orphans. Orphans did not only arise during wartime. The perilous nature of being a ninja meant that death during missions was commonplace. A significant proportion of ninjas came from orphan backgrounds. The orphanage incident not only resulted in the loss of a large number of recruits, but also led many common families to lose faith in the ninja village. Had the fourth Hokage still been alive, the problem might not have been so grave. After all, he was from a common background and naturally garnered the support of many common ninja. Now, many ordinary families had lost confidence in the ninja profession and no longer sent their children to ninja schools, opting instead for regular schools. Some even relocated to other areas, such as Maple Leaf Source, not far from Konoha. For the vast majority of common ninjas, the ninja school offered little in terms of learning. The basic ninjutsu taught was limited, and without family heritage, they could only learn a few techniques, unless one was exceptionally gifted and chosen as a disciple. Like the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, learning ninjutsu was not a simple endeavor. It required sacrifice. Once the dark secrets of Konoha were exposed, families that had once hoped for their children's extraordinary talents became disillusioned. They would rather their children lead ordinary lives than be targets of scrutiny. Yet, even if one chose to retreat, they could not escape the fate of being manipulated. Recently, reports of missing children had surfaced within Konoha. We must address the issue of recruitment, or we will be forced to draw from various clans. Meeting adjourned. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, seeing that no one had anything further to say, made a decision that had to be executed. Once the others departed, the once commanding third Hokage appeared desolate. I will not allow Konoha to perish under my watch. This is my promise and my responsibility. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze grew profound as he recalled his youth, discussing Konoha's future with previous Hokages. A knock at the door interrupted his reverie, and he quickly adjusted his demeanor, resuming the authoritative presence of the third Hokage. Come in. The person who entered wore a mask, a member of Konoha Zumbu. Third Hokage, there have been numerous reports of missing infants in Konoha. The count has reached 57. What? The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, felt a surge of anger at the report. This is a calamity that threatens the very foundation of Konoha. Conduct a secret investigation. If anyone obstructs you, eliminate them without hesitation. Yes, the Umbu members, feeling the third Hokage's determination, responded resolutely. Once left alone, Sarutobi Hiruzen moved to the window, staring blankly at the myriad lights of Konoha. The issue of missing children was not confined to Konoha alone. Nearby villages and gatherings had also experienced similar occurrences. The Maple Leaf incident also occurred, but the bodies of the kidnappers had already grown cold. The perpetrator was none other than Noera Rin, returning home from work. Had it been an ordinary person, they might not have detected anything amiss, for the assailants moved swiftly, cloaked in black. However, Rin was a former Chunin and had trained alongside Li Qing for an extended period, which had honed her senses to an extraordinary degree. The incident was reported up the chain of command until it reached Kitazumi Anko. Having once relinquished her power, Kitazumi Anko abandoned everything to live in Konoha village. Now, with Li Qing as her son, she reclaimed her authority. She produced the seal of the Lord of Kitazumi and prepared to issue a formal letter to the Land of Fire and Konoha village. The identities of the child abductors were easily discernible. From her encounter, Rin recognized them as a team of ninjas. Rumors of missing children had been circulating recently, and Rin was certainly aware of them. She felt no remorse for eliminating those ninjas. Yet, she still harbored a distaste for taking lives. Thus, she chose to rest at home the following day. On the morning of the next day, Rin did not ascend the mountain peak. Li Qing and Tian visited her residence, and upon noticing her somewhat listless demeanor, Li Qing playfully remarked, "Isn't this our brave heroine, Miss Rin?" "Brave heroine." Tian chimed in, echoing him like a parrot. "You too." Rin turned away, unwilling to engage with the two mischievous troublemakers. Tian, undeterred, laughed heartily. "Honestly, if you hadn't made a move, I would have. You needn't feel any psychological burden." Hearing Li Qing's words, Rin shot him a glare, her brows furrowed. "How dare you say that?" Li Qing merely smiled in silence, having wished to see the fruits of Rin's training. To his surprise, she had performed exceptionally well, dispatching her foes with remarkable efficiency. Li Qing recalled how Rin had executed a series of techniques, piercing strikes, turning blocks, and a whip kick, that swiftly vanquished the entire team. The ninjas had not even had the chance to perform their hand signs or protect the children they were holding. After the confrontation, Rin realized how formidable she had become. Having relied solely on her physical prowess without tapping into chakra, effortlessly dispatching her opponents. At that moment, she perceived their stances as nothing but vulnerabilities. Unbeknownst to her, Rin had unified her physical strength into a singular force. Her strikes had left her opponents with broken bones and severed tendons. Her power had nearly reached a state of perfect harmony, far surpassing that of the average ninja. Moreover, her frequent meditative practices alongside Li Qing had significantly strengthened her mental fortitude. Coupled with her long-standing Tai Chi practice, she had achieved a level of awareness akin to sensing the slightest shift in the wind before it stirred. As for Kakashi on the battlefield, having learned Li Qing's 12 forms of intent, he could almost fight with his eyes closed, aided by his psychic abilities. Observing Rin's weary appearance, Li Qing deduced that she had experienced a nightmare the previous night. Such mental strain was detrimental to her future training. Thus, he offered, "Let me help ease your mind." Without waiting for her response, he gently placed his palm on her forehead, his hand emanating a warm, golden glow that pulsed rhythmically. Under Li Qing's guidance, Rin felt her mind becoming clearer, accompanied by a comforting warmth. Soon, her spirits visibly lifted. Tomorrow marks the beginning of the holiday. It's spring festival, Li Qing announced with a smile as he withdrew his hand. "What about those who wish to buy or read books?" Rin replied, unexpectedly concerned. Anticipating her delight, Li Qing was taken aback by her reaction. Other staff members can take turns working during the holiday. It's still considered attendance. She shook her head, clearly unsatisfied with his response. For a moment, Li Qing was puzzled by her meaning. During the break, "I still need to visit daily to feel at ease." Such dedication, Li Qing mused, surmising that she viewed the bookstore as her emotional refuge. With that thought, he chose not to press further, allowing her to indulge in her preferences. "Very well. Heroine at your leisure," he jested, standing up and once again teasing her before turning to leave. "Heroine," Tian echoed, chasing after him. "You too." As Rin contemplated rising to chastise them, they had already vanished from sight. Alone, She replaced her earlier scowl with a gentle smile. The next day, December 29th, marked the eve of the new year. Li Qing gathered a few people to cut window decorations, write couplets, and paint door gods. Following personal preferences, he depicted the martial Saint Guan Yu and the war god Lu Bu, having seen others create door gods in his past life. It was not difficult for him to replicate them now that he possessed skills. In addition to the door gods, Li Qing painted a vibrant, auspicious picture of Tian Tian cradling a large carp, which everyone admired. "Qing, you are truly wonderful," Tian Tian exclaimed, her delight evident as she rewarded him with a compliment. Cutting window decorations was a skilled endeavor and inspired by previous New Year paintings. Li Qing crafted a circular window paper featuring Tian Tian with the fish, garnering more praise. To foster a sense of participation, he taught everyone a few simple symmetrical designs. In fact, the book titled Spring Festival that Li Qing had given to Kitaizumi Anko contained comprehensive records on various aspects of the celebration. Some items had already been hastily produced by Anko and were available for sale. As for the couplets, Li Qing penned several imbued with his magical essence. The couplet for the main entrance of Fenya Manor read, "Evil spirits, retreat 3 paces, do not dare to act recklessly." While the response was, "Ghosts and deities heed my command, none dare to disobey," with the horizontal inscription proclaiming peaceful home. The door gods were similarly inscribed with his mystical energy. Beyond the grandeur of the main entrance, the remaining couplets conveyed beautiful blessings and hopes. Li Qing not only wrote, but also encouraged others to join in. Even Tian Tian composed her own couplet to adorn her room. When her couplet, featuring the phrase green, 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 was revealed, everyone suppressed laughter, prioritizing participation over perfection. Suddenly, Rin let out a shriek, her eyes wide as she covered her mouth, incredulously staring at Tian Tian's couplet. The others looked on, curious about her reaction. With a mysterious smile, she remarked, "Tian Tian is truly talented." She even thought of this. Qing Tian Tian sounds like a pun. Both sets of parents widened their eyes, alternating their gaze between the couplet and Tian Tian. Observing Rin's forced interpretation with a smile, Li Qing realized she had a rather cunning side. After playfully teasing her the day before, she had begun to retaliate. "Humph." Tian Tian raised her chin, unfazed by Rin's interpretation. Instead, she appeared quite pleased. As Rin noticed Tian Tian's indifference and her pride in her work, she too dismissed any offense and cheerfully engaged in whispered conversation with Tian Tian. Li Qing shook his head, pondering how intricate the thoughts of young girls could be, regardless of their age. Following the amusing interlude of Tian Tian's couplet writing, the atmosphere became more lively as everyone engaged in their tasks. Inspired by Tian Tian's year of abundant fish example, others sought to create their own festive paintings. Thus, Li Qing decided to refresh the traditional New Year paintings he had encountered over the years. What tales of the journey to the west, Nez's havoc in the sea, the descent of the god of wealth, the meeting on the Magpie Bridge, and the auspicious deities of fortune, happiness, and longevity. Everyone was delightfully engaged in these festivities. The colors of the illustrations were vibrant, perfectly suited for festive occasions. When the participants received the New Year paintings featuring their own faces, they were utterly enchanted. "Why don't you create one of your own?" suddenly inquired Noera Rin. The others, upon hearing her words, turned their gaze towards Li Qing. Realizing that he had been painting for others and had neglected his own depiction, which stirred a sense of sympathy, particularly in his mother, Beichin Xingzi. "I find joy in holding the brush for you. It brings a different kind of happiness," Li Qing replied, embodying a role akin to that of a photographer, capturing the joyful moments of others. "We too wish to see what you would look like in a painting." Though they were enjoying themselves, Noera Rin was curious to see Li Qing's face portrayed on the head of a rotund pig or perhaps a horse, especially after he had humorously painted her face onto a monkey. With a gentle smile, Li Qing understood her persistent encouragement for him to paint himself. "Very well, I shall create one." Upon hearing his agreement, Noera Rin hastily pointed to the character Zhu Beiji in the previous illustration, exclaiming, "Paint this one." The sight of the pig head, she indicated, elicited peals of laughter from the group. At that moment, Li Qing confirmed her cunning nature, particularly as a Scorpio. He retrieved a sheet of paper, opting not to use bright colors, but merely dipped his brush in ink to create a few strokes, a cliffside and a silhouette. The essence of one's demeanor is indeed a curious phenomenon. Even without a face, others instantly recognized it was Li Qing. "You are being unfair." depicting us in a riot of colors, monkeys, pigs, and balding old men, while you render yourself in such simplicity. As their scheme unraveled, Noera Rin promptly pointed out Li Qing's biased treatment, stopping short of directly calling him shameless. How do you know I haven't painted? I distinctly portrayed a pig head. It merely faces away from you, Li Qing countered, eliciting a sense of revelation among the group. It seemed he had a point. No one could ascertain whether the figure behind was indeed a pig head unless they ventured into the painting to investigate. Upon hearing Li Qing's clever retort, Noera Rin discreetly formed a silent expression directed at him, which he comprehended. In a bid to quell her grievances, Li Qing produced another, less grotesque image. Ultimately, Noera Rin, who received the painting of the divine white deer, joyfully tucked it away. Her discontent vanished. The maple leaf villa was vast, requiring numerous couplets, New Year paintings, and paper cuttings, and the group busied themselves until the afternoon to prepare for the following day. Once the tasks were completed and others took a break, Li Qing ascended alone to the peak of Maple Leaf Mountain. Chapter 42. Fellow Taoists at the summit of Maple Leaf Mountain. There lay a solitary, protruding stone platform, approximately 10 zhang in diameter and 3 zhang in height, resembling a colossal grinding stone. This was not a natural formation, but a piece Li Qing had transported from another location. This platform served as his meditation spot. Encircled by a gathering of spiritual beasts, the smaller creatures would perch upon the platform, while the larger ones either sat or stood nearby, resembling a gathering of parents with their children during a meeting. The summit now exhibited a myriad of colors, often shrouded in mist, shimmering with radiant hues, akin to a celestial realm. As Li Qing approached the platform, two spiritual roots sensed his arrival and swayed in greeting. Between them rested a colorful spirit bird, its elongated tail feathers trailing behind, standing guard that day. Upon noticing Li Qing's presence, it promptly resumed its position. Please, make yourself at ease. I shall attend to my duties, the colorful spirit bird replied, returning to its resting posture. They all recognized Li Qing's gentle demeanor, yet they never dared to act impudently before him, always exhibiting an air of humility and adherence to the established order. Li Qing observed the two spiritual roots, which were still thriving, autonomously absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. The peach tree remained adorned with blossoms, showing no signs of wilting. The only change was the addition of a swing, crafted for Tian, which Noera Rin occasionally enjoyed. On the other side, the gourd vine blossomed with a plethora of vibrant flowers, its leaves glistening with vitality. With hands aglow in emerald light, Li Qing soon conjured 2 orbs of wood essence, which drifted toward the 2 spiritual roots. I eagerly anticipate your future growth. The 2 roots swayed in response, as if answering Li Qing's words. The colorful spirit bird, witnessing this scene, stood transfixed. After enhancing the spiritual roots, Li Qing turned his gaze to another stone nearby, considerably smaller than the platform, resembling a stone tablet, yet devoid of any inscriptions. Initially, he intended to carve a few characters into it, but felt the time was not right. He restrained his eagerness and calmed his mind before departing. That evening, as everyone was settling down for the night, Li Qing knocked on Noera Rin's door. Upon opening it, she blinked in surprise. What is it? Their long acquaintance had fostered a comfort that allowed them to interact like true friends, rather than the formalities of early acquaintance. I formally invite you to celebrate the spring festival together. During this time, you need not worry about cooking, he stated. Stunned for a moment, Noera Rin quickly responded, sure. After saying this, Li Qing turned to leave, but paused after a few steps. If you haven't prepared new clothes, you should buy a set while you're at Maple Leaf Market tomorrow. Children should wear new garments for the new year. It symbolizes fresh beginnings. With that, Li Qing departed in earnest. His actions left Noera Rin momentarily speechless. Then, she called out loudly, Li Qing, no way, no way, no way. Hearing her exclamations, Li Qing raised his right hand behind him, flashing a peace sign. Observing his gesture, Noera Rin felt tears welling in her eyes. Since her parents passed away, only Li Qing regarded her as a child. Even during her time as a ninja, she was seen solely as a warrior, despite being just 11 years old then. Noera Rin closed the door once more, returned to her bed, turned off the light, and peacefully closed her eyes, drifting into sleep. The next morning marked the 30th day of the 12th month, the final day of the year 51 in the Leaf Village. Regardless of the myriad changes that had transpired throughout this year, it was soon to conclude, ushering in the dawn of year 52. As per their routine, after getting up and washing, Noera Rin and Tian Tian ascended the mountain to practice. Typically, by the time they awoke, Li Qing would already be seated atop the mountain, enveloped in golden light. No matter the weather, that area remained sunny and bright, and she knew it was due to Li Qing's influence. Before commencing their morning meditation, silence reigned. Upon reaching the summit, Li Qing and the gathering of spiritual beasts were once again basking in the morning sun. Noera Rin, as usual, settled into a cross-legged position, closing her eyes to focus, gathering her energy, and centering her thoughts. In the darkened world within, she sought her own flicker of spiritual light, that trace of primordial essence. With each breath, a glimmer emerged from the void, flowing into her being in rhythm with her inhalation, gradually descending to her dantian. With a crack, like the very act of creation, the previously chaotic darkness was cleaved open, revealing a burst of spiritual light, illuminating her dantian. A surge of primal energy coursed into her dantian, activating it instantaneously. With her eyes closed, Noera Rin felt as though her dantian shone as brightly as day. Draw the energy into your body. Thus, her life unfolded a new chapter. At the lower dantian, the innate energy begins to circulate around the meridians, drawing forth vitality from the void. The channels illuminate, and the acupoints shine as brilliantly as stars. 1, 2, 3, until the 7th acupoint is aglow. The pace begins to slow. Congratulations, fellow cultivator. As Yawahara Rin slowly opens her eyes, she is met with the beaming smile of Li Qing. Fellow cultivator? She had never encountered this term before, perplexed by its meaning. It refers to a friend who walks the same path. Fellow cultivator. The echoing repetition of Tian Tian resounds. Yet to Rin, it strikes like thunder. Tian Tian, is she also one? Li Qing nods in affirmation. Initially elated, her joy dims upon realizing she has been surpassed by a child not yet 2 years old. The thought that Li Qing and Tian Tian are of the same age grants her some solace. Yawahara Rin smiles back, addressing the two fellow cultivators. Her laughter rings out, resonating even to the ears of Beichin Xingzi and others on the mountainside. Tian Tian has been by my side since birth, mimicking me from a young age, so it is only natural for her to be quicker. Li Qing explains to Yawahara Rin why Tian Tian outpaces her. After all, she has been learning for much longer. Is that so? To clarify, Li Qing continues, I once mentioned your strong would attribute talent, which I refer to as your spiritual root. You possess not only innate talent, but also diligence. You have excelled. Many individuals spend their entire lives without reaching this stage. Upon hearing Li Qing's words, Rin's fleeting disappointment vanishes entirely. Thank you. Yawahara Rin bows deeply, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. No need for such formality. Having a companion on this journey brings me great joy as well. The path of enlightenment is long, and having fellow travelers is indeed a fortune. Very well. I shan't be overly sentimental. With that, the group gently descends from the mountaintop. Chapter 43. The small potted plant. The bookstore at Maple Leaf Gathering, overseen by Li Qing, boasts a considerable size. To manage it effectively, aside from the manager, 2 young female employees assist. One, named Sun, is 18, while the other, named Qin Zi, is 20. They harbor no qualms about their manager being younger than themselves. Approaching Maple Leaf Gathering, Yawahara Rin is enveloped by a palpable festive atmosphere. The entire locale is adorned with red paper lanterns, with colorful flags fluttering at intervals. From a distance, it appears as a vibrant living artwork. These decorations are the handiwork of Li Qing's mother, aimed at promoting the Spring Festival. Beyond mere embellishments, various activities will be held during the festival. Some noted in Li Qing's brochure, others indigenous to the locale. In essence, it radiates a spirit of celebration. A few days prior, the Spring Festival brochures were distributed widely and freely, ensuring nearly every household received one. As they were issued by the local lord, those who received them perused them carefully. After reading the brochure, the townsfolk grasped the essence of the Spring Festival and learned about its associated traditions. They found the festival's concept delightful, pondering whether celebrating the year's end in such a manner might herald a more promising new year. The joyous anticipation of reunion during the Spring Festival is indeed beautiful. Those who had planned to travel soon postponed their departures, while some were summoned back by their families. All who received the brochure resonated with its concluding message. The Spring Festival is not a competition. Each may celebrate according to their means, with the ultimate aim being reunion. Thus, the townspeople embraced the Spring Festival with enthusiasm. Yawahara Rin observed the bustling activity at Maple Leaf Gathering, where sales of vegetables were particularly robust. Items that were usually deemed too expensive were now eagerly purchased. People carried large bags filled with ingredients, and nearly all held scrolls of New Year paintings. It appeared everyone shared a fondness for such festive imagery. Yawahara Rin mused, her face lighting up with joy, then recalled the painting she possessed depicting a monkey's visage. Almost unable to contain her laughter. This year, the promotion for the Spring Festival was rather rushed, limited to the vicinity of Maple Leaf Gathering. She had heard from Li Qing's mother that next year they plan to extend their outreach to the entire Maple Leaf region. The streets are adorned with lanterns and festive decorations, creating an atmosphere brimming with joy. Within this vibrant milieu, it feels as if one is immersed in a sea of happiness. Before long, she arrives at the worry-free bookstore in Maple Leaf Gathering. It too is festively decorated, even more beautifully than elsewhere. Here, it has become a landmark of the area. Manager. Upon entering the bookstore, familiar voices greet her. Sister Sun, Sister Qingzi. Good morning. After exchanging pleasantries, Yawahara Rin conducts her usual checks around the store, ensuring everything is in order before feeling reassured. She then approaches the two employees and produces 2 supermarket vouchers, each valued at 10,000. These are year-end bonuses from the boss. The sight of the substantial vouchers brings joy to the 2 employees. Thank you, boss. Thank you, manager. They gratefully accept the vouchers, bowing in appreciation. You've worked hard lately. Happy Spring Festival. Following another round of polite exchanges, Yawahara Rin exits the bookstore, heading to her next destination. Son, did you hear? The manager subdued several kidnappers and saved several infants. Once Yawahara Rin departs, the older Qingzi can no longer contain herself and shares the rumor she has heard. Oh my, you heard that too? I noticed the manager seemed a bit tense earlier. Sun remarks while patting her flat chest for emphasis. What are you nervous about? The manager won't harm you. Qingzi rolls her eyes at Sun's exaggerated display, suspecting her unease stems from some guilty conscience. That's not it. I admire the manager. Despite being so much younger than us, she took on 3 opponents and even defeated several men. As she speaks, Sun's eyes sparkle with admiration. Is that so? I find the manager quite impressive as well. Realizing there is no ulterior motive behind Sun's words, Qingzi dismisses her earlier suspicions. Yawahara Rin is known for her diligence and strictness towards her employees, and they naturally wish to uphold their positions by performing their duties responsibly. By the time Yawahara Rin returns to Maple Leaf Mountain Villa, her arms are laden with bags. After putting everything away, she prepares to lend a hand when she sees Li Qing approaching with a large box. I knew you were back, so I came right over. Yawahara Rin, perplexed by Li Qing's sudden statement, finds it rather ambiguous. A birthday gift. I was in seclusion during your birthday. Li Qing explains, placing the box into Rin's hands. Upon receiving it, she notices its weight. Tilting her head slightly, she asks, did I ever tell you my birthday? She indeed had not. But Li Qing cannot divulge that he had come across her information online, so he resorts to a small fib. I calculated it with my fingers. After saying this, Li Qing turns to leave, wary of revealing too much. This girl is astute and must not be given more information. What's inside? Seeing Li Qing attempt to depart, Yawahara Rin hastily inquires. Rest assured, it's something you'll love. If I tell you, the surprise will be lost. As Li Qing walks away, he reaches the corner and turns back, calling out, by the way, happy birthday, Rin. With that, he vanishes around the bend. Who is Rin? How impolite. After softly murmuring a few words, she cradled the box and returned to her room. With a sense of anticipation, she carefully placed it on the table and gazed at it. Gently untying the cords that bound it, she set them aside. With a soft click, the box opened to reveal a trove of plump, ruby-red fruits. The fruits, resplendent and glistening, resembled a collection of sparkling rubies from afar. Strawberries. Within the box lay not merely objects, but a strawberry plant nestled in a porcelain pot. Alongside the pot, there was also a porcelain bottle and a slip of paper. Nagahara Rin picked up the note and unfolded it, revealing a multitude of tiny characters. Note: the spirit strawberries grown from refined seeds have transcended seasonal and climatic limitations, allowing for year-round growth. The bottle contains wood spirit liquid, 1 drop per month, and please return for more when it's finished. It can yield a maximum of 9 strawberries at a time. Only after one is picked can another grow. Thus, you may refer to it as the 9-star spirit strawberry. After perusing the note penned by Li Qing, She found herself lost in thought for a moment. Then, she plucked a strawberry and popped it into her mouth. After a while, she spoke softly, indeed delightful. Chapter 44. Reunion Dinner. Nagahara Rin delicately placed the porcelain pot on the windowsill, ensuring it was secure before closing the door behind her. Upon arriving in the courtyard, she discovered several large iron pots set up. A myriad of pots and pans strewn about in a delightful disarray. It was clear to her that Li Qing was orchestrating the scene. At this moment, Tian stood beside Li Qing, gleefully observing the bustling activity of the cookware. This scene was one she had witnessed before, yet it still brought her immense joy. Big Sister Rin. Tian called out cheerfully, seemingly forgetting about the previous day's incident with her couplet interpretation. Little Tian. Nagahara Rin responded with equal warmth, producing a glistening strawberry to feed her. Delicious. Tian's eyes sparkled, evidently enamored with the taste of the strawberry. After exchanging thoughts on the fruit's flavor, Nagahara Rin turned her attention to Li Qing, inquiring, "What are you up to?" Seeing the array of ingredients in the courtyard, some of which were already preparing themselves, she asked, "What are you making?" "I dreamed of some exquisite dishes and thought to prepare them for everyone during the new year. Others are making traditional fare in the kitchen," Li Qing replied. Upon hearing this, Nagahara Rin silently turned and headed towards the kitchen to lend a hand. Li Qing chuckled softly, shaking his head at her incredulous expression. He then summoned a piece of crispy fried pork rib and offered it to the drooling Tian. Crunch. Tian bit down, effortlessly crushing the bone and swallowing it whole. "Qing, this is absolutely delightful," she exclaimed, licking her fingers in approval, clearly relishing the culinary skills of Li Qing. "I've never heard you mention anything unappetizing," she remarked, but sensing the implication, Tian pouted and feigned anger. "All right, I misspoke. Is that satisfactory?" Li Qing affectionately patted her head and offered her another piece of fried rib. Upon hearing Li Qing concede and receiving another treat, she dropped her pretense of anger. In truth, she was quite easy to appease, as long as Li Qing paid her attention. It took little effort to bring her back to cheerfulness. Li Qing deliberately controlled the pace, coordinating with the kitchen to present the dishes. When the time was right, with a wave of his hand, 9 bowls of hot dishes and 9 bowls of cold dishes, alongside 18 different plates, magically flew onto the dining table. After the ancestral offerings were completed, Li Qing ignited firecrackers in the courtyard with a satisfying pop and crackle. Once the firecrackers ceased, everyone gathered around the table. This grand table and chairs were crafted by Li Qing, as sitting directly on the ground for a meal was truly inconvenient. The adults poured drinks, while the children filled their cups with beverages. After a toast, they officially began to enjoy the sumptuous feast. Tian, unable to contain her excitement, stood up to reach the dishes that were out of her reach. With 2 different cuisines adorning the table, it was filled to the brim. Gazing at the vast array of culinary delights, a profound sense of happiness blossomed in everyone's hearts. "Let us taste the dishes I learned in my dream," Li Qing reminded them as they began to dig in. Upon hearing his words, everyone turned to the unfamiliar dishes with curiosity. Without hesitation, Tian grasped a piece of longan meat and savored it. Instantly, her eyes squinted with delight as the sweet and rich flavor enveloped her senses in bliss. "Delicious," she exclaimed, eagerly reaching for a tender piece of steamed pork, once again voicing her admiration. With 9 bowls of steamed dishes and 9 plates of cold dishes, Tian eagerly sampled them all, exclaiming that they were all wonderfully delicious. Others, witnessing her enjoyment, paused their own eating, pondering whether Tian was merely flattering Li Qing or if the food truly was that exceptional. After all, the claim of learning the dishes in a dream seemed rather implausible. Yet, they harbored no doubts about Li Qing's honesty, as they had never seen him learn to cook from anyone. "Delicious," Nagahara Rin chimed in, her praise prompted by the spicy and fragrant steamed ribs that tantalized her taste buds. Inspired by her enthusiasm, the others began to sample the so-called dream-inspired dishes. "Delicious. My son is truly remarkable." Beichen Xingzi particularly relished a dish called Hong Ko, finding it rich yet not greasy, tender yet not mushy, melting in her mouth. She felt immensely fortunate, believing that heaven had blessed her with such a wondrous son. Over the past 2 years, she occasionally felt a sense of unreality. Others labored for 20 years to raise a son, and even then, the results were uncertain. Yet, her son had been extraordinary from birth. maturing rapidly with a plethora of remarkable abilities and innovative ideas that left her in awe. Son, Li Qing offered a simple thumbs up. After tasting all of Li Qing's dishes, he found the cold dishes particularly enjoyable, feeling they paired perfectly with his drink. Tian's father, Ling Yun, shared the same sentiment, and the two indulged in the cold dishes with gusto, drinking merrily. Through this feast of 9 hot and 9 cold dishes, Li Qing quickly discerned the culinary preferences of his companions. Tian delighted in everything, displaying no fussiness, making her easy to please. The two mothers favored lighter flavors, while Rin had a penchant for spicy and crispy dishes. The remaining two fathers simply chose whatever complemented their drinks. Although the table groaned under the weight of numerous dishes, each portion was deliberately modest, a choice made by Li Qing to prevent waste. Observing the pleasure on everyone's faces filled him with joy. The fundamental reason behind his efforts was to introduce familiar elements into this world, to create anchors of humanity amidst the unfamiliarity. Having been born as a golden elixir, Li Qing found himself drawing closer to divinity, or perhaps one could term it as being inherently sacred. This proximity to the Tao rendered his humanity somewhat diminished. To gain something, one must inevitably sacrifice another. In the grand scheme of existence, everything is a balance of loss and gain. He had acquired unparalleled power, yet at the cost of much of his humanity. Initially, he believed he would tread the path of ruthlessness until he ultimately transformed into the very essence of rules. However, Tian disrupted this predetermined trajectory. Watching Tian continue to eat with fervor, Li Qing could not help but smile slightly. After all, her stomach could hardly burst. So he paid no mind to her indulgence. He took out the nectar gifted by the little spirit, Li Fa, and poured a cup for the others seated at the table. Try this. It's honey brewed from the flowers harvested by the little spirits. It serves as a gentle supplement. The ladies, having witnessed the flower's cultivation, were curious about the flavor of the honey. Rin lifted the cup to her nose, inhaling the delicate floral aroma that was both refreshing and intoxicating. She then drank the amber liquid in one swift motion. Instantly, a warm current coursed through her limbs. As if by magic, the originally illuminated 7 star points within her were reignited, with 5 more lighting up in an instant. In just one day, she had activated 1/5 of her small Zhou Tian acupoints. What a stroke of luck. Li Qing, this is remarkable. She could not help but rise, staring intently at him. Li Qing remained calm and composed, a faint smile gracing her lips as she spoke. Don't be too excited. Such potent effects only occur the first time. This probably equates to 6 months of your training. Where did your thoughts wander? Rin rolled her eyes. She harbored no intentions of taking shortcuts. Rather, she simply found Li Qing delightful, always capable of delivering surprises. Chapter 45. Jinguji Jiro. Upon consuming the nectar of the spirit flower, reactions varied among individuals. Rin effortlessly opened 5 acupoints, reveling in her unexpected fortune. Tian treated it merely as a beverage, not paying much attention to her own acupoint openings. The two fathers, who had appeared slightly tipsy earlier, now seemed remarkably sober. The two mothers felt a warm sensation coursing through their bodies, their faces appearing notably smoother. Seeing their enjoyment, Li Qing contemplated planting more flowers in the future, so the little spirits could share more with him. Observing their contented expressions, he decided to distribute the remainder of the nectar among them. After all, he had tried it and found it harmless, being a gentle tonic. Once lunch concluded, Li Qing, along with the two fathers, Tian and Rin, began affixing couplets, door gods, window decorations, and New Year paintings. The paste required had been prepared in advance. In truth, he could have completed this task swiftly alone through magic, but that would have stripped away the joy. These trivial activities encapsulated the essence of the spring festival. They began with the main entrance. Once the couplets and door gods were affixed, the Maple Leaf Villa took on an air of solemn grandeur. Particularly, the 2 door gods, empowered by Li Qing's magic, emanated an overwhelming aura that deterred even the most malevolent spirits from approaching, let alone daring to gaze upon the 2 formidable deities. After finishing the main door, they proceeded to various side entrances, adorning them with couplets and images of the god of wealth, along with symbols of prosperity and longevity. The New Year paintings were a matter of personal preference, allowing each individual to decorate as they wished. Notably, Tian took the silhouette of Li Qing and placed it in her room. while Noara Rin planned to find a scroll to mount her own painting of the divine white deer. Once everything was in place, the Maple Leaf Villa transformed dramatically, capturing the vibrant spirit of the festival in full bloom. Having completed their tasks, the two mothers tidied up the dining table, allowing everyone to gather once more. To deepen their experience of the festive joy, Li Qing summoned a piece of jade he had prepared earlier. Then, he conjured a flying sword he had crafted in the past to begin cutting the jade. In no time, the jade was sliced into rectangular blocks, resembling cubes of tofu. "What are you up to now?" questioned Noara Rin, her curiosity piqued. Li Qing merely smiled and continued his work. With several flying swords in motion, he skillfully carved various characters into the small blocks. After a short while, he had finished numerous jade tokens adorned with different inscriptions. He then retrieved some pigments to add color, ensuring each jade piece passed through his hands until the paint was dry and the surfaces gleamed like mirrors. This is a form of entertainment, mahjong. The number of jade tiles he produced was precisely enough for 2 complete sets. When the others held the final products, they found them pleasantly smooth, evoking the illusion of having been polished over decades. "Come, let me teach you how to play mahjong. We shall battle until dawn." Upon hearing this, everyone eagerly gathered around. Under Li Qing's guidance, the jade tiles began to move in accordance with his explanations. After demonstrating a few rounds, everyone had grasped the basics. However, the current predicament was that with only 7 players, they could only start 1 table. "Go ahead, adults. You may wager a small amount for fun," Li Qing suggested, cautioning them not to gamble excessively. Such a pastime was enjoyable, but when it turned into gambling, it could lead to troublesome situations, especially for someone notorious for their poor luck and gambling addiction. "Understood," Akiyama Kyuko responded, urging the others to quickly set up their chairs. Her anticipation palpable. Soon, the sounds of tiles clattering echoed through the room. Occasionally, when they forgot the rules, they would ask Li Qing for clarification. The 4 adults played with fervor, while the remaining 3 watched in silence. Tian was indifferent, content as long as she was near Li Qing. Noara Rin, however, had pulled up a chair behind Li Qing's mother, taking on the role of strategist. Despite her own recent learning, she seemed to possess the audacity to direct the game. After several rounds, a patrol passed by the entrance of the villa. Upon noticing the approach, Li Qing contemplated stepping outside. "Jiro, come here for a moment." Hearing Li Qing's call, the leading figure raised her hand, signaling the others to halt. She then jogged to Li Qing's side. "Young master, what is it?" Li Qing felt a chill run down his spine at the title. Even as a golden core true monarch, he found such mental assaults hard to bear. "How many times must I say it? Just call me by my name. I want to show you something." In just a few strides, he led her to the entrance. "Look at the 2 individuals above." As she followed Li Qing's gaze, her eyes lit up upon seeing the portraits above the door, a surge of battle intent erupting within her. The warriors accompanying her stood on edge, their hair bristling. "Jinguji Jiro," she introduced herself. "I am 17 years old, standing at 1.72 meters, with brown hair and crimson eyes." Jinguji was not originally a surname, but rather a title, derived from the personal guard of a certain ancestor of the Akiyama family, known as Akiyama Aikuro. Later, Aikuro adopted the name Jinguji Aikuro. The Jinguji family had served as guardians of the Akiyama lineage for generations, though the reasons remain unclear. Now, Jiro represents the 10th generation. The Jinguji family has always maintained a martial tradition, with each generation producing formidable warriors capable of inheriting the names of their predecessors. Li Qing's mother was secretly protected during her years in Konoha village by Jiro's father, Jinguji Kiryu. Li Qing had once gauged Kiryu's strength, estimating it to be comparable to that of the Iron Country's Mitsuhashi. He had even taken a trip to the Iron Country for reference. The outcome of a confrontation remained uncertain, but their auras were clearly on par. Observing Jiro, brimming with battle intent and clad in blue armor, Li Qing smiled gently and spoke again. "One of them is recognized by the world as the martial sage, while the other is hailed as the god of war. What do you think?" Jiro tempered her aura, looking earnestly at Li Qing. "Young master, they are incredibly strong. I cannot defeat them at present." The admission stung, and the proud Jiro clenched her teeth. Seeing her expression, Li Qing was reminded of Hua Mulan, who took her father's place in the military. He had heard she had 2 older brothers, but they had failed to gain their father's approval. Ultimately, Jiro inherited the title instead. "If you join us for a game of mahjong, I will teach you how to grow stronger," Li Qing offered. Jiro was momentarily taken aback. Had anyone else spoken such bravado in her presence, she would have surely knocked them to the ground. Yet, before her stood the person she was destined to serve. She bowed her head in silence. "Jiro, I was once revered as the god of war," Li Qing declared, releasing all the restrained power within him. With a resounding boom, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Jiro's gaze shot upwards, no longer seeing the refined young master before her. Instead, she beheld a figure exuding a fierce, dominating presence, as if his very essence could pierce through the heavens and earth. The warriors trailing behind her collapsed to the ground, awestruck. Jiro's mouth fell agape, as if she could fit an egg inside. Chapter 46. Watching you grow up. Jiro was one of the few who knew that Li Qing was not yet 2 years old, as she had stood guard outside the window on the day of his birth, accompanied by her father. In a certain sense, Jiu Lang has been a witness to Li Qing's growth. Had it not been for the gradual transformation of Li Qing, whose appearance bears a striking resemblance to his mother, Jiu Lang would never have believed that someone could mature so significantly in just 2 years. Ultimately, Jiu Lang acquiesced to Li Qing's request, while the others continued their patrol. There seemed to be no necessity for Li Qing to patrol. Rather, the determination of that group was difficult to define. After several unsuccessful attempts to persuade them, Li Qing decided to let them be. Lord. Upon entering the courtyard, Jiu Lang's first action was to pay his respects to Li Qing's mother. Engrossed in a game of mahjong, Beichin Xingzi turned upon hearing the voice, and, upon recognizing the stern Jiu Lang, and then glancing at Li Qing, instantly understood the situation. Jiu Lang, have fun. Today is New Year's Eve, a private gathering, so let loose a bit. Yes. Upon hearing Jiu Lang's resolute response, it seemed to have the opposite of the intended effect. Li Qing's mother remarked that Jiu Lang might treat it as a task. Jiu Lang, let me teach you how to play. As Li Qing explained the rules, Jiu Lang stood at attention, as if Li Qing were divulging military secrets. Having acquainted herself with the tall and formidable elder sister, Tian found Jiu Lang's serious demeanor a bit daunting, rendering her unsure of how to approach. Once Jiu Lang grasped the rules, they began to play. However, an unusual occurrence transpired right in the first round. Before a single card was played, someone exclaimed, "I think I've won." Jiu Lang, uncertain, looked toward Li Qing, who, being a novice herself, tilted her head to confirm Jiu Lang's hand. Heavenly win. Indeed, it was a heavenly win. Upon Li Qing's confirmation, Jiu Lang simply replied with a single syllable, "Oh." As for the stakes, Li Qing found gambling uninteresting and decided on using stickers instead. As soon as the game began, the other three had stickers plastered to their foreheads. The game continued. All were novices, including Li Qing. If he didn't sneak a peek at the cards, he might not outplay the others. Tian played freely, and thus Li Qing assisted her in making plays. The others didn't mind. They were indifferent to winning or losing. In this scenario of all beginners, luck became the deciding factor. Jiu Lang had the best luck, followed by Li Qing and Tian, while Noera Rin fared the worst. Observing Noera Rin's forehead covered in stickers, Li Qing thought it was no wonder her fate had been so unfortunate. While drawing cards, Noera Rin noticed Li Qing's peculiar gaze and shot him a glare before slapping down a card. Realizing she had been noticed, Li Qing redirected his attention back to the game. When Noera Rin could no longer fit any more stickers on her forehead, Li Qing suggested a break for a different activity, granting relief to Noera Rin's forehead. Li Qing produced the snacks he had prepared for everyone, while the adults at their own table were engrossed in their game of mahjong, entirely oblivious to the snacks, while the others dealt with the treats. Li Qing set up a game of checkers. This time, even Tian understood how to play. Subsequently, Li Qing introduced several other mini-games. Time slipped away amidst games, snacks, and the sounds of mahjong, and soon it was evening. The adults finally ceased their battle. Had it not been for the need to prepare dinner, they likely would have continued. Originally intending to keep Jiu Lang for a bit of fun after dinner, she adamantly refused. Seeing her stubbornness, Li Qing did not press further. As she departed, she cast a glance at Li Qing. He instantly understood the implication. Her decision to abandon her patrol duties to spend the afternoon playing was motivated by her desire to become stronger, as Li Qing had promised. After the new year, I'll teach you. There are preparations to be made. Upon hearing Li Qing's words, a flicker of joy crossed Jiu Lang's face. Though she quickly subdued it, she saluted Li Qing and set off to find her team. Initially, the patrol comprised only 2 teams, tirelessly rotating day and night, with no break scheduled. However, after Li Qing's intervention, several more teams were established, and they were assigned time off. Dinner consisted of a lavish hot pot, a yin-yang variety. Before long, fireworks began to ascend from the mountainside in succession. Naturally, Li Qing's family would set off fireworks, and theirs were particularly grand. This was not Li Qing's request. It was his mother's doing, arranged as a display of prestige. As the magnificent fireworks soared from Li Qing's home, all gathered in Maple Leaf Source looked up in awe. The fireworks were immense, reaching great heights. Boom! When the final explosion occurred, it blossomed into a magnificent golden flower. This firework not only reverberated loudly, but was also visible from afar. It served as a signal, proclaiming the return of the master of Maple Leaf Source. At a lookout post on Maple Leaf Mountain, Jiu Lang gazed up at the magnificent display, feeling an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. After the grand fireworks, Li Qing, along with Tian Tian and Noera Rin, launched smaller fireworks. The adults retreated indoors to resume their mahjong game. Adhering to the tradition of staying up late on New Year's Eve, Qing lighted. Tian Tian appeared quite enamored with the fireworks, persistently requesting Li Qing to ignite the fuses. Your sister Rin can use fire release, she can light it too. I want you to do it. Tian Tian tilted her chin, displaying a slightly feisty demeanor. Li Qing smiled gently and pinched her cheek. Noera Rin, noticing Li Qing's teasing, shot him a sideways glance. Tian Tian, undeterred by the cheek pinching, merely made a face at Li Qing. Seeing Tian Tian's height, Li Qing contemplated whether to intervene. After all, Tian Tian was genuinely a small child, and her growth was quite unusual, making it difficult for her to have peers her own age. He had no such issues himself. He was merely a pretend child. Curious about Tian Tian's thoughts, Li Qing inquired, Tian Tian, do you wish to find friends your own age to play with? Tian Tian blinked, seeming puzzled by Li Qing's question. Like that little friend we often see when we buy 3-color dumplings, next to the shopkeeper. Noticing Tian Tian's furrowed brow, Li Qing used a point of reference to illustrate his point. She is so small, how would she play with her? Li Qing was momentarily at a loss for words upon hearing Tian Tian's response. It seemed her perception was quite skewed, and rather severely so. In reality, that little girl was slightly older than Tian Tian. She was simply growing normally. I am the same age as you, so I can play with you. Li Qing felt overwhelmed, realizing it might be too late to address the issue. For a long time, Tian Tian had measured her growth against his, even believing she was growing too slowly. Having once shared a crib, she secretly felt that he had shot up significantly. Hee. Noera Rin seemed to grasp Li Qing's predicament and couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 47. Konoha. 52 years though Tian Tian played with fireworks, her attention remained fixed on Li Qing. Seeing him frown, she abandoned the fireworks and rushed to his side, pressing her small hand against his forehead in an attempt to smooth his furrowed brow. Feeling Tian Tian's gesture, Li Qing was once again touched. Tian Tian always had a way of swaying his thoughts unexpectedly. Then don't go. Ahem. Why don't you go and play with children your own age? You're even younger than Tian Tian by half a day. Noera Rin, who had been watching the spectacle, suddenly interjected, unable to contain her laughter once more. Li Qing sighed in resignation. He couldn't explain to her that, according to his mental age, Tian Tian could very well call him dad, while Noera Rin should be addressing him as uncle. Tian Tian, go grab a few oranges. I'll peel them for you. Okay, Tian Tian replied, scampering off to fetch the oranges. What are your thoughts? Noticing Noera Rin seemed about to speak, Li Qing temporarily diverted Tian Tian's attention. She is different from most. Forcing her to stay with peers her age won't help her fit in. I believe it's better to allow her to learn gradually. As she gains more understanding, she will naturally come to recognize the differences between herself and others. Li Qing pondered her words, realizing that, for now, this was the only course of action. Xiaolin, you should take Tian Tian to the library more often. There are likely many children of various ages there. Yiyuan Lin remained displeased with Li Qing's use of the name Xiaolin and shot him a glare. Why don't you take her yourself? If I go, her attention will be solely on me. Just as Yiyuan Lin was about to respond, Tian Tian burst in energetically, clutching oranges. She distributed 2 oranges to Yiyuan Lin, leaving the rest for herself and Li Qing. Once Li Qing finished feeding Tian Tian the oranges, her little head began to droop, indicating her sleepiness. Sensing this, Li Qing picked her up, preparing to take her back. Should I help her wash up? As he was about to leave, he heard Yiyuan Lin's voice from behind and turned to reply. Actually, I have a technique for dusting. Since you asked, let us wash her up. Yu and Lin took Tian from Li Qing, casting him a glance before walking away with her. After Li Qing settled Tian, the others gradually retired for the night. Ultimately, Li Qing found himself alone, keeping vigil until dawn. To avoid disturbing their slumber, he refrained from setting off firecrackers. Alone, he ascended to the mountaintop, closing his eyes to commence his nightly meditation. The following day marked the first of the Lunar New Year, coinciding with the first day of the 52nd year of Konoha. On this day, it is customary to eat glutinous rice balls and eggs, symbolizing a smooth and prosperous life. Some also enjoy dumplings, resembling gold ingots, which signify wealth. Li Qing's family prepared glutinous rice balls filled with red bean paste, simmered with a touch of rice wine, sending forth a delightful aroma. Open wide, Li Qing peeled an egg and held it to Tian's lips. She obediently opened her mouth and took a bite, but as she closed her lips, Li Qing noticed she had merely taken a small nibble. It took several attempts before she finally finished an egg. Today, Li Qing's mother was dressing up for an event, and his father needed to accompany her. The others had gone to the Maple Leaf Festival, which was brimming with activities, promising a bustling crowd. Li Qing observed that Yu and Lin had donned a new outfit, a black double-breasted coat over a pure white sweater, complemented by black pants and shoes. The monochrome ensemble highlighted her features, and her shoulder-length hair was styled in a simple low ponytail. Furthermore, she appeared to have applied a light touch of makeup, transforming her aura significantly. If Uchiha Obito were to see her, he would hardly recognize her as the same person. Feeling the weight of scrutiny, Yu and Lin turned to glance back. Fearing misunderstandings, Li Qing hastily diverted his gaze. Yu and Lin deduced who it was and huffed softly before returning to her glutinous rice balls. Tian, radiating an ethereal charm, sported twin buns and wore a Ming-style hanfu, an ecru inner garment with a snow-white cloak and a pink skirt. Her feet adorned with embroidered shoes. These were not crafted by Li Qing, but rather prepared by Tian's father, said to be a family heirloom. Li Qing occasionally wondered about the origins of such attire, feeling a sense of familiarity. Once the glutinous rice balls were finished, Li Qing's parents and Tian's parents began distributing red envelopes they had prepared, not in large sums, but rather for the sake of good fortune. Yu and Lin, now a working individual, received several envelopes, her delight causing her to momentarily forget her usual reserve. "Thank you so much," she expressed repeatedly, her appreciation stemming from the significance of the envelopes rather than their monetary value. After receiving her envelope, Tian promptly handed it to Li Qing, a sight that left the Lingyun couple aghast. Shouldn't parents typically safeguard such gifts? Meanwhile, the Li couple beamed at the scene. Tian's parents, aware of their daughter's nature, exchanged a knowing smile. Tian, you Haven T offered your blessings after receiving the envelope. Upon hearing Li Qing's reminder, Tian suddenly realized and rushed to stand before the four adults. "I wish my father eternal youth. I wish my mother everlasting beauty. I wish Uncle Xian perpetual handsomeness. I wish Aunt Xingzi eternal youth." With each blessing, she clasped her hands together and bowed gracefully. Her voice was clear and melodious, akin to the song of a yellow oriole, and the beautiful words flowed from her lips, enveloping the adults in a warm breeze of joy. Ha! Tian's blessings brought simultaneous laughter from the four adults. Regarding their daughter's outgoing nature, her parents felt any concerns dissipate in the face of Tian's charm. Tian's phrases were limited, all recently taught by Li Qing. Witnessing how her words brought such joy to the adults filled her with delight. After finishing her blessings, Tian returned to Li Qing's side, wrapping her arms around his. This moment, once again observed by her parents, evoked a sense of their daughter having already married. After experiencing the past 2 days, they had fully embraced the spirit of the Spring Festival. Beichin Xingzi felt her decision to promote the festival was undeniably correct. She firmly believed that more and more people would come to appreciate and enjoy the Spring Festival. "Qing, you should distribute red envelopes now, for Shiro and the others." At this moment, Beichin Xingzi produced a bag filled with pre-prepared red envelopes. In addition to the bag handed to Li Qing, she held several others, indicating a considerable number of recipients. Once Li Qing accepted the bag, Beichin Xingzi and her husband stepped out first, headed for the event. At the entrance, a carriage awaited them, accompanied by a squad of warriors, led by Shiro's father, the royal guard Kuro. When they located Shiro, she was at a camp near the villa. Their group consisted of 51 individuals, all of similar age, both male and female. Upon seeing Li Qing approach with the bag, The lively group immediately stood at attention, calling out in unison, "Young master." This was precisely why Li Qing sometimes avoided this group. Their sudden exclamations of such an embarrassing title could be overwhelming. Chapter 48. Sensing after distributing the red envelopes, Li Qing addressed the captivated crowd once more. Today is the first day of the Lunar New Year. There are many lively activities at the Maple Leaf Festival. You should go and enjoy yourselves. It was a holiday. Yet Li Qing was puzzled as to why they insisted on coming to the camp. Despite his words, some continued to gaze at him intently, while others glanced at Shiro. Noticing this, Li Qing surmised their reasons for visiting the camp on a holiday. "Shiro, come here." After speaking, he turned toward the villa, with Shiro casting a glance at her companions before jogging to catch up. "Young master, what is it?" Shiro inquired, her expression still serious and succinct. "Today, we are going to play. Change into casual clothes to protect us." Shiro paused for a moment, but quickly replied, "Understood." She dashed back to the camp and soon reappeared in casual attire, accompanied by several others, each armed. Observing Li Qing's cheerful demeanor, Shiro understood that he did not truly require her protection. He merely sought a pretext to grant them a respite. Since witnessing Li Qing's prowess the previous day, she had been troubled, feeling her own weakness and yearning to grow stronger. Otherwise, she feared losing her value. Once everyone was ready, Li Qing waved his sleeve, and a gentle breeze enveloped them, lifting them down the mountain. Walking down Maple Leaf Mountain would take quite some time, and traveling by carriage with the Bachin family's emblem was rather conspicuous for the day. For the first time, Shiro and her companions experienced the sensation of flight. Though their hearts raced, they maintained a facade of calm. They had occasionally seen Li Qing soar to the mountaintop or descend from it during their patrols, fully aware that their young master was no ordinary person. The remarkable aspects of Li Qing have been shrouded in secrecy, with strict orders given to prevent any information from leaking. This directive was entrusted to Jinwei Jiulong by Li Qing's mother. Their return to Maple Leaf Manor was prompted by Li Qing's rapid growth and his extraordinary qualities. Beichin Xingzi is lenient regarding various matters, but this particular issue must remain flawless. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Yi Yuanlin cast a disdainful glance at Li Qing's attire. She recalled his words about children wearing new clothes for the new year. Yet here he was, donning the same old outfit, a gray robe he referred to as a Taoist robe, paired with similarly drab trousers and cloth shoes. Noticing Yi Yuanlin's scrutiny, Li Qing smiled and suggested, "If you like it, you could have a set made for yourself." "Absolutely not." Yi Yuanlin firmly rejected his proposal. "Don't be hasty in your refusal. This year, I plan to procure some spiritual silkworms and plant a few spiritual hemp seeds. I aim to weave some ethereal fabrics that can be inscribed with formations. These garments would be impervious to blades and fire, even allowing you to breathe underwater and swim through lava. Is that true?" Intrigued by Li Qing's descriptions, Yi Yuanlin began to overlook the appearance of the clothing. Her interest piqued. She was not alone. Even the group behind them, including Shirlang, leaned in to listen. They did not perceive Li Qing as boasting, but rather anticipated the birth of such garments. Seeing the others captivated, Li Qing continued. "In addition to their protective properties, they can enhance your cultivation speed, albeit slightly. Moreover, garments crafted from spiritual materials will not possess such dull hues." As he elaborated on the concept of magical attire, they unwittingly arrived at Maple Leaf Market. The market, though modest in size, spanning about 2 kilometers, was bustling with life, with drums and flags heralding the festivities. The streets thronged with people, creating a lively atmosphere. Yi Yuanlin decided to visit a bookstore first, so they accompanied her there amidst the myriad of vendors and delicious snacks that adorned the path. The recent dragon and lion dance events had garnered much acclaim. "Qing, I'm scared." Tian suddenly clutched Li Qing's arm, trembling at something in the distance. Li Qing glanced at her fear and couldn't help but chuckle. "Do not be afraid, it is merely a headpiece." Tian had spotted the performer in the lion dance wearing an exaggerated mask, a grotesque smile plastered across a large head, and waving a fan, which indeed looked somewhat intimidating. Even Li Qing had been frightened by it as a child. "Ahem. Li Qing, I remember you illustrated that in the Spring Festival book." Yi Yuanlin's remark mercilessly unveiled the source of the fright. Li Qing covered Tian's eyes, providing her with a sense of security until they passed the lion dance area, at which point he released her. Though the figure appeared eerie, it left a profound impression. One could easily recognize it as part of the lion dance in future encounters. In terms of promotional effectiveness, it was undeniably successful. Yi Yuanlin, after listening to Li Qing's explanation, nodded thoughtfully in agreement. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the bookstore. The number of visitors was somewhat diminished. Given the allure of the festivities outside, Yi Yuanlin conducted her usual checks and reviewed some data from the previous day before handing out 2 red envelopes to Sun and Qinzi. Once Yi Yuanlin had departed, the 2 clerks resumed their discussion. Today's store manager has undergone quite a transformation. I barely recognized her at first. She exudes such charisma. Sun's eyes sparkled with admiration, evidently becoming a fan of Yi Yuanlin. Indeed, strong and beautiful, what a marvel, Qinzi mused, wishing for such prowess herself. From a distance, Li Qing overheard the clerks discussing Yi Yuanlin and couldn't suppress a smile. Once the work was concluded, the group began to wander aimlessly, gravitating towards the livelier spots without any particular aim. Meanwhile, after days of travel, the golden-haired, twin-tailed Tsunade, accompanied by Shizun, finally reached the entrance of Maple Leaf Market. Upon witnessing the vibrant scene, Tsunade's eyes brightened, mirroring Shizun's excitement. There was an array of delightful activities and delectable foods to behold. Just as Tsunade was about to lead Shizun into the festivities, a voice interrupted her. Lady Tsunade, I sense the presence of that great immortal. He has sensed me too. Tsunade's earlier enthusiasm was abruptly dampened by this revelation. Where is he? Tsunade, feeling the urgency, decided they should address the important matter at hand before indulging in leisure. After all, this location would not vanish. They could return for enjoyment later. Not just yet. The small slug suddenly interjected, almost causing Tsunade to twist her waist in surprise. Oh, slug, why do you leave your thoughts half-finished? Tsunade, known for her formidable temperament, wore her displeasure openly. The slug, however, remained placid, seemingly unfazed by her irritation. My apologies, Lady Tsunade. I must say, the slug sage possesses a remarkable temperament, unlike the other 2 immortal sages who would have likely quarreled with Tsunade by now. Forget it. What is the matter? Tsunade, straightforward as ever, did not truly blame the slug. After a brief exchange of words, she felt relieved. I have already communicated with that immortal. He knows how to find me. When the time is right, he will visit. He also wishes you an enjoyable time. The slug's lengthy explanation left Tsunade momentarily stunned. The weight of the information took her a moment to process. How did you communicate without leaving? Tsunade finally asked. Her curiosity piqued. Through a heart-to-heart connection. The simple response only deepened Tsunade's intrigue. I wish to meet this great immortal. Tsunade sighed, feeling somewhat dejected. After all, this was a human immortal, and her curiosity was only natural. Compared to this immortal, the so-called immortal modes paled in significance. To date, she had yet to master even the immortal mode. Lady Tsunade, that immortal said that those destined to meet will do so. Hearing the slug's words, Tsunade's frustration flared again. Slug, why do you keep saying that? My apologies, Lady Tsunade. After a moment, Tsunade set aside her concerns and turned to Shizun, her spirits lifted. In that case, let us enjoy ourselves thoroughly, Shizun. With that, she strode purposefully towards the lively areas, while Shizun hurried to catch up, calling out behind her. Lady Tsunade, are we not returning to Konoha? Qing, I want that. Qing, this one. Qing, that one, and this one too. Children are often captivated by the sights of a marketplace, desiring everything they see. Tian was no exception, eagerly pointing out everything appealing or delicious to Li Qing. Tian's parents felt a mix of emotions and opted to indulge in their own time together. Oblivious, Tian's mindset resembled that of a 2-year-old. Along the way, whenever Tian expressed a desire for something, Li Qing made it a point to buy a portion for everyone, an assortment of snacks and toys, ensuring each received their share. Yi Yuanlin accepted this with delight, feeling no burden, while the nominal guardians, Shirlang and his companions, endured the strain of their role. On one hand, they believe that such things corrupt the will, yet on the other, they are compelled to accept them, for beautiful things are invariably alluring. Shirlang, do not wear such gloomy expressions. From now on, the Maple Leaf Spring Festival shall be the grandest celebration. Let loose and enjoy yourselves. You are still so young, acting like old men. Upon hearing Li Qing's words, Shirlang remained unmoved. The habits formed over time are not easily swayed by mere words. Seeing Shirlang's stubborn demeanor, Li Qing could not help but chuckle. It reminded him of the tale between Naruto Uzumaki and Nagato. He wondered about the authenticity of the anime's portrayal. He had encountered several individuals, and they all seemed to diverge from his perceptions. He was quite curious about how the Naruto and Nagato of this world would evolve in the future. Li Qing, what are you grinning about? Li Qing turned to see a mischievous 15-year-old girl, and he increasingly felt that some things should not be taken at face value. She was a prime example, for she was quite playful in the presence of familiar faces. I'm laughing at you. Just as she finished speaking, she shot him a fierce glare. Had the occasion permitted, Li Qing believed she would have come over to punch him. Hee, I'm laughing at you, repeated the echoing voice of Tian Tian. Upon hearing Tian Tian, Noera Rin swung her small bag onto her shoulder and dashed in front of her. You just follow his example. Let's see what you can do. Noera Rin seized Tian Tian and began to tickle her underarms, causing Tian Tian to burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha ha, Qing, help me. Li Qing, opting not to intervene in their playful skirmish, turned his head away. Seeing that Li Qing was not coming to her aid, Tian Tian decided to fend for herself. With a swift motion, she deflected one of Noera Rin's arms and dodged the other with a nimble sidestep. Then, with a graceful maneuver, she seized Noera Rin's arm and pulled her, a move that would have toppled an ordinary person, yet Noera Rin, having practiced stances for quite some time, stood firm. The tug momentarily caught Noera Rin off guard. Their playful conflict escalated. Both having studied Tai Chi, they immediately began to exchange gentle pushes. Their movements flowed effortlessly, creating a rhythm that spoke of grace and balance, with a harmonious blend of softness and strength. Observing the unfolding scene, Sherlang and the others couldn't help but glance over. Intrigued, Li Qing decided it was time to intervene, gently separating the two by holding one hand each. Humph. Both girls huffed simultaneously at Li Qing, as if blaming him for meddling. What you were doing earlier could have been mistaken for a circus act. If you don't leave soon, you might find yourselves showered with coins. Hearing Li Qing's words, Noera Rin glanced around and noticed a gathering of onlookers. They had been so engrossed in their play that they had forgotten they weren't on a mountain. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Yet she did not believe it was her fault. She blamed Li Qing instead. Humph. With another pout, Noera Rin linked arms with Tian Tian and walked away, whispering secrets to one another as they strolled. Not long after, they passed a vendor selling candied hawthorns, which caused Tian Tian to come to a halt, eagerly waiting for Li Qing to catch up. The sight of the candied treats stirred distant memories within Li Qing. In his previous life, he had followed his master at the age of 5, and on his first day at his master's home, he had wanted to flee but was pulled back. So young, away from home in an unfamiliar place, he had not even dared to cry. Out of instinct, he had huddled in a dim corner, too frightened to speak or move, believing that in doing so, he would remain hidden. Are you my junior brother? Here, have some candied hawthorn. 5-year-old Li Qing looked up to see a gap-toothed girl holding 2 skewers of candied hawthorn, one for herself and one extended toward him. At that moment, he had thought her smile was quite unattractive. Yet now, she was a figure he could never see again. As he reminisced about the past, time seemed to stretch across the ages. Qing, take it. The moment he reached for the offered skewer, he was momentarily lost in thought. He felt as though 2 figures from different realms were simultaneously presenting him with a skewer of candied hawthorn. Are you my junior brother? Here, have some candied hawthorn. Qing, take it. The Li Qing who once huddled in the corner and the one now standing in the sunlight, each in their own time, reached out to grasp a skewer of candied hawthorn. Chapter 50. The unpredictability of life, no need to thank me. It's my treat. As Li Qing savored the sweet treat, Noera Rin suddenly approached him with a remark. Sister this, sister that. Do you know that eating too many sweets will make you gain weight? Then your little brother won't be able to help you. Li Qing quickly retreated, quickening his pace. The candied hawthorn in Noera Rin's hand became a dilemma. Eating it felt wrong, yet not eating it felt equally so. In truth, ignorance of such matters is bliss, once aware. Every encounter with delectable sweets would lead to a struggle between indulgence and maintaining a slender figure. Li Qing, the source of her frustration, evoked a deep-seated irritation within Noera Rin. She wished to bite him. From that moment on, she could no longer enjoy sweets with a clear conscience. How outrageous. Feeling that it was time to return, Li Qing led the group home. Tian Tian's parents were still engrossed in their own world, so he refrained from interrupting them. On the way back, Noera Rin remained sullen, clearly affected. Li Qing, not being a malicious person, intended to cheer her up. As they walked, Noera Rin sensed someone beside her. She turned to find Li Qing had approached without her noticing. As long as you diligently cultivate your skills and open all your body's meridians, forming a great circulation, Once you refine your essence and transform your energy, you will be able to control your body at will. You can indulge in sweets as you please. The idea of freely controlling her physique struck a chord within Noera Rin, instantly lifting her spirits. She glanced at her height, and then at Sherlang behind her. The prospect Li Qing described seemed increasingly enticing. How long will that take? She asked eagerly. Li Qing smiled gently as he replied, that varies from person to person. For those with good aptitude, with a bit of diligence and the aid of rare materials and elixirs, it can happen swiftly. And how long is that? Noera Rin pressed further, noticing Li Qing had not specified a time frame. About 10 years. Noera Rin calculated that by then, she would be nearing 30, and that was in the most ideal scenario. Considering an alternative situation, she turned to Li Qing and asked again, what if there are no aids, poor aptitude, and a lack of diligence? How long then? Li Qing maintained his smile, his lips parting as he delivered the answer. In that case, you might well pass away without achieving anything. Upon hearing the mention of death, Noera Rin's eyelids twitched. She recalled Li Qing's jest about how, by the time she became an old woman, he would still appear youthful. What about me? Noera Rin inquired nervously, her gaze fixed on Li Qing, desperate for the answer she most wished to know. Li Qing looked at her, but did not provide a direct answer. Instead, he offered a different perspective. Life is unpredictable. Who can ascertain the changes of the next moment? You must understand this deeply. Noera Rin paused, falling silent for a moment. A gentle smile gracing her face as she chose not to dwell on distant matters. She reassured herself that Li Qing would surely not abandon her, for he had saved her once. Suddenly, Noera Rin playfully punched Li Qing's shoulder. Humph, that'll teach you to speak recklessly. She had thought that being close would make it easy to strike him, but to her surprise, her fist passed right through him. In an instant, Li Qing's figure dissolved into mist. What just happened? Noera Rin looked up to see Li Qing walking ahead, seemingly unperturbed. A cloud of doubt loomed over her. Illusion? At that moment, Li Qing turned and flashed her a mysterious smile. Seeing Li Qing's grin, Noera Rin realized that he had indeed used an illusion on her. However, instead of feeling anger, she found herself oddly pleased. She briskly walked ahead, aligning herself with Li Qing, remaining silent as they proceeded together. Upon returning to Maple Leaf Villa, Noera Rin retreated to her room and devoured 9 strawberries in one go. Satisfied, she rested her head on the table, closing her eyes to contemplate. Before parting ways with Li Qing and the others, Jiro subtly signaled Li Qing not to forget that matter. Li Qing understood instantly, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. Having indulged in countless snacks at Maple Leaf Gathering, Tian found herself unhungry by lunchtime, yet immensely fatigued. Observing this, Li Qing took it upon himself to lead her to take a nap, and she fell asleep the moment she touched the bed. Li Qing's parents continued to engage in various social obligations, while Tian's parents were also enjoying their time together, suggesting that the 4 adults would not return home until evening. Noera Rin seemed to have also gone to her room to rest, leaving Li Qing with a rare moment of solitude. Reflecting on the individuals he encountered at Maple Leaf Gathering, Li Qing resolved to visit the slippery forest while Tian napped, eager to meet the living slug. Li Qing was somewhat unclear about the precise location of the slippery forest. At that time, the little living slug had directly communicated the spirit summoning technique to him, enabling him to traverse through it. Li Qing simply marked the little slug, allowing her to return on her own. Scanning his surroundings, Li Qing found no trace of the slug, likely indicating she had returned to her true form. With a single step, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he found himself in an area abundant with spiritual energy. The slippery forest had been reached. The slug sensed the aura and felt a surge of excitement. It was her first encounter with another great being, and a human at that. Hello, I am the living slug, she introduced herself. Li Qing floated in the air, his height matching that of the slug. He was taken aback. Despite her massive form, her voice was gentle. Greetings. I am Li Qing. Li is my surname, and Qing is my given name. Lord Qing. The slug's excessive politeness made Li Qing smile in response. There is no need for such formality. You may simply call me by my name. The slug perceived Li Qing's aura as soft and clear, akin to her own, which brought her immense joy, as if she had found a kindred spirit. Very well, Qing. I apologize for making an unreasonable request upon our first meeting. Li Qing understood she referred to her desire to see him. He could empathize with her feelings. In his past life, he was invincible, and the longing to find like-minded beings mirrored that of the living slug before him. The slug had been solitary for millennia in the slippery forest, with no companions. Her prolonged slumber stemmed from her overwhelming boredom, and as she grew larger, her periods of sleep extended. Due to her size, venturing elsewhere had become difficult. Even when a few individuals formed spirit contracts with her, they were merely fragments of her essence. "Did you summon me for a particular reason?" Li Qing inquired, aware that the slug sought him for more than idle conversation. If that were the case, a fragment would suffice. So her desire to meet him in his true form indicated a significant matter at hand. Not receiving a verbal response, Li Qing noticed her two antennae quivering incessantly, seemingly in excitement or shock. After a prolonged pause, the slug's antennae finally stilled, and her gentle voice emerged once more. "Qing, were you just born?" Li Qing had not anticipated that the slug would discern his age. Fortunately, she could not gauge his mental age. Not yet 2 years old. The slug's antennae began to tremble once more upon hearing his reply. Li Qing merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Even for a great being such as the slug, absorbing astonishing news required time to process. Unbelievable. The slug inched her tentacles closer, desiring to touch Li Qing, but her immense size ultimately thwarted her intent. Previously, Li Qing regarded the slug as a mollusk and felt averse to it. However, upon seeing her today, he found her to be rather endearing in her plumpness. Preconceived notions often cloud one's judgment. Speculating without understanding the truth is inadvisable. Observing the slug retract her antennae, Li Qing radiated golden light, and his body began to grow taller until he matched her stature. "You have grown." The slug, now accustomed to her current size, had never before encountered a being of similar proportions. A mixture of surprise, curiosity, and joy swirled within her. "This is my Dharma form. It facilitates our communication." Li Qing reached out to touch her tentacle, finding it somewhat sticky but devoid of any unpleasant odor. Previously, he had sensed the slug's immense life force from a distance. But upon contact, it was even more palpable, akin to a mobile spring of rejuvenation. "So, your healing involves sharing your life force with others," Li Qing mused, unsure whether to label her as kind-hearted or simply naive. In a sense, her life force was equivalent to her lifespan. "I possess an abundance of life force. Sharing a portion is inconsequential." Li Qing could only conclude that she was indeed a benevolent being. "Is there something beyond our meeting that you seek from me?" The slug appeared to relish Li Qing's touch, her tentacles exploring his palm in a novel experience that sparked her playful spirit. However, upon hearing Li Qing's inquiry, she ceased her movements. "I wish to request that you sign a contract with me. I desire to see the outside world. Other humans are incapable of summoning my true form. Though this place is a sanctuary of natural energy, it feels like a prison to me. As a great being among humans, you surely have the ability to assist." Li Qing initially assumed her request would be rooted in a matter of mutual benefit, but no. It was simply a longing to explore the outside world. Yet, wasn't she able to send her fragments outside at all times? Can't your fragments be summoned back whenever needed? Seeing through them is equivalent to seeing for yourself. The slug shook her head, her tone tinged with sadness. "It is different when they return. I only receive fragments of memories, akin to reading a book, merely observing someone else's story." Upon hearing the slug's explanation, Li Qing comprehended the distinction. Indeed, a fragment could never replace the essence of one's being. "You need not sign a contract. I can directly transport you outside. This way, you won't expend energy to maintain the summoning. Is that so?" The slug's spirit soared, her joy akin to that of a child. With several of her tentacles springing to attention, Li Qing mused that if she could dance, she would surely perform a jubilant jig to express her delight. "Little slug, your size outside would resemble a mountain, which may pose difficulties." With a sudden droop, her previously elevated tentacles fell, embodying an expression of utter despondency. Li Qing did not intend to dampen her spirits. After all, should those ninjas catch sight of her, they would likely view her as a formidable entity, perhaps even attempting to seal her away to exploit her healing prowess. The pure-hearted living slug, upon witnessing the world's darker sides, might very well transform into a destructive force akin to Uchiha Bido. To safeguard the slug's freedom and the tranquility of the world, Li Qing deemed it his responsibility to bear this burden. After all, their meeting was a fateful encounter. "There is another approach that can perfectly resolve your predicament." The slug's drooping antennae perked up once more, filled with anticipation. Experiencing the same thrill as before, she could hardly contain herself. her excitement palpable as she inched closer to Li Qing. Qing, what is this method? Li Qing settled himself cross-legged beside the living slug and began to recount the method he had conceived. Do not rush. Allow me to explain it to you slowly. The living slug suppressed its emotions and patiently awaited his words. You must be familiar with the divine tree? Indeed, I have seen it in the memories of my doppelganger. At that time, I was in slumber. The divine tree possesses several forms. It can manifest as a plant or an animal, yet its essence remains that of an energy entity. Previously, I observed the structure of the divine tree for the purpose of cultivating a spirit tree. I can teach you the path of cultivation, which, upon reaching a certain realm, will allow you to transform your form freely, akin to the divine tree. This transformation is fundamental and differs from mere shape-shifting, which is merely an illusion. Is the transformation you mentioned akin to your own recent enlargement? Upon hearing Li Qing's explanation, the living slug immediately recalled his earlier process of growing larger. Subsequently, she tested it herself with her tentacles and confirmed it was indeed a tangible reality, not an illusion. It is somewhat similar. I merely enlarge, while you can shrink, even to the form of a human. The living slug quivered with excitement at the prospect of shrinking and adopting a human guise, her tentacles swaying animatedly. Is it difficult? She inquired tentatively, her tone laced with uncertainty, concerned about her own intelligence and the possibility of failing to learn. Her current abilities relied entirely on instinct, with her life energy sustained by nourishment and rest. Not at all. I have already taught 3 individuals. With this reassurance, the slug's tentacles began to sway once more. Qing, you were a great sage at 2 years old. You are truly remarkable. The slug couldn't recall her own state at 2 years old, likely just an innocent little slug, unaware of how she had arrived at this place. Upon hearing the title of great sage, Li Qing smiled silently, as he was merely at the golden core stage and felt unworthy of such a title, at most merely an earthly deity. I was just fortunate. I commenced my cultivation in the womb, benefiting from the primordial chaos. Although the living slug did not comprehend the concept of primordial chaos, she recognized that Li Qing's words held profound significance. Why did you share this with me? Shouldn't such knowledge be kept secret? In response to the slug's inquiry, Li Qing smiled and explained, I possess a divine ability to reflect the heart, and I perceive you as a benevolent being, incapable of causing harm. Thus, sharing this knowledge poses no issue. Thank you for your trust, Qing. Li Qing sensed the living slug's heart was pure and unblemished. Her intellect akin to that of a child of 8 or 9, innocent and untainted. It is my pleasure. Now, shall we commence your cultivation training? All right. Chapter 52. Reunion with an old acquaintance. After completing the task entrusted to her by the living slug, Tsunade indulged in revelry, temporarily casting aside all worries. The myriad novel activities delighted her senses, allowing her to feast her eyes while continuously eating. Shizune persistently urged Tsunade to return to Konoha, but Tsunade dismissed her concerns. Eventually, seeing that her persuasion had no effect, Shizune joined in the merriment. She reassured herself that she was merely a minor companion, incapable of influencing the thoughts of significant figures. With this acceptance, Shizune felt light-hearted and carefree, trailing behind Tsunade in their escapades. As evening approached, they realized it was nearly dark and they needed to find lodging. Tsunade-sama, where shall we go now? Shizune inquired, observing Tsunade's unyielding enthusiasm. She feared that Tsunade would succumb to the lure of gambling and drinking, leading to her own misfortune. To gamble, Tsunade declared, her intentions clear. Shizune, quick to act, leaped forward and clung to Tsunade's leg. No, Tsunade-sama, you know you have never won. Your funds are nearly depleted. Were it not for her occasional tasks treating small animals, she would have long run out of money. Let go. Tsunade, frustrated, noted Shizune's preemptive caution. Shizune, do you not trust me? Am I truly so uncontrollable? You are. Tsunade clenched her fist, the weight of her lineage reminding her to refrain from striking Shizune. Get up. What are you doing? I refuse. Shizune tightened her grip, fully aware of Tsunade's gambling tendencies. She was known to be a compulsive gambler, notorious for her losses, earning her the ironic nickname of the Great Fat Sheep. Ugh. Get up. I am not going. You must keep your word, Tsunade-sama. I promise not to go. Relieved by the promise, Shizune finally released her hold. Although she still clung to Tsunade's sleeve, guarding against her gambling habits as one would against a thief. Let us find a place to stay. Shizune followed Tsunade until they had distanced themselves from that street. at which point she finally loosened her grip. "Tsunade-sama, you should quit gambling. Otherwise, how will you ever marry? And your drinking habit, constantly collapsing in a drunken stupor. Enough." Tsunade's irritation culminated in a swift punch to Shizun's head, eliciting a pained reaction from her, tears welling in her eyes. "I despise you, Tsunade-sama." With that, Shizun threw her companion aside and ran off, her pent-up emotions bursting forth. She could no longer endure this. She longed to return to Konoha, away from Tsunade. Stunned, Tsunade remained frozen in place, her hands still suspended in the air. The anger in her eyes faded into a shadow of melancholy, reminiscent of her departure from Konoha years prior. Meanwhile, Shizun ran, tears streaming down her face, feeling deeply wronged. With her family members falling one by one in the war, she had finally found some semblance of connection, only to be met with the same reckless behavior. As she ran further, her pace began to slow. Tun followed closely behind, preferring Shizun's company to Tsunade's. Shizun's figure swayed, resembling a forsaken creature, her entire demeanor draped in shades of gray. She wandered aimlessly, eventually arriving at the entrance of a bookstore. After taking a nap that afternoon, Noera Rin found the manor empty and, with nothing to occupy her time, decided to visit the bookstore. It wasn't until the evening glow began to dim that she prepared to return home. Just as she exited, she encountered someone who seemed familiar. "Shizun?" Noera Rin tentatively called out, uncertain after several years of absence. Upon hearing the name, Shizun instinctively reacted, believing it to be Tsunade seeking her out. "I've had enough. I will never forgive you." Shizun looked up, intending to gauge Tsunade's expression, only to find a stranger instead. Embarrassment washed over her as she realized her indiscretion in front of this unfamiliar face. Noera Rin, equally perplexed, thought perhaps it was merely a case of mistaken identity. An awkward silence enveloped them both. Moments later, Noera Rin managed a shy smile and nodded in acknowledgement before turning to leave, brushing past Shizun. However, as Noera Rin passed, Shizun suddenly realized her mistake and called out, "Do we know each other?" Initially thinking it was just a misunderstanding, Noera Rin turned back at the sound of Shizun's voice. Their eyes locked, and both began to scrutinize each other. The more they looked, the more familiar they seemed. Noera Rin could recognize her, while Shizun felt an inexplicable familiarity. Ultimately, it was Noera Rin who spoke first. "Kato Shizun." In an effort to be more precise, Lin Yahara added her surname. "It's me, who are you?" Upon realizing it was indeed her classmate, Shizun, Lin Yahara promptly introduced herself. "Lin, Yahara Lin." Shizun's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape, pointing a finger at Lin as she struggled to reconcile the image in her mind with the person before her. "How have you changed so much?" Shizun circled around Lin, surveying her as if she were a stranger. Lin, with her hands clasped around her bag, smiled, allowing Shizun to take her in. She found her former classmates' astonishment quite amusing. It was entirely understandable that they had not recognized one another. They had not seen each other for several years. And Lin had transformed remarkably. Not only had she removed her makeup, but she also no longer wore the tight attire suited for combat. Instead, she donned fashionable clothing. Her hair long and styled in a low ponytail, complemented by a light touch of makeup. As the evening breeze swept by, strands of hair danced across her forehead. She raised her right hand to gently tuck them behind her ear, smiling as she spoke. "It's me, have you seen enough?" Upon hearing Lin's words, Shizun halted her circling. Yet her eyes continued to scrutinize. "I'm sorry, it's just that your transformation is so drastic. I find it hard to believe." Shizun scratched her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Having been rude once already, she felt the weight of another faux pas. "By the way, did something happen to you?" Lin leaned in, whispering softly to Shizun. "I." Shizun was momentarily at a loss for words. How could she express such matters? To admit to a long-lost classmate that she had quarreled with Tsunade would surely invite ridicule. Just as Shizun stammered, a voice called from behind her. "Shizun, let us go." Before Shizun could react, she was forcefully pulled away by someone. Chapter 53. Two rogue ninjas. Upon witnessing the two figures ahead, Lin Yahara seemed to comprehend the situation. She chuckled softly and turned to walk towards the mountain. The next day, the second day of the new year, was typically a day for visiting relatives. Yet the residents of Maple Leaf Villa had no relatives to visit. When Li Qing opened the lid of the large earthen pot, a rich aroma of meat wafted through the air. So fragrant. Tian perked up, greedily inhaling the savory scent. Others were similarly enticed, their appetites stirred. each swallowing in anticipation. Inside the pot were 2 free-range chickens and a spiced cured ham, which Li Qing had simmered slowly over low heat for 5 hours. High-quality ingredients often require only the simplest of cooking methods. A brief stir-fry followed by the addition of ginger and water for slow cooking suffices. As Li Qing explained, he served the white noodles into large bowls, garnishing each with a handful of pea shoots and a ladle of aromatic chicken broth. He then added the stewed chicken and ham into each bowl, finishing with a sprinkle of green onions, enhancing the already irresistible fragrance. The 4 chicken legs were allocated to the 4 ladies, while the fathers received the heads and wings. The adults looked on, some bemused, others amused. But they said nothing as they accepted their portions. Li Qing's actions were a reflection of his past. During his previous life, each time he cooked chicken, his master would serve the legs and wings to him and his senior sister, while he himself consumed the heads, necks, and feet. Remembering those times, a gentle smile graced Li Qing's lips as he drifted into nostalgia. Lin Yahara noticed the expression in Li Qing's eyes, and that dissonant feeling returned. The boy before her, though scarcely 2 years old, bore a look of profound weariness, as if he were reflecting on something deeply personal. An intense emotion bubbling to the surface. In the past, Lin had perceived Li Qing as an elder. However, as she got to know him better, she realized he was always gentle with others, rarely refusing a request, and seemed never to harbor anger. Not wishing to see that look on Li Qing's face any longer, she spoke up. Li Qing, aren't you going to eat? Seeing Lin gesture towards the chicken leg in her bowl, he smiled faintly, raised his own bowl, and casually ladled a spoonful from the pot. When Lin noticed him adding pepper to his bowl, her eyes sparkled. Give me some too. Ever since she had tasted spicy food, she found herself less inclined towards milder dishes. Slurping up a mouthful of noodles, the tingling sensation danced on her tongue, and Lin felt utterly exhilarated. After enjoying the noodles on the second day, the festivities at Maple Leaf Villa shifted to various card games. The bustling atmosphere of the Maple Leaf Festival would continue until the 15th of the lunar month. However, the merriment could not quell the looming shadows of conflict among the ninjas, which only served to accentuate the brutality of war. The recent accountability letters had already reached the Hokage building. The precarious situation in Konoha was now exacerbated. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had verified all the findings. Though he had his suspicions, the final results shattered the last remnants of his hope. Gather the personnel, follow me. Soon after, the fully armed third Hokage led a contingent towards a hidden location near the village. Meanwhile, in a dim underground chamber, Danzo, you've been exposed, chuckled Shimura Danzo, his gaze flickering uncertainly at the legs he had just received through transplantation. Would his dream of becoming Hokage be severed? To serve Konoha doesn't necessarily mean to remain within the village. Your character is despicable, Danzo. Your words can't disguise your filthy heart. Unperturbed by the jibe, Danzo remained resolute. If he couldn't withstand this little taunt, how could he fulfill his role as Konoha's shadow? Orochimaru, what qualifications do you have to speak such words? Did those infants not ultimately perish at your hands? Orochimaru no longer engaged with Danzo. From that moment on, Danzo was of no consequence to him. A useless person no longer warranted dialogue. He gradually faded into the darkness, vanishing from sight. Seated in the shadows, Danzo suddenly opened his eyes and spoke. Prepare to withdraw. We must find another way to protect Konoha. However, just as he finished speaking, the door was violently shattered. With a resounding crash, the entrance to the secret laboratory splintered. Danzo trembled at the sight of the furious third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the legion of Konoha ninjas behind him. Danzo, how dare you speak of protecting Konoha after slaughtering hundreds of its infants for the sake of your leg? Konoha is being destroyed by hypocrites like you. Where is Orochimaru? The furious shouts startled Danzo, who had been somewhat composed until now. Someone, hold them back. In an instant, a group of masked ninjas emerged from the darkness. The root members. After issuing his command, Danzo dashed towards another exit, leaving no trace of hesitation. Kill. Eradicate this twisted tumor. The third Hokage, consumed by rage, found it incomprehensible that such events could unfold at a time when Konoha was already teetering on the brink. One was his once beloved disciple, and the other, a former comrade in arms. How had they fallen so low, committing such atrocious acts for their selfish desires? Once the remaining root members were eliminated, the third Hokage proceeded deeper into the base. Upon witnessing the small lives suspended in containers, A chill ran down the spine of everyone present. Capture Danzo and Orochimaru. From this day forth, they shall be known as Konoha's rogue ninjas. Examine the members of the Shimura clan. Those who do not cooperate shall be treated as traitorous ninjas. Indeed, this is a critical moment for survival, and there is no room for leniency. The situation in Konoha has become exceedingly unstable, with the various clans appearing united in facade, yet divided in spirit, teetering on the brink of collapse. The following day, news broke in Konoha that Orochimaru, once one of the legendary Sannin, had defected, along with Shimura Danzo, a former elder of Konoha. The revelation sent shockwaves throughout the community. The reasons behind their betrayal have become widely known. Over 100 infants have gone missing, and such a tragedy cannot be concealed. Families who have lost their children are now disheartened by Konoha, acutely aware of their own insignificance in the face of greater powers. Consequently, many have chosen to leave Konoha, including some of the civilian ninjas who have decided to abandon their paths as ninjas altogether. Among the two traitorous ninjas, the hatred directed towards Shimura Danzo is particularly intense. The previous orphanage incident has already laid bare Danzo's misdeeds. Now, with another horrific incident, his actions are utterly indefensible. The emergence of these two high-profile traitors has severely dampened the morale of the front lines in Konoha. The ninjas find themselves in a state of confusion, questioning the very purpose of their struggle. While some fight valiantly at the front, others perpetrate atrocities against their own kin, using innocent infants as subjects for their experiments. In an undisclosed location, Jiraiya received the latest intelligence, his fists clenched tightly. Orochimaru, Danzo, Tsunade, who had been residing at the Maple Leaf Village for some time, also learned of the renewed turmoil in Konoha. Gazing at the alarming details inscribed on the note, she fell into a long silence. Tsunade-sama, I have returned. Upon hearing the news from Shizune, Tsunade folded the note and resumed her usual demeanor. With a thud, Shizune placed a large package on the table before Tsunade, producing a resounding noise. Chapter 54, Stealing Greens. Upon seeing the package, Tsunade regarded Shizune with curiosity. Since her last escapade, the girl had grown increasingly headstrong. This is a special gift for you, Tsunade-sama, a truly remarkable treasure. Shizune's chin lifted proudly, a look of triumph on her face. Upon realizing it was meant for her, Tsunade's expression brightened. Judging by the sound when it was set down, the contents were substantial. Slowly, Tsunade began to unwrap the package, only to find herself in shock. Instead of the delightful treats she anticipated, there lay a stack of books. Do you like it, Tsunade-sama? Tsunade's interest waned instantly. She turned away, visibly disheartened. Those are not ordinary books. They contain the knowledge that can heal your afflictions. At Shizune's words, Tsunade swiftly turned to face her, eager to confirm that the girl had not lost her senses. You'll see for yourself, Tsunade-sama. I've personally verified their efficacy over the past few days. These are the works of the contemporary great thinker, philosopher, and literary giant, Li Qing. Is that so? Tsunade, who occasionally indulged in novels, mused, recalling someone who also fancied themselves a literary giant. Absolutely. I am eager to meet the esteemed Li Qing, who at such a young age transformed his writings into a library, allowing those reluctant to purchase books to read them freely. What nobility of character! Shizune clasped her hands together, her eyes sparkling with admiration for Li Qing. Observing Shizune's earnest demeanor, Tsunade's gaze shifted back to the stack of books. She noticed a slip of paper atop the pile and brought it closer to inspect. Reading list for the journey to heal the soul. The title sent a jolt through Tsunade's heart, and as she continued to read, her eyes widened with each line. After perusing the list, she gently set the paper down and reached for the book she most desired to examine. Shizune noted the slight tremor in Tsunade's hand. With a rustle, Tsunade opened the book, captivated by the opening line. Shizune, feeling a mix of tension and hope, approached from behind and glimpsed the contents. The words read, "The best way to conquer fear is to confront it." With renewed determination, Tsunade embarked on her journey of healing. During the inaugural year of the Spring Festival, the influx of visitors to Maple Leaf Village marked a significant success. Li Qing's mother had invested considerable resources into the event, with all decorations funded by her. For a fortnight, her generous spending allowed those who participated to deeply understand the essence of the Spring Festival. On the 15th day of the lunar month, the Lantern Festival marked the conclusion of the Spring Festival, and the day's events were particularly grand. Li Qing's mother even took to the stage to deliver an opening speech. Numerous photographers were hired to capture the festivities, ensuring that the images would promote the festival in the coming year. The night of the 15th saw a magnificent fireworks display, serving as a fitting finale for the inaugural spring festival. Li Qing, however, chose not to partake in the raucous celebrations, instead sneaking out with Tian Tian and Noera Rin under the moonlight to engage in the traditional custom of stealing greens. Stealing greens refers to the practice of plucking vegetables from others' gardens, a custom meant to symbolize good fortune, ensuring a peaceful year ahead without misfortune. In his youth, Li Qing often followed his senior sister to partake in this tradition, perhaps due to the significance of his name. His senior sister would occasionally tease him, saying, "Stealing greens." Stealing Li Qing. While the act of stealing greens was originally a benign custom, it had been twisted by some unscrupulous individuals into something less savory. Tian Tian cheerfully chanted, stealing greens," as they walked, finding great amusement in the phrase. Stealing greens symbolizes a hopeful wish for a year of tranquility, free from sudden calamities, reflecting the people's aspirations for a better life. Suddenly, Tian Tian playfully seized Li Qing from behind, her face alight with laughter, unconcerned with the deeper meanings. Only aware of the joy of the custom, Li Qing shook his head, ruffling her hair affectionately, and continued along the moonlit path, the refreshing breeze accompanying them. Eventually, they arrived at a garden brimming with vegetables, and Li Qing scanned the surroundings for any signs of onlookers, a nod to the ritual's significance. "Li Qing, you look like a thief," Noera Rin chuckled at his furtive movements, finding them amusing. "But remember, it's merely a symbolic act. Plucking a bit from each patch is all that's needed. Too much is excessive." Heeding Li Qing's serious tone, both girls nodded in agreement. Before long, the trio had made their rounds, each taking only a small handful of greens. Tian Tian and Noera Rin delighted in their bounty, convinced that the vegetables they had gathered would be more delicious than any others. After enjoying the lanterns, the spring festival officially came to an end. In the aftermath, Noera Rin resumed her daily routine at the bookstore, eager to organize a book signing event for Li Qing, whose latest works had garnered significant attention. Many inquired about the author, with some traveling from afar to learn more. Notably, since the bookstore's opening, Li Qing's mother had ceased the sale of the Great Qin Empire. Li Qing felt indifferent to this decision, recognizing that the world could never witness the unification of the Great Qin. On the 16th day, Shiro arrived early at the entrance of Maple Leaf Villa, eagerly awaiting the day's events. At that moment, Li Qing was gathering energy atop the mountain when he sensed the arrival of the stubborn Shirlang. A faint smile graced his lips. Subsequently, Shirlang's body floated uncontrollably upward, arriving at the summit. This marked Shirlang's first visit to the peak, as ever since Lord Baichen Xingzi returned to Maple Leaf Manor. Access to the summit had been forbidden for others unless accompanied by Li Qing. Upon reaching the top, Shirlang was once again awestruck by the breathtaking sights before him. A multitude of exotic beasts, vibrant vines, resplendent peach blossoms, and the young master, seated in the void, cloaked in divine golden light. Each spectacle left Shirlang utterly astonished. When Li Qing opened his eyes and noticed Shirlang standing nearby, he smiled warmly and spoke softly. "From today onward, I shall teach you the art of body refinement." Chapter 55. Body refinement. What is body refinement? It is the process of transforming the quality of the physical body through innate energy, known as body refinement. The aim of body refinement is to enhance the entire body through energy, gradually improving its quality and subtly leading it towards excellence, ultimately returning to an infantile state, and finally achieving the innate body, or what is referred to as the human immortal body. Li Qing benefited from awakening consciousness in the womb, having already undergone body refinement, and thus was born as a human immortal. Refining energy involves seeking innate ancestral energy to traverse the microcosm of the human body, guided by mental strength to unearth the treasures within and refining an energy-embodied self. Body refinement, on the other hand, disperses innate energy throughout the body, merging it with the essence of the innate, thereby forging an immortal physique. The tangible manifestation of body refinement is the enhancement of flexibility, and the standard for assessing this improvement is resilience. Once body refinement is achieved, recovery from injury becomes effortless. In his previous life, Li Qing existed in a time of diminished spiritual practices, where both body refinement and alchemy had become mere illusions. Ultimately, he managed to forge a single energy pill, allowing him to maintain his martial prowess at its peak. Yet, when faced with an airplane crash, he too returned to the heavens. In his past life, Li Qing was unmatched in strength, the world's foremost. Later, he pursued the ethereal path of immortality, collecting nearly all surviving texts on the Tao. There are several methods for body refinement, among which the mainstream include jade liquid refinement, golden liquid refinement, solar refinement, lunar refinement, introspective refinement, and vacuum refinement, among others. Additionally, numerous minor body refinement techniques circulate among various sects, largely involving guidance, dynamic movements, essence refinement, and energy adjustment. Body refinement can be categorized into innate and acquired. Observing Shirlong's condition, Li Qing realized that she could not employ the mainstream methods. The only suitable technique available was the thunder refinement, a variant of the Gangsar body refinement. Solar, lunar, starlight, and five-element refinements also belong to Gangsar body refinement, which incorporates some innate elements. Contemplating the method he intended to use, Li Qing turned to Shirlang and inquired, "It will be difficult. You may still withdraw if you wish." After speaking, he raised his left hand with his palm facing upward, and in an instant, a crackling sound emanated as thunder danced within his palm. Shirlong's eyelids flickered in surprise at the sight of the thunderous energy. Noticing Shirlong's reaction, Li Qing continued, "If you begin this journey with me, there can be no turning back. Do you see the thunder in my palm? From now on, it shall be your companion. Not everyone can coexist with thunder. Most individuals would be severely harmed by even a mere touch." To further emphasize his point, Li Qing released the thunder, transforming it into a thunder dragon that surged toward a barren stone wall in the distance. The dragon traversed the wall, extinguishing all vitality in its path, leaving nothing but charred remains. Upon returning to Li Qing's palm, the thunder dragon raised its head and roared toward Shirlang. As if taunting her, Shirlang closed her eyes, inhaling deeply. When she could no longer contain the air within, she exhaled slowly. After a profound breath, she opened her eyes, her gaze resolutely fixed on Li Qing. "I will not give up." Seeing her unwavering determination, Li Qing smiled gently and replied, "Good." In the next moment, an innumerable mass of dark clouds gathered. Just moments ago, the sky had been radiant, but now it was shrouded in ominous clouds. A thunderbolt materialized within the storm. With a resounding crack, thunder echoed across the heavens. The thunder refinement technique involves channeling the heavenly thunder into your body. Thunder represents yang, while lightning embodies yin. We must summon the heavenly thunder to awaken the yin within you. Li Qing's voice resonated, and the mountaintop fell silent. Another resounding crack of thunder reverberated. The gathering spirit beasts, still lingering on the summit, cowered in fear. At this moment, they finally witnessed the might of their master. The two companions who had followed Li Qing to gather energy, Tiantian and Yuan Lin, stood nearby, with Tiantian's eyes wide in curiosity at the thunder in Li Qing's palm. While Yuan Lin gazed intently at Li Qing's profile, her eyes ablaze with admiration. As the thunder in Li Qing's palm climbed higher, inching closer to the storm clouds, another flash of thunder illuminated the sky, yet it did not clash with the energy in his hand. A golden lightning bolt appeared, descending directly towards the thunderous energy in Li Qing's palm. At that moment, from a distance, one could see that Maple Leaf Mountain appeared to be pierced by a column of thunder, a sight witnessed by many, causing them to rub their eyes in disbelief. For everywhere else basked in sunlight. As the golden lightning approached Li Qing, he raised his right hand and grasped it. A strand of golden arc was captured in his palm, the once ferocious heavenly thunder now subdued in his grasp. Li Qing, with thunder crackling in both hands, turned to Shirlang and asked, "Are you ready?" Shirlang looked at Li Qing, who held the thunder, her eyes filled with determination as she boldly replied, "Bring it on." Li Qing flicked his fingers, sending a thin golden thread toward Shirlang. In the next instant, Shirlang's body began to tremble, emitting sounds akin to popping beans. You must endure the infusion of this heavenly thunder while remaining conscious. Initially teetering on the brink of collapse, Shirlang straightened her posture, even though she continued to shudder. Ultimately, the heavenly thunder was entirely consumed, and she endured the full force of its power. Letting out a breath, she thought she might perish, but thankfully, she had made it through. Seeing Shirlang's expression, Li Qing smiled faintly and remarked, "That was merely an appetizer. The real infusion has yet to begin." Shirlang paused at his words, noticing the golden arc still swirling in Li Qing's palm. Hearing Li Qing's statement, Tian tilted her head in confusion, while Yuan Lin's lips curled in sympathy for Lang's plight. Yuan Lin felt immensely grateful that she had chosen to learn guidance techniques. Had she studied the same body refinement method as Lang, her fate would have been dire. Next, Lang endured a total of 9 infusions of golden threads. Her consciousness repeatedly teetered on the edge of being consumed by pain, and she eventually completed the infusions while lying on the ground. As the final infusion concluded, her awareness blurred, yet she kept her eyes wide open. That's enough. As soon as Li Qing's words fell, Lang closed her eyes, her head resting against the ground. Lost to the world. Is she all right? Yuan Lin swallowed hard, glancing at the prostrate Lang. One must endure hardship to attain greatness. If she wishes to grow stronger, she must bear this trial. Li Qing concluded, casting a meaningful glance at Yuan Lin, causing her to shiver. What are you doing? Li Qing chuckled softly, gently replying, soon. You will assist her in removing her garments. Her body requires a medicinal bath for recovery. Yuan Lin nodded numbly, her gaze fixed on him, wary of any intentions he might have to subject her to the same thunderous experience. Noticing Yuan Lin's startled demeanor, Li Qing refrained from further alarming her. With a wave of his hand, they all floated down from the mountaintop. Simultaneously, the clouds that had gathered in the sky dissipated without a trace. Chapter 56. The 8 extremes stabilized the universe. Tianlang awakened languidly, finding herself submerged in a large wooden tub, surrounded by an overwhelming scent of medicine, with steam rising all around her. Looking down, she noticed her nakedness, and her crimson-hued eyes widened in shock. Instinctively, she wanted to cry out, but suppressed the urge as memories of the previous electric shock flooded her mind. Her last recollection was hearing Li Qing's voice assuring her that it was done, which had released the tension in her heart, leading her consciousness to plunge into darkness. As Tianlang surveyed her surroundings, she realized she was alone, with only her presence in the room. Beside the tub, on a stool, lay her clothes sealed in a plastic bag. Upon opening the package, she discovered the garments were freshly laundered. After donning her attire and stepping outside, she noticed the sun was already setting. In the courtyard, she spotted Li Qing, who was observing Tian walking gracefully in iron shoes. Approaching him respectfully, Tianlang greeted, "Young master." Li Qing, sensing her hesitation, preemptively addressed her unspoken concerns to prevent her from harboring doubts. "It was Lin who helped you out of your clothes. Remember to thank her when you have the chance. Such occurrences will become frequent, and you will often find yourself in this situation." Relieved by his response, Tianlang, though typically stern and serious, recognized the inevitability of certain matters, as she was, after all, still a girl. "Thank you, young master," she replied, to which Li Qing responded, "You need not call me young master. A simple thank you suffices." Nevertheless, Tianlang remained unmoved by his suggestion. Some ingrained beliefs were difficult to alter. "Young master, what is that?" she inquired, her curiosity piqued by Tian's movements on the bricks in iron shoes. "She is practicing the walking technique of the Yushin Baguazhang," Li Qing explained. Oh, though unfamiliar with Yushin Baguazhang, Tianlang observed Tian's nimble movements despite the weight of her iron shoes and recognized the complexity involved. "Can I learn it?" Turning to the downcast Tianlang, Li Qing smiled and replied, "You are not suited for this. Your stature is imposing. Better suited for a more aggressive style." Upon hearing this, Tianlang's head shot up, her gaze intense, yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Li Qing noted her stubbornness, yet recognized her shyness in expressing her desires. With literature that stabilizes the world through Tai Chi and martial arts that establish the universe through 8 extremes, the 8 extremes fist is more fitting for you. "Learn this," he suggested. Delighted, Tianlang exclaimed, "All right." Her eagerness evoked a chuckle from Li Qing, as she appeared anxious that he might change his mind. Just as she was about to inquire when they would begin her training, her stomach growled audibly. Having not eaten all day, her hunger was palpable, and her face flushed with embarrassment. "The food has been prepared at the camp. You should hurry and eat. Remember to come back to the mountaintop tomorrow morning," Li Qing informed her, having already arranged for her meal, knowing she would not linger at the manor. "Yes, young master." Tianlang bowed and hurried toward the camp, her haste indicative of her genuine hunger. In her moment of distress, she nearly shed tears, revealing her true nature as a 17-year-old girl. Witnessing her plight, Li Qing couldn't help but smile. Upon her return to the camp, aside from those on patrol, everyone was engaged in their respective tasks, maintaining order despite her absence. "Captain, you have returned." A voice broke the silence, and everyone turned to the entrance. The gathering of individuals practicing their skills set aside their activities to approach her. "Is dinner ready?" Tianling asked. "Young master came earlier and instructed us to prepare additional meat dishes, knowing you would return around this time," someone replied. Momentarily taken aback, Tianling swiftly made her way to the dining area, where a feast awaited her, predominantly consisting of meat. After offering a prayer, she began to devour her meal with fervor. Her usual large appetite magnified today. "Captain, why do you train while hungry?" someone inquired, observing her ravenous consumption. "I'm not training while hungry. I was in a deep sleep since morning," she clarified, eliciting gasps of surprise from her companions, who were now more intrigued by her tale. After finishing her meal, Tianlang recounted her morning's extraordinary experiences, captivating her audience, who imagined whether they could endure such trials themselves. The bizarre thunderstorm at the mountaintop had not gone unnoticed by the camp's inhabitants, who were intrigued by the unnatural occurrence. "Do you think young master is stronger than those ninjas?" A girl named Jingxiang suddenly posed the question, drawing everyone's attention to her. "Of course, it is young master," Tianlang asserted confidently, having witnessed Li Qing's prowess firsthand. Her comparison to the so-called shadows of the ninja was unequivocal. The stunned expressions on her teammates' faces shifted to pride, realizing the honor of following such a remarkable leader. As Tianlang finished the last morsel of food, darkness enveloped the world outside, and the gnawing hunger that plagued her earlier finally abated. "Regarding matters concerning young master, you must only discuss amongst yourselves. Should any information leak, you understand the consequences," she warned, recognizing the need to caution her companions against careless chatter. "Rest assured, Captain, we are devoted followers of the Beichin family through generations. We would never betray our lord," they responded earnestly, fully aware of the gravity of such treachery. With the seriousness of the situation acknowledged, Tianlang refrained from dwelling further on the topic. With time still on her side, she resolved to catch up on the training she had missed during the day. Training is akin to rowing against the current. One must either forge ahead or regress. Tianlang understood the long road that lay ahead and knew she could not afford to slacken her efforts. Chapter 57. The 8 trigrams floating palm. Since the day the thunderstorm erupted atop Maple Leaf Mountain, columns of lightning had begun to manifest at intervals. Observant individuals calculated that these lightning strikes occurred every 3 days. The phenomenon of lightning at the summit of Maple Leaf Mountain spread rapidly, drawing curious visitors who came to witness the spectacle. However, no one dared to approach the peak recklessly. They merely observed from a distance. Previously, a group of outsiders had attempted to ascend, only to have their bodies displayed as a grim warning at the foot of the mountain. The residents of Fengye did not deem the Beichin family's actions as inappropriate. After all, it was their territory, and clear signs were posted at various intersections, explicitly forbidding access to the summit of Maple Leaf Mountain. If one inadvertently wanders into Maple Leaf Mountain, they are typically merely driven down by others. Those who recklessly strive for the summit often meet a grim fate. It was during these 3 days of thunderous tribulations that Shirlang embarked on a protracted journey of transformation. The process of thunderous transformation may sound simple, yet few would dare to attempt it. Most would likely find their vitality extinguished at the first encounter. Each time, Li Qing skillfully regulated the thunder, pushing Shirlang to her limits, never allowing her to lose consciousness, yet ensuring the experience was far from pleasant. As Shirlang steadily advanced in her transformation, Tiantian also mastered the art of the 8 trigrams palm. Although Tiantian had already begun to draw energy into her body, it was an unconscious act, and certain concepts remained beyond her comprehension. As the saying goes, skills are never superfluous, and thus other martial arts must not be neglected. Li Qing, when executing the 8 trigrams palm, bore an uncanny resemblance to a thief. Noera Rin had witnessed several thefts and noted a striking similarity to the movements she observed now. She speculated whether this martial technique was perhaps birthed from the cunning of thieves, yet she refrained from inquiring why Li Qing possessed it. "That was merely a reflex of yours. The 8 trigrams allows for agile movements, yet the strikes are swift as lightning. The essence of the 8 trigrams lies in understanding the subtle changes, perceiving the origin within, and mastering the nuances of advance and retreat," Li Qing explained. Upon hearing the term understanding, Noera Rin felt a flicker of annoyance. Did this imply she was foolish? "Watch this," Noera Rin declared. her feet adopting a scissor stance as she pivoted, aiming to strike Li Qing's arm with a single palm. The 8 trigrams palm is also adept in grappling techniques. Having been bested in a dreamscape previously, she was determined this time to avoid a similar fate. Li Qing, sensing her movement, evaded like a specter, deflecting her hand with a single palm before ducking beneath and swiftly maneuvering behind her. With 2 swift strikes to her legs, Noera Rin was instantly brought to the ground. Ouch! After the encounter, Li Qing felt something amiss. Her actions had perhaps been overly aggressive. It was a reflexive response, a counterattack using the 8 trigrams that targeted her opponent's lower body. Observing Noera Rin sprawled on the ground, bewildered and disoriented, she eventually regained her composure. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Li Qing doubted her assertion, for her demeanor suggested otherwise. "My apologies. That was merely an instinctive reaction. If I have offended you, please forgive me." The previous strikes had been executed from within outward, striking high up on her body. Although Li Qing harbored no ill intentions, she was aware that Noera Rin was merely a 15-year-old girl. "Humph. I suppose it's my misfortune for provoking you," Noera Rin remarked, resuming her practice of the 8 trigrams. Seemingly unfazed. "Are you truly unhurt?" Li Qing queried once more, her concern palpable. "No worries. No worries," Noera Rin exclaimed, spitting a mouthful of water in her direction. Yet her spirit remained undampened, easing Li Qing's worries. It appeared she had been overly concerned, as not everyone is so sensitive. Thus, Li Qing observed her practice, occasionally correcting her misaligned movements. Today, Noera Rin had a day off, and Li Qing dedicated himself to monitoring her practice of the 8 trigrams. "Li Qing, is this 8 trigrams palm similar to the Hyuga clan's gentle fist?" Following a pause, Noera Rin voiced a question that had long lingered in her mind. Although she had once been a mere impoverished ninja, she was familiar with the Hyuga's gentle fist style. I previously mentioned that the 8 trigrams is an intuitive martial art, emphasizing change. The secret lies in the pivoting of the hands. Mastering one form unlocks a myriad of possibilities, flowing seamlessly in one's mind. The 8 trigrams palm focuses on striking the opponent's physical form, whereas the Hyuga's gentle fist employs the 8 trigrams positions to enhance their Byakugan's ability to attack the opponent's chakra points. Their primary aim is to target these points. As for the so-called invincible defense of the heavenly return, that is merely a function of their Byakugan's capabilities. Upon hearing Li Qing's explanation, Noera Rin grasped that he had not intended to imply her lack of intelligence. Recollecting the prior strikes to her thigh, she felt a warm flush creep beneath her hair. Which is more formidable? Such comparisons are naturally drawn when similar techniques arise, akin to how individuals often hesitate to wear the same outfit as another, fearing the inevitable comparisons of who wears it better. Noera Rin, too, was curious about the superiority of the gentle fist versus the 8 trigrams palm. Noticing her inquisitive gaze, Li Qing gently articulated his perspective. There are no superior techniques, only superior practitioners. Upon hearing his words, Noera Rin experienced an epiphany, finding profound wisdom in the statement. Observing her dawning understanding, Li Qing continued, "In truth, the Hyuga's gentle fist poses no threat to you. Their strength is insufficient to penetrate your defenses. As long as you project your intent, it is no different from their Byakugan, which has its own blind spots, revealing significant vulnerabilities. In one-on-one encounters, few from the Hyuga clan can match your prowess." Noera Rin was taken aback, realizing she had unknowingly grown so formidable. A sense of disorientation enveloped her as she reminisced about her past as a meek medical ninja, forever retreating behind others. The transformation seemed to have commenced the moment she was reborn. With a contemplative gaze, Noera Rin regarded Li Qing, her earlier frustration over being down dissipating. However, she would still remember the 2 strikes to her thigh. "Li Qing, thank you," she expressed, bowing slightly while Li Qing helped her rise. "There is no need for such formality. Our meeting is serendipitous. My act of saving you is but a reflection of our intertwined destinies." Hearing Li Qing's consistently gentle response, she momentarily averted her gaze before bending down, clutching her leg, and feigning pain. "Ouch! What is this? Isn't it your doing?" Noera Rin looked up at Li Qing, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, her lashes clumping together. Li Qing was about to protest, asserting he had not exerted such force, yet the words caught in his throat. "Allow me to treat your injury," he offered, his palm glowing with a golden light as he approached the area she held. As the golden radiance enveloped her, Noera Rin's pain visibly subsided, and soon she was entirely healed. She arose as if nothing had happened, resuming her prior practice. Li Qing was somewhat astonished, pondering why she had not seized the opportunity to strike back. He had anticipated she might retaliate to vent her frustrations, yet she remained passive throughout, leaving him perplexed. Meanwhile, as she trained, Noera Rin caught a glimpse of Li Qing's bewildered expression out of the corner of her eye, a subtle, almost imperceptible smile gracing her lips. Chapter 58. Childhood. The gentle spring breeze caresses the earth, heralding another splendid season. As nature awakens, it embarks on a new cycle. This marks another spring for Li Qing since his arrival here. He fondly recalls the previous year when he carried Tian on his back while searching for tadpoles, a time when she could barely keep up. Now, she can run freely. However, Tian's current circumstances are far from easy. Each day, beyond her martial training and meditation, she must also learn to write and acquire various knowledge. Presently, among all in Maple Leaf Manor, Tian is the busiest. Fortunately, she does not possess a rebellious spirit, or perhaps she simply is yet to reach that age of defiance. She adheres to Li Qing's every instruction. Yet, there is one condition. She requires Li Qing's presence beside her. Without his reassuring silhouette, she refuses to proceed. Since her birth, Tian has been nourished by Li Qing's spiritual energy. Aside from her rapid growth in stature, her cognitive development surpasses that of her peers. After drawing energy into her body, she has even acquired an extraordinary memory. Given her limited life experience, there are many concepts she cannot yet grasp. Nonetheless, she diligently records everything. For Li Qing has emphasized the advantages of acquiring knowledge, a lesson she takes to heart. The wisdom imparted by Li Qing remains her guiding principle. Before the age of 2, a child's memories are often quite hazy. Some individuals may possess no recollection at all. In psychological terms, this phenomenon is referred to as early memory. However, due to Li Qing's influence, her early memories are remarkably vivid. She even recalls the very first moment she laid eyes on him, captivated by an exquisite fragrance. The impact of childhood on a person is profound and enduring. A happy childhood can heal a lifetime, while an unhappy one may consume an entire life in the quest for healing. Li Qing observes that many individuals have had their life trajectories altered due to unfortunate childhoods. He refrains from passing judgment on whether these individuals are good or bad, for he has not experienced their suffering. Nevertheless, he contemplates taking action to provide a semblance of spiritual strength to those who are less fortunate. Childhood is a monumental work that Li Qing has read. He was already a young man when his senior sister gifted it to him. Perhaps having developed a fondness for books in his youth, he found that after each competition, his senior sister would visit the bookstore to purchase either a single book or a complete set for him. After finishing childhood, he felt fortunate. Although he lacked parental love, he had encountered both a master and a senior sister. Subsequently, she presented him with In the Human World and My University. From these volumes, he drew spiritual strength. The achievements of his previous life were, to some extent, tied to the wisdom imparted by the books she gifted him. As the days passed and he began to acquire knowledge, Li Qing diligently transcribed childhood, In the Human World, and My University. His bookstore, though modest in size, offered these works for sale elsewhere as well. He eschewed the notion of serialization, opting instead to have the printing house produce copies of all 3 works, pricing them only slightly above cost. When book merchants came to restock, they were informed that arbitrary price hikes were forbidden. Failure to comply would result in the loss of access to future supplies. Li Qing's bookstore in Maple Leaf Collection has evolved into a genuine library, frequented by a group of financially constrained youths. When several books were placed on the shelves, he ensured that ample copies were available, as they were lengthy tomes. He aspired for more individuals to gain strength from literature, believing that with an uplifting spirit, one could cultivate a healthy and righteous soul even amidst sordid surroundings. "Mom, I feel so upset," Beichen Xingzi exclaimed after reading Childhood, her heart aching for Alyosha's harrowing experiences. She felt as though the protagonist was her own son, envisioning him enduring the same tribulations. It's all right. Li Qing gently patted his mother's back, soothing her distress. Perhaps having never experienced the warmth of parental affection in a past life, heaven compensated him with a pair of loving parents in this one. Regardless of his numerous extraordinary feats, to his parents, he remained merely a child. Tian also read Childhood, yet she felt no connection, perceiving it merely as a story. Observing Aunt Xingzi weeping uncontrollably, she refrained from disturbing Li Qing. There were still 2 more books to read. Brighter days awaited them. Noticing his mother's deep sorrow, he felt compelled to reveal a hint of the story's optimistic conclusion. Really? Bei Chen Xingzi asked, her eyes glistening with tears. Of course. Upon hearing Li Qing's affirming response, she felt a modicum of relief. The emotional impact had been overwhelming, prompting her to seek distraction. Thus, she went to find Tian's mother. In the afternoon, Yi Yuanlin returned to Maple Leaf Villa, her eyes red-rimmed as she glared at Li Qing. Why did you write these? Seeing her expression, he realized she had been drawn into the narrative just as his mother had. It must be said that girls are often more sensitive than boys. Indeed, Yi Yuanlin personally sought him out to demand answers. Thankfully, he had not penned any tragic love stories. Otherwise, she would have surely confronted him with martial arts. There is a reason for every written word. You shall understand as you continue reading. Initially, Yi Yuanlin intended to turn on her heel and depart. But upon seeing Li Qing's unwavering smile, she hesitated and returned. With new books arriving, a signing event needed to be organized without delay. Many readers had visited the store, expressing a desire for the author's signature. When Yi Yuanlin mentioned the signing event, Li Qing frowned slightly. He felt it unnecessary, as he had not undertaken this endeavor for fame or profit. Must we do this? No way. Yi Yuanlin insisted, turning away again. Her heart, once burdened by the story, seemed to lighten considerably. Watching her retreating figure, Li Qing sighed softly and shook his head. In a room within Maple Leaf Collection, Jing Yin clutched the book Childhood, weeping profusely. She felt as though the narrative mirrored her own life. She even envisioned her stepfather as Tsunade, recalling the hardships she had endured, which only deepened her sorrow. However, Tsunade, reading Childhood, felt no sense of identification. Her own childhood had been comparatively blissful. At that time, her grandfather, Hashirama Senju, was alive, and Konoha was at its zenith, with everyone cherishing and pampering her. Why are you crying? It's as if I have wronged you. Tsunade remained oblivious to her own shortcomings. Upon hearing Tsunade's remarks, Jing Yi nearly resolved to run away from home again. Chapter 59, The Swing Ultimately. Jing Yi did not leave home again, for Tsunade had come to find her last time. Tsunade, I have good news. There will soon be a signing event, and you will have the chance to meet the author. Tsunade's interest piqued. Having previously visited the bookstore, she wished to inquire about the author's identity and express her gratitude in person. Then I shall purchase the books from the store again. Tsunade believed that such actions would better demonstrate her sincerity, supporting the author through tangible means. Tsunade, that is unnecessary. You can simply bring Li Qing's books to be signed, whether they are newly purchased or previously owned. I want to. Taken aback by such obstinacy, Jing Yin raised an eyebrow. Tsunade, you squandered all your money long ago. The funds you have now are my earnings, and I will not allow you to be reckless. Tsunade's face flushed with embarrassment and anger as she realized her financial circumstances had dwindled to nothing over the years. Seeing Jing Yin's haughty demeanor only fueled her irritation. Very well, consider it a loan. In a short time, I shall undertake several S-rank missions. I can repay your trifling amount in no time. Jing Yin felt elated at Tsunade's willingness to accept missions. However, she shook her head in refusal. Tsunade, you should aspire to emulate Li Qing's noble character. His books are priced at nearly cost, aimed at allowing more people to access literature. And he even transformed the bookstore's second floor into a library to assist those who cannot afford books. He would not appreciate your method of gratitude. The greatest thanks you can offer is to become a better person. Tsunade felt a pang of shame upon hearing Jing Yin's words. She had not anticipated that a young girl in her teens would possess such clarity. For years, she had wandered aimlessly, merely seeking to escape reality. Observing Jing Yin closely, Tsunade recognized that the little girl had grown up, no longer the small child she once was. The wisdom she now exhibited seemed to surpass her own. Furthermore, Tsunade had been heedless of Jing Yin's feelings all along. Recalling all that Jing Yin had done for her, Tsunade's heart softened. While it appeared that she had been caring for Jing Yin, the truth was that Jing Yin had been looking after her all along. Jing Yin, Tsunade suddenly embraced Shizune, pulling her into her warm embrace. The unexpected gesture caught Shizune off guard, and when she regained her composure, she felt somewhat unaccustomed to this softer side of Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, what is the matter? Tsunade remained silent, continuing to hold Shizune as if attempting to compensate for her long-standing neglect. After an indeterminate period, Tsunade released Shizune. Thank you, Shizun. Shizun's eyes widened in astonishment. She had never seen the usually stern Tsunade display such tenderness. No need for that, Shizun stammered, waving her hands to indicate that such courtesy was unnecessary. People often find themselves unprepared for sudden kindness or unexpected negativity. Shizun sensed that her relationship with Tsunade had subtly shifted, though she could not articulate exactly how. However, considering Tsunade's recent demeanor, it seemed the books she had gifted had made an impact, which pleased Shizun immensely. After a while following the new book's release, Noera Rin posted the date for a signing event at the bookstore, February 14th. She recalled that when she shared the confirmed date with Li Qing, his expression was oddly peculiar, leaving her perplexed. When she asked him about it, he remained silent. At the summit of Maple Leaf Mountain, a magnificent cherry blossom tree resembled a pink oil paper umbrella from a distance, as if a beauty stood gracefully atop the mountain. "Qing, push me," called Tian Tian, who was swinging beneath the cherry tree, gazing at Li Qing perched atop it. With a flick of his finger, the swing began to move on its own. Each sway revealed a new vista of the landscape below. "Qing, push with your hands," Tian Tian remarked, dissatisfied with Li Qing's lackluster effort, preferring a more intimate interaction. Understanding her desire, Li Qing floated beside her and joined her on the swing. When it began to sway again, it now carried both of them. And Tian Tian beamed with delight, resting her head on Li Qing's shoulder while wrapping her arms around his. "Qing," Tian Tian suddenly called out. Li Qing responded in kind. Ever since the swing's installation beneath the cherry tree, Tian Tian frequently requested Li Qing's companionship. She cherished the feeling of swinging together, as if in that moment, they were the only two souls in the world. Together, they swayed quietly beneath the cherry tree, etching this beautiful moment forever in their hearts. The spring breeze, sensing their affection, stirred the swing's crimson shadows. In the final swing, at the apex, Li Qing embraced Tian Tian and gracefully descended from the swing, floating down the mountain together. Before long, February 14th arrived. On that day, after completing their training on the mountain, Noera Rin kept a watchful eye on Li Qing, anxious that he might use the opportunity to evade the long-planned event. If he were to stand her up, it would reflect poorly. "Shaolin, there is no need for such concern. I will attend," Li Qing assured her. Despite his previous disinterest in the signing event, having inquired multiple times about the possibility of cancellation, Noera Rin remained uneasy. At the sound of Shaolin, her brow furrowed slightly. However, remembering that Li Qing was the day's main attraction, she chose not to dwell on his perceived disrespect toward her as an older sister. She resolved to assess the situation post-event before deciding whether to confront him about it. "You need a change of clothes. You hardly resemble a writer. Your appearance is too youthful. You should wear glasses to avoid any doubts about originality," Noera Rin declared, resembling a manager as she retrieved a slightly more mature outfit and a pair of round, gold-rimmed glasses from her pocket, along with a comb for styling. Observing Rin's exaggerated preparations, Li Qing remarked, "Actually, those books are just copies of others' work." "Huh." Noera Rin merely cast him a glance, dismissing his words as yet another jest. She paid no heed to his truth, treating it as a mere joke. Li Qing pondered why the truth often goes unrecognized while fabrications are readily believed. Faced with Noera Rin's eagerness to dress him, he accepted the clothes and retreated to his room to change out of the robe he had been wearing. When he emerged, he appeared entirely transformed. The first sight of Li Qing in different attire left everyone in awe, their eyes widening in surprise. His mother even approached, touching him to confirm he was not an illusion. Noera Rin was thoroughly satisfied with Li Qing's appearance in the outfit she had specially ordered, which she had envisioned from the planning stages. She circled around him, nodding approvingly. "Put on the glasses and let us tidy your hair." Noera Rin seated him in a chair, untied his top knot, and carefully arranged his hair before using a hair tie to create a low ponytail. Once Li Qing donned the glasses, he appeared as an entirely different person. Chapter 60. New Beginnings. Initially, Li Qing thought changing clothes was unnecessary, but upon completing the transformation, he found it rather agreeable. When he changed back, he would be nearly unrecognizable, which he deemed ideal. His mother had wished to accompany him, but her every move drew too much attention, so she ultimately refrained. The ordinary residents of Maple Leaf Village were unaware that Li Qing was the Lord's son, or only knew of the Lord's offspring without connecting the dots. Naturally, Tian Tian was eager to accompany Li Qing. After he changed, she scrutinized his new look with fascination, yet the essence of who he was remained unchanged to her. Qing, once you return from the event, let us take a picture together, suggested Chen Xingzi, suddenly inspired by the thought that this version of her son would be rare to see again, prompting her to consider capturing the moment. Sure. Li Qing readily agreed to his mother's request. He had yet to have a photograph taken since arriving in this world, as his parents had refrained from inviting strangers into their home to avoid revealing his uniqueness, thus missing the chance to take pictures together. Noera Rin's eyes lit up at the mention of photographs. She felt this event should be documented, as it was a momentous occasion. Li Qing, we must also capture the signing event for posterity. Seeing Noera Rin's anticipation, Li Qing had no choice but to acquiesce. All right. Tian, who had never had her picture taken, felt a surge of curiosity upon hearing their repeated mentions of photography. She wondered why everyone seemed to know about it except her, which left her feeling slightly disheartened. Qing, what does taking a picture mean? Her soft voice inquired, her large eyes fixed on Li Qing, revealing her slight annoyance. Li Qing pondered for a moment before waving his hand, causing a photograph of his parents to float from his room. He presented the framed image to Tian. This is how it works. It captures a person's likeness, freezing a beautiful moment in time. Upon seeing the frame, Tian's eyes sparkled with understanding. She recognized it from her own home, where she had seen a similar frame of her parents. Qing, I want to take a picture with you too. Her desire was simple. She wanted to share everything with Li Qing. She envisioned placing the frame of their picture by her bedside, so the first thing she would see upon waking would be him. All right. Li Qing smiled, cupping her cheeks with his hands and playfully rubbing her smooth little face. She did not shy away but tilted her face upward, allowing him to continue his playful antics. Once Li Qing finished changing and the others were prepared, they all headed to the bookstore at the mountain's base, which was not far from Maple Leaf Mountain and accessible in no time. Upon arrival, they found a throng of people gathered outside the bookstore. In fact, this moment coincides with the regular working hours of Noera Rin, and there remains a considerable interval before the official commencement of the event. The signing takes place in the reading room on the second floor, which is temporarily occupied today. To present Li Qing as an ordinary individual, Noera Rin has scheduled a modest 2-hour time frame. Upon arriving at the bookstore's entrance, there is no cacophony of banners and cheers, merely a throng of book-holding individuals, predominantly children of a certain age. At this juncture, most are unaware that Li Qing is the author in question. As prior arrangements had been communicated, any book authored by Li Qing, whether new or old, is welcome. Many in line clutch worn volumes, perhaps eager to meet the esteemed author and request a signature. Tsunade and Shizun have also arrived early to queue. Shizun does not seek any preferential treatment simply because she is a classmate of Noera Rin. When Li Qing ascended the stairs moments ago, Shizun deduced his true identity. Yet she chose to remain silent. Not everyone is aware that the bookstore's owner is, in fact, the author. She learned of this by chance from a casual remark made by Noera Rin. What astonished her was the youth of that individual. Truly remarkable, Shizun murmured to herself, a silly grin spreading across her face. Tsunade, noticing this peculiar behavior, felt perplexed. She pondered whether the girl had developed a crush. Subsequently, she playfully embraced Shizun. What has you so smitten? Have you taken a liking to some handsome young man? With Tsunade's robust arms around her, Shizun felt an unusual sensation in her back. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, she turned to respond with a feigned indignation. Tsunade-sama, my admiration is purely platonic, unlike your inclinations. After delivering her retort, Shizun rolled her eyes dramatically, implying that Tsunade's thoughts were rather inappropriate. Shizun had often assisted Tsunade in organizing her rather unsightly collections of novels and art books. Tsunade, momentarily flustered by Shizun's remarks, considered retaliating but restrained herself, recalling the last time Shizun had eluded her. I was merely reviewing those works with a critical eye, nothing like what you might think. With that, Tsunade turned her body away, feigning offense and refusing to engage further with Shizun. However, this tactic was ineffective against Shizun, who understood Tsunade's true nature better than anyone. As time trickled by, the two continued to ignore one another. Around 9 o'clock, a staff member emerged, holding a paper megaphone. Greetings, everyone. We first wish to express our gratitude for your attendance at this signing event. Although it is a signing session, there is no need to purchase new books. Any work by Li Qing, old or new, is welcome for a signature. Additionally, we kindly ask that when moving about, please keep to the right side to avoid congestion. Thank you, and let the signing commence. The speaker was one of the bookstore employees, Hyun, who would oversee maintaining order and announcing the signing rules until the event concluded. Li Qing sat at a table on the second floor, holding a special pen prepared by Noera Rin. Tian quietly sat beside him, patiently awaiting the arrival of attendees. Li Qing anticipated the first visitor to be someone clutching a book, only to be surprised when it was Noera Rin herself, who brazenly positioned herself at the front of the line. Li Qing could only chuckle at the absurdity of her actions. "Isn't this cutting in line?" Li Qing remarked. Noera Rin, unfazed, donned a beaming smile. "Li Qing-sama, I am your devoted fan. Please grant me your signature. Thank you for your book. And thank you for giving me a new lease on life." Seeing the earnestness in Noera Rin's demeanor and hearing her heartfelt words, Li Qing refrained from teasing her further. He accepted the trilogy she presented and inscribed his name on each volume. "I am honored that my books have been of assistance to you. May your future be filled with even greater beauty. Keep striving." Li Qing offered a sincere blessing as he returned the books to her. "I will. Thank you," Noera Rin replied, her radiant smile lighting up her face as she turned to descend the stairs and attend to her duties. Noera Rin understood that this signing event would not be profitable, as the books were inherently inexpensive, and Li Qing did not require the purchase of new titles. Her motivation lay in granting those touched by his words the opportunity to express their gratitude, just as she had. In that fleeting moment, as Noera Rin turned, she felt a profound rebirth. The burdens of her past had dissolved, and she was poised to embark on a new journey. In this year away from the life of a ninja, she found happiness. On this very day last year, she had begun her tenure as the bookstore's manager. Chapter 61. Gratitude and Blessings. Once Noera Rin departed, the next visitor was a young boy, around 7 or 8 years old, clutching a well-loved fairy tale book. Much like Noera Rin, he began with a note of appreciation. "Thank you." Li Qing observed that the book, though frequently perused, remained tidy and free of excessive wear. He recognized that this was a child who cherished literature. "No need for thanks. I too am grateful for your reading. I wish you joyful experiences in your literary journey." The boy, upon receiving his signed book, beamed with delight and exited the bookstore. Li Qing noted that he was a regular patron of the reading room. Following the boy's departure, the next entrant was a young woman, perhaps a new mother, cradling her infant who appeared to be merely a month old. "Thank you. During my pregnancy, I felt so unlike myself, so strange. I truly appreciate you. Your book gave me strength." Li Qing accepted the book she offered. Titled Under the Tuscan Sun, a narrative filled with the life experiences of a homemaker, imbued with a love for life, a lyrical ode to existence. Reading it evokes yearning for the Tuscan sun, guiding readers back to their essence, enabling them to discover and embrace their truest selves. This book is undoubtedly well suited for expectant mothers, as it alleviates stress and subtly fosters a more positive mood. Expectant mothers often grapple with psychological challenges, frequently experiencing anxiety. Without proper adjustment, this could lead to depression. Therefore, the emotional well-being of pregnant women is of utmost importance and requires constant nurturing. No need for thanks. I am delighted that it can assist you. Wishing you a joyful life. Thank you. The young mother reiterated her gratitude before departing with her child. Li Qing noticing her husband waiting at the bottom of the stairs. As she exited the bookstore, her husband immediately approached, first inquiring about her well-being before gently taking the child from her arms. Witnessing this tender scene, Li Qing felt that his efforts were indeed meaningful. The subsequent visitors were akin to the previous ones, primarily expressing their gratitude to Li Qing, with requests for signatures being secondary. When a woman with golden hair and twin ponytails and a broad demeanor entered, Li Qing smiled faintly. He had previously mentioned that fate would bring them together, but he had not anticipated it would happen so soon. The newcomer was none other than Tsunade, the princess of the Senju clan, one of the legendary Sannin. Tsunade, taken aback by the youthfulness of the person before her, momentarily froze. Unlike ordinary readers, she was a formidable ninja with keen observational skills. She discerned that the individual before her was likely no older than Shizun. "I am immensely grateful for your assistance." Although surprised by the individual's youth, her respect remained undiminished. Just as Shizun had remarked, Tsunade also perceived this person as possessing noble virtues. After signing the book Overcoming Inner Fears, Li Qing smiled as he returned it to Tsunade. "No need for thanks. I am pleased to have been of help. May the shadows of your past life dissipate. For the path of life must always move forward." "Thank you." Tsunade once again bowed to Li Qing, took the book, and turned to leave. As she descended the staircase, Tsunade resolved to confront the fears within her heart. She would no longer evade them. Once Tsunade departed, Li Qing heard a joyful voice. "Lord Qing, I truly adore your book." Li Qing turned to see a short-haired girl before him and responded with a smile. She was Tsunade's little follower, Shizun. Li Qing accepted the copy of Childhood she handed over, signed it, and returned it. "I remember seeing you the last time I visited the bookstore. You're Shaolin's friend. Shizun, thank you for your appreciation, and I wish you a joyful life." Upon hearing Li Qing remember her, Shizun's eyes sparkled with delight, forming crescent shapes. "Thank you. May I hug you?" Li Qing hesitated momentarily, but sensing no ulterior motives in Shizun's emotions, he nodded in agreement. Upon receiving his consent, Shizun dashed to his side and gently embraced him. "Thank you for indulging my impolite request." Shizun expressed her gratitude once more, picked up the book she had placed on the table, and smiled as she turned to leave. In that fleeting moment, Li Qing caught a glimpse of tears shimmering at the corners of her eyes. Perhaps, like Li Qing's mother, she viewed him as the protagonist, thus fostering a sense of shared sorrow. Upon reflection, Shizun could indeed be considered a person of misfortune, left alone after her family was shattered, relying on an unreliable companion. Though she was referred to as Tsunade's little follower, she was more akin to Tsunade's caretaker. Following this, Li Qing proceeded to sign books methodically, offering his well wishes with each signature. During this time, the photographer that Naira Rin had brought along captured several sets of photos of Li Qing. She also stood behind him for a few shots. Initially, the event was set for 2 hours, but by 11 o'clock, a considerable number of people still awaited, prompting Li Qing to continue signing. From conversations among the remaining attendees, he learned that some had come from nearby areas. In the end, he even signed a few special names, not on the books, but on small slips of paper. These were regulars from the second-floor reading room. A few young children who couldn't afford to buy books. Perhaps they didn't lack money, but simply hesitated to spend it on what they deemed less essential. Naira Rin recognized those children and had arranged for them to be at the end of the line. When faced with these last few children, Li Qing offered no excessive words. Like the previous attendees, he signed and bestowed his blessings. By the time the dust settled, it was already 1 in the afternoon. Midway through, Tian felt hungry, so Li Qing produced some snacks he always kept on hand for her. She understood that he had important matters to attend to and did not protest. Instead, she quietly sat beside him, munching on her food, occasionally stifling giggles at his profile. When Li Qing returned with Tian, Naira Rin was still at the bookstore. They had originally planned to take photos together, but she seemed to feel that capturing images at the bookstore was sufficient. When Li Qing arrived back at Maple Leaf Manor with Tian, the photographer had been waiting for quite some time. Bei Chen Xingzi first had the photographer take several sets of photos of Li Qing alone. Then she joined him for a few shots. Afterward, she also had the photographer capture several sets of Tian. Finally, a few group photos were taken with the people at the manor. Unfortunately, the 2 fathers were absent, so it couldn't be considered a proper group photo. In the end, there was a picture of Tian and Li Qing together. "Qing, can we take a photo at the mountaintop?" Tian whispered in Li Qing's ear, and he understood her intention. She wished to capture a scene of them swinging together. Of course. Thus, Li Qing borrowed the photographer's camera and ascended to the mountaintop. Naturally, the photographer was unaware of Li Qing soaring up the mountain. He only saw Li Qing carrying the camera, slowly making his way up. At the summit, Li Qing and Tian not only took pictures of swinging, but also captured various poses until they finally exhausted the film. After this experience, Li Qing decided to purchase a more advanced camera for future convenience in photography. When he descended the mountain again, he returned the camera, leaving only the anticipation of developing the photos. As the photographer departed, a few individuals followed him to ensure that Li Qing's pictures would not leak. This was not only true for this photographer, but the same applied to another at the bookstore, actions arranged by Bei Chen Xingzi. Days later, a multitude of photographs was delivered to Maple Leaf Manor. Chapter 62. Illusion. The day following the book signing event, Li Qing changed back into his previous attire, while he kept the clothes that Naira Rin had provided. Upon seeing the pile of photographs, Li Qing could not help but smile. At this time, there were no image enhancement features. Everyone appeared without makeup. It was likely that in another decade or so, photo editing would become commonplace. Lacking the beautifying filter, the vanity of those who admired beauty was not thwarted. On the day of the photo shoot, Li Qing's mother and Tian's mother had spent 2 hours on their makeup. Li Qing noticed that Naira Rin had also adorned herself that day. As for Tian Tian, she had yet to grasp that awareness. Let us swap photos, Naira Rin said, holding up the photos taken at the bookstore, her expression earnest and serious. Certainly. Li Qing agreed without hesitation. With a flourish of his sleeve, the photos from the table and the bag began to swirl like leaves caught in an autumn breeze, each one suspending itself in midair, forming a floating photo wall. Wow! Tian Tian exclaimed, her enthusiasm evident. Beichun Xingzi wore a proud expression, as if to say, "Isn't he impressive? This is my son." Naira Rin gazed at this scene, her heart filled with enchantment, though she kept her feelings concealed. She then extended the bag she held forward, indicating for Li Qing to add those photos as well. With a gentle smile, Li Qing waved his sleeve once more. The photos from Naira Rin's bag fluttered out like liberated butterflies, soaring towards another direction. Before long, they reformed into another floating photo wall. How beautiful! Tian Tian praised again. Then, having learned from somewhere, gave Li Qing a tiny thumbs up. Seeing Tian Tian's reaction, Li Qing couldn't resist ruffling her little head. To facilitate the selection of photos, Li Qing waved his sleeve again, and the suspended photos began to animate. In mere moments, they arranged themselves into a hollow cylinder, revolving uniformly around the group, allowing everyone a clearer view of the images. Tian Tian, eager to exclaim again, was silenced by Li Qing's hand over her mouth. She then playfully stuck her tongue out at him. Under the warm spring sun, the rotating photo wall was breathtakingly beautiful. Witnessing such a splendid scene, everyone momentarily hesitated to disrupt it. Instead of reaching for photos, they began to observe as if it were an exhibition. Noticing the enthusiasm of the onlookers, Li Qing decided to enhance the experience further. Snap! Li Qing snapped his fingers, and the surrounding scenery began to transform. The once warm spring day shifted to a dreamy starry sky, countless stars twinkling with brilliance. The starlight pulsed like breath, constantly shifting in color and intensity. Under this celestial backdrop, the photo wall exhibited an entirely different kind of beauty. But that was not the end. The next moment, Li Qing initiated another gesture. Snap! Another sharp sound echoed. The stars began to fall, and a colorful meteor shower rained down before them. The previously static photo wall became animated, each image transforming into dynamic scenes, ultimately evolving into moving images. As she cast a glance over her shoulder, a smile graced her lips. In that fleeting moment, her gaze lifted to the heavens, and the exquisite scenes of beauty were once again vividly etched in the minds of those present. Delightful. Every expression emanated from the depths of her heart, revealing her most authentic thoughts. Her eyes sparkled as she admired the meteor shower above, occasionally stealing glances at Li Qing by her side, her smile growing ever more radiant. Li Qing's mother, exuberantly hopping and reaching out, attempted to grasp the shooting stars that streaked by. Though she knew it was futile, she reveled in the joy of the moment. In contrast, Tian Tian's mother maintained a more composed demeanor, her focus fixed on the photographs, occasionally breaking into a knowing smile. Yanahara Rin silently observed the scene, her expression inscrutable, remaining taciturn. As the meteor shower came to an end, the surroundings gradually returned to the warmth of a spring day. At that moment, the previously silent Yanahara Rin suddenly spoke, her tone playfully teasing. Shall we select our photos? First come, first served. Before her words had fully settled, she sprang into action, reaching for a photograph she had previously coveted. Witnessing this, Tian Tian released her hold on Li Qing and leapt to seize a photo of her own. The two then engaged in a spirited competition, each showcasing their unique skills in snatching up the pictures. Occasionally, when they both aimed for the same image, they would clash momentarily. The two mothers, observing this delightful spectacle, could not help but burst into laughter, finding the scene thoroughly amusing. Once Tian Tian and Yanahara Rin were satisfied with their haul of photographs, the mothers leisurely began their search. Li Qing, was that an illusion earlier? Yanahara Rin inquired as she tucked the photos into her bag. It was an illusion, or one might say a mirage, a trick played by nature, Li Qing explained. After securing her photos, Yanahara Rin continued to probe. How does that differ from an illusion? In an illusion, you find yourself ensnared within someone else's spell, unable to move despite your awareness. Whereas in a mirage, you retain your consciousness and can act freely. Illusions are conjured by individuals, while mirages are crafted by the art of illusion. Yanahara Rin nodded, seemingly grasping the concept, though she had yet to master the art of illusion herself. Your mental fortitude has greatly improved. Should you wish to learn, I can teach you. Not just yet. One cannot chew more than they can swallow, she retorted. Li Qing nodded slightly, then continued, even without learning illusions, your resistance to them is commendably high now. Upon hearing this, Yanahara Rin rolled her eyes dramatically. Wasn't it you who easily pulled me into that mirage? Li Qing smiled in silence, turning his attention back to the two mothers searching for photographs. They treated it as a treasure hunt, thoroughly enjoying themselves. By the time the mothers returned, the photo wall had become sparse. Observing this, Li Qing waved his hand once more, and the remaining photographs, like a flock of birds returning to their nest, automatically returned to their original bag. This time, everyone regarded the spectacle with familiarity. Even Tian's focus was entirely on the photos in her embrace. She contemplated where to place each image, particularly ensuring that the one of her and Li Qing on the swing would occupy a prominent spot. The memory of that moment caused her lips to curl into a smile. As everyone secured their desired photographs, they began to depart to arrange their treasures. Noticing that the others had left, Li Qing prepared to return to his dwelling. Just as he was about to leave, Yanahara Rin turned back, stating something seemingly nonsensical. Li Qing, you truly are a rascal. With that, she spun around and walked away. Chapter 63. The spider February marked the time for silkworm rearing, as countless silkworms met their fates for the sake of exquisite silk. By the end of February, news had arrived regarding the ethereal silkworms previously sought from the fairy tribe leader, Li Fa. Li Qing had anticipated an experience akin to that of a silkworm farmer, navigating through hatching, nurturing, and waiting for the silkworms to spin their cocoons. To his surprise, Li Fa presented him with a pair of spiders as white as jade. Lord Qing, according to your request, these are the most suitable. They require no back-and-forth nurturing and can continuously spin silk. Furthermore, they can produce threads of varying colors. Li Qing regarded the fist-sized spiders thoughtfully before making his decision. These will suffice. Li Fa, do you have any requests? Upon hearing that Li Qing accepted the spiders, Li Fa felt a surge of joy, though she maintained a composed facade befitting her status as a leader. Lord Qing, you have already assisted us immensely. Our tribe is grateful for your generosity, and we have no further requests. Consider it as if you are saving your requests for later. Inform me when you have thought of something. Li Qing surmised that the entire tribe must have collaborated to locate this pair of spiders, indicating a mutual relationship. Thank you. Lord Qing. Li Fa, now accepting, realized that her tribe indeed had a matter requiring Li Qing's assistance in the future. Li Fa, when you have the opportunity, please bring some flower seeds that your tribe needs. I shall plant them in the open space on the mountain. This will not count as a request. Considering the upcoming festive season, during which they enjoyed the nectar from the flowers, Li Qing resolved to plant more, benefiting both himself and the diligent little fairies. Thank you. Lord Qing. Li Fa joyfully twirled in the air, her elation evident only through such exuberant gestures. Once Li Fa finally calmed her excitement and relayed details about the spiders, she departed with her tribe. Observing the charming fairies, Li Qing felt that the world had gained yet another layer of beauty. Turning back to the slightly agitated pair of jade spiders, he gently spoke, "Fear not. I shall not harm you." The two spiders understood his words and immediately quieted. Li Qing extended his hand to caress the two white spiders, and with a thought, a box levitated behind him. These two jade spiders, lacking in vitality, produced silk of inferior quality and required nurturing. Based on the information provided by the fairies, Li Qing planned to cultivate some spiritual plants to feed them, as well as plant some spiritual trees for papermaking and spiritual hemp for weaving. With the aid of the wind, he swiftly sowed a variety of seeds on the mountain, akin to an old farmer attentively tending to his crops. While Li Qing leisurely engaged in his tasks, Bei Chun Xingzi methodically commenced the expansion of Maple Leaf Village. Following Li Qing's advice, she aimed to construct a proper school first. The small-scale conflict between Konoha and Yunnan continued, reports of casualties from the front lines reaching both villages. What had begun as a struggle for interest had devolved into a cycle of revenge. In contrast to Yunin's battlefield, Konoha bore a heavier burden, battling on one front while simultaneously guarding against potential sneak attacks from other major ninja villages. Konoha faced turmoil both externally and internally. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, managed to maintain order temporarily through his strong leadership. Should they suffer defeat in this war, the fragile stability Konoha clung to would shatter, leading to a potential collapse of the entire village. All of this stemmed from the orphanage incident, while the instigator, Shimura Danzo, had evaded accountability, leaving behind all the troubles for Konoha to shoulder. The Shimura clan now endured a difficult existence, facing suspicious glances wherever they went. Their plight mirrored that of the once mighty Uchiha clan. People seldom remembered past kindness, focusing instead on present misdeeds. The last investigation of the Shimura clan revealed shocking findings. Every clan member with ninja potential had been cursed by Danzo with a seal, implying they were all potential pawns in his scheme. The cruelty of Danzo was evident for all to see. Aside from the Shimura clan, several other clans also had members who defected alongside Shimura Danzo. These individuals were specifically sent to Danzo by the prominent clans, serving as a subtle wager. However, the current Shimura Danzo, akin to a stray dog, has lost all his former value. The defection of Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, dealt a significant blow to the morale of Konoha village. With the departure of one of the legendary Sannin, the remaining villagers also chose to abandon their home. Konoha village truly seems to be approaching its end, resembling an elderly man on the brink of death, steeped in despair. The affairs surrounding Shimura Danzo are certainly not coincidental. His ability to orchestrate such extensive machinations was supported by a coalition of influential clans and power brokers. A decayed leadership inevitably produces decayed outcomes. It will long since distorted. Upon learning of his teacher's demise alongside his beloved, Uchiha Obito laughed joyously for an entire day. What does defeating me matter? He is still dead. What of being the fastest in the ninja world? He could not save his wife. Obito harbored a deep-seated resentment towards his teacher, who was renowned for his swiftness, yet always seemed a step too late. If only he had been a fraction quicker, Rin would not have been captured. Following his teacher's death, Obito's hatred extended to the world itself. He loathed the heavens, the earth, and the very air he breathed. Ever since the conflict between the Cloud Village and Konoha erupted, Obito lingered on the periphery of the battlefield. He would occasionally venture forth, even plundering the eyes of fallen Uchiha clan members, collecting them not for personal use, but merely for future reference. Recently, upon hearing about the rogue ninjas from Konoha, Obito scoffed at the notion. On the night he attacked Konoha, he encountered neither the darkness of the village nor Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. He believed that even without his assault, such a place would ultimately decay on its own. Not only Konoha, but in Obito's eyes, all ninja villages were similarly flawed. Since his attack on Konoha, he found himself unable to dream of Rin, as his mind was consumed by thoughts of destruction. After a long time, he finally dreamt of his beloved, only to be met with a thunderous revelation. In his dream, Rin chastised him for his actions, calling him a beast, accusing him of selfishness, betrayal, and ingratitude. Most devastating of all, she revealed that she had found someone else, urging him to relinquish any hopes. Since that dream, Obito descended into madness, unable to sleep for days. After mustering the courage to dream again, he sought to explain himself. Yet he was met with her furious expression and her eventual disdain. Now, he recoils from dreaming of her. For both the waking world and his dreams have become a hellish existence. Thus, in recent days, he has succumbed to apathy. Out of boredom, he occasionally peruses the few books he had pilfered during his attack on Konoha. The pages rustle, leading him to the final chapter. This was his third reading, and with each pass, he found the so-called moon eye plan increasingly ludicrous. Since meeting the living slug, Li Qing has made it a point to visit the slippery forest periodically. One reason was to observe her progress in cultivation, while the other was to study the environment of the slippery forest. Holding a box containing a white jade spider, he appeared in the forest, intending to introduce the spider to its new habitat. The area, rich in spiritual energy, was abundant with plants infused with this essence, providing ample sustenance for the creatures. The spiritual plants he had cultivated would take much longer to yield results. "Qing, you've come." The living slug sensed Li Qing's presence and greeted him cheerfully. Unlike before, when she would sleep the day away, she was now diligently attempting to condense a Dan within herself, following the methods Li Qing had taught her. His guidance to the living slug was not dissimilar. He had adapted human cultivation practices to fit her unique physiology, taking into account the meridian distribution within her body. Her form had grown large due to the absorption of vast amounts of energy, indicating she possessed a constitution conducive to cultivation. "Little slug." Li Qing addressed her based on her perceived mental age. The living slug, much like a child, accepted this moniker without issue. Li Qing then expressed his intentions, seeking her permission to place the white jade spiders in her domain. Sure, just put them down. Without hesitation, she agreed, viewing it as a trivial matter. From now on, you two can settle here and find a place to build your nest. After placing the spiders on the ground, they obediently began searching for a suitable location. Once he had arranged for the white jade spiders, Li Qing turned his attention back to the slug to assess her progress. You're advancing quickly. Upon hearing this, the slug's spirits lifted even higher. She wished to nuzzle against Li Qing to express her delight, but refrained upon noticing he had not transformed. Qing, thank you for visiting me so often. Li Qing smiled gently, expanding his form until he matched her size. No need for thanks. There is a happiness in being needed. I am also quite pleased to assist you. The slug repeated the phrase being needed, a concept she was encountering for the first time, and after a while, she seemed to grasp its profound significance. She felt that Li Qing, for being able to articulate this sentiment and embody it, was quite remarkable. Qing, your words are so insightful. You are remarkable too. Thank you, Li Qing replied, reaching out to gently pat her extended antennae. After their exchange, he withdrew his hand and began to attend to other matters. These books are from my bookstore's latest collection. I brought you a set. Influenced by Li Qing, the living slug now spent her leisure time reading the books he had introduced. As a dedicated homebody, this was her first experience of engaging in an enjoyable pastime without relying solely on sleep. However, the living slug could only read through her clones, as the books were too small for her main body to handle comfortably. This made her yearn for the day when she could freely change her size. After spending some time with the slug and telling her a story, Li Qing took his leave. Once he departed, the slug resumed her cultivation, diligently striving toward her goal. The more time she spent with Li Qing, the less she desired to remain in her current location. She began to dream of the vibrant world outside. Qing, the slug murmured to herself before fully entering her state of cultivation. As February swiftly passed, March arrived with its vibrant greenery. Compared to February, March was more lush and vibrant. It was the season of blossoming flowers and chirping birds, a perfect time for spring outings. For the residents of Maple Leaf Manor, everywhere was imbued with the spirit of spring, and a casual stroll was a delightful experience. The flowers on the mountain remained in bloom, perfuming the air with various scents. And occasionally, one might encounter diligent little fairies collecting nectar. Shiro and his companions, now patrolling, felt no sense of monotony. Instead, they were constantly surprised. Shiro was still subjected to electric shocks every 3 days, and over time, not only had her physical resilience improved significantly, but she had also developed a notable resistance to lightning. Just when she thought she could maintain full awareness during her training, Li Qing increased the intensity of the thunder, and she continued to be perfectly electrified. The pain was indeed a little intense, but her strength was undeniably on the rise. Hey, yeah. Shiro practiced the 8 extremities fist taught by Li Qing, moving with remarkable vigor. With her innate talent, the 8 extremities fist suited her exceptionally well, creating an impression of sheer ferocity. The 8 extremities refers to the ancient geographical concept of 8 directions, symbolizing the farthest reaches of existence. The Huainanzi geography training records that between heaven and earth lie the 9 provinces and 8 extremities, and beyond the 9 provinces are 8 yin, and beyond the 8 yin are 8 hong. The term yin signifies distance, while hong represents connection and binding of heaven and earth, hence its designation as hong. This serves as the proper interpretation of the term 8 extremities. Within the 8 extremities fist, there exist 8 intentions: alertness, panic, ferocity, malice, vigor, intensity, spirit, and urgency. These represent 8 forms of offensive and defensive awareness that require meticulous cultivation to reach their utmost limit. Alertness denotes an extremely heightened state of vigilance. Panic refers to the ability to remain calm and composed amidst chaos. Ferocity embodies an exceedingly fierce and aggressive mindset. Malice indicates a brutally cruel and vindictive awareness. Vigor signifies an exceptionally brave and formidable spirit. Intensity represents a profoundly violent and forceful mentality. Spirit pertains to an incredibly swift and tenacious fighting spirit. Urgency denotes an extremely quick and immediate response. The 8 extremities fist also embodies 8 forms: dragon, tiger, bear, monkey, swallow, dog, eagle, and quail. These forms are to be imitated in shape and essence, drawing upon their spirit and meaning. The dragon can conceal itself, soar, summon storms, and traverse turbulent waters, appearing and disappearing unpredictably, advancing swiftly like the wind, transforming like a dragon. The tiger represents courage, brutality, dominance, and an aggressive onslaught. The bear signifies steadiness, composure, solidity, and strength. The monkey embodies agility and swiftness, moving like a gale and striking with lightning speed. The swallow symbolizes a restrained body and a balance of stillness and motion, penetrating swiftly when an opening presents itself. The dog exemplifies ferocity, with keen reflexes and extraordinary senses. The eagle possesses sharp vision, lethal talons, and strikes with rapidity and ferocity. The quail represents exceptional speed and skill in sudden thrusts. The essence of the eight extremities fist lies in its explosive power, focusing all internal and external strength to unleash at a singular point, akin to a volcanic eruption. To help Shirlang grasp the eight forms, Li Qing urged her to observe the animals gathered at the mountain's peak, even arranging for these creatures to take her hunting. Ordinary animals were readily found on the mountaintop, while for the dragon form, Li Qing conjured an illusion to showcase the azure dragon emerging from the sea. Aside from the moments when she was stunned or immersed in medicinal baths, Shirlang dedicated her time to contemplating the eight extremities fist. Even after observing animal behaviors, the integration of such knowledge was not achieved overnight. Progress in martial arts hinges on practical combat. Only through genuine battles can one comprehend the essence of martial techniques. Naturally, Li Qing was the only one to engage Shirlang in combat, demonstrating no mercy with his eight extremities, fierce and ruthless, leaving her battered and bruised. Throughout their clashes, it was common for Shirlang to suffer broken limbs or ribs, and on several occasions, she nearly lost consciousness. The spectators could hardly bear to watch, as if witnessing a divine trial. Each time, Li Qing astutely spared her life. During their first bout, Li Qing warned Shirlang, should she dare to retreat or hold back, he would indeed strike her down. Shirlang's rapid advancement stemmed from her narrow escapes from death, a testament to her relentless determination and stubbornness. In a previous life, Li Qing would never have adopted such a rigorous approach to training. Even a minor injury could lead to lasting repercussions, potentially severing one's martial path. The reason Li Qing chose this arduous road for Shirlang was that it was the only path available to her. Having assessed her physique, he deemed her aptitude for cultivation lacking, yet she possessed remarkable skeletal structure, ideal for shaping. Others were not envious of Shirlang's formidable martial prowess. Having witnessed the suffering and hardships she endured, the 50 individuals under her command, once respectful of Li Qing, now regarded him with both reverence and trepidation. Even when Li Qing smiled warmly while not imparting martial knowledge to Shirlang, he left an indelible shadow in their hearts. The process of Shirlang's martial training was closely observed by Naira Rin, who aided her in undressing for medicinal baths. Witnessing another facet of Li Qing's teaching, she felt no fear, but rather found him more intriguing. It was widely known that Shirlang had developed 8 abdominal muscles through her training in the 8 extremities fist. And even Rin, while Shirlang slept, had stealthily touched her abs. Chapter 65. Suppressing bandits. The war between Konoha and Kumobikur had raged for 9 months, finally encroaching upon the common folk. In a northeastern region of the Land of Fire, amidst the ongoing conflict, 8 towns and 37 villages had been ravaged. Local lords fled to other areas shortly after the war commenced. Li Qing found the concept of one village equating to one nation absurd. Noting the separation of military and politics, as shinobi villages functioned merely as mercenaries, he later learned that the so-called Warring States period was essentially a series of conflicts between various lords. Numerous lords hired shinobi to fight for territory, with Senju Hashirama ultimately subduing all shinobi clans to establish Konoha. Various territories united to form a nation, which in name was a singular entity, but in essence, a coalition. After Hashirama's deterrence faded, the notion of one village equating to one nation merely devolved into larger territorial conflicts. Throughout the ninja wars, they were no less tumultuous than the Warring States period, with even broader impacts and greater casualties. In times of prosperity, the common people suffer. In times of demise, the common people suffer. The greatest casualties in war are always the innocent civilians. In this world, the power of shinobi far exceeds that of ordinary individuals, and the combined strength of shinobi villages is self-evident. The course of a nation's war is swayed by a collective of shinobi, who often embark on conflict for emotional reasons. Shinobi consider only their own interests or sentiments, and the more astute may contemplate the welfare of their village, yet that is the limit of their foresight. They seldom reflect on the consequences of war and how ordinary people are to survive. Currently, the wars between shinobi villages are not fought for territory, but rather to showcase strength. The victor is deemed the more powerful, and such power garners more mercenary assignments. War has rendered countless individuals homeless, prompting an influx of displaced persons seeking refuge. This sudden surge of outsiders naturally breeds chaos. Maple Leaf Source has similarly taken in many whose homes have been devastated by war, resulting in a spate of violent incidents. Ultimately, the situation reached Li Qing's mother, as the once leisurely Akino Katako found herself compelled to address these matters. During her absence, others had managed these issues, but upon her return, responsibility invariably fell upon her shoulders. Sherlang and her companions were no longer patrolling Maple Leaf Mountain. They had been dispatched to patrol the entirety of Maple Leaf Source. In response to the current turmoil, Akino Katako was forced to reassemble the North Star Army, which she had previously disbanded. The process went smoothly, primarily consisting of former members, with a few descendants of the North Star family's former vassals joining. The ease of this endeavor stemmed from the fact that these individuals had never truly dispersed. It was merely a misunderstanding of disbandment. In the past, aside from the North Star Army engaged in combat, there were also local security teams stationed across various regions. However, the North Star Army had not engaged in true battle for many years, focusing instead on maintaining order. Prior to her departure from the territory, Akino Katako had integrated the North Star Army into the security teams. For those who had legitimately fled to Maple Leaf Source, they would be directed to Maple Leaf Village, which was expanding and required labor. With employment secured, the common folk would generally refrain from causing disturbances, content to live their lives. Conversely, those guilty of murder or harboring ill intent would be met with lethal force by the patrol teams, their bodies displayed at intersections as a warning, complete with placards. Patrolling is seldom a smooth endeavor. Some ninjas, having fled the battlefield, or those with ulterior motives seeking to exploit the chaos, band together to commit nefarious acts. Under the vigilant scrutiny of the patrol team, the majority of these scoundrels have been vanquished. Yet, a faction persists in occupying a treacherous location, intent on claiming dominion over the land. This group, having endured the ravages of war, has forsaken any intent to engage in honorable pursuits, opting instead for the expediency of robbery. Such aspirations are indeed lofty, yet the harshness of reality looms ominously over them, unbeknownst to them that death approaches. The chief commander, Tenjo, has been informed of a band of escapees entrenched above. After a month of purging efforts, order has been restored to most regions, save for this last stronghold, manned by a formidable assembly of ninjas. The patrol squad assigned to this area has engaged in 2 skirmishes, realizing they are outmatched, and thus sought reinforcements. Captain Senuewa leads this squad, and during their encounters, they have sustained life-threatening injuries. Had it not been for the emergency potions allocated to each team, their casualties would have been grievous. Ultimately, she was compelled to call for aid. Tenjo, clad in azure armor and wielding a large halberd, descended from the back of a mighty thunder falcon. Upon witnessing Senuewa's disheveled state, her expression remained impassive as she spoke. Upon your return, you shall all undergo triple the training. It is disgraceful that not a single one of you has dispatched an enemy. With that, Tenjo leapt back onto the thunder falcon, directing its flight towards the band of miscreants. Her merciless words pierced the hearts of the patrol members like steel needles, leaving them feeling utterly humiliated. They were well aware that their adversaries were no mere rabble. The thunder falcon, summoned by Tenjo for assistance, had formed a bond with her over long hours of training atop the mountain. The reason behind this affinity likely stemmed from Tenjo's prolonged exposure to lightning, which had imbued her with an aura of thunder. As they shared the same elemental affinity, the thunder falcon regarded Tenjo with newfound respect. Before long, Tenjo located the group's encampment. At that moment, they were gathered around a campfire, roasting meat and exuding an air of camaraderie. To avoid alarming them, Tenjo leapt from the thunder falcon from a height of over 100 meters, brandishing her halberd. With a crackle, lightning surged around her as she plummeted, her descent accelerated by gravity with the force of a thunderclap. Upon impact, the ground erupted, creating a massive crater, and she landed amidst the gathering with a thunderous crash. Like a stone cast into tranquil waters, Her arrival stirred chaos. The earth fractured outward, and 5 of the ninjas encircling the fire were instantly killed. Their cries stifled before they could escape their lips. Who? The remaining members were startled, as the suddenness of the event shattered their expectations. Their vigilance had been confined to the ground. They had never anticipated an aerial assault. Without a moment's hesitation, Tenjo swept her weapon in a wide arc. The 3 opponents, sensing the danger too late, found themselves cleaved in 2, their lives extinguished in an instant. Take her down together. The remaining adversaries recognized the dire situation, and it was clear that it was now a battle to the death. Techniques such as fire release, fireball, earth release, rock spear, and water release, water dragon bullet were unleashed. Some hurled shuriken, while others attempted to employ genjutsu. However, to Tenjo, their movements seemed sluggish. Before they could form their hand seals or draw their weapons, she had already surged into action. With a swift thrust, she pierced one adversary's throat, blood gushing forth. As she released her halberd, she propelled herself forward with momentum. The force of her body sent another opponent flying, their bones cracking like dry beans underfoot. In midair, that individual succumbed to their injuries. Tenjo pivoted, delivering an elbow strike that crushed another's skull, leaving their head deformed and splintering into fragments. With a deft motion, Tenjo retrieved her halberd and executed a spinning maneuver, striking downward with the strength of a mountain split in 2. 2 more foes were cleaved asunder, their bodies flung apart while the ground beneath them buckled, fissures spreading like spiderwebs. Tenjo, like a deity of war, had dispatched 13 adversaries in mere moments. Akin to slaughtering livestock, with a flick of her wrist, she cleaned the blood from her halberd and turned her gaze upon the last remaining foe, her eyes alight with intent to kill. Chapter 66. Can the world still turn? A group does not simply gather without a cunning orchestrator behind the scenes. The lone survivor, witnessing the carnage, was drenched in cold sweat, terror gripping his heart. Even with the prowess of an elite jonin, he had barely caught a glimpse of Tenjo's shadow before all his gathered allies were slaughtered. Each of them possessed skills of seasoned jonin caliber, and not a moment had been spared to employ even a substitution technique. As Tenjo advanced relentlessly, the remaining individual, clutching a kunai, retreated in desperation. His legs trembled uncontrollably under the weight of her imposing aura. With a thud, he cast aside his weapon and knelt. Spare my life. I was merely following orders. Without a word, Tenjo thrust her halberd, shattering his legs, eliciting a gut-wrenching scream. Silence. He quickly stifled his cries, covering his mouth instead. Tenjo expertly disarmed him, casting his tools aside with a flick of her wrist. In a blur, she approached him, severing his wrists to prevent any hand seals. At this point, he stumbled backward, desperately activating a communicator. Get over here. Tenjo's actions sent shivers down his spine, for she afforded him no opportunity to counter. Faced with such a cold-blooded adversary, all hope within him extinguished. Little did he know, these were lessons learned through her own trials. In her battles against Li Qing, even the slightest lapse in concentration had proven catastrophic. She had yet to even graze the hem of Li Qing's attire. Each time she believed she could land a blow, she found herself on the receiving end of a brutal assault. Once oblivious to the title of martial god, she now understood its weight through bloodied experience. Before long, reinforcements arrived at the scene of Tenjo's battle. They gasped collectively at the sight of the massive crater and shuddered in awe upon witnessing the scattered limbs and severed bodies. Upon their arrival, Tenjo commanded, "This captive is to be taken back for interrogation. The remaining corpses should be bound and displayed as a warning." Understood, Commander. Sanuewa and her team swiftly set about fulfilling Tenjo's orders. Once the task was completed, Tenjo placed her index finger to her lips and blew forcefully, emitting a sharp sound. In no time, a colossal figure descended from the skies. "Falcon Sister, please take them along." "Not a problem. Come aboard." Tenjo was momentarily taken aback by the familiar tone of the Thunder Falcon, reminiscent of the ever-smiling young master who often uttered the phrase "not a problem." With a faint smirk, Tenjo mused to herself about the irony of the phrase, especially considering the ruthlessness displayed during the battle. "Let us depart." Tenjo mounted the Thunder Falcon, her halberd in hand, while the others escorted the captive onto its back. The corpses, strung together, hung from her halberd as they took to the skies. With a powerful flap of its wings, the Thunder Falcon launched into the air. On the return journey, Tenjo busied herself with polishing her halberd, while Sanuewa and the others refrained from speaking, aware of the gravity of their recent failure. Holding the splendid azure spear, weighing an impressive 999 pounds, 10th Lang found it difficult to part with it. Over the past 6 months of cultivating the Thunderbolt refinement technique, her strength had significantly increased, rendering her previous weapons inadequate. This spear was a birthday gift from the young master, said to be inscribed with the 1,000 June symbol, and once her power grew further, it could be inscribed with the 10,000 June symbol. However, its current might was largely sealed, allowing her to unleash only 1/30th of its potential. 10th Lang's sole regret was the spear's name, which she found unsatisfactory. She preferred a simpler designation, the 1,000 June spear. Yet, she was unable to change it, as the peculiar characters blowing snow were already etched onto the spear's shaft. She recalled the young master mentioning that it was written in small seal script. 10th Lang remembered when the young master recited a couplet she did not comprehend. Frost condenses on the low paper for the little grass, while the shallow cup tests new tea in the blowing snow. As the lightning eagle soared, others gazed enviously at the weapon in 10th Lang's hands. It was not merely a divine instrument, but a symbol of honor and recognition. The previous eradication of a group of fleeing ninjas occurred approximately 200 kilometers from Maple Leaf Gathering. The lightning eagle flew swiftly, and before long, they hovered above Maple Leaf Gathering. 10th Lang and her companions did not make a discreet descent. Instead, they paraded a string of corpses before landing prominently in the central square. The lightning eagle was already a sight to behold, and coupled with the gruesome display, it drew a crowd of onlookers. After depositing 10th Lang and her group, the lightning eagle departed, leaving the aftermath to them. Preparations had been made for such an occasion, with gallows already erected. The members of the March Flower Squad sequentially hung the battered corpses on the prepared structures and inscribed a sign, "The fate of evildoers in Maple Leaf Source." At last, the March Flower leader stepped forward, speaking with resolute clarity. "Whether you are indigenous or outsiders, behold the fate of those who commit wrongdoing in Maple Leaf Source. Regardless of their identity, the Lord of North Chun has commanded us to cleanse Maple Leaf Source of its evildoers, so you may live in peace." The crowd fell silent. The recent slayings extended far beyond the mere dozen before them. For over a month, they had systematically eradicated bandits and those who previously gathered to commit evil. Once the March Flower leader concluded, she returned to stand behind 10th Lang. Seeing that their task was complete, 10th Lang did not linger and turned to leave. Only after 10th Lang and her North Chin soldiers departed did the crowd begin to murmur, engaging in animated discussions. For the vast majority, it was a welcome sight to see the malefactors removed. They simply desired a peaceful existence in a secure environment. Yet, a scant few exchanged furtive glances, seemingly not wishing for the evildoers' removal. In the distance, 10th Lang and her companions, concealed in their aura, observed the myriad reactions of the crowd. Following the unusual responses, 10th Lang issued her commands and departed. Once 10th Lang's figure vanished entirely, the March Flower leader surveyed her team. Whether they would have a fruitful harvest would depend on their performance. "Let us go." 10th Lang acted swiftly and decisively, and over time, her subordinates mirrored her efficiency. The March Flower Squad, eager to restore their reputation in the eyes of the Grand Commander, acted without hesitation, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. After all, they were at the foot of Maple Leaf Mountain. Could any adversaries truly rise against them? Chapter 67. Changes. 10th Lang had developed a small habit over the past year. Whenever she felt overwhelmed, she would read children's stories before sleep. She cherished the innocence found within those tales, albeit authored by a certain ruthless young master. As for Li Qing's extraordinary abilities, 10th Lang found herself at a loss for words to adequately describe them. The first time she met him, she stood outside the delivery room with her father. Upon catching sight of that tiny life, she could not articulate her emotions. She simply knew that the swaddled infant was someone to whom she would pledge her loyalty for life. That day, her usually stern father secretly wiped away tears. At the time, she did not fully understand, but later, she heard the young master speak of a term, tears of joy. When Li Qing first displayed his prowess before his family, 10th Lang stood outside the window, equally astonished, her mouth agape, as if she could fit an egg inside. Reflecting on those memories felt as if they had occurred just yesterday. As she pondered the past, 10th Lang gradually drifted into slumber. In late September, Maple Leaf Mountain reached its most picturesque season. In previous years, visitors flocked to admire the scenery, but this year, due to the impact of war, fewer people ventured there. Time flew, and Li Qing had been residing at Maple Leaf Mountain for over a year. He believed that living in Maple Leaf Mountain was far superior to residing in Leaf Village. The space was ample, and opportunities for activity were abundant. Li Qing initially did not wish to grow any taller, but with Tinflang, a tall girl, teaching him martial arts, it was rather inconvenient to look up. Thus, as Tinflang grew, so did he. 6 months of body refinement and martial arts training had spurred Tinflang's rapid development. She now stood at 1.79 meters, matching Li Qing in height. Once Tinflang attained mastery, Li Qing established a small thunder pool atop Maple Leaf Mountain. Subsequently, Tinflang's body refinement relied on her ability to draw forth the yang thunder into her body using her inner yin thunder. This approach undoubtedly heightened the difficulty of her training, as precision in channeling the appropriate amount of yang thunder was crucial. Too little would yield no results, while too much could endanger her life. Therefore, mastering the accurate control of thunder became Tinflang's next training objective. Atop Maple Leaf Mountain, a peach tree still bloomed vibrantly, its flowers resembling crimson clouds, showing no signs of withering. Nearby, a gourd vine entwined around a stone pillar, forming a bridge, also burst forth with blossoms as bright as ever. Over the past 6 months, the gourd vine had grown significantly, now standing over 1.40 meters, undeniably blossoming into a young lady. Yet, she remained as attached to Li Qing as ever. Though she had acquired a wealth of knowledge, her understanding was still limited. Psychologically, she still retained the essence of a young girl. The most noticeable transformation belonged to Naira Rin, who had also experienced considerable growth. Although she could not match Li Qing and Tinflang in height, she now approached 1.70 meters. The change in her demeanor was particularly striking. As she shed her cute exterior and blossomed into beauty, certain features had developed quite vigorously, and her hair now cascaded down to her waist. Her temperament appeared more mischievous, as she often uttered puzzling remarks that left Li Qing scratching his head. For a while, Naira Rin was troubled by her height. At that time, she and Tinflang differed by nearly a head, which deeply affected her. She would often sigh dramatically in front of Li Qing, embodying the image of a girl burdened by her troubles. "Just say what you desire," Li Qing urged, seeing through her thoughts, unable to suppress a smile. "I want to grow taller," Naira Rin declared, hands on her hips, her gaze fixed intently on Li Qing. Consequently, Li Qing imparted to her the methods of the Li Qing Cleansing Sutra. After teaching her, he solemnly cautioned, such knowledge should not be shared lightly. "Why?" Naira Rin inquired, somewhat puzzled, as Li Qing had readily shared numerous cultivation techniques with her. "Because of karmic ties. If someone with ill intentions learns from you, would not their misdeeds reflect upon you? The path of cultivation also involves the heart's trials. If you cannot act with a clear conscience, it will be arduous to pass through." Upon hearing this explanation, Naira Rin felt warmth in her heart and continued to question, "Then why did you teach me so much? Are you not afraid I might do wrong?" Li Qing answered her patiently, "I saved you and altered your destiny. That karma is already substantial. If you were to become someone who commits evil, I would not have saved you." Naira Rin smiled at his words, no longer pursuing the matter. However, Li Qing's next remark incited her ire. "If you dare commit wrongdoing, I shall break your legs." Of course, it was merely a jest, and after saying this, Li Qing left with a chuckle. Only Yuan Rin remained in place, staring and gritting her teeth. In the past 6 months, Maple Leaf Gathering had witnessed significant construction progress, with the school and hospital being the first completed structures, followed by a research institute. Besides these crucial buildings, there were numerous others. Beichin Xingzi was preparing to gradually innovate, aiming to transform Maple Leaf Gathering into a grand city of maple leaves. Some writings by Li Qing, crafted during his leisure, were intercepted by Beichin Xingzi, who seemed to have drawn much inspiration from them. Li Qing had once inquired of his mother whether she feared running out of money due to her extravagant spending. He wondered if funding would run dry, leading to unfinished projects. His intention was to offer assistance, as he could effortlessly procure invaluable resources such as gold mines, silver mountains, or other mineral deposits, all revealed through his explorations. Upon hearing her son's question, Beichin Xingzi mistakenly assumed he was worried about their financial situation. With a mysterious smile, she took Li Qing to an underground entrance of Maple Leaf Manor, where he discovered the extent of his mother's wealth. The Beichin family had an unbroken lineage of 800 years, never having divided their estate. The accumulation over these centuries filled several underground chambers, with the vault beneath Maple Leaf Manor being merely one of them. Fate is a peculiar force that can surprise one unexpectedly. During this wave of refugees, Maple Leaf Gathering sheltered many, including some exceptional talents or potential future talents. Among the fleeing crowd, Li Qing spotted a woman with red hair, emaciated and pallid, clearly a victim of long-term hunger and malnutrition. She held the hand of a small girl, about 2 years old. Upon inquiring, Li Qing learned the woman's name was Xiang Pu, and the girl's was Xiang Lin. Observing the frail Xiang Lin evoked profound emotions in Li Qing, for she was only 3 months younger than him, yet appeared to belong to a different generation. Reflecting on why this mother and daughter had come to this place, he realized the cause lay within himself. Had he been a normal child, his parents might have continued living in Konoha village. His uniqueness compelled them to leave, resulting in the subsequent resettlement of refugees in Maple Leaf Gathering. Without such assistance, they might have ended up wandering in the Grass Ninja village. The encounter felt fated, and Li Qing thought this woman did not deserve to meet a tragic end. Thus, Maple Leaf Camp welcomed a new cook, along with a red-haired little girl. Chapter 68. Graceful and elegant. After nearly a year residing in Maple Leaf Gathering, Rin felt as if this place had become her true home. It served as a sanctuary for her spirit, allowing her to express her authentic self freely. Engaging in activities she cherished daily brought her immense joy. On this day, Rin awaited the delivery of new books with eager anticipation. Just before 10 o'clock, the delivery cart finally arrived. At times, Rin felt frustrated that, as the bookstore manager, she was unable to know in advance which books would be shelved. What appeared to be a delightful surprise to some was, in her eyes, a rather vexing matter. After unloading the goods, Rin unwrapped the packaging and was taken aback upon seeing the title on the cover. In the next moment, her interest in the book's content surged. However, the time was not yet ripe. She had to place the new books on the shelves first. Suppressing her urge to flip through the pages immediately, she, along with Sun and Chinzi, arranged the books on the prepared shelves. Once everything was in order, she pulled out her wallet to purchase a copy of the book. Technically, as the manager, she could read the books for free, yet she insisted on buying each one before reading. Sun had once curiously asked her why, to which Rin simply replied with a smile, "Because I am a fan of Li Qing." Upon hearing this, Sun suddenly understood it was the support of a fan for their beloved author. Setting aside her other identities, she was indeed a devoted admirer of Li Qing, having read every book he authored. She believed his writings always offered a glimmer of strength, filled with positive energy. As he would say, moreover, she recalled Li Qing mentioning, "Writing a book is no easy task. Cherish it." His intention was to convey that the books he had previously read were ultimately someone else's work, and there would come a day when he could no longer replicate their brilliance. Rin, however, interpreted his words differently. She believed Li Qing needed someone to respond to him, offering solace amidst the struggles of writing, thus motivating him to continue. Hence, as a fan, she always sought to provide him with a small measure of support. Rin took her book to the reading room on the second floor, which was relatively quiet, as everyone understood the unspoken rule of maintaining silence. Finding a spot to sit alone, those reading there recognized the manager, and they all respected each other's space and silence. As she opened the first page, she encountered the preface. "All things have their seasons. Blooming too early leads to an early demise. Since it is spring, do not engage in autumn's affairs. Early romance is akin to a green apple. Whoever picks it can only taste its tartness, missing out on the sweetness of a ripe fruit. Green apples are not palatable. They are best enjoyed when fully ripe." Having finished the preface, Rin felt a tremor in her heart, followed by a frown. Despite the wisdom in the text, an unsettling feeling lingered within her. She continued to turn the pages. Upon reaching the title of the first chapter, she paused. Early romance is a green apple. Typically, Rin savored her reading slowly, but this time was different. She swiftly turned the pages. With her current eyesight, she quickly finished the first chapter. Taking a deep breath, she continued to flip through the pages. After completing the second chapter, she inhaled deeply once more. The entire book was not lengthy, comprising just over 170 pages. In no time, Rin had rapidly skimmed to the final page. There, she discovered a musical score accompanied by lyrics. To the desk mate you. Having set aside her ninja pursuits, she had developed diverse interests and possessed some knowledge of melodies. Silently, she hummed the song in her heart, a gentle wave of melancholy enveloping her. Initially, she thought it would end there, feeling a twinge of emotion. However, as she read the final line, her pent-up feelings finally erupted. Early romance fails, leaving a lifetime of regret. Yiyuan Rin quietly closed the book and descended to greet the two shop assistants before preparing to confront someone about her grievances. Throughout her reading, she had blushed more than once, feeling as though the book spoke directly to her, as if it were a judgment against her early romantic misadventures. As she stepped outside, a gentle breeze swept through, lifting her long, pure white pleated skirt. Along with the skirt, her waist-length hair danced in the wind. From a distance, she resembled a pristine flower swaying gracefully. At that moment, Sun, who happened to witness the scene, was filled with admiration. Over the past 6 months, their manager had grown significantly, shedding the baby fat from her face. Now, she stood tall and elegant, blossoming into a stunning beauty. When Yiyuan Rin angrily confronted Li Qing, he was engrossed in studying diligently. With a thud, the book she had purchased was forcefully slammed onto the stone table in front of him. Li Qing turned to Yiyuan Rin, noticing her heightened emotions. The fitted shirt accentuated her well-developed figure. He glanced at the book on the stone table, unable to suppress a chuckle. Don't easily declare love. Seeing this, he couldn't help but laugh, reminiscing about his own experiences at 16, a time marked by the awakening of youthful passions. In their class, there is a girl renowned as the most beautiful in the entire school, captivating the hearts of numerous boys who regard her as the object of their dreams. Among them is Li Qing, who sits beside her. One fateful afternoon, he mustered the courage to present her with a love letter. The stationery he chose was a fragrant one he specifically purchased from a bookstore near the school. After laboriously crafting the letter, he wrestled with his emotions before finally placing it in her drawer. The agonizing wait ensued, during which he couldn't even dare to steal a glance at her. After what felt like an eternity, he received a note in return. Trembling, he opened it, only to be struck by a thunderbolt. It contained but a single line. "I'm sorry. I just want to focus on my studies." That day after school, Li Qing walked home in a daze, neglecting to wait for his senior sister, who usually accompanied him. "Hey, wait for me," she called out, noticing his dazed expression. She thought it unlikely that he had been bullied since he was not one to be easily intimidated. "What's wrong, Li Qing?" she inquired. Li Qing kept his head down, silent. His senior sister, perceptive as she was, quickly noticed the crumpled paper he clutched in his hand. She snatched it from him and read it, but instead of offering comfort, she turned on him. "You deserve this. A beautiful girl like me, and you fancy those flashy, worthless types? I'm going to tell the master." With a huff, she tossed her ponytail and dashed away. Realizing the implications of her words, Li Qing felt a rush of urgency, even the pangs of heartbreak forgotten as he hurried after her. Wait, I was wrong. Each time he admitted his fault, she would forgive him, and this occasion was no exception. With a disdainful huff, she returned, grasped his hand, and led him home. The next day, she gifted him a book titled Don't Speak of Love Lightly. From that moment on, Li Qing never confessed his feelings to anyone again, not even to his senior sister. As he smiled unabashedly, Yin Yuanlin could no longer contain herself. "You're still smiling." Her words jolted Li Qing from his reverie, and he suppressed his smile upon seeing her irritated expression. "Calm down. I'll play you a tune." Yin Yuanlin, taken aback, had expected him to explain or defend himself, but he surprised her with his unorthodox response. With a flick of his wrist, Li Qing produced a cerulean harmonica. Li Qing's actions captured the attention of Tian Tian, who had been studying, and she paused to watch. Yin Yuanlin, initially feigning annoyance, found her emotions settling as she listened. Li Qing positioned the harmonica to his lips, and moments later, its unique sound filled the air. The melody of Nanshan Nan drifted gently, akin to a refreshing breeze, enveloping the heart with both tenderness and melancholy, mesmerizing all who listened. The sound reverberated far and wide, echoing through the entirety of Maple Leaf Mountain. Li Qing's mother, engrossed in her work in the study, was drawn out by the mournful notes. Upon reaching the source, she beheld her son playing the harmonica, tears welling in her eyes. The sorrowful melody conveyed deep longing and nostalgia, emotions she felt she could fully comprehend. Hidden nearby, Sherlang listened to the enchanting tune, feeling both joy and sorrow. She loved the music but disliked seeing the young master so forlorn. Xiao Xianglin, engrossed in a children's picture book, closed her eyes to savor the ethereal melody, as if silently appreciating its beauty. In that moment, anyone who heard the music paused their activities, captivated by its enchanting story. The harmonica's notes floated in the air, pure and delightful, leading everyone into the narrative woven by the melody, transcending time and space. The music resonated with poetic melancholy, filled with sorrow, nostalgia, and uncertainty, enveloping the listeners in its emotional embrace. It flowed like a gentle stream, whispering tales of regret, weaving a magical spell that stirred the hearts of all who heard it. In that moment, everyone was entranced, embarking on a journey of bittersweet reminiscence. Ultimately, the piece concluded with Li Qing's heart-wrenching line, "In Beihai, there lies a tombstone." Tian Tian reached out to smooth Li Qing's furrowed brow, then, on tiptoe, mimicked his gesture, affectionately patting his head. Observing this interaction, Bei Chen Xingzi hesitated, wiping away the moisture from her eyes before retreating to her tasks. Sherlang longed to emulate Tian Tian, but felt too shy to do so. "What is the name of that piece?" Yan Yuanlin turned, discreetly wiping her eyes before fixing her gaze on Li Qing. "Nanshan Nan," he replied softly. She repeated it quietly, unsure of its meaning, then looked at him again, her intentions clear. "South of Nanshan, north of Beihai, worlds apart." Li Qing sighed, waving his sleeve. From the corner of a nearby marble slab, sand began to flow like a gentle stream into the air, forming several lines of script. "South of Nanshan. Autumn sorrow in the north. South of Nanshan, a valley lies. The southern wind whispers. In the north, a tombstone waits." Upon hearing worlds apart, Yan Yuanlin finally grasped the essence of the melody. As she read the lines, vivid imagery filled her mind. "Is it regret?" she pondered, her eyes shimmering. Li Qing was indeed an enigma, only 2.5 years old, yet he exuded a sense of profound maturity. Though he had never ventured far, his experiences seemed richer than her own, despite her having attended ninja school and faced battles, even becoming an intermediate ninja with a tumultuous past. Suddenly, Yan Yuanlin recalled that she had come to confront him. How had she allowed herself to be sidetracked? "Don't think you can evade this. What is the purpose of that wretched book?" In her view, love was a natural freedom, and it was perfectly normal to develop feelings at a young age. Why, then, did it seem to be a monstrous burden for Li Qing, warranting a book to prevent early romance under the guise of preventing youthful love? "Didn't you feel it earlier?" "That was the price of a failed early romance," Li Qing replied, taken aback by her stubbornness and her misguided sense of pride. Rolling his eyes, he turned back to watch Tian Tian complete her homework. Yan Yuanlin's chest tightened as she inhaled deeply. When she exhaled, a smirk formed on her lips as she settled onto a nearby stone bench, propping her chin on her hand and gazing at Li Qing. What would a 2.5-year-old know about love? She teased, her chin tilted defiantly. In response to her provocation, Li Qing merely chuckled softly, choosing silence. His past was not something to be shared with outsiders. Observing her current demeanor, he mused on why Uchiha Obito had been so infatuated. Now that she had matured, she was even more beautiful, her height having soared in the past 6 months, transforming her into a tall, enchanting figure. Aside from her playful nature, she now possessed a hint of allure. Seeing that Li Qing remained unfazed, she felt deflated. "Forget it." She pouted slightly and turned her body in another direction, gazing blankly at the vast expanse of maple leaves. It was around this time last year when she left the Hidden Leaf Village and journeyed here alone. Before her arrival, she had felt quite anxious, wondering what she would do if she was not welcomed. However, by sheer coincidence, she encountered him as soon as she arrived. At that time, she was in a phase of incessant affection, and she had even managed to snag a delicious skewer of tricolored dango. Yahiko Rin pondered deeply, and as she reflected, she found herself at ease. He was simply who he was, extraordinarily unique. If he were to engage in mundane activities, it would not be true to his nature. With this realization, she no longer felt conflicted. She retrieved the book resting on the stone table and carefully placed it back in her bag. Since she could not sway Li Qing, she resolved to treat herself well. Thus, she turned towards Li Qing and spoke with a hint of playful charm in her voice. "Li Qing, it's been quite a while since you last cooked. Do you have any new dishes? I'm quite hungry." Indeed, Li Qing thought the time was right. Since she had spoken up, he would prepare a few dishes. He turned towards the kitchen, and the words in the air collapsed into grains of sand, beginning to flow back, gradually mending the chipped marble corner, restoring it to its original state. Once Li Qing had entered the kitchen, Yahiko Rin nudged Ten with her elbow and chuckled softly. Ten, stop pretending. You're drooling." Though Ten was busy with her homework, her ears were tuned to the conversation. Upon hearing that Li Qing was cooking, She licked her rosy lips. "Humph, I'm not," she retorted, wiping the corner of her mouth. But feeling the gaze from beside her, she nonchalantly lowered her head to continue her work. Yet, it wasn't long before she burst into laughter. So boring," Yahiko Rin declared, turning her head elsewhere. After a short while, she too succumbed to laughter. Chapter 70. Boredom Before Long. Li Qing had prepared several specialties from his hometown. Due to the time constraints, he had utilized his magical abilities to assist him. Once everyone was seated, Li Qing noticed their curious expressions and began to introduce the dishes. He first pointed to a dish drenched in red chili oil, addressing Yahiko Rin. "This is heartbreak cold noodles, made from pea flour, with its soul being the secret dipping sauce. It can be enjoyed as a snack on its own or served with rice." Then, looking at 1010, he pointed to another plate. "This is crispy pork, where the key lies in the timing. As the name suggests, it must be fried to a perfect crisp." Turning to his mother and Aunt Aiz, he smiled and said, "This dish, Mom's pork hocks, is not only delectable, but also has beautifying properties, rich in collagen." Upon hearing about the beautifying effects, both mothers' eyes lit up, and Yahiko Rin seemed quite intrigued as well. The crispy rice with meat is golden and crunchy, perfectly contrasting with the tender meat slices. Listen, that is the sound of the crispy rice bursting when it meets the sauce from the meat. The others had initially heard the crunching sound and only now understood its cause upon Li Qing's explanation. There were also other dishes like boiled cabbage, chrysanthemum fish slices, and spicy sour sweet potato noodles, all of which Li Qing introduced one by one. "Qing, did you learn all this in your dreams?" Li Qing's mother asked playfully before starting to eat. Li Qing served her a tender and flavorful pork hock before answering, "Something like that." Bei Chen Xingzi seemed to have asked without any real intention of pursuing the matter further, as she began to earnestly enjoy her son's cooking. While everyone was eating, 1010 remained motionless. Noticing her pout, Li Qing understood her feelings. She was feeling jealous of his mother. He then picked up a piece of crispy pork and offered it to her mouth. Crunch. 1010 bit down, producing a crisp sound. Satisfied, she rewarded Li Qing with a smile before grabbing her chopsticks and beginning to feast heartily. Bei Chen Xingzi couldn't help but chuckle at this scene. Yahiko Rin, however, did not follow 1010's example, demanding Li Qing to feed her. Instead, she savored the heartbreak cold noodles, a dish with a complex flavor profile, spicy, sour, sweet, and fragrant, all of which she adored. The meal was filled with warmth and joy, with each person having their own favorite dish. In the afternoon, Yahiko Rin chose not to return to the bookstore and instead remained at the villa. With some free time, she planned to visit the little girl with red hair, Xianglin. Upon first seeing her, she had been quite astonished. The sight of the mother-daughter duo's hair reminded her of a dearly departed acquaintance. After inquiring with Li Qing, she confirmed her suspicions. Once Li Qing informed her of the special abilities possessed by the mother and daughter, she understood why he had specifically arranged for them to reside in the mountains. An innocent man bears the crime of possessing a treasure, she thought. The two of them were already targets of envy. If someone with ulterior motives discovered them, they would undoubtedly seek to abduct them, exploiting their value as a single mother and daughter duo, leading to an inevitable tragic fate. Reflecting on the current state of the mother and daughter, Yahiko Rin recalled her own past. She mused that Li Qing must have viewed her in a similar light back then, feeling a sense of pity and rescuing her in a moment of impulse. This act had led to her current, extraordinary life. Otherwise, she might have ended up as mere bones. "What are you thinking?" A sudden voice startled Yahiko Rin, pulling her from her reverie. She turned to find Li Qing watching her with a smile from a distance. "Are you a ghost? You walk without making a sound." Startled, Yahiko Rin shot back with a hint of annoyance. She never pretended to be anyone else in Li Qing's presence. Seeing her indignant demeanor, Li Qing merely chuckled and replied, "It's because you were so lost in thought. I've been watching you for quite a while." Hearing that she had been daydreaming while being observed made her cheeks flush slightly. She turned away, adjusting her emotions. As she turned, she asked Li Qing, "What brings you here?" "Like you, I'm here to visit little Xianglin." After regaining her composure, she continued walking towards the camp without looking back at Li Qing. Sensing him following her, she inquired, "What about 1010? Li Qing, trailing behind her, responded as they walked, "She's taking a nap." She's quite set in her ways. Yahiko Rin, upon hearing this, secretly stuck her tongue out and rolled her eyes. Then she turned around, hands on her hips, and teased Li Qing, "Aren't you just a little over 2 years old yourself, little brother?" Li Qing scrutinized her for a moment, replying earnestly, I'm not quite the same. I cannot be judged by ordinary standards. Also, your outfit is a tad short. That pose of yours is a bit revealing. Yahiko Rin was taken aback and quickly looked down, finding nothing amiss. She had merely tied a knot at the hem of her short sleeve, which exposed only a bit of her belly button. She shot a sideways glance at Li Qing, feeling somewhat speechless. TCH, you're such a bore. Is this really considered revealing? You clearly haven't seen some of the ninja outfits. If you did, you'd surely say they're scandalous. Yahiko Rin turned back to continue walking, her hands clasped behind her back, fingers interlaced, occasionally kicking her legs forward. Li Qing furrowed his brow slightly. He had been labeled as dull. Was he truly old-fashioned? After all, he was a person of modern society. How could someone from this world deem him as such? He recalled his past life, where martial arts training occupied the majority of his time. After graduating from middle school, although he nominally attended high school, he was frequently sent by his master to spar with others, resulting in long absences from school. Over time, he had become quite unfamiliar with his high school classmates. During university, he merely held a nominal status as well. At that moment, he had already risen to prominence, beginning to challenge renowned figures in the martial arts world, while also frequently facing challenges from others. That year, he was 19. As Li Qing attempted to reminisce about the past, he was interrupted by a string of melodious laughter ahead. Hee 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 hee. Noera Rin, walking ahead, could no longer contain her laughter. She had finally discovered Li Qing's weakness. With a spin, Noera Rin's skirt blossomed like a flower, her entire being resembling a drooping white blossom. Once she came to a halt, her hands remained clasped behind her, with one foot poised delicately in front of the other, the toe of the rear foot touching the ground. She gazed at Li Qing with a knowing smile, and after a few moments, she spoke. Li Qing, just you wait. With that, she turned away again, hands still clasped behind her, her legs occasionally giving a gentle kick forward. Li Qing found it rather perplexing and muttered to the retreating figure, boring. Chapter 71. Fragrance of Xianglin. Behold the mountains ablaze with crimson hues, the forests adorned in vibrant colors. The Maple Leaf Mountain range stretches for dozens of kilometers, resembling a sea of fire engulfing the earth from afar. The Maple Leaf Villa, situated at the heart of this range, is the largest and tallest peak among the surrounding mountains. When others refer to Maple Leaf Mountain, they are usually referring to this very place. The campsite atop Maple Leaf Mountain is nestled in a valley, conveniently close to the villa, originally serving as a barracks. Li Qing observed the unsteady figure ahead and contemplated her identity, which could be described differently, a retired female assassin. Though she appeared graceful and delicate now, she had been trained in the art of killing since childhood. As Noera Rin walked, her brow furrowed, and she suddenly turned to look back, realizing Li Qing was gazing at her with an odd expression. Little brother, are you secretly cursing your sister in your heart? Li Qing found this amusing. A woman's intuition was truly remarkable. Merely pondering her identity had elicited her awareness. No, I was contemplating your identity, he replied candidly, revealing his thoughts without reservation. Oh, I see. She found the title of female assassin intriguing. Perhaps due to her upbringing in the hidden village, she had been surrounded by ninjas her entire life, failing to realize how vastly different she was from ordinary people. In nearly 2 years, she had undergone a remarkable transformation. Noera Rin resumed her walk, playfully wrinkling her nose before casually inquiring, why have you concealed your fragrance again? There are no others around. What emanated from Li Qing was not a fragrance, but rather a natural scent, a pure essence from his being. It would be rather unusual to smell more fragrant than a lady. Due to his unique scent, he often attracted ethereal beings. At times when he desired solitude, he would suppress his aroma. Being outdone in this regard by you is not a matter of shame. Noera Rin continued to walk, speaking to herself, when suddenly she caught a whiff of that familiar scent. Taking a deep breath, she became entranced, only to blush moments later. She felt her actions were somewhat enamored, rather impertinent. Li Qing observed her reaction, unfazed. It was a normal response, devoid of any shame. If one did not react this way, it would be more concerning. Though his words sounded like consolation, Noera Rin felt he was being excessively harsh. Calling her out at such a moment did not comfort her, rather, it made her feel more embarrassed. No way, no way, no way, Noera Rin shouted without turning back, striding ahead as if to distance herself from that insufferable person behind her. Li Qing gently shook his head and followed suit. Upon reaching the campsite, Li Qing saw Noera Rin squatting before a little girl with red hair. The others were engrossed in their own training. Each of them possessed some inherited skills. Although they did not practice ninjutsu, they could still refine chakra. In the past, their training methods consisted of hacking at straw dummies or endlessly striking at the air. Eventually, Li Qing crafted a set of training equipment, diversifying their methods. Initially, he taught them basic stances and breathing techniques for daily practice. Later, he customized 1 or 2 sets of skills for each individual based on their unique circumstances. Upon his arrival, Li Qing naturally drew the attention of everyone present. "Young master." "Here, you may simply call me Master Li." Hearing this, the group fell silent, heads bowed. In matters of obedience, they complied without question. But this was one thing they steadfastly resisted. "Very well, call me whatever you wish." Seeing their stubbornness, Li Qing decided to let it be. Sometimes, accommodating others is not as challenging as it seems, depending solely on one's ability to persuade oneself. The group felt relieved when the young master no longer insisted on being called Master Li, easing the tension. From their earliest memories, they had been taught to be loyal to the Beichin family, showing utmost respect to their lord in both action and speech. Not everyone was present. Some were out on missions, while others patrolled the area. Li Qing paid them no mind and approached the little girl. "Master Li." As he drew near, he heard a sweet voice calling out. Only this little girl obediently referred to him as Master Li. Noera Rin, noticing how Li Qing had captured the girl's attention, pouted slightly. "Xianglin." Li Qing smiled in response to the little girl's call, revealing a small white bottle in his palm. "Look what I brought you." The moment Xianglin saw the item, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She recognized it instantly. Master Li always brought her a small bottle each time he visited. "Flower nectar." Xianglin beamed, responding with childlike enthusiasm. "Correct. This is your reward." Li Qing squatted down, uncorking the bottle to bring it to her lips. He assumed she would open her mouth as usual to receive it, but this time she recoiled slightly. Before he could inquire, she spoke up. "I want my mommy to try this too." Xianglin looked at Li Qing, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Li Qing did not wish to disappoint her and immediately agreed without hesitation. "All right." He produced another white bottle and handed the unopened one to her. "This is for your mommy, and this one you can drink yourself." Xianglin's face lit up with joy as she accepted the bottle meant for her mother. "Thank you, Master Li." After expressing her gratitude, she leaned in to drink. Gulp, gulp, gulp. She finished it in one breath, displaying a blissful expression as if craving more. Licking her lips. So delicious. The child couldn't articulate her feelings, but she knew it tasted wonderful. Seeing her happiness warmed Li Qing's heart. After several doses of nectar, her previously frail body had filled out considerably. When he first met her, she had been so emaciated, resembling a little monkey. "Master Li." Li Qing turned to see Xianglin's mother, Xiangpu, standing there somewhat shyly. He smiled and said, "Sister Xiangpu, there's no need to be so formal. Please, feel at ease. You are not my subordinate. You are merely working here." As soon as Li Qing finished speaking, Noera Rin seized the opportunity to chime in. "Exactly, Sister Xiangpu. There's no need to be polite to this guy. I'm also working for him, and look at me, I'm perfectly fine." Li Qing maintained a warm smile and gentle demeanor, aided by Noera Rin's efforts to ease the atmosphere. The pressure in Xiangpu's heart significantly lessened, allowing her body to relax as well. Xiangling spotted her mother arriving and immediately stood up to rush to her side, presenting a small bottle in her hand. "Mom, this is for you. It's really delicious." Seeing her daughter's thoughtfulness, Xiangpu felt a pang in her heart, and tears threatened to spill. Yet, mindful of the others around, she stifled her emotions. Li Qing, observing Xiangpu's reaction, reflected on the strength forged through adversity, particularly in the case of a mother caring for a 2-year-old. Chapter 72. Correction. Ultimately, Xiangpu accepted the heartfelt gift from her daughter, though she felt hesitant to drink it in front of others. In an effort to not disrupt Xiangling's time with Li Qing, she made an excuse to head to the kitchen. "It's your fault for scaring her away." Upon seeing Xiangpu leave, Noera Rin seized the opportunity to chastise Li Qing as payback for his earlier teasing. Li Qing met her unreasonable outburst with a smile, choosing silence. He fetched a stool, sitting beside little Xiangling to accompany her as she perused her picture book, a gift from Noera Rin, who had previously brought Tian Tian along. Noticing that Xiangling was holding the book too close, Li Qing thought it wise to intervene. "Xiangling, you shouldn't look at books this close, or your eyes will suffer." "Oh." Little Xiangling gasped, her eyes widening in surprise. Her expression soon turned serious as she turned to her trusted teacher, asking, "Teacher Li, does that mean I won't be able to see anymore?" Suppressing a chuckle at her anxious demeanor, Li Qing replied solemnly, "Essentially, yes. You would have to navigate with a stick, like this." He picked up a metal rod and demonstrated walking blindly for her. Rin, with a mischievous glint in her eye, approached Li Qing and playfully tripped him. "Let us see if you're really blind." Xiangling, witnessing the unfolding scene, widened her eyes, wanting to warn her teacher, but it was too late. Clatter. Li Qing stumbled and fell, landing awkwardly. "Teacher Li." Xiangling jumped off her little stool, rushing to help him with a worried expression. Li Qing, using her support to rise, reminded her, "You understand how terrible it is to have bad eyesight, right? If you encounter someone like Aunt Rin, it could be even worse. So remember to keep a distance when reading and sit up straight." After explaining, he sat on Xiangling's small stool and opened the book, demonstrating proper posture. Little Xiangling clenched her tiny fists, paying close attention. She had witnessed the consequences of poor eyesight and was determined not to end up like that. "Have you learned?" Li Qing inquired after his demonstration. Xiangling nodded vigorously, her expression earnest. "Then you try the position I just showed you," he encouraged, allowing her to attempt it herself. Obediently, Xiangling mimicked his posture, sitting upright and focused. "Yes, just like that. Xiangling, you're very clever. Reading this way will keep your eyes safe." Hearing Li Qing's praise, her tense expression finally relaxed, revealing a look of relief. Li Qing smiled at her array of changing expressions. Children indeed wore their hearts on their sleeves, unencumbered by worries, simply expressing their genuine feelings. Having corrected Xiangling's posture, he sat beside her, allowing her to continue exploring her book. His gaze then drifted to the person responsible for his fall. Though she had been labeled as an ant and a villain, such remarks paled in comparison to the experience of being tripped. This was a rare opportunity, one that might not come again. From early discussions about avoiding premature romance to the earlier teasing, she had finally managed to exhale a sigh of relief. When Li Qing's eyes met Rin's, she shot him a fierce glare. Li Qing merely smiled in response, choosing to overlook the previous incident. In a twist of fate, the demonstration had proven exceptionally effective. As Xiangling continued to flip through her picture book, she yawned. Li Qing recognized that she was ready for her afternoon nap. "Xiangling, why don't you take a little rest?" Struggling against her heavy eyelids, she reached out to Li Qing, seeking his embrace. Having visited her many times, he was familiar with her dwelling. Before long, he gently laid her down and tucked her in. Xiangling, aware that once she fell asleep, her teacher would depart, fought against her drowsiness to ask, "Teacher Li, when will you come again?" Li Qing adjusted her blanket and softly replied, "We live close by, so I can come anytime. Just don't hide from me." Xiangling shook her head vigorously, quickly affirming, "I won't hide." Satisfied with his reassurance, she finally closed her eyes, drifting into slumber. Li Qing noticed the slight upward curve of her lips, a testament to her contentment. In this cold world, children are particularly sensitive to warmth, just as they are to malice. Many perceive children as naive, exposing their darker sides without reservation. Little do they realize that children are acutely aware of both kindness and cruelty. Despite being just over 2 years old, Xiangling possessed self-awareness. The struggles of their journey had imparted some understanding. Thus, when faced with the rare kindness she had encountered, she cherished it deeply, a natural instinct of a child. After Li Qing exited the room, Rin awaited outside. "Is she asleep?" she asked, a question that was somewhat redundant. As Li Qing made his way out, he remarked casually, "I nearly tripped over something just now." Rin recognized his veiled comment, but chose not to engage, as she had already gained much from the day. After making a few playful faces behind him, she hurried to catch up, exiting the camp together. The mountains were ablaze with red maple leaves, reminiscent of the warm glow of the sunset. Once Li Qing departed, Jiulang finally emerged from his hiding spot. "Jiulang, why aren't you with the master?" Today was a day off for Jiulang, so they all addressed her informally. "Are you foolish? I may be on leave, but I snuck into the camp to train." Jiulang shot a glare at the two who spoke, making the others fall silent. They feared provoking her ire, as her newfound abilities could deliver quite the shock. Ever since Jiulang had learned the so-called thunder magic from the master, their methods of punishment had expanded, and the experience was beyond words. "Have you all completed your training tasks for today?" Jiulang's expression remained impassive, prompting the group to scatter like birds. Watching them leave, Jiulang smirked slightly. She had been discovered while hiding earlier, as the master had glanced in her direction when departing. Since her cover was blown, she resolved to train earnestly. Beep, beep. Just as Jiao Lang prepared to act, the urgent communicator sounded. Chapter 73. Stormy Pear Blossom Needles. As a commander, true rest was a luxury. An urgent matter required her direct attention. Jing, gather your team and follow me. Full gear. Yes, Commander. Those in the training grounds of the camp had heard the alert and paused their practice, awaiting instructions. The team led by Jing was selected, leaving the others to continue with their own tasks. Soon, a group of 7 was fully equipped, standing before Jiro, who was also clad in armor. Upon seeing the gathered individuals, Jiro's left hand glimmered with a sapphire ring, summoning forth a formidable beast measuring approximately 20 feet in length and 10 feet in height. This creature, with the head of an eagle and the body of a lion, bore 2 wings. Its form not of flesh and blood, but rather resembling a blend of gold and wood, shimmering with a chilling light. The onlookers in the training ground gasped at the sight of this monstrous apparition. Jiro was the first to leap onto the beast's back, positioning himself at the forefront and gripping the handrails tightly. Come aboard, he commanded, prompting the others to follow suit and secure themselves beside him. With a crackle, Jiro's eyes sparked with energy, and the beast began to move, its wings unfurling to an impressive span of 16 meters. With a thunderous push of its legs, the creature leaped skyward, soaring to a height of several dozen meters. In midair, it flapped its wings, lifting its body before gliding toward the designated area. It was only when Jiro and his companions had ventured far that the onlookers regained their senses, their eyes filled with envy. Truly magnificent, one exclaimed, a sentiment echoed by the rest. The beast Jiro rode was none other than a mechanical puppet crafted by Li Qing, a marvel born from the fusion of puppet and mechanism arts, powered not by chakra, but by electricity. Jiro's earlier eye flashes were merely to activate it. Its energy was replenished through other means. Li Qing had been inspired by the art of mechanisms, leading him to visit the sand-hidden village. Upon his return, he had devoted himself to research, ultimately creating this prototype flying puppet, which currently only possessed a flight mode, lacking any combat capabilities. In a fit of whimsy, Li Qing had designed its appearance to resemble a griffin. Meanwhile, Sanuewa and her companions had been observing a group of suspicious individuals, refraining from action while awaiting the arrival of their masterminds. Upon receiving word, Jiro hastily gathered his forces. On the other side, Sanuewa's team had been stationed in a concealed location 10 kilometers from Maple Leaf Village, having endured hardships for over a month trailing this group. They had multiple opportunities to capture them, but had withheld their actions, recognizing that these were mere pawns. Capturing them would yield no significant results. Finally, today they awaited the arrival of the group's backers. During the interrogation of a captured individual, it was revealed that they had been hired to create havoc in Maple Leaf Village, and there appeared to be further plans afoot. As they arrived, the intention was to ensure those who came would not return. Speaking of which, after becoming a rogue ninja, Shimura Danzo initially fled but soon returned. He was not far from the Leaf Village, a position he had devoted his life to, and could not simply abandon it. He had been biding his time, yearning for the day he could return to Konoha and ascend to the position of Hokage. Without the power he once held in Konoha, Danzo found himself struggling in the outside world. His subordinates had dwindled to just a few, and the task of cultivating new allies was fraught with difficulty, both due to a lack of worthy candidates and the absence of financial resources. Without Konoha's fiscal backing, he was rendered powerless. Ultimately, he resorted to taking on bounty missions in the black market, a rather ironic situation for a rogue ninja. Danzo's arrival at Maple Leaf Village was not motivated by the bounty, but rather by the realization that the local lord harbored grievances against Konoha, a departure that was linked to a letter of accountability from the lord. In Danzo's eyes, Konoha was supreme. The Fire Nation and its lords were nothing but insignificant. He was determined to become Hokage and would eliminate any threats to his ambition. Thus, when he learned of opposing forces planning to undermine the local lord, he covertly joined their ranks. The newly arrived group, alongside the original residents of Maple Leaf Village, aimed to assassinate the local lord or at the very least wreak substantial havoc. However, these schemers were unaware that they had already been targeted. As they arrived, they were detected and a devastating counter awaited them. Guided by Sanuewa's intel, Jiro soon reached the meeting point. With a resounding crash, the colossal beast landed nearby. creating a significant commotion that alerted the group. Jiro and his associates were immediately spotted, their presence too conspicuous to be overlooked, though this was Jiro's intention. "What is that?" one of the newcomers questioned, prompting immediate vigilance among the others. "You fools," their leader scolded, recognizing the maple leaf emblem on Jiro's armor. It was evident to anyone with sense that their cover had been blown long before their arrival. Jiro brandished his weapon, leaping down from the griffin as the others followed suit. Meanwhile, Sanuewa's team no longer concealed their positions. Jiro observed the hostile group, his intent to strike clear. As he raised his weapon, a massive barrier materialized, enveloping all within a radius of several hundred meters. "A barrier!" Someone shouted in alarm, their voice tinged with panic. The group, hastily assembled and lacking discipline, descended into chaos. Both sides understood that today would not end peacefully, and battle loomed imminent. The two teams behind Jiro produced long rectangular boxes, unlocking them before crouching to aim and firing their triggers. A chorus of 14 shots rang out, unleashing a torrent of fine needles upon their adversaries. "What is that?" The attackers found themselves ensnared within a web of needles, unable to escape. Earth release, earth-style wall. Wind release, vacuum wave. The barrage of needles descended like a net, relentless and deadly. The speed of the projectiles and their extensive coverage rendered the earth walls useless, shattering them in moments. "Ah, my chakra is sealed." As the seemingly omnipresent needles swept through, some fell instantly, pierced through like sieves, while those fortunate enough to survive found their chakra rendered ineffective. This weapon, crafted specifically to combat ninjas, was a mere toy for Li Qing but a deadly instrument for an ordinary ninja. Storm of pear blossom needles. These were specially designed projectiles infused with sealing capabilities, with each box containing a staggering 12,999 needles. In this arena, only two remained unscathed. Chapter 74, Kill. The two standing were a wandering ninja named Han Tu, who proclaimed himself the king of bounty hunters and was notably adept in earth release, though his actual prowess was questionable. The other was Shimura Danzo, a rogue from the Leaf Village, skilled in wind release, sealing techniques, and summoning large creatures. He claimed to be the root of Konoha, one of the culprits behind the abduction of infants. The leader of this faction was already dead. Jiro had brought Jing along precisely because she was responsible for intelligence. The crude disguises of the adversaries were laughably inadequate under her expert scrutiny. Danzo, who did not even wear a mask, considered himself incognito. How absurd. On the other hand, the remaining two were astonished. When had the warriors of the territory become so formidable, knowing their every secret? In the past, such missions had involved confrontations among ninjas, but this time was different. Initially, one might have thought that a group of warriors could be easily dispatched, but now, the situation has reversed entirely. They have become the prey, while their adversaries assumed the role of hunters. Among the 32 individuals, some have perished while others are gravely injured, and most critically, those wounded cannot summon their chakra. Eliminate them. Leave no survivors, not a single one. It seems that Jiro might have been the legendary killer by Chi in a past life, as his instinct in such circumstances is to resort to slaughter. Now that the mastermind has been unveiled, sparing anyone is inconsequential. Previously, they unleashed the rain of pear blossom needles. Now, both teams draw forth their crossbows once more. With precision, they take aim and fire in unison, without a hint of hesitation. The once agile ninjas, unable to harness chakra, now resemble ordinary individuals in terms of swiftness. Struck by the rain of pear blossom needles, they find themselves too weak to flee, surrounded by a forest of fine needles embedded in the ground. The cries of agony rise and fall like a haunting symphony. And ultimately, only two manage to escape the barrage. The weapons they flung in their final moments are effortlessly thwarted by shields. This combat strategy was proposed by Li Qing, who articulated that if one can strike from afar, they should do so. Only those ninjas too formidable and agile to be reached by long-range attacks would face Jiro in the end. As the enemy dwindles to just two, both teams feel a mix of relief and sorrow. The crafting of the rain of pear blossom needles is exceedingly costly and demands significant time and effort to perfect. Just as the remaining two attempt to move, Jiro, wielding a great halberd, propels himself forward with a powerful leap, leaving behind a massive crater in his wake. Utilizing the earth release, earth-heavy armor technique, he forms seals for protection, instantly encasing his vital areas in a shell of solid rock. In stark contrast, Shikamaru Danzo believes that offense is the best defense. He unleashes a barrage of vacuum blasts towards the phantom figures, yet none find their mark. The Earth release. Rock spear formation erupts with a thunderous roar as countless rock spikes pierce from underground, exuding an overwhelming force. Following this, several kunai imbued with explosive tags shoot forth. Jiro strides through this chaos as if it were an untroubled realm, for the attacks directed at him are far too slow. In the midst of his sprint, he draws back the great halberd, propelling it like an arrow with thunderous might towards Hanato. Upon witnessing this, Hanato's pupils constrict, and he hastily forms seals. The Earth release. 5 layers of earth flow wall rises with a resounding crash, erecting 5 dense and formidable walls of rock in front of Hanato. Shikamaru Danzo and Hanato coordinate their efforts, united against a common foe. The wind release. Great vacuum wave surges forth, a sweeping barrage of wind blades aimed at obliterating their adversary. Yet, the 5 layers of earth walls are pierced as if they were mere tofu, soon enveloped in a tempest of lightning. With a cry of despair, Hanato endures the electric onslaught and the ensuing shockwave, managing to complete his seals at the last moment. In a moment of desperation, he employs the body replacement technique. But just as he catches his breath, he is struck violently, bones cracking under the strain. Before he can react further, he finds himself ensnared in a vice-like grip. And with a powerful knee strike, his chest caves in, leaving him in a state of disarray. With relentless force, Jiro slams Hanato into the ground, creating a deep indentation in the earth beneath him. Finally, Jiro delivers a crushing blow to Hanato's back, further embedding him into the ground. As Hanato lies lifeless, Jiro reveals himself, the shadows of his previous movements returning to their rightful places. In the blink of an eye, the so-called Bounty King is reduced to mere fragments. To ensure total annihilation, Jiro delivers a few additional strikes, rendering the once formidable Hanato utterly defeated. At this moment, Hanato lies in a pool of blood, his demise grotesque and tragic. Shikamaru Danzo, witnessing the scene, feels his heart plummet as he realizes that a once temporary ally has been vanquished in an instant. With an incantation, Shikamaru presses his palm to the ground, blood serving as the conduit. Summoning technique, Dream Taper. A colossal creature materializes, resembling a fusion of an elephant and a tiger. Its fur a vibrant orange. Jiro raises his right hand, and the embedded snowstorm within the earth flow wall emits a resonant hum. In a flash, the snowstorm rushes into Jiro's grasp. Great Commander, this summoning beast is known as Dream Taper. It possesses an immense gravitational pull. Exercise caution. The distant team members, having just finished their tasks, sweat for their commander as they behold the monstrous figure. The disparity in size is staggering. Both Shikamaru Danzo and Dream Taper are bewildered. They have yet to make their move, yet their secrets seem laid bare. What if the great commander cannot prevail? Should they alert the young master? Anxiety brews among them. For despite having just vanquished a group of ninjas, they are acutely aware of their limitations. Without the rain of pear blossom needles to incapacitate the enemy's chakra, swift resolution is unattainable. Rest assured, we must place our trust in the great commander. One voice remains composed, asserting that since the great commander dares to invoke the formation, he fears not the foe. Moreover, they are situated beneath the Maple Leaf Mountain, likely under the watchful gaze of the young master. As an intelligence officer, she discerns from scattered information that the young master is incredibly strong, unparalleled in might. She holds the young master in utmost reverence, considering him omnipotent. The tome she possesses, Ninja World Compendium, was casually bestowed upon her by the young master. It contains a wealth of knowledge about various ninjas and villages. The young master had humorously instructed her to keep it from prying eyes, emphasizing that only she could discern its contents, while others would see only blank pages. Returning to the confrontation, Jiro stands undaunted before the grotesque creature, positioning the snowstorm across his arms, his eyes sparking with thunderous intensity as he begins to form seals. With hands clasped, he forms a unique configuration, invoking the spell of the Great Void Treasure Seal. Upon uttering the incantation, Jiro's feet sink into the ground. The Great Void Seal, a technique devised by Li Qing for the snowstorm, unlocks a tremendous force and the latent power within. With the weapon freed, Jiro alters his hand gestures once more. The middle, ring, and pinky fingers intertwine, while the thumbs align at the center and the index fingers connect. The heart mantra of water emerges, unleashing a torrent of lightning from Jiro's form. Yet, there is more. Jiro adjusts his gestures again, palms upward, with his left fingers curled, intertwining with the right as his right middle finger emerges from between the left's middle and ring fingers. Lightning Ancestor Seal. Thunder of the Nine Heavens, heed my command. As his declaration reverberates, a colossal manifestation of lightning takes shape, mirroring Jiro's form, arms raised in a similar fashion. In a swift motion, Jiro completes the seals, and the lightning avatar expands explosively. With the dream taper in sight, Jiro charges forward, his lightning avatar in tow, wielding a colossal halberd of thunderous proportions. The ground is cleaved as he advances, creating a vast chasm in his wake. Shikamaru Danzo, witnessing this spectacle, is gripped with even greater dread, hastily forming his own seals. The wind release. Ultra-great vacuum wave forms, a colossal fan-shaped wind field that unleashes a torrent of wind blades upon their adversary. After a prolonged howl, the dream beast raised its nose, its mouth voraciously absorbing everything around it, as if intent on consuming the heavens and the earth. With a flick of his wrist, Jiro unleashed over 30,000 pounds of snowstorm, the force at full throttle, spinning it aloft. In an instant, as Jiro leaped, the ground beneath him was crushed, creating a massive conical pit approximately 10 meters in diameter, blooming like a lotus. With a thunderous crack, Jiro and the thunder body struck simultaneously, slicing through the very fabric of reality, leaving naught but a thin line between heaven and earth. The air was cleaved apart. In a swift motion, the dream beast was severed in two by the thunder body, deprived even of the chance to conclude its summoning. The remnants of Shimura Danzo were shattered into fragments, littering the ground. With a resounding boom, the earth was carved into a vast trench extending over 100 meters, akin to a true dragon plowing the land. Jiro noticed, to her astonishment, that the fragments that had been strewn moments ago had vanished. The wind release, super vacuum waves surged forth, and as the aftermath lingered, Danzo's ambush from behind was thwarted, his head pierced by a spear. The commander, tear off his arms. In the distance, Q suddenly shouted. Without hesitation, Jiro yanked both of Danzo's arms off. It was then she discerned that one of his right arms bore two eyes, one of which was already shut. Fixated on the corpse, Jiro was determined to see how many lives this person had left. After nearly 5 minutes of waiting, there was still no change. The members of both squads, having remained silent for long, approached cautiously. Hugh prodded the severed arm with a short sword, uncovering the underlying issue. Commander. He relied on this to activate the resurrection jutsu. The closed eye indicates a successful activation, while the other remains intact, yet for some reason, he failed to resurrect. Seeing that the man had not returned to life, Jiro began to form seals once more. After a series of intricate hand signs, the thunder body transformed into lightning and returned to her form, sealing her weapons once again. She documented the battlefield for records, recovered the rain pear blossom needles, and after tidying up, submitted a combat report. Yes, everyone responded in unison before each returned to their tasks. Having engaged in battle, Jiro showed no signs of fatigue. Rather, her body's recovery capabilities had countered the exhaustion. This was the fruit of her 6 months of rigorous training in Hell mode, where her recuperative abilities far surpassed her energy expenditure. The intensity of the battle was not high. The only significant strain came from the unleashed snowstorm, which, though formidable, was somewhat taxing for her. Jiro impaled Danzo's corpse on her spear, wary of any further complications and determined to keep a watchful eye on this ominous entity. Aren't you disgusted? Despite the harrowing battles, Jiro's heart remained unperturbed. Upon hearing that familiar voice, she felt a twinge of anxiety. Turning her head, she beheld a warm smile belonging to none other than the young master. She had been seated atop a griffin but immediately stood up. Young master, what brings you here? The Lord had instructed her to shield his son from such sordid affairs. Jiro felt it was inappropriate for the young master to be involved, especially considering he was merely 2.5 years old. If I do not come, he will live once more. Moreover, there is a little creature hiding underground. Young master, I am already aware. I await its emergence to eliminate it. The white Zetsu clone, eavesdropping underground, felt a surge of dread. Although merely a clone and unafraid of death, the notion of being so easily dispatched was unsettling. This is just a clone. Killing it would serve no purpose, said Li Qing, revealing a white, miniature figure in the palm of his hand. Am I correct, white Zetsu? As Li Qing's words echoed, The tiny entity on his palm spoke up with a classic inquiry, "Where am I?" Before White Zetsu could process the situation, he found himself transported from Uchiha Obito's location to this place, confronted by a being towering like a mountain, rendering him as powerless as an ant. Is this the white worm hiding underground? White worm. White Zetsu felt profoundly insulted, yet dared not voice his displeasure. He was the essence of that entity, a product of infinite Tsukuyami, resembling a grotesque corpse puppet. Grotesque? For the first time in his life, he was judged on his appearance, yet he remained silent. I shall strike him down with heavenly thunder. Li Qing not only instructed Jiro in her training, but also imparted various esoteric knowledge. She was the first individual to receive such comprehensive teachings from him, as her circumstances mirrored his own past, both being born as natural martial arts prodigies. Before Li Qing began instructing her, she was already formidable. Upon arriving in this world, he discovered alternative paths within martial arts. Thus, he enthusiastically guided Jiro along a different route. No need. Killing him would hold no significance. He will never return to Maple Leaf Source, Li Qing declared, casually flicking his wrist, causing White Zetsu to vanish, along with the memories of his clone underground. Though Jiro did not fully grasp the implications of never returning, she trusted the young master's words, for he never spoke idly. His words were law. In the distance, White Zetsu found himself back in Uchiha Obito's body, bewildered, as though he had just awoken from a dream, having encountered a godlike figure who spoke of the deliciousness of hot pot. Unable to comprehend it further, he resumed his surveillance of Uchiha Obito. "Young master, how shall we dispose of this?" Jiro inquired, gesturing toward an arm bearing an ominous eye. Chapter 76. Solitude. Upon seeing the grotesque eye, Li Qing sighed inwardly. A pair of eyes indicated that either Danzo had stolen them during the battle or that he had harmed someone connected to the Uchiha. Of no use. Let it return to dust. With a wave of his sleeve, the eye dissipated into the wind, seemingly departing with its true master from this world. Thus, Danzo's dreams of utilizing his Anaji to alter fate were irrevocably shattered. Jiro, do you not find this unfair? You have worked so hard and endured so much to acquire your strength, only for a single jutsu, a single eye, to erase it all. This was the true reason for Li Qing's presence, for the prior tasks were trivial to him. He was genuinely concerned about the impact of these events on Jiro's mindset. Young master, I believe this situation is indeed unfair for others. However, for myself, I harbor no grievances, for I possess your teachings, which far exceed the power of those relying on external means, Jiro replied. Hearing her response, Li Qing chuckled softly, realizing his worries were unfounded and inadvertently receiving a compliment from Jiro. As she noticed the young master's gentle smile, Jiro felt a wave of shyness wash over her, turning her gaze away slightly to conceal her bashfulness. Outside, she exuded decisiveness, unperturbed by the act of killing, reminiscent of a seasoned general. Yet before the young master, her feminine side easily emerged. Seeing that Jiro was well, Li Qing prepared to depart, knowing his presence might disrupt her work. Before leaving, he casually inquired, Jiro, why do you hesitate to call me master? Jiro momentarily froze at Li Qing's question, quickly regaining her composure to voice her feelings. Because you are the young master. Upon hearing her answer, Li Qing chuckled wryly, then playfully tapped her on the head before stepping forward and vanishing from sight. After Li Qing departed, Jiro rubbed her head, resuming her seat, her mood seemingly brighter than before. She understood that the young master cared for everyone around him, including her. By the time all matters were concluded, the night had fallen, and the scene was now bustling with not just the previous two squads, but over 100 individuals had gathered. These individuals do not belong to the camp of Shirlang. They are part of other factions within the Beichin army. Time swiftly passed, and 2 days had elapsed. In the study of Fengya Mountain Manor, Lord, this is the entirety of the events that transpired. After presenting the report on the incident, Shirlang recounted the events verbally to ensure the Lord grasped the situation with clarity. This was the final report, meticulously validated after thorough examination. Upon finishing, Beichin Xingzi carefully reviewed the report once more. When she closed it, a glint of cold light flickered in her eyes. Within the report lay a particular statement, recorded by Sanshun and others during a month-long surveillance. Subsequently, it was corroborated by the intelligence team, confirming its accuracy. Their intention was clear. If they could not assassinate Beichin Xingzi, they would find a way to eliminate her son. The news of her having a son was publicly announced, signifying that the Beichin family had an heir. However, the specifics regarding her son, his age, appearance, and name, remained a mystery to the outside world. The dragon's reverse scale, if touched, would lead to death. For a mother, her child represents that very scale. The reason they did not scheme against Li Qing's father, Li Qing, was their understanding that killing him would yield no benefit. In territories like Beichin, where lords seek sons-in-law, the status of those sons-in-law is notably low, serving primarily to bear children. Beichin Xingzi harbored genuine affection for Li Qing. She fell in love at first sight when she was 11. To be with her husband, she once abandoned the vast Fengye Yuan. Despite her wealth, all her sustenance post-marriage stemmed from her husband's earnings. Li Qing believed this was his duty as a husband, while Beichin Xingzi regarded it as a sign of respect from a wife to her husband. Had they merely borne an ordinary child, they might have chosen to reside in my village indefinitely, returning to Fengye Yuan only when he or she came of age, as the family legacy required an heir. Yet, fate bestowed upon them a miraculous child, one that in their eyes was unparalleled in the world. Regardless of how extraordinary Li Qing appeared, he remained merely a child in their hearts, and they often found themselves worrying about him. Coincidentally, during that time, the orphanage incident emerged. Upon learning that the so-called root sought out exceptionally gifted children for inhumane training, Beichin Xingzi was plagued by nightmares for several days. It was no wonder she felt paranoid. Her son was too extraordinary, and she feared someone would come for him. Eventually, they relocated from the insecure environment back to Fengye Yuan. Dongxue, send a letter to the Alliance. I shall attend this year's Alliance conference. Those ninjas have become far too self-important. They must be disciplined. My son is right. The concept of ninja villages is indeed a grotesque creation. Zhilong, send someone to Beishuiling to collect some interest. When the time is ripe, we shall settle accounts. Yes, my lord. A man and a woman responded in unison before departing to fulfill their tasks. Dongxue, serving as Beichin Xingzi's acting regent, had been her maid and grew up alongside her in Fengye Mountain Manor. During Beichin Xingzi's absence, it was Dongxue who managed the entirety of Fengye Yuan. Previously, Dongxue would visit me periodically to see Beichin Xingzi until the birth of Li Qing. To maintain secrecy, Beichin Xingzi prohibited all outsiders. For over a year, no guests had graced their home apart from those Li Qing brought back. The tree desires tranquility, but the wind does not cease. Beichin Xingzi, wishing to live a serene life, found herself compelled to reclaim power for her family's sake. Not only did she reclaim it, but she also aspired to amplify her authority. Having perused some of her son's writings, she believed they hinted at the world he described as the realm of immortals. She understood her son well. Despite his daily smiles, she recognized it as mere facade, for he always exhibited a sense of alienation from this world. 2 days prior, during her son's performance, Beichin Xingzi secretly shed many tears. Feeling the loneliness within him, her heart ached deeply. She felt that the heavens had granted her such a wonderful child, yet she could not care for him adequately. A wave of self-reproach washed over her. Thus, she resolved to take action for her son. She wished to transform this world to resemble the one her son envisioned, hoping it would alleviate his solitude. Chapter 77. Beishuiling regarding the thwarted assassination. Those who should remain ignorant will remain so, while those who ought to know are already aware. For instance, the Lord of Beishuiling has been informed of the failed assassination attempt. Lord Baishui Tuanliu, now in his 40s and nearing 50, is a corpulent figure. His motivations for orchestrating a series of events are manifold: familial enmity, personal gain, and private grievances. Most of the malevolent incidents plaguing Fengye Yuan in the past were instigated by him. Presently, a small section of Fengye Yuan was once a territory belonging to Beishuiling. Years ago, the formidable Lord Beichin Xingzi seized considerable territory. Even before the establishment of ninja villages, Beichin Xingzi led the Beichin army into numerous battles. The warfare of that era was rather peculiar, akin to the tales of deities. Conventional armies clashed against one another, and ninjas engaged in their own battles. While there existed clear distinctions between territories, ninjas fought for whoever could pay them. The name Fengye Yuan derives from both the maple trees and the terrain. Fengye Mountain is the ancestral land of the Beichin family, having belonged to them for 8 centuries. At that time, the Beichin family did not possess the vast territory they hold today, and Fengye Yuan was not yet known by its current name. The present Fengye Yuan is flanked by mountains on 3 sides, with plains in the center and a coastline to the east, a grand achievement realized by Lord Beichin Xingzi. Fengye Yuan is coveted by many lords, not only for its fertile plains that yield abundant crops, but also for its strategically advantageous position. Among the numerous territories in the Land of Fire, Fengye Yuan ranks among the largest. The sudden return of the long-absent Beichin lord stirred up considerable commotion. Many lords found it hard to comprehend why one would abandon such vast lands. In truth, Beichin Xingzi had not ventured far. She remained in close proximity to Fengye Yuan. When it was revealed that the current heir of the Beichin family was a girl, many territories sought to marry her, aiming to annex Fengye Yuan through such unions. Beishwiling was particularly eager, given its adjacency to Fengye Yuan. At that time, the over 30-year-old Baishui Tuanliu even sought to propose, while Beichin Xingzi was merely 7. The outcome was predictable. Beichin Xingzi's father, still alive at the time, had him beaten severely, resulting in a broken leg. To this day, Baishui Tuanliu limps as a result. Among the lords, he has become a subject of ridicule, often mocked and teased. Baishui Tuanliu assigned a rarely seen retainer to carry out the task, believing that even if it failed, no one would suspect him. He underestimated the situation far too much. From any perspective, he is the prime suspect. Not only did they know, but they have also begun retaliating in various ways. Trouble is brewing, my lord. A voice outside called out urgently, causing Baishui Tuanliu, who was enjoying a massage from a beautiful woman, to furrow his brow. In his grand domain, who dares disturb his leisure? Yet recognizing the voice of his most trusted retainer, he could not afford to dismiss it. Come in. What has happened to incite such panic? The man, granted entry, pushed the door open. Baishui Tuanli maintained his relaxed posture, reclining on the tatami, continuing to relish his indulgence. My lord, the price of grain has skyrocketed across the territory. At least tenfold. Chaos is already ensuing outside. Time is of the essence. There is no room for formalities. The individual who entered spoke directly about the matter at hand. They were united, sharing both glory and ruin. A sudden, jarring sound heralded the dreadful news, causing Baishui Tuanliu to lose his balance and tumble from the couch, weighing over 300 pounds. He attempted to steady the beautiful maidservant beside the lord, but inadvertently pulled her down with him, nearly crushing her. By the time Baishui Tuanliu managed to regain his seat, a considerable amount of time had passed. The cause of his delay was the blood that had streamed from his nose due to the fall, rendering him faint at the sight of it. Now, his brow furrowed in concern. Baishui Ling was not a fertile land, and the once abundant grain-producing area had long been claimed by others decades ago. As he pondered possible strategies in response to this predicament, a knock echoed from the door once more. However, this time, there were no shouts or sounds, only silence. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, there was still no sound or sign of anyone entering. Logically, his quarters were not accessible to the idle or mischievous. Frowning, Baishui Tuanliu commanded one of his guards to investigate. Yes, the guard opened the door and peered outside, finding no one present. However, upon lowering his gaze, he discovered a large, square wooden box in the corridor. Fearing hidden traps, he refrained from approaching it immediately and returned to report his findings. My lord, there is a box outside. What kind of box? Upon hearing this, the guard stepped aside, allowing those inside to glimpse the large wooden box in the corridor. The sudden appearance of such an object surely signaled trouble. They were not fools. Assassination attempts were commonplace for those in high positions. Let us see what lies within. Though apprehensive, the guard cautiously approached the box, as he held the lowest rank among them. If he did not investigate, who would? He swallowed hard and slowly placed his hand on the lid. When nothing happened, he breathed a sigh of relief, yet tension quickly returned. With a click, the box opened. And still, nothing occurred. As the guard's eyes, which had previously closed in anticipation, slowly opened, he gasped at the sight within. Terrified, he dropped the lid and stumbled backward, scrambling away from the box. The others, witnessing his reaction, became alert, and the guards swiftly surrounded Baishui Tuanliu for protection. What is it? Baishui Tuanliu exclaimed angrily, irritated by his guard's response. It is the head of the young master. What? Repeat that. Baishui Tuanliu could scarcely believe his ears, his eyes widening in disbelief as he fixed his gaze on the fallen guard. He would rather believe the guard was deceiving him or that he had misinterpreted what he saw. The young master referred to his youngest son, whom he cherished dearly and had designated as his heir. Under the lord's intense scrutiny, the guard was compelled to confirm, it is indeed the young master's head. Oh, my son. Baishui Tuanliu lunged toward the box, only to be firmly restrained by others. Given his size, without their collective strength, he would have charged ahead. My son. After uttering that anguished cry, Bai Shui Tuanlu felt the world spin around him. His vision darkened, and he collapsed. Chapter 78. A parent's love for their child. When Bai Shui Tuanlu regained consciousness, it was already night. Surrounding him were a multitude of individuals, all his children. He had 9 sons and 10 daughters, and presently 12 were gathered around him. The others were either married off or absent. A sense of joy filled the group upon learning of their younger brother's demise. They were nearly ready to celebrate with drums and gongs. Why should he, the youngest, inherit the title while they, the older siblings, were relegated to mere financial gain? Even without this incident, some had plotted to hire assassins to eliminate the so-called brother. Father. A chorus of voices called out to him, each face displaying sorrow, as if they bore an unbearable pain. My son. Upon awakening, Bai Shui Tuanlu murmured softly about his beloved youngest son, casting a dismissive glance at his assembled offspring. While they maintained a facade of concern for their father, their hearts grew colder with each passing moment. Where am I? Bai Shui Tuanlu, still reeling from the shock, found his body unresponsive, aside from his hands. He could not move. His complexion was pale, his gaze dim, and his mouth slightly askew. Even his outstretched hand appeared distorted. Observing his claw-like grip, his children felt no sorrow, only satisfaction. Since the arrival of the so-called brother, they had received scant attention from their father. Now, he might not even recognize them. The younger brother had shown them no respect, and their resentment grew. My lord, the box remains in the corridor. No one has dared to touch it without your command. At these words, tears streamed down Bai Shui Tuanlu's face. His beloved son lay abandoned in the corridor. The sorrow was overwhelming. He had invested immense love and care in raising that child. Now, he felt as if he had drawn water with a basket, losing his most cherished son while the others had grown distant. Having once been a son himself, he understood the depth of their hatred toward him. Bring it to me. I wish to see him one last time. Bai Shui Tuanlu resolved to gaze upon his son once more before redirecting his attention to his remaining children. Death meant death, devoid of any further value. Even if the boy resembled him, it would make no difference. The guard who had initially discovered the box approached the corridor again. This time, he was less cautious. Having already opened the lid and knowing it had remained undisturbed for some time, he grasped the wooden box firmly with both hands, tilting his face away to avoid seeing the head. As he lifted the box, he found it surprisingly heavy, and it did not budge at first. Just as he prepared to exert more force, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The box emitted a peculiar clicking sound, startling him into releasing his grip and retreating quickly. However, it was too late. The box burst open, revealing a multitude of tiny holes. In an instant, countless needles shot forth in all directions. Cries of horror filled the air. Anyone who laid eyes on the box was struck by the needles, blood gushing forth. Protect the Lord, someone shouted. And the guards formed a protective barrier around Bai Shui Tuanlu. In reality, their position was safe from the needles. Yet several of Bai Shui Tuanlu's children who had approached to witness the spectacle were tragically killed on the spot. The rain of needles continued for a full 2 minutes before finally ceasing. Just when the onlookers believed the ordeal had ended, a new calamity arose. Boom. The wooden box containing the head of Bai Shui Ling's future heir exploded, obliterating the head into smithereens. No, Bai Shui Tuanlu shouted in fury, only to spew forth blood, his eyes closing as he fell into unconsciousness. The following day, news of the events at the Bai Shui Ling Lord's residence spread throughout the noble circles. Even those outside the circle became aware of this significant occurrence. At Fengya Mountain Manor, upon learning the outcome, Beichen Xingzi displayed little emotional upheaval, merely instructing her aides to continue monitoring intelligence from various territories. Knock knock. Enter. Beichen Xingzi, engrossed in her paperwork, called out before returning to her tasks. Suddenly, she caught a whiff of a faint chrysanthemum fragrance. She looked up and was taken aback to find her husband standing beside her, holding a steaming cup of tea. Xingzi, have a cup of tea and take a break. This is a new variety of spirit chrysanthemum that our son specially cultivated for you, freshly picked. A smile blossomed on Beichen Xingzi's face as she accepted the cup from her husband's hand, feeling a warm glow in her heart. What delighted her even more was the image of their family of 3 on the cup, which her son had added. This cup was a gift from her son on her birthday, and as soon as hot water was poured in, the family portrait would appear. Thank you, Xian. Upon hearing her words, Li Qing feigned a frown. If you keep saying thank you, I might just get angry. With a soft chuckle, Beichen Xingzi shot her husband a sidelong glance before taking a sip of the tea. The fragrant and sweet flavor enveloped her senses, and miraculously, in that moment, her fatigue vanished, replaced by a radiant glow. Xingzi, you seem even more beautiful, he remarked. Really? Beichen Xingzi felt a surge of joy upon hearing her husband's compliment. She quickly pulled out a compact mirror from her bag to check her reflection, and to her surprise, she realized that her husband was indeed speaking the truth. This made her even happier. Xingzi, although our son may not express his affection towards us like other children, he has always cared for us. He simply shows it in a different way. As parents, we must not overthink this. I know. Beichen Xingzi set down the mirror and nestled her head against her husband's shoulder. After a while, she looked up at him. Having such a son fills me with joy. Why would I have any doubts? She couldn't help but laugh at her own words, recalling the day their son was born, which had astonished everyone. The greatest fortune of my life is having you as my wife, Li Qing said, gazing down at her and uttering a romantic line. And what about our son? Beichen Xingzi felt that while the sweet words were lovely, forgetting their son was somewhat unseemly. With you, naturally, we have our son. Isn't he encompassed within you? Upon hearing this, Beichen Xingzi playfully pinched her husband's side. You're insufferable. Despite being pinched and called annoying, Li Qing felt immense happiness. He was speaking from the heart. The greatest blessing was marrying her, and the highest honor was that she bore such an extraordinary son. Most parents in the world believe their child to be the best, and Li Qing's parents were no exception. He believed his son to be gentle and modest, never having done anything wrong and often performing good deeds. The thought that someone wanted to harm his precious son was utterly unforgivable. Thus, Li Qing took it upon himself to enact a small act of revenge against the perpetrator. He had never mentioned these actions to his son, believing that as a father, it was his duty to shield his child from harm, not something to boast about. Beichen Xingzi felt the same. She would never disclose her own actions to their son, believing that as a mother, it was only natural to act in her child's best interest. The love of parents for their children is profound and selfless. Chapter 79, One Hand. One each in the Hokage building of Konoha, a heavy silence prevailed. Upon learning of Shimura Danzo's death, a mix of emotions surged within the group. Right or wrong? He was a man with whom they had worked for decades. Whether Danzo was good or bad was difficult to ascertain. He had fought valiantly for Konoha, and many of the clandestine tasks had been his doing. In the minds of these elders, apart from his final act of conducting experiments on infants, he had not erred, including his role in nurturing the Root Foundation. In fact, the group had a plan to allow Danzo to redeem himself once the turmoil subsided. After Danzo's departure, they realized that not everyone could handle the dirty work. In such a vast ninja village, it was impossible for everything to be above board. The undercurrents ran deep. How did Danzo die? Tsurugi Kamachi suddenly broke the silence with a question. Unclear, replied the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been the one to deliver the news. As for how he knew, it was from an official document from the Land of Fire, which stated simply, Shimura Danzo attempted to assassinate the Lord of the Maple Leaf, and was killed on the spot. Sarutobi Hiruzen directly handed the document to a few individuals for their perusal. They passed it around, and once again, silence fell. Their hearts were tumultuous. They were both astonished by Danzo's audacity and horrified that such a powerful figure could easily eliminate him. All present believed that even if the assassination had failed, Danzo would have been able to escape. However, the phrase killed on the spot left them in shock. Since it was an official document, it could not be false. Is it impossible to retrieve Danzo's corpse? At least let him be buried in Konoha. After an indeterminate silence, Minato Namikaze suddenly turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked. On the surface, it seemed like a question, but it was more of a statement of his stance. It's impossible. What was expected to be a definite answer turned out to be a cold denial. Once again, the atmosphere grew heavy and desolate as the group fell into silence. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen could retrieve Danzo's body, he would not do so, not out of any deep-seated enmity, but for other reasons. Danzo's assassination of the Lord would surely incite anger, leading to discontent towards Konoha as well. If he requested Danzo's body, it would imply recognizing Danzo's actions. The war had been ongoing for nearly a year, with significant depletion of resources and manpower. Offending the Lord could jeopardize funding for military operations. In truth, Sarutobi Hiruzen's considerations were not unfounded. However, it seemed too late, as Beich and Xingzi had already resolved to propose a reduction in military expenses. Spending so much each year only intensified the conflict. The profession of a ninja did not contribute to the advancement of the world. Rather, it impeded its progress. Beich and Xingzi firmly believed this, as it was written on a piece of paper her son had once shown her. After pondering the matter for a while, Beich and Xingzi concluded that it was indeed true. With a heavy sigh, Tsurugi Kamachi was the first to leave the Hokage office, followed by the others in succession. Once everyone had departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood alone by the window, lost in thought. Uchiha Itachi had not left Konoha since returning from the battlefield with his father. Each day, apart from attending the clan school, he spent time with his younger brother and family. Uchiha Itachi declined to attend the ninja academy, as he did not wish to engage in a profession he deemed meaningless. He had watched the Qin Empire and felt that the wars depicted were not the same as the senseless battles of ninjas. Survival? People had numerous other professions available to them. One did not have to be a ninja to live. In the past, ninjas were employed by territories to fight for their lord's land. Now, however, ninjas operated independently, merely fighting for the sake of fighting. To Uchiha Itachi, the wars among ninjas seemed childish. He had analyzed the outcome of the ongoing war and concluded that, in the end, no one would concede and no one would benefit. At most, both sides would suffer and negotiate peace. So if peace was the goal, what was the point of the battles fought beforehand? Countless lives had been lost for no reason, along with the massive consumption of resources. At just 6 years old, Uchiha Itachi was contemplating issues that peers would not grapple with for decades to come. Itachi, what are you thinking? Come here to mommy. Uchiha Itachi turned to see his mother holding his younger brother and beckoning him with a smile that lit up her eyes. In the presence of his vivacious and cheerful mother, the mature and thoughtful Uchiha Itachi transformed back into a carefree 6-year-old. Before he could take a seat, Itachi Uchiha was suddenly embraced by Mikoto Uchiha. Don't move. Itachi, who had intended to make a move, fell silent at his mother's words. Then, Mikoto gathered her elder son in one arm and her younger son in the other, holding them close. Seeing her obedient eldest son in her embrace, Mikoto's face blossomed into a radiant smile, as nothing was more precious to her than her 2 children nestled in her arms. At the peak of Maple Leaf Mountain, Li Qing's parents rarely visited the summit for sightseeing, and today, Li Qing accompanied them. Tian, Li Qing's constant companion, was never far from his side. Recently, she had learned a new phrase from a piece of paper. Without you, I am like a fish out of water, struggling to survive. When Tian recited this to Li Qing, he found himself both amused and exasperated, as those words had been a whimsical lyric he had penned one day. Unbeknownst to the curious girl, the scenery at the summit was breathtaking, with 2 spirit roots supporting the entire vista. One vine, lush and dripping with green, shimmered with glowing clusters and bore numerous flowers of varying hues, sparkling like stars. The other was even more resplendent, with peach blossoms still in full bloom in the deep autumn of October, resembling a maiden standing gracefully at the mountaintop beneath a canopy of peach blossoms. In addition to the vitality of the 2 spirit roots, the other sights were equally impressive. A group of diverse spirit beasts seated in rows was a sight to behold. Above, thunder rumbled continuously over Shurlong's training ground, where a thunder pool existed. North Chun Xingzi watched as Shurlang attracted lightning to himself, turning her head away with a wince. Unable to bear the sight, she was well aware of Shurlong's impressive physique, with his sculpted 8-pack abs and defined muscles. She had even persuaded Yuan Lin to sneak a glance, marveling at him, and had even touched his toned form while he was unconscious. Now, reflecting on it, she felt a pang of sympathy. After feeling sorry for Shurlang, North Chun Xingzi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at the thunder pool, suddenly struck by a brilliant idea. Chapter 80. The thunder pool. While everything at the base of the mountain was withering, the summit remained untouched by the cyclical changes of the seasons, as if it existed in a realm of its own. This was the first impression the couple had of the current summit. After observing Shurlong's training, North Chun Xingzi pulled her husband to the swing beneath the peach tree, disregarding his embarrassed expression and insisting they sit together. Qing, give us a push. Before Li Qing could act, Tian eagerly volunteered. Aunt Xingzi, let me do it. With a beaming smile, she dashed to the back of the swing, grasped the ropes, and gave it a vigorous push before scampering back to Li Qing's side to watch. Oh, North Chun Xingzi exclaimed with joy as she felt the swing soar, encouraging her husband to join her in the excitement. Yet, despite her coaxing, he stubbornly remained silent, unwilling to join her in the exuberance. Humph. After a heavy sigh, she ceased her insistence, understanding that her husband felt the need to maintain his dignity as a father with their 2 children present. Seeing his wife relent from coercing him into such an embarrassing display, Li Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Noticing the swing's momentum waning, Tian rushed back to give it another forceful push, confident in the presence of Li Qing, whom she viewed as capable of anything. I remember when I came up here before, it was just to admire the distant scenery. Back then, it was all weeds. Now, it is a world apart. This place resembles a mountaintop garden. How wonderful. North Chun Xingzi marveled from her perch on the swing, sharing her thoughts with her husband about the transformation of the summit. Li Qing simply held his wife, listening attentively while ensuring their safety, nodding in agreement from time to time. The sight of Aunt Xingzi and Uncle Qing nestled together prompted Tian to think of her own bond with Li Qing. Though still naive, she understood that their current dynamic mirrored what she and Li Qing would become in the future. Li Qing, observing the affection between his parents, felt a deep emotional stir. In his past life, he had been taken by his master due to his biological parents' disintegrating relationship, which led them down separate paths, ultimately finding new partners. He later learned the truth. Before sending him away, his parents had signed an agreement. On the day before their separation, they had taken him to an amusement park, and he had been elated, for it was their first and only trip to the park together. Though Li Qing and his master were bound by the title of teacher and student, their connection resembled that of a father and son. He once asked his master why he had been chosen, to which his master casually replied that it was due to his exceptional talent. Only later did he discover that his parents had sought out his master, a distant relative. Li Qing had always been puzzled as to why his master had not adopted him in a fatherly capacity. It was only after learning about his master's past that he grasped the reasons behind it. His master had lost his mother during childbirth, and his father had unexpectedly passed away when he was 7. Many claimed he was the cause of his parents' demise, labeling him a harbinger of misfortune. His siblings had cast him out, and just as he faced starvation, he encountered his master's own teacher. Thus, his master became a Taoist priest. He had once experienced marital bliss, but fate dealt him another cruel blow when he lost his wife unexpectedly, leaving behind a life yet to be born. Li Qing pondered that perhaps his master had not wished to adopt him as a son. Rather, he was too fearful to do so. Qing. Tian tugged at Li Qing's sleeve, pulling him back from his reverie. What's wrong? Seeing him turn toward her, she mischievously smiled and stuck out her tongue. Nothing. Just calling you. Li Qing chuckled softly and playfully tapped her nose before returning his gaze to his parents, who were now slowing down on the swing. Tian was about to push them again when North Chun Xingzi cheerfully interjected, Tian, let us just sit here for a while. You two should join us. Beneath the peach tree, there was not only the swing, but also a set of stone tables and benches. Tian obediently settled on a stone stool, engaging in light conversation with Li Qing's mother. Li Qing swept the stone table, and a teapot materialized. Spring water from the mountain's pool flowed into the teapot, and he added a pinch of wild tea he had roasted for brewing. Before long, the red clay stove began to bubble, releasing an enticing aroma that wafted through the air. As the fragrant steam filled the space, North Chun Xingzi, pulling her husband along, joined their son at the stone table. The amber-hued tea in the porcelain cups brought them a sense of delight. After enjoying a sip, North Chun Xingzi turned to her son and inquired, Son, I noticed that the thing called the thunder pool above Sherlong's head constantly emits electricity. How is that electricity generated? Li Qing was taken aback by the question. He had previously suggested that his parents join him in his cultivation, but they seemed disinterested. Today, her sudden curiosity about the thunder pool hinted that perhaps she had an interest in the art of transformation. He looked up to see his mother's serious expression and prepared to patiently explain how electricity is generated. Simply put, the lightning we commonly observe originates from dark clouds. The thunder pool intermittently attracts and stores the lightning from above. The specific process involves principles of physics, water droplets, ice crystals, and hail particles within cumulonimbus clouds collide and generate electric charges due to gravity and strong updrafts. The upper portion of the clouds predominantly holds positive charges, while the lower part harbors negative charges. A potential difference arises between the upper and lower sections of the cloud, and once this difference reaches a certain threshold, a discharge occurs. During this discharge, The temperature within the lightning channel surges dramatically, causing the air to expand rapidly and generating a shockwave that results in a resounding thunder. After Li Qing finished speaking, Beichen Xingzi appeared bewildered. She had no comprehension of this. Her studies revolved around politics, art appreciation, and etiquette. Having just concluded today's lesson on lightning and form shaping, Sherlang stood nearby, listening intently. After all, lightning was now intimately connected to her, compelling her to pay close attention. Although she too understood little, it did not hinder her from clearly remembering every word. Noticing her mother's silence, Li Qing continued his explanation. Lightning is merely one of the myriad ways electricity can be generated. There exist numerous other methods. Potential energy, kinetic energy, chemical energy, solar energy, atomic energy, and biological energy can all be transformed into electrical energy. Energy is conserved, essentially representing a conversion of energy. Specific methods include static electricity generation, conductors cutting through magnetic field lines, and plasma traversing a magnetic field. Stop! Stop! Beichen Xingzi exclaimed, her head spinning from the complexity of her son's discourse. She felt as though she were deciphering an ancient text, prompting her to express her true intent candidly. Son, I actually wanted to ask if we could create a larger thunder pool. We could sell the electricity for profit. Li Qing was taken aback by his mother's suggestion. Observing his reaction, Beichen Xingzi felt a twinge of embarrassment. After witnessing the entire exchange, Li Xian struggled to suppress a laugh. However, in such a serious atmosphere, he refrained from interrupting his wife's earnest discussion. His effort to contain his amusement left his face flushed. Li Qing, realizing his mother was not jesting, contemplated and replied, "In the short term, it is feasible, but there lies a challenge. It is disconnected from the world's development. If we wish to pursue this long-term and promote growth, I propose we adopt a different approach." Initially, she had merely considered the whimsical notion of pilfering electricity from the heavens for a no-risk venture. Yet, upon hearing her son raise the issue of sustainable development, her interest was piqued. "Son, please elaborate." Beichen Xingzi rested her chin on her hand, her demeanor one of eager attentiveness. This world is bound to progress, and everything will advance. Within this developmental journey, one crucial element is energy. Currently, certain advancements are not yet apparent, and some issues remain unaddressed. Take maple leaf source for instance. The land here is fertile and conducive to grain production, presenting no immediate concerns. However, the future is uncertain, as energy resources here are relatively scarce compared to other regions. As she listened to her son, Beichen Xingzi lowered her hand from her chin, her expression turning gravely serious. She had always admired her father for having established such a vast and well-structured territory. This land was not only fertile and abundant in grain, but also defensible. In the event of future conflicts, they would be in a nearly invulnerable position. However, her son's words shattered her sense of security. Seeing his mother's apprehensive expression, Li Qing sensed her worries. Realizing he had spoken too gravely, he gently reassured her. "It's all right. I haven't finished yet. Solutions will emerge." Upon hearing her son's words, Beichen Xingzi playfully tapped Li Qing on the head, clearly indicating her disapproval of his alarming tone. Haha, Tian, witnessing Li Qing being playfully chastised for the first time, found it amusing and couldn't help but laugh. Li Qing, feeling indifferent, smiled slightly, and continued, "Now that we are aware of our disadvantages, we can steer our development towards our strengths, or, rather, create advantageous directions. Our lack of natural energy resources can lead us to develop a renewable energy source ourselves. Electrical energy serves as the ideal substitute. Once we establish a source of energy, we can utilize electrical energy as a foundation for further advancements." Beichen Xingzi grasped her son's point, to circumvent their weaknesses by developing from other angles to avoid future constraints when problems arise. Consequently, she inquired, "The thunder pool?" Li Qing found her repeated mention of the thunder pool somewhat amusing. "Don't laugh, just speak." She chided him playfully, urging him to continue. "It's not a thunder pool, it's a large hydropower station." This was the first time Beichen Xingzi had heard of such a concept. While she was familiar with thermal power plants, as Maple Leaf Source currently sourced its electricity from one, she was curious. "What is that?" To put it simply, it's a large dam capable of generating substantial electricity. Hydropower is not only efficient and clean, but also incurs minimal costs. Of course, constructing and maintaining a hydropower station does require investment. However, If we build a sufficiently large hydropower station, it could supply all the needs of Maple Leaf Source. Establishing multiple stations would not only cater to industrial growth, but also allow for selling surplus energy. At that point, we could engage in price competition, and others would surely opt for our low-cost electricity. Although Bei-chun Xingzi lacked profound knowledge, she understood the basics of her territory's energy supply. Currently, electricity was sourced from various thermal power plants, barely meeting daily needs, and she was aware of frequent outages in certain areas. Her son's proposal filled her with excitement. Transitioning to hydropower could significantly reduce costs. With exhilaration, Bei-chun Xingzi continued to inquire, how long will it take to build, and how much will it cost? Li Qing smiled slightly at her question. In a previous life, such a national project would require at least a decade and the efforts of countless individuals to complete. The Baihatan hydropower station was planned as early as 1958, yet preliminary work did not commence until 2010, culminating in completion in 2022. The challenges faced were numerous and daunting. However, in this lifetime, the process would be considerably simpler. Those details are secondary. Our first step is to select a suitable geographical location. A hydropower station harnesses the potential energy of water flow and transforms it into kinetic energy, which is then converted into electrical energy. Diverting upstream water flow has far-reaching implications, necessitating comprehensive consideration. As he spoke, Li Qing gestured, conjuring a 3D model of Maple Leaf Source in midair. It expanded and contracted, shifting positions before their eyes. This encompasses all the geographical features of Maple Leaf Source, including rivers, lakes, towns, villages, and road networks. Upon witnessing her son's display, Bei-chun Xingzi gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment. The model represented an area of approximately 1.08 million square kilometers, and her son had replicated it with remarkable accuracy. Son, have you secretly ventured out? At that moment, Bei-chun Xingzi set aside thoughts of the hydropower station, with Li Qing also gazing at their son with a serious expression. They believed he must have traversed every corner of Maple Leaf Source to create such a model. Their foremost concern was for their son's safety, especially given the ongoing conflict between the Leaf Ninja Village and the Cloud Hidden Village. Regardless of how extraordinary their son appeared, their immediate reaction remained one of worry for his well-being, always remembering that he was still a child of less than 3 years. Sensing the concern etched on his parents' faces, Li Qing felt a wave of tenderness wash over him. He paused his manipulation of the model and smiled reassuringly at his parents. Do not worry. It is not as you imagine. With a mere sweep of my consciousness, I can ascertain the results. I remain at home every day. I have not secretly ventured out. If I so wish, I can see clearly from anywhere in this world. Bei-chun Xingzi patted her chest and let out a sigh of relief. Then, she grasped her son's hand, gazing at him with immense tenderness as she said, Son, no matter what, you must always inform your mother when you go out. After she finished speaking, Li Qing immediately chimed in, and you must also tell me. Just as Li Qing was about to respond affirmatively, another voice interrupted, and me. Tian declared, unwilling to be outdone, and even hugged Li Qing's other arm. Faced with the concern of those around him, Li Qing refrained from excessive words. All his sentiments coalesced into a single phrase, I will. Standing nearby and eavesdropping, Sherlang echoed in his heart, you must tell me as well. Chapter 82. High Heels, Strawberries. Potatoes. The decision regarding the pivotal construction of the territory cannot be made hastily. Bei-chun Xingzi understood that once the decision was made, it would determine the direction of future development. She needed to convene her subordinates to gather various specialists for a thorough discussion, ultimately leading to a comprehensive evaluation before arriving at a decision. In a facility built specifically for this purpose at Maple Leaf Mountain, Li Qing created an illusion, constructing a scaled 3D model of Maple Leaf Source. This was formed through several interlocking formations, allowing the individual holding the core of the illusion to manipulate the model within. Various geographical data concerning Maple Leaf Source were annotated, rendering it easily comprehensible to viewers. Even so, it required a person with sufficiently strong mental prowess to comprehend it. During this period, Noera Rin became Bei-chun Xingzi's temporary assistant. After completing the 3D model of Maple Leaf Source's geography, Li Qing also created a standard model of the hydropower station, including its internal and external structures and accompanying buildings. With this model, understanding the concept of a hydropower station became straightforward. Upon finishing these two tasks, There was little left for him to do. It was now the responsibility of other professionals. And when a decision was finally made, it would be his time to act. Is building a super hydropower station difficult? It would have been in his previous life. But in this world, certain challenges became quite simple. Some issues, once he attained magical prowess, could be resolved through alternative means. As for why Li Qing understood this, it was not inherently difficult, and moreover, in his past life, his master's home was near a hydropower station. As a child, his senior sister often took him there to play. In the midst of all this, Beichen Xingzi tasked the acting governor, Dong Shui, with the matters at hand, who in turn began issuing commands to her subordinates. During this time, anyone possessing extensive knowledge or expertise in any relevant field was summoned to Maple Leaf Collective to be on standby. Many professionals from other countries were also invited. Numerous factions were discreetly observing the significant movements concerning Maple Leaf Source. However, no one dared to send assassins, as the tragic fate of the Whitewater Ridge Lord's estate was well known. Many places in Whitewater Ridge were still facing food shortages, and some had even relocated. Additionally, the body of an S-class rogue ninja still hung from the flagpole, nearly desiccated by now. Regardless of the commotion outside, Li Qing and Tian enjoyed a leisurely time. Other than practicing daily, Li Qing spent his time with the children, with Tian for the older child, and Xiang Ling for the younger. The older child was, well, it was a matter of timing. Tap, tap, tap. Noira Rin, wishing to align with her professional identity, donned an outfit befitting a career woman and slipped into a pair of high heels. Be careful not to twist your ankle. Li Qing turned back with a smile. You underestimate your sister. Tap, tap, tap. Noira Rin replied, striking a pose as she walked a few steps, then covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. Hee hee. After laughing, Noira Rin approached Li Qing and measured her height against his. Goodness. She was now even taller than Li Qing. Impressive. 15 centimeters. Thank you. Regardless of whether the compliment was sincere, Noira Rin accepted it with grace. She had endured considerable discomfort while practicing in those high heels, not due to injury, but rather the unfamiliarity. Li Qing, open your mouth. At first, Li Qing was perplexed until he saw the strawberry in her hand. Not wanting to reject her enthusiasm, he obediently opened his mouth. As Noira Rin brought the strawberry closer, just before reaching his lips, she turned her hand and popped it into her own mouth. So sweet. Li Qing couldn't help but laugh, realizing she had grown into quite the mischievous child. He even felt that Noira Rin was entering a rebellious phase, as she now enjoyed playing pranks and engaging in whimsical antics, although she remained true to herself. In any case, one must tread lightly while walking. If she were to fall, it would be quite embarrassing. Humph, I won't fall. Tap, tap, tap. With that, she turned and walked away in her high heels. After taking about 10 steps, she tossed something in front of Li Qing. He caught it and saw a crystal-clear strawberry. A gift from your sister. Li Qing placed the 9-star spirit berry into his mouth, and indeed, it was sweet. This was a birthday gift he had given her last year, and her birthday was approaching once again. Reflecting on the gift he received from her earlier this year, he found it difficult to articulate. Qing. Tian woke from her afternoon nap, still drowsy as she sought out Li Qing. She sniffed the air and then leaned close to Li Qing's lips. Did you steal Rinjie's strawberries? Tian knew how precious Noira Rin cherished her strawberry plant, and she could only occasionally savor one. Sometimes, she would even sneak one. Sensing the aroma of the strawberry, she instinctively believed Li Qing, like her, had gone to pilfer one. I would never steal like you. This was given to me. Upon hearing this, Tian pouted, feeling slighted for not being offered any. I'm going to see Xiang Ling. You should come too. Upon hearing Xiang Ling's name, Tian immediately shook off her drowsiness. Qing, I want to bring something to eat for Sister Xiang Ling. Witnessing the camaraderie between Tian and Xiang Ling brought a smile to Li Qing's face. After all, they were truly peers in every sense. Whereas he and Tian were merely contemporaries with a significant psychological age gap. Go ahead. Tian promptly dashed back to her home and soon returned, carrying something in her hands that made Li Qing chuckle. He did not expose her secret, but feigned ignorance. What do you have there? As Tian held up a bag containing potatoes while hugging Li Qing's arm, she said playfully, let us go bake potatoes with Sister Xiang Ling. Ever since she had tasted the roasted potatoes Li Qing made, she had developed a fondness for them. She often brought potatoes from home, asking Li Qing to prepare them for her. In truth, potatoes can be prepared in numerous ways. Roasting is merely one of them. Would you not like to try other methods of preparation? Li Qing mused, recognizing the potato as a miraculous sustenance. It is highly adaptable, thriving in various soils, and yields an abundant harvest, rendering it affordable for all. Most importantly, it can serve as a staple food, satisfying hunger. Its versatility in cooking and ease of storage are commendable. When made into dried noodles, it can be preserved for over a year. Yes, hearing of more culinary possibilities. Tian eagerly responded. She loved the dishes Li Qing prepared, though he did not cook frequently. Her mother primarily boiled potatoes, which tended to be bland. Let us go. Li Qing took a few steps ahead, only to notice Tian lagging behind. He turned to see her standing still, gazing upward, as if she hadn't heard his words. Recognizing her demeanor, he sighed and walked back to take her hand, leading her along. You girls, I swear. Chapter 83. October 12th is a special day for Li Qing. It is his senior sister's birthday. Li Qing had never celebrated his senior sister's birthday. For each year, when the day arrived, her parents would come to take her away. Similarly, she had never celebrated his birthday either, as they shared the same birth date. And Li Qing harbored no desire to commemorate such an occasion. From a certain perspective, he bore a resemblance to his master. The misfortunes that befell his master occurred during the first half of his life, while Li Qing's tribulations transpired before he was taken under his master's wing. In his previous life, during his youth, Li Qing would occasionally return to his hometown to visit his grandmother and other relatives. On one such visit, he inadvertently stumbled upon a chilling truth. His biological mother had once attempted to abort him while pregnant, but his tenacity had thwarted her efforts. He was born at home, hastily delivered, and on the day of his birth, his parents had no intention of keeping him, neglecting to cut the umbilical cord. It was his grandmother who took him to the hospital, borrowing money from a neighbor to afford the 4 yuan required for the procedure. At the age of 1 month, he was abandoned once more, left by a bridge for a day and night, before being retrieved by his grandfather. This was the reason Li Qing never celebrated his birthday. Initially, he was unaware of when it occurred, and his master, knowing the truth, chose not to enlighten him. Once he learned the reality, he ceased to dwell on the matter. Every time his senior sister returned on her birthday, she would bring back an array of delightful gifts, justifying them as rewards for him. At that time, he understood little and accepted each offering she bestowed upon him. Unlike Li Qing, his senior sister followed their master in a desperate bid for survival. She was inherently frail, and numerous doctors had foretold her early demise. Eventually, her parents learned of a way to find a resilient Taoist for her to stay with. After much searching, they found Li Qing's master, and from that moment on, she began to study internal martial arts under his guidance, having started her journey at merely 3 years old. As the cool moon hung high in the sky, its silvery glow cast a gentle light on the ground, creating a scene reminiscent of flowing water. The moonlight touched him, leaving a faint shadow behind. After midnight, he mused aloud, stepping onto the mountaintop. Standing at the cliff's edge, he gazed into the distance, where the world unfolded like an ink-wash painting, tranquil upon the canvas of existence. At this moment, it was just the cool breeze, the bright moon, and himself. Embracing the night breeze, Li Qing began to gather his energy, the yin and yang flowing around him. As he initiated his movements, a phantom appeared beside him, mirroring his actions with uncanny precision. The two engaged in a dance of Tai Chi beneath the moonlight, flowing through the forms with grace and fluidity. Upon completing the 24 postures of Tai Chi, both figures returned to a state of tranquility. This was the first complete set of martial arts Li Qing had learned, taught to him by his senior sister, while their master observed from the sidelines. Only when Li Qing made a mistake would the master intervene, sometimes playfully tapping his sister's head. If errors were repeated, both would face the consequences together. Li Qing gazed into the sky, where a river and a stone bridge slowly materialized. The phantom beside him gradually dissipated, revealing 2 children sitting side by side on the bridge, swinging their feet together. Li Qing stepped onto the bridge, his figure shrinking as he assumed the position of one of the children. Junior brother, if I were to die, would you forget me? Li Qing shook his head, just as he had in the past. Hee, I know you wouldn't dare. If you forget, I'll come back as a ghost to haunt you. Do you understand? Li Qing nodded again. Are you mute? Just shaking your head and nodding. She sighed. Forget it. You stubborn child. I want to die. I must live. My parents sent me to our master so that I could survive. Once I am well, I can return home. Suddenly, she covered her mouth, glancing cautiously. Then, She placed her small hand on Li Qing's head, gently ruffling his hair. Be good, junior brother. Don't cry. Don't cry. Li Qing looked up at this person, so near yet so distant, as he had when he was still a child. What are you staring at? Even if your senior sister is beautiful, you shouldn't gaze too long. Be careful, or I'll tell our master. With a playful glare, she raised her eyebrows at Li Qing, swiping at the corner of his eye before continuing to chatter. After a while, she stood up. Let us go. It's time to practice. Otherwise, our master will punish us again. After taking a few steps, she noticed Li Qing hadn't moved and turned back. Junior brother, let us go. Grabbing his hand, she pulled him along towards home. Li Qing watched the two small figures walking in tandem, a scene that no passage of time could ever erase, etched into his very soul. Now, only he remained on the bridge. He looked down at his reflection in the river, seeing three figures mirrored back at him. With his hands behind his head, he reclined on the stone bridge, whispering softly, Happy birthday, senior sister. After a long period of sleeplessness, he closed his eyes, letting the moonlight envelop him as he lay suspended in the air. I wish to ride the wind and return, yet fear the cold heights of the jade towers. Dancing in the shimmering shadows, how it differs from life on earth. Li Qing fell into a deep slumber, one that seemed to stretch for many days, as if he were in a profound sleep from which he would not awaken. The place where Li Qing slept was awash with vibrant colors, making the mountaintop appear dreamlike. From the second day of his slumber, no one went anywhere, instead remaining on the mountain, keeping vigil over him. On the 10th day of his sleep, Beichun Xingzi abandoned all her work to accompany him atop the mountain. Why hasn't our son awoken? It's all right. He used to sleep longer than this. Didn't he wake up just fine before? Li Xin continually reassured his wife, comforting himself in the process. However, gazing at the nearly solid river and stone bridge above, and the childlike form of his son, Beichun Xingzi's eyes were filled with sorrow. She seemed to see her son sitting alone on the bridge, silently weeping. Aunt Xingzi, don't worry. Li Qing is surely fine. He must be in the midst of his training. He once mentioned a method of cultivation that involves a great dream lasting eons. He is surely cultivating within that dream. Don't let your worries affect your health, otherwise, he will be concerned when he wakes. Yanahara Rin, seeing Beichun Xingzi so troubled, spoke a lie she herself barely believed. However, the next moment, she heard a voice that filled her with joy. Whoever awakens first from the great dream knows themselves best. She looked up to see the river and stone bridge gradually fading, while Li Qing slowly rose, stretching and growing larger. Chapter 84. On his back upon awakening, Li Qing realized that 10 days had already passed. A dreamless sleep, for he had never experienced dreams. To him, it was merely the blink of an eye. Recognizing the inappropriateness of his actions, he hurriedly apologized to his parents. Seeing their son awake and unharmed, they bore him no ill will. Observing his mother's tear-filled eyes, he felt a pang of guilt. Tian, however, was different. She was genuinely upset this time. She had been avoiding Li Qing, as if she never wished to see him again. Li Qing noticed her face had grown pale once more, just as he had when he was preoccupied with refining the spirit seed last year. She too had lost her appetite. Ultimately, Li Qing prepared a few dishes she had never tasted before as an apology, which finally won her back. While eating, she chided Li Qing, warning him of dire consequences if he ever fell into such a deep sleep again. Throughout, Li Qing maintained a smile, nodding in agreement. Careful not to oppose the ire of an upset girl, Li Qing slept for 10 days, during which Tian never truly rested. After indulging in the delectable dishes prepared by Li Qing, she began to feel drowsy. Li Qing escorted her back, and only departed once she had succumbed to slumber. Yi Yuanlin stealthily approached Li Qing, jokingly remarking, I thought you were going to sleep through my birthday again. Li Qing understood her implication, but chose not to expose her. In previous encounters, he had playfully teased her and had borne the brunt of her resentment. A girl's heart can sometimes be as vast as the ocean, embracing all, yet at other times, it can be as narrow as a needle's eye. What color do you think is the most beautiful? Li Qing casually inquired, expecting a mere offhand response. However, he overestimated the situation. Humph. Silly, she retorted, preparing to leave. Li Qing did not counter her remark, but handed her a package of marinated delicacies. What is this? She asked, already catching a whiff of the enticing aroma, feigning ignorance. Marinated duck neck, spicy and numbing. Upon noticing her throat swallow, Li Qing deduced her craving. She relished such food, and had previously sought his guidance on how to prepare it. Though her culinary skills were lamentably poor, the dishes she created were culinary disasters, leading her to abandon her attempts at self-sufficiency. Periodically, she would request Li Qing to prepare a meal for her to satisfy her cravings. As Li Qing heard footsteps, he noticed the heels of her shoes had diminished in height. He couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, 15-centimeter heels were quite impractical even for seasoned kunoichi. As Yi Yuanlin turned a corner, disappearing from view, she eagerly opened the oil paper package and began to gnaw on a duck neck. Disregarding her image as a poised young lady, enjoying her snack with gusto. After finishing one, she even licked her fingers. Having witnessed Yi Yuanlin's finger-licking indulgence, Li Qing retracted his wandering thoughts, silently reminding himself to avert his gaze from inappropriate sights. After bidding farewell to Yi Yuanlin, he packed a portion of 5-spice marinated delicacies to take to the camp. Upon seeing him after 10 days, Xiang Feng was pleasantly surprised. Recently, she had inquired with her mother and others about why Master Li had not visited her in so long. No one could provide an answer, as they were equally in the dark. "Master Li, why have you only just arrived? I've been waiting for you." Xiang Feng sighed, her expression reminiscent of someone who had tasted sorrow. Li Qing gently brushed his palm across her forehead, smoothing her furrowed brows. "At such a tender age, how have you learned to sigh and frown?" Xiang Feng, unsure how to respond, simply smiled at him. As per his usual practice, Li Qing offered her some flower nectar to drink before presenting her with the package of 5-spice marinated delicacies. Considering her petite frame, he had deliberately extended the marination and soaking time. Children typically favored such flavors, and seeing Xiang Feng relish her meal confirmed that his efforts were not in vain. Whatever delectable treats Xiang Feng acquired, she never forgot to share with her mother. At one point, she even ran off to find her mother, eager to let her taste the exquisite flavors she had never experienced before. While Li Qing accompanied Xiang Feng in drawing, Tian Tian awoke from her afternoon nap and came to join them, as Li Qing had informed her before she fell asleep. He had assumed that Tian Tian and Xiang Feng would not engage with one another, yet to his surprise, they found common ground and conversed effortlessly. In the camp, Xiang Feng often played alone, as the inhabitants were preoccupied with their tasks and training. Only during mealtimes did a few of them occasionally take the time to keep her company, which she greatly appreciated. Li Qing and Tian Tian remained in the camp until sunset, engaging in a series of delightful games like hopscotch, elastics, tug-of-war, and eagle-catching chicks. Observers marveled at the sight of the young master delighting in such innocent play, finding it endearing rather than childish. In his youth, Li Qing had been coerced by his senior sister to partake in traditionally feminine games. Notably, during elastics, she insisted that at least 3 participants were required, though 2 chairs could suffice. Yet, his senior sister insisted on having him and the family dog stand on either side. On their way back, Tian Tian began to feign fatigue. "Li Qing, carry me. I'm tired," she said, her tone wavering between a plea and a whimper. Her expression one of exaggerated innocence as she flailed her arms and stomped her feet as if ready to throw a tantrum. "You're a big girl now. Why do you still need someone to carry you?" Li Qing chided, even as he crouched down. In the next moment, he felt a weight settle on his back, followed by her arms wrapping around his neck. As he stood, Tian Tian nestled her head on his shoulder. "Li Qing, I'm still a little girl. Even when I grow up, you must carry me. Otherwise." Today's girls are indeed clever, having learned to leave thoughts half-expressed. Li Qing found it amusing and played along, asking, "Otherwise, what?" He did not receive a verbal reply, but felt her head bobbing on his shoulder. "I want to tell you, you naughty boy." Upon hearing her playful accusation, Li Qing realized she was still holding onto the grievance of his 10-day slumber. Thus, he silently accepted the title of naughty boy. "I'm right here." Tian Tian rested her head on Li Qing's shoulder, her eyes closed as she relished his warmth. Feeling utterly at ease, nearly half of her life had been spent in Li Qing's company, while the other half was devoted to sleep. She did not grasp the complexities of life. She only knew he was important to her. After a while of silence, Li Qing noticed she had not spoken again, which did not concern him. Sometimes, she simply enjoyed calling out to affirm his presence. As they walked back along the mountain path, embraced by the evening breeze and bathed in the twilight glow, Li Qing carried her effortlessly. Chapter 85. The situation. What is Uchiha Obito currently up to? Black Zetsu inquired of White Zetsu, his expression dark with palpable dissatisfaction. "Sleeping, reading, going mad." Black Zetsu's expression was so grim it seemed almost as if it could darken to white. He regretted ever recruiting Uchiha Obito, deeming him simply a madman whose mind had been consumed by love. Now, the situation was chaotic. Not only was Obito a significant issue, but Nagato was also problematic. Obito acted on whim, doing as he pleased, while Nagato was entirely uncontrollable. Uchiha Madara's influence was utterly ineffective on him. I understand sleeping and going mad. But what of the reading? I don't know. I only know he is reading. He has become exceptionally astute, and any slight deviation will certainly arouse his suspicion. I dare not act recklessly. White Zetsu's response left Black Zetsu dissatisfied, yet he felt powerless. In comparison to other matters, this was not of utmost importance. Presently, Black Zetsu was seeking a new candidate to replace Uchiha Madara, Obito, and Nagato. Two discarded pawns were better off forgotten. Continue to monitor him, and inform me promptly of any issues. With that, Black Zetsu waved his hand dismissively. Understood. White Zetsu replied before gradually melding into the ground, vanishing from sight. Mother, please bless me. I will rescue you. After a moment of self-motivation, Black Zetsu too vanished, continuing his endeavors toward his grand ambition. Meanwhile, upon learning that the fourth Mizukage of the Land of Water had become a Jinchuriki, Uchiha Obito's lips curled into a cruel smile. He harbored a deep-seated loathing for the one responsible for Lin's demise. Kamui. A vortex formed in the air, and Uchiha Obito was drawn in, disappearing without a trace. The war between Konohagakure and Kumogakure had reached a fever pitch, and in retaliation for Kumogakure's incursion into the Land of Fire and its conflict with Konoha's ninjas, Konoha had struck back. Regardless of the outcome, as long as the battlefield is domestic, one must inevitably concede half. The previous skirmishes have inflicted severe losses upon the Lord of the Land of Fire, leaving the ninjas of Konoha under immense pressure. As the once premier ninja village, Konoha is replete with fierce individuals. In critical moments, there are always those who rise to the occasion, often resorting to self-sacrificial tactics to dismantle several formidable squads from the Hidden Cloud. Additionally, a few teams manage to infiltrate the rear of the Hidden Cloud, wreaking considerable havoc. This greatly bolstered the morale of the Konoha ninjas, halting their decline. Approaching the one-year mark of warfare, countless lives have been lost amidst the sifting sands of conflict. Those who survive the battlefield are extraordinary in their own right. While others are relegated to supporting roles, Kakashi has taken full command of the battles. Over the course of the year, he has accomplished numerous critical missions, amassing considerable accolades. His fighting style, now a fierce amalgamation of ancestral swordsmanship, Shingi, and Tai Chi, has become even more ferocious than before. Today, he is renowned for his formidable reputation. The war shows no signs of abating. The clans of Konoha are almost perpetually rotating in their recuperation before re-engaging in combat. The two sides are evenly matched, locked in a gripping stalemate, as if victory is just within reach with a little more tenacity. This, indeed, is the cruelest aspect of war. It gives the illusion of hope while continuously leading one into despair. The conflict will persist. Since his defection, Orochimaru has been engrossed in his research. Unshackled from oversight, he has fully embraced his autonomy. During the clash between Konoha and the Hidden Cloud, he has procured numerous experimental materials. Upon hearing of Danzo's demise, who had defected alongside him, he initially thought he had misheard. At that time, he had merely reattached Danzo's severed leg and transplanted a pair of Sharingan. He is well aware of Danzo's capabilities. How utterly useless to die in such a manner. Do not blame me for utilizing your corpse for my endeavors, he chuckled darkly. After a brief fit of laughter, the thought of Danzo's lifeless body still hanging from the flagpole prompted a derisive snort from Orochimaru. He felt that, despite Danzo's shadowy existence, his death was far too undignified. A disgrace to ninjas. It is indeed pitiful for a seasoned ninja to not perish at the hands of another ninja. Resolute in his decision, Orochimaru commanded his subordinates to retrieve what he desired. To him, this task seemed effortless. He merely needed to wait. He envisaged employing Danzo's corpse to experiment with a forbidden technique he had previously researched, thus repurposing the remains. As the ninja world swirled with turmoil and intrigue, it had little bearing on Li Qing's tranquil days at Maple Leaf Source. Upon awakening, Li Qing devoted quality time to dining with his parents. The saying, "Parents should not travel far," resonated with him, especially after his prolonged slumber of 10 days, which, in some respects, could be deemed a journey. Amused by this thought, he lightly chastised himself for his apparent lack of filial piety. After an extensive analysis lasting 20 days, the prospects for the future development of Maple Leaf Source have been determined to be feasible. During this period, not only did they arrive at a conclusion, but they also identified several suitable locations for the hydroelectric power station. Ultimately, they selected a site near the center as the foundation for the inaugural station. With the direction of the electrical age firmly established, they promptly instituted the Electrical Research Institute. For reasons of safety and confidentiality, this institute will be constructed in a secluded area of Maple Leaf Mountain. The preparations for such a monumental project are extensive, with the preliminary groundwork requiring considerable time, a long-term endeavor. This undertaking touches upon various facets affecting the livelihoods of countless individuals. Li Qing has come to realize the magnitude of his situation. What he oversees is not merely a territory, but a nation. The nominal Land of Fire, aside from its annual military expenditure, imposes no hierarchical constraints. The so-called daimyo is merely a representative elected by the alliance, tasked solely with liaising with the ninja villages. Most of the major nations share this structure, while the smaller ones differ significantly. Many of the smaller nations lack ninja villages and are responsible for their own security, functioning as independent territories. In this world, the political framework of smaller nations is surprisingly coherent. Yet, it proves ineffectual, as their diminutive size renders them vulnerable to annihilation. There is reason behind the bullying of smaller nations. Their scale is such that they cannot hope to compete with the might of larger powers in warfare. Li Qing is determined to partake in the hydroelectric project. After all, it was he who proposed it, and there are certain issues only he can address swiftly. His involvement will save considerable time and funds. It is not yet time to be busy, as Li Qing recalls the impending birthday of a mischievous young lady. Thus, he prepares to visit the slippery woods. Chapter 86. The Game Qing. Why have you taken so long to arrive? Upon his arrival at the slippery woods, he is greeted by the lively slug, who poses the question with a tone not of complaint, but of joy. Usually, Li Qing frequents this place every couple of days, never exceeding 3, engaging in casual conversation, storytelling, or conducting experiments. This time, after a 10-day slumber and further delays, it has indeed been a considerable while since their last meeting. Had she been one to joke, she might have quipped, "Ah, the missing person has returned." Habits are peculiar. Once formed, they are challenging to alter. Having grown accustomed to Li Qing's regular appearances, the slug finds his absence somewhat disconcerting. "Apologies, little slug. I fell asleep on the mountain for 10 days. After that, a few matters delayed my return, hence the extended absence." "No worries, no need for apologies. I used to sleep longer than you, sometimes for hundreds of years. Had it not been for my clones outside, I would have lost track of time altogether." The slug empathizes with Li Qing's predicament, as she too possesses a remarkable ability to slumber, remaining motionless for many years. As Li Qing's physique gradually grows to match that of the slug, they engage in interaction for a while. He then shares with her the details of his recent undertakings, recounting everything from the minutiae to his plans to assist in constructing a grand project. The slug is an excellent listener, quietly absorbing his words without interruption. The dynamic between Li Qing and the slug is thus: one speaks, the other listens. Sometimes he shares his recent experiences, other times a short tale, or even just engages in light interaction. When Li Qing is preoccupied with tasks, the slug quietly observes. Were their roles reversed, the slug would struggle to articulate much. Given her limited experiences and shy disposition, she finds the notion of her clones assisting and healing to be unremarkable, and discussing her ability to exude acidic saliva is somewhat embarrassing. Perhaps she could share her sleeping experiences. How does one manage to sleep for hundreds of years? After their casual exchange, Li Qing inspects her progress in cultivation. Your advancement is swift. Once your vital energy coalesces into an inner elixir, you shall be ready to transform. Thank you, Qing. Upon hearing Li Qing's assessment, her voice remains as gentle and calm as ever, yet the rapid undulation of her tentacles reveals her inner jubilation. There is no need for such formality among friends. I often engage in activities at your abode, which must be an intrusion for you as well. Upon hearing the term friends, an indescribable feeling stirs within the slug. Li Qing notices her momentary distraction, but pays it no mind. With other matters on his agenda for the day, he then shrinks back down to his ordinary human size and proceeds to the dwelling of the pair of jade-white spiders. 2 spiders have been residing here for over half a year, and they have grown considerably. Once merely the size of a palm, they are now nearly as large as a basketball. Each day, they feast upon the abundant and vibrant vegetation, which has significantly enhanced their spiritual acuity. Upon sensing the arrival of Li Qing, the two spiders emitted cheerful sounds. Every time Li Qing visits, he makes it a point to check on them. They produce spiritual silk for him, and in return, he treats them well. Given their still developing intelligence, Li Qing has directly imprinted a breathing and meditation technique into their minds. The two white jade spiders affectionately rubbed against him, and he welcomed their intimate gestures, reciprocating by gently stroking their heads. Their behavior was reminiscent of a slug, as they too cherished physical contact as a means of expressing affection. Though they possess 8 eyes, they perceive the world through their senses rather than sight. Unencumbered by visual limitations, they seem more adept at sensing the inner worlds of other beings. After playing with them for a while, Li Qing smiled and addressed them. "I have come to collect some silk. I would appreciate your assistance." Upon hearing his words, the two white jade spiders eagerly hopped around like children presenting treasures, leading Li Qing to their silk storage. As the time was short, the pure spiritual silk was limited. They produced a variety of colors as per Li Qing's request, and from a distance, the colorful bundles formed a unique scenic display. "Well done, you have worked hard." Li Qing flipped his palm to reveal 2 golden pills, offering them near the spiders' mouths. Sensing the appearance of the pills, their joy escalated. In their understanding, these pills were precious not only for their delightful taste, but also because after consuming them, they felt a significant boost in vitality. They were aware that each would receive one, and there was no competition. Such obedient creatures. Li Qing could not help but praise them for their good behavior, gently stroking their heads once more. After they swallowed the pills, Li Qing began to select suitable silk colors to commence his work. Whether in his interactions with the 2 small creatures or during his focused task, the slug observed silently from behind. Time passed, and once Li Qing completed his task and emerged from his concentration, he noticed the slug gazing at him intently while the 2 spiders had scampered off to eat. Seeing the slug's adorable, wide-eyed expression inspired a brilliant idea. He smiled slightly, grew to the same size as the slug, and leaned closer to her, saying, "Would you like to play a game?" The slug hesitated, unsure of what the term game meant, as it was a novel concept in her life. However, Li Qing's invitation piqued her curiosity. "What kind of game?" Anticipating her potential reaction, Li Qing smiled mysteriously and replied, "First, you must decide if you want to play." This was the slug's first encounter with such a proposition, leaving her indecisive. Noticing Li Qing's eager anticipation, she pondered briefly and softly responded, "Then, let us give it a try." Upon hearing her willingness, Li Qing grew a bit larger. When he halted his growth, the slug appeared as if she had transformed into a child before him. "Qing, what are you doing?" The slug, witnessing a being so much larger than herself for the first time, widened her eyes in astonishment. "Do not be alarmed, little slug." Li Qing approached her and gently scooped her up in his arms. A thunderous sound echoed through the damp forest, capturing the attention of all the clones feeding nearby. Countless astonished faces turned to witness the spectacle. The next moment, they were all rendered speechless as Li Qing, with a powerful motion, tossed the slug high into the air, her form resembling a mountain soaring upward. "Ah!" The usually gentle and serene slug let out an earth-shattering scream. Chapter 87. Amusement Park. Ah up, ah down. After several exhilarating tosses, Li Qing finally returned the screaming slug to the ground. Experiencing a game for the first time, the slug felt both astonished and delighted. The surprise and thrill were overwhelming, yet the sensation of flying was quite enjoyable. This was an unprecedented experience in her life journey, adding vibrant strokes to her existence. "Qing, this is just too much." The slug attempted to articulate her excitement, but struggled to complete her thought. Li Qing noticed her eyes glistening, as if with tears. Oh no! Li Qing felt a pang of regret, realizing he may have overdone it. "Are you all right?" he asked with concern, as he began to shrink back to a size closer to hers. Moments later, he was at a similar height and gently wiped her eyes with his sleeve. The slug was still somewhat dazed, having been lifted high by Li Qing. While she did not dislike the sensation, the intensity required a moment to settle. Hearing the sincerity in Li Qing's voice and feeling his gentle touch calmed her heart. "Qing, I am fine. There is no need for apology. I actually found it quite enjoyable, just a bit sudden." With a sigh of relief, Li Qing was glad she was unharmed. He had feared that his actions might leave her with an unpleasant memory. Bestowing joy upon others also allows oneself to experience happiness. Inflicting suffering upon others, however, results in inner turmoil. If one believes that another's pain is a source of their own joy, their heart must be deeply twisted. Still feeling a bit embarrassed, Li Qing decided to make amends in the future. Once you are able to freely change your size, I will create an amusement park for you. Curiosity piqued. The slug immediately inquired, "What is an amusement park?" Li Qing had anticipated her question and was prepared. With a flick of his thumb and middle finger, he snapped. With a crisp sound, the surroundings began to transform. Like a holographic projection, various amusement attractions materialized before them, vividly showcasing the essence of an amusement park. The dazzling array of entertainment options opened the slug's eyes to a new world. As she felt the joyous atmosphere emanating from the people enjoying themselves, she, who had lived for millennia, for the first time felt as though she had wasted her life. "Qing, you must keep your promise." The usually serene slug suddenly yearned for something. Especially upon seeing the enormous wheel shimmering with a spectrum of colors, she longed to experience it immediately. "Rest assured, I will definitely make it happen." After promising the slug, Li Qing began introducing her to the names of various attractions. With each name he uttered, the slug's appendages would sway excitedly, clearly filled with joy. The slug's emotional fluctuations today were immense, leading to the surprising reactions from the summoned clones. The slug had finally witnessed the lively side of Li Qing, as she would occasionally let out a scream of delight. The sudden outbursts caught her companions off guard. "What's happening?" Tsunade inquired, but the slug remained tight-lipped. Even the clones knew that matters concerning Li Qing were not to be disclosed. Tsunade. In contrast, Shizun found it amusing, echoing the slug's screams after initial surprise. Thud. Tsunade winced as Shizun's shriek pierced her eardrum, unable to resist giving her a light smack. "Ouch, that hurt." Shizun looked up at Tsunade with teary eyes. This time, she did not throw a tantrum about leaving home. It was, after all, her own whimsical antics that had led to this moment. Furthermore, the esteemed Tsunade had risen to prominence, overcoming her psychological barriers and diligently completing a plethora of high-level missions. Now, she possessed a wealth of resources and held little regard for the trifling tasks of healing small animals that Shizun was occupied with. After a brief respite, the pain subsided somewhat. Shizun composed herself and turned her gaze toward her mentor, Tsunade. "Tsunade-sama, as this year draws to a close, shall we consider celebrating the new year in Maple Leaf Village? I have heard that this year's festivities will be even more splendid, featuring a spring festival gala. Not only will there be captivating live performances, but they will also be broadcast in real time." Shizun's eyes sparkled with excitement as she spoke, recalling the joyous experience she had shared with Tsunade the previous year. This year's program promised to be even richer and more entertaining. "How do you know of these events?" Tsunade inquired, her interest piqued. Last year, she had visited Maple Leaf Village due to an incident involving living slugs, where she had encountered an unprecedented culture and savored numerous delectable delicacies. Most significantly, she had found healing there. "Look at this," Shizun exclaimed, slapping a newspaper onto the table. The headline boldly proclaiming welcoming the new spring. Tsunade picked up the paper and began to read, which detailed the significance of the Spring Festival, the various customs associated with it, and an extensive list of celebratory activities planned for that year in Maple Leaf Village. Notably, the gala would be broadcast live, featuring numerous renowned figures and artists from the land of Maple, as well as esteemed guests from both domestic and international circles. It was revealed that preparations for the program had commenced 2 months in advance, ensuring its exceptional quality. The prospect of the Spring Festival Gala was undeniably enticing, and Tsunade felt her own excitement bubble forth. However, one pressing question loomed before her. Furrowing her brow, she turned to Shizun and asked, "How do we gain entry to this gala?" Shizun had been eagerly awaiting this inquiry. With a proud tilt of her chin and hands on her hips, she confidently proclaimed, "I, Shizun, have established quite a reputation over the years in the ninja world. Once I speak, the solution will be at hand." Tsunade, unable to tolerate Shizun's flamboyant demeanor, interrupted, "Speak plainly." "Hey, Tsunade-sama, don't be in such a hurry. Do you remember my classmate who isn't a ninja? Rin. I have kept in touch with her, and she mentioned that she could obtain front-row tickets to the gala, and they are free." Shizun's strong desire to attend was fueled by Rin's mention that Li Qing would be performing on stage. It was this personal motivation that led Shizun to tempt Tsunade with the gala invitation, and even when Tsunade scolded her, she remained unperturbed, seeing her loyal companion so resolute. Tsunade conceded, "Very well. After we complete this task, we shall set off for Maple Leaf Village. This year, we shall arrive earlier. Last year, we missed out on the essence of New Year's Eve. Wonderful. Tsunade-sama is truly the best. Shizune exclaimed in delight, bounding forward to embrace Tsunade. Feeling Shizune's exuberant joy, Tsunade's own spirits lifted significantly. Chapter 88. Mushrooms. Upon departing the slippery forest, Li Qing collected some of the region's unique mushrooms. These were gathered with the assistance of his clones, ensuring that only non-toxic varieties were selected, considering the presence of ordinary individuals who might partake in the meal. Due to the quantity, Li Qing decided to send the majority back to the camp for everyone to enjoy this rare culinary delight. These mushrooms, cultivated in an environment rich in spiritual energy, contained vital essence that could be absorbed by ordinary people. When delivering the mushrooms, Li Qing took care to explain the precautions for consuming them. Afterward, he spent some time with Xianglin before returning home. After finishing her duties as a temporary secretary, Yawahara Rin returned to the bookstore to keep busy. Even while working as a secretary, she felt compelled to visit the bookstore daily. Today, as she finished her shift, she received a message from Li Qing inviting her over for a delightful meal. The aroma of chicken soup wafted through the air as she stepped into Li Qing's courtyard. Instantly recognizing his culinary skills, she lamented her own lack of cooking prowess. Rin. As she entered, Tian greeted her with a playful face. Oh, so you wish to provoke me right away? Rin retorted, playfully challenging Tian. The two quickly engaged in a light-hearted scuffle, with Tian typically unable to match Rin's height, and thus at a disadvantage. It wasn't too long before Tian began pleading for mercy. After their playful tussle, the two girls turned to whisper conspiratorially, occasionally glancing at Li Qing, their topics seemingly revolving around him. With both of their fathers away, attending to their respective businesses, they decided that they could wait for their return before Li Qing harvested more mushrooms. Once Li Qing confirmed that everyone had arrived, he began preparing the mushrooms he had sliced, estimating they would need about 20 minutes to cook. Seizing this opportunity, he aimed to educate them on safe mushroom consumption. Before we begin, allow me to share some important guidelines regarding wild mushrooms. Before he could elaborate, the ever-contrarian Rin interjected, Li Qing, I've studied wilderness survival and already know what you're about to say. With a bemused smile, Li Qing responded, Yawahara-san, since you're already knowledgeable, I kindly ask that you refrain from interrupting your peers. Be wary, lest I assign you a standing punishment. At the mention of punishment, Rin fell silent, recalling a past experience that had left her quite perturbed. Tian, upon witnessing Rin's expression, reminisced about the time they both faced the same consequence, eliciting laughter. In response to Tian's amusement, Rin playfully threatened to tickle her. With Rin finally quieted, Li Qing resumed his lesson. When consuming wild mushrooms, adhere to 3 prohibitions and 7 precautions. After his introductory remarks, Li Qing lifted the lid of the pot, stirring the mushrooms, releasing an enticing aroma that enchanted everyone present. As the delightful scent enveloped them, Li Qing continued. Firstly, the 3 prohibitions. Do not consume mushrooms you have not eaten before, do not eat those you cannot identify, and do not consume mushrooms you are unsure about. No sooner had he finished than Rin raised her hand, eager to interject, as if she were a student eager to answer a question. Li Qing gestured for her to speak. Of the mushrooms you brought back today, I have neither eaten them, nor do I recognize them, and I certainly lack confidence. Very astute, Yawahara-san. Perhaps you should refrain from eating them, Li Qing replied, a playful glint in his eye. Rin, taken aback, turned to Akiko, her voice soft. And Akiko, please intervene. Li Qing is being unreasonable. Akiko merely smiled and turned her attention elsewhere, opting not to involve herself in the children's banter. Li Qing, undeterred by Rin's antics, continued explaining, avoid casually foraging, trading, or consuming unfamiliar mushrooms. Steer clear of mushrooms that bear caps, have skirts around their waists, or boots on their feet. As he spoke, Li Qing conjured images of several toxic mushroom varieties for everyone to identify. Despite her earlier bravado, Rin listened intently, committing the information to memory. Once everyone had observed the examples, Li Qing continued his discourse. Consuming wild mushrooms necessitates thorough cooking before consumption. One should refrain from rapid frying. The stir-frying duration must be extended to ensure even heat distribution. Ideally, one should limit oneself to a single type of wild mushroom per meal to avert the risk of poisoning from mixed varieties. Additionally, It is advisable to avoid excessive consumption of wild mushrooms in one sitting, as certain types may induce mild discomfort, such as fatigue and dizziness. Even if they do not cause poisoning, it is imperative to abstain from alcohol while consuming mushrooms, for drinking can exacerbate toxin absorption, intensifying poisoning and potentially endangering one's life. At this juncture, Li Qing turned to his mother and Aunt Aiz, stating, "We cannot drink tonight, nor afterward." Upon noticing her son's earnest gaze, Bei Chen Xingzi readily acquiesced with a smile, affirming, "Understood, my son." Tian's mother nodded in agreement, indicating her comprehension as well. A final note: wild mushrooms are best avoided by children and the elderly, as they possess a lower resistance to toxins, resulting in a higher mortality rate. Following Li Qing's remarks, Yi Yuanlin's eyes brightened, and she interjected, "Children must not partake. Tian and Li Qing should abstain." Unwilling to concede, Tian retorted, "I want to eat them. You cannot eat them. You just said you wouldn't." She shot back. The two engaged in a verbal sparring match until, after much effort, they paused, allowing Li Qing to speak once more. "What I mentioned earlier pertains to general cases. Exceptions exist. This mushroom was harvested with the assistance of a fairy from the slippery forest and is guaranteed to be non-toxic. Moreover, I am present here. This mushroom is not ordinary. It is a spiritual delicacy. When consumed in moderation, it can enhance beauty, strengthen the body, and prolong life." Yi Yuanlin rolled her eyes dramatically and remarked, "You've said a mouthful, yet it's all for naught. I did not speak in vain. Not everyone possesses my ability to neutralize toxins effortlessly. This knowledge may prove invaluable one day." Taking this to heart, Yi Yuanlin refrained from arguing further. "Enough of this. Let us indulge in the delightful flavors ourselves," Li Qing proclaimed, lifting the lid of the clay pot. An intoxicating aroma wafted through the air, captivating everyone even before they began to eat. As Li Qing joyfully prepared the feast at home, a similar atmosphere of merriment permeated the campsite. "Delicious," Tenlang silently praised, licking her lips. Although the camp had received the majority of the food, the large number of people meant that each could only sample a modest portion, leaving everyone yearning for more. Just as Tenlang relished the last bites and settled into a contented respite, her emergency communicator blared an alarm. Chapter 89. On-the-spot execution. The grandest and most prosperous city within the Maple Leaf Source is situated at the very heart of its map, housing the Lord's Manor. However, since the passing of the great Lord Bei Chenjun-yi, it has merely served as the office of the acting governor. Bai City, once a thriving metropolis established by the Bai Shui family, was later seized by the Beichen clan. This event remains an indelible stain and source of anguish for the Bai Shui family. It is said that the ancestors of the Bai Shui family aspired to reign as kings, yet their ambitions were thwarted by the great Lord Bei Chenjun-yi. In subsequent years, they attempted to reclaim their lost territory, but all efforts ended in failure. Ultimately, they retreated to remote and desolate regions, struggling to survive. The last probing attempt by Bai Shui Tuanlu resulted in catastrophic losses. Not only was the heir slain, but several other offspring perished as well. The Lord Bai Shui Tuanlu suffered a stroke, and now, the remaining children are embroiled in fierce disputes over inheritance rights. Currently, the situation in Bai Shui Ridge is dire, teetering on the brink of collapse, with myriad forces entangled within. Over the years, there have been instances of territorial transitions, albeit only in minor regions. While Bai Shui Ridge may not be vast, it is certainly not comparable to those trifling territories. Since the onset of the war between ninjas, unrest has begun to ripple through the various domains. As the ancestral home of the Beichen clan, Maple Leaf Gathering initially boasted minimal defensive capabilities. However, following the return of the current lord over a year ago, the defense system has been significantly reinforced. On the surface, there are stationed troops, a security team within, and special patrol units interspersed throughout. Behind the scenes, several covert operatives maintain a vigilant watch over Maple Leaf Gathering. This night, a few uninvited guests arrived at Maple Leaf Gathering. Their objective was clear, the corpse hanging from the flagpole in the central square. They had been dispatched by Orochimaru to retrieve the body of Shimura Danzo. Whether they were exceptionally bold or simply foolish, they began their endeavor in broad daylight. Disregarding the many passers-by in the square, with a swift motion, a kunai was hurled, aiming for the rope suspending the corpse. However, the kunai failed to sever the rope, instead being intercepted by an unseen force. A group of onlookers soon realized something was amiss and turned to find a well-armed squadron surrounding them, their faces obscured by paint. Before they could react, a commanding voice rang out, "You audacious fools! To dare remove the body of a criminal is to challenge the authority of Lord Beichen. Surrender at once, or we shall execute you on the spot. I will count to 3. If you do not comply, you will bear the consequences." Upon hearing this, the nearby onlookers hastily distanced themselves, well aware of the identity of these uniquely clad individuals, the special forces of the Beichen army. 1, 2, 3, attack! With that command, the prepared squadron launched their assault. The air filled with the sound of whistling projectiles as a barrage of steel needles descended upon the 4 individuals like an intricate net. Dumbfounded, the group realized they had not been given a fair chance. Caught off guard, they had no time to form hand seals. With cries of anguish, 2 of them collapsed, their heads resembling straw-stuffed scarecrows. The remaining 2 barely managed to execute a substitution technique, narrowly avoiding the onslaught. In retaliation, they hurled shuriken at the armed assailants while hastily forming hand seals. Fire release. Yet, before one could complete the incantation, his voice was abruptly silenced. Grasping his throat, he felt blood surge forth as his windpipe was severed by a swift blow from behind during the formation of his seals. In the next moment, the last remaining individual also clutched his throat, collapsing to his knees as he struggled to breathe, blood filling his airway and bulging his eyes. Ultimately, both succumbed to their wounds, convulsing on the ground, blood pooling around them. At that moment, the one who had issued the earlier command approached the 4 corpses, gazing down upon them with a cold, indifferent expression. The previous exhortation had served as both a formality and a distraction to buy time. These individuals had sealed their fate the moment they acted. Foolish beings. One of the dying men, with vacant eyes, stared into the distance, unable to comprehend why contemporary warriors had grown so formidable. Though he was no weakling, he had barely begun to unleash a jutsu before meeting his demise. Unable to fathom it, he would receive no answers, departing this world in bewilderment. After a moment of reflection, the commanding figure called to the squad, "Notify the Grand Commander." When Tin Lang and her team arrived, a perimeter had already been established. There's still a breath left. Let us examine his memories. Tin Lang had brought along a unique asset from the camp, a member of the intelligence team named Su-san. His ability is a hereditary technique that allows him to connect his mental energy with others and delve into their memories. This technique, however, carries significant risks. If the opponent's mental strength is too formidable, it may backfire on him. Upon learning of this ability, Li Qing recalled the Yamanaka clan of Konoha and, driven by curiosity, examined their family tree. Interestingly enough, 500 years prior, their ancestor was a blood brother of the Yamanaka clan's progenitor. One became a ninja, while the other served as a guard for the Lord of Beichen. The surname of Su-san is also intriguing, as it is Yamanaka, making his full name Yamanaka Su-san. Upon receiving the command from the Grand Commander, Su-san clasped his hands together and invoked his secret technique. Before long, he closed his eyes, and his body went limp. Fortunately, he did not fall to the ground, as his comrades were already prepared to catch him. Approximately 5 minutes later, Su-san opened his eyes, his spirit seemingly diminished. The Grand Commander has seen it. Subsequently, Su-san produced his sketchbook and swiftly outlined the silhouette of a person. As the camp's all-knowing observer, Q was watching from behind Su-san, and before he could finish, she already deduced who he was drawing. This was thanks to the comprehensive data on the shinobi world provided by the young master, which had revealed numerous hidden secrets. Q did not rush to speak, but waited until Su-san completed his drawing and handed her the sketch before reporting to Jairu. Grand Commander, it is the S-rank rogue ninja Orochimaru from Konoha. He is a disciple of the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. He is also one of the culprits behind the earlier kidnapping of the infant. This man is extremely dangerous. Upon hearing the report, Jairu's expression hardened. Once again, it is Konoha. As soon as he finished speaking, the murderous aura emanating from him felt almost tangible. Chapter 90. Sea of Clouds. A third of October was spent by Li Qing in slumber, and the days thereafter slipped away rapidly, quietly ushering in November. Fengye Yuan has been bustling with significant events. Preparations for the upcoming Spring Festival, initiated a month ago, are now in full swing alongside the preliminary work for the hydroelectric power station. To celebrate the Spring Festival, Fengye constructed a brand new Grand Theater mid-year. a venue of unparalleled standards worldwide. To promote the Spring Festival, advertisements from Fengye Yuan have saturated the landscape, nearly covering the entirety of the Land of Fire. Within Fengye Yuan, each household received a booklet detailing the Spring Festival. In addition to the Grand Lord leading the celebration in Fengye, every village was required to host their own festivities. On New Year's Eve, families with televisions watched the festivities at home, while those without gathered collectively in the village to view the Spring Festival Gala. Furthermore, in preparation for the hydroelectric power station project, Fengye Yuan has dispatched personnel to actively recruit specialized professionals and civilian ninjas. As for ordinary workers, the focus remains on internal recruitment first. The series of bold actions taken by Fengye Yuan has naturally attracted significant attention from the outside world. Fengye Yuan is no ordinary territory. It bears a name that has existed for 8 centuries. With its ups and downs, it reached its zenith during the era of Grand Lord Beichenjini. The audacity with which Fengye Yuan promotes itself suggests it is unafraid of those with ulterior motives. By the time the hydroelectric power station construction begins, the site will be heavily guarded. Amidst the ever-changing external circumstances, Li Qing's life atop Fengye Mountain remains unchanged. Apart from his daily routine of meditation and energy cultivation, he engages in various mundane tasks. Li Qing's activities are diverse. He may be studying spiritual plants, researching equipment, or simply spending time with children, teaching them to read and write, or frolicking with them. In essence, Li Qing lives each day according to his whims. At the summit of Fengye Mountain, Li Qing often practiced with a few companions, with mornings being the busiest time. By noon or evening, he typically found himself alone with the spiritual beasts. Under the morning sun, the group appeared as if draped in golden robes. The spiritual beasts near Li Qing's meditation stone platform have become familiar faces. Since Li Qing arrived a year ago, they have grown accustomed to coming daily. Unless under special circumstances, they arrive punctually. Li Qing never inquires about their origins, nor has he ever imposed tasks upon them. The only rule is that fighting is prohibited in this space. Thus far, no beast has dared to violate this rule. The spiritual beasts arriving at Fengye Mountain have undergone notable transformations compared to a year ago. Some have grown taller. Others have heightened intelligence, and some radiate even more spiritual energy. In summary, they have all experienced individual gains over the past year. Once the morning session concludes, the other spiritual beasts depart one after another, leaving behind an old turtle tasked with guarding 2 spiritual roots. Despite being a turtle, it boasts remarkable speed. According to its own account, it was raised by a former lord's wife at Fengye Lake below the mountain. Once palm-sized, it has now grown as large as a boulder. Li Qing stood at the cliff's edge, facing the wind with his left hand behind his back, gazing into the distance as birds flew by and clouds swirled. Li Qing, what are you looking at? Are you not coming down? Though Yawahara Rin can now ride the winds, it is still far more comfortable and pleasant to descend with Li Qing. Just as she prepared to remind him again about her upcoming duty, he offered her a mysterious smile and waved his right hand. Suddenly, the wind surged. Yawahara Rin observed the thin clouds atop the mountain gradually thickening. The once clear view of the landscape below became obscured, revealing only a few mountain peaks scattered among the clouds. The sea of clouds rolled like tides, stretching infinitely. As she gazed into the distance, the white clouds shifted like a turbulent sea, and the peaks floated above the clouds, resembling ripples caused by blooming mountain flowers. Before anyone could exclaim in astonishment, Li Qing was the first to recite a verse. Behold the surging waves like a tempest. The heavenly winds shake the tides of the sea. A peak rises above the tumultuous waves, as if a boat dances upon the ripples. The winds rise, and the waves swell. As far as the eye can see, the heart trembles in fear. The mountain tips emerge like stacked stones. How could the heights compare to the land of marshes? Li Qing turned to survey his companions, a smile gracing his lips. Jiru, ever expressionless, concealed her emotions well, making it difficult to discern her current feelings. However, Li Qing could sense a change in her breathing rhythm. Tian's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth forming an A-shape as she grasped Li Qing's sleeve, captivated by the spectacle before them. After a moment of shock, her eyes sparkled with delight as she looked up at Li Qing, gripping his sleeve even more tightly. Yawahara Rin, clad in a black training outfit, stood tall and elegant, akin to an orchid in a secluded valley. Her waist-length hair, held back by a crimson ribbon, swayed gently in the wind. Her gaze, bright yet hesitant, occasionally darted towards Li Qing, The mere flick of his sleeve had conjured more than just a rolling sea of clouds. At that moment, Li Qing recalled his past excursion to Huangshan with his senior sister. He was 20 then, and she was 22, having fully recovered from her ailments. Their visit to Huangshan coincided with a martial arts competition, allowing them to marvel at the breathtaking scenery. The Sea of Clouds is a significant natural phenomenon of mountainous landscapes. It refers to cloud layers formed under specific weather conditions, where the cloud tops are lower than the mountain peaks. When one gazes down from the summit, they behold an endless expanse of clouds, akin to the shores of a vast ocean, with waves rising and crashing and spray flying, hence the term Sea of Clouds. Returning to the present, Li Qing spoke cheerfully, "Come, let us drift upon the Sea of Clouds." With a wave of his sleeve, Tian Tian, Yawahara Rin, and the distant Jiru were enveloped by Li Qing's power, following him toward the Sea of Clouds. Upon reaching the edge of this ethereal realm, a small black canopy boat gradually materialized, transitioning from transparency to solidity in an instant. Once they boarded, Li Qing positioned himself at the stern and grasped the oars. Beginning to row, under Li Qing's guidance, it felt as though they were truly adrift in an ocean. As the small black boat ventured deeper into the Sea of Clouds with each stroke of the oars, near the Maple Leaf Mountains lies the very throat of the Maple Leaf Source. Apart from a solitary breach, both sides are flanked by towering peaks and a multitude of mountain summits, creating a breathtaking landscape. The clouds adorn the varying heights of the mountains, transforming them into a celestial realm that captivates the mind and sparks endless imagination, as if one has stepped into a dreamlike world. The exposed mountain ridges resemble islands amidst a vast sea. The clouds weave through the mountain ranges, rising and falling, swirling energetically. The expansive mist and stratocumulus clouds drift with the wind, sometimes ascending, sometimes descending, sometimes swirling, sometimes spreading, forming a wondrous and ever-changing spectacle of cloud seas. "How beautiful!" exclaimed Tian Tian, the first to break the silence, her enthusiasm bubbling forth. The stunning scenery nearly caused her to forget to express her admiration. In her mind, this was a creation of Li Qing. To praise this place was to praise him. After concealing her emotions, Noera Rin became lively again, clicking her tongue in delight. Li Qing remained silent, his hands rhythmically rowing, embodying the role of a ferryman. Sherlang, with few words to share, simply gazed at the unparalleled vista in awe. She felt that without the young master, she would never have experienced such a marvelous moment in her life. Tian Tian, having never seen the sea before, felt as if she had finally encountered it today. "Thank you, Qing," she exclaimed. Noera Rin frowned slightly, but refrained from commenting, recalling her own experiences as a ninja when she had ventured to the sea. After Li Qing had rowed for a while longer, she turned to him and spoke. "I have seen the sea. It is blue." With a mischievous glint in her eye, Noera Rin playfully challenged Li Qing. He, aware of her nature, did not mind her banter. "What you saw was the earthly sea. Today we are drifting upon the heavenly sea." He. Tian Tian suddenly grinned widely, as if cheering Li Qing on against Noera Rin's retort. Though she felt Li Qing's definition was splendid, she kept that opinion to herself. "Humph. The ocean is filled with countless fish, and I have even seen a fish over 30 meters long. What else here?" Noera Rin recounted her past encounters, partly as a rebuttal to their previous exchange, and partly to mask her own feelings. "Oh," Li Qing exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at her mention of the large fish. "Thank you for the reminder. I almost forgot about that." Noera Rin was taken aback, wondering why he was thanking her. Just as her confusion grew, Li Qing halted his rowing and waved his sleeve toward the Sea of Clouds. In an instant, the cloud sea surged, rippling with energy as if something was about to break through. Chapter 91. A carefree journey as the wind rose and the clouds soared. The morning sun illuminated the mist like a golden sea, casting myriad rays of light. The heavenly breeze fluttered the garments of everyone present, who now gazed intently at the stirring sea of clouds. "Everyone, do not blink," Li Qing suddenly announced, heightening the anticipation among the already eager group. With a thunderous roar, a colossal horn, as large as a mountain, burst through the clouds, ascending into the sky. An earth-shaking call reverberated throughout the air. Following that, an enormous creature leaped from the cloud sea, resembling both a fish and a bird. Its back like a massive mountain, and its wings akin to clouds descending from the heavens. The giant fish that emerged from the cloud sea seemed to occupy the entire sky, its furious wings stirring countless clouds. Noera Rin covered her mouth in utter astonishment, while Tian's jaw dropped in an O shape, instinctively clutching Li Qing's arm. Shilang nearly leaped in excitement, but managed to restrain herself at the last moment. But that was not the end. As Li Qing's words hung in the air, numerous cloud dolphins began to leap from the cloud sea, rising and falling in joyous play. The dolphins arched gracefully through the air before diving back into the cloud sea, frolicking as if in a grand performance. After the spectacle, the three remained in a reverie, savoring the magnificent sights they had just witnessed. After a brief pause, Tian asked, "Qing, where did the giant fish go?" Upon hearing her question, the other two turned to Li Qing, eager to hear his answer. "That was a kunpeng. What you saw was merely a shrunken version formed from the clouds. It has returned to the sea." Tian felt indifferent, while the other two were once again astounded that what they had witnessed was merely a diminutive form. Seeing their curious expressions, Li Qing decided to enlighten them on the true size of the kunpeng. In the North Sea, there exists a fish called kuan. The size of the kuan is unfathomable, transforming into a bird known as peng. The wings of peng are vast, stretching across the sky like clouds. As Li Qing spoke, the three exchanged puzzled glances, struggling to grasp the classical prose. Realizing their confusion, he rephrased in simpler terms. In the Northern Ocean, there is a fish named kuan. Its size is so immense that it can transform into a bird called peng. When peng soars into the sky, its wings resemble clouds on the horizon. To help them visualize, Li Qing added a metaphor. Isn't the maple leaf source quite large? A single bite from the kunpeng would engulf several maple leaf sources. Wow! Tian exclaimed dramatically, her enthusiasm unrestrained. Not concerned with the details, she clapped in support. Noticing Shilang appearing dazed, Li Qing waved his hand in front of her eyes until she snapped back to reality. "Is that for real?" Noera Rin queried, skeptical of the tale, doubting the existence of such a colossal fish. "I believe it must exist. If I can exist, surely such beings must also be real," she mused, reflecting on the extraordinary things she had learned from Li Qing and his remarkable abilities. Suddenly, her thoughts spiraled into a whirlwind of imagination. If such creatures existed, wouldn't they be capable of effortlessly obliterating the world? Noticing Noera Rin's train of thought veering into chaos, Li Qing promptly assured her, "It's all right. Even if a divine beast like the kunpeng exists, it would not deign to concern itself with this lowly world. Besides, I stand in front of you." After a moment of silence, Noera Rin nodded solemnly. "That makes sense, just like you said. If the sky were to fall, there would be someone tall to hold it up, and it wouldn't fall upon me, the delicate and beautiful maiden." Li Qing shook his head, bemused by her tendency to dramatize. "Let us head back. You have work to do." Noera Rin rolled her eyes, pouting. She thought to herself, who had insisted on bringing her here, only to mention work now? How annoying. Time to work. Tian chimed in once more. "Don't wander off, Tian. Be careful, or I might make you cry with my tickles." "I'm not afraid." With Li Qing beside her, Tian felt emboldened, confident enough to claim she could pluck the moon from the sky. She lifted her chin defiantly, as if to challenge any adversary. Noera Rin chose not to dwell on Tian's antics, as she was accustomed to her ways. Overall, she felt she had gained tremendously today, marking a vivid chapter in her life's journey. She believed she would never forget the experiences of this day, and she was not alone in this sentiment. The other two shared the same thoughts. Tian's perspective was straightforward. She would always cherish the moments spent with Li Qing, even if she struggled to comprehend many of the complexities surrounding them. However, there is a certain advantage to understanding little, which is not having to overthink and simply following the most direct and uncomplicated path. Li Qing rowed the small boat back to the summit of Maple Leaf Mountain. As the boat approached the shore, the sea of clouds gradually dissipated. By the time they set foot on solid ground, the dark canopy boat began to shimmer and eventually vanished completely. Upon returning to Maple Leaf Villa, it was still early. "Li Qing, thank you. You have given me such a breathtaking and unforgettable experience today," said Yuen Lin, expressing her sincere gratitude. While she enjoyed sparring with Li Qing, she could not deny the beauty he brought to others. "No need for formality. I'm just glad you liked it. Hurry and have some breakfast. Don't rush to the bookstore and forget to eat," he replied. "Okay, I understand," Yuen Lin said before turning to change her clothes. Li Qing initially thought Shilang would leave as straightforwardly as usual. However, after Yuen Lin departed, he surprisingly appeared flustered and hesitant to speak. Tian, go have breakfast. I'll take you to do something later, Li Qing instructed. Oh. Upon hearing Li Qing's words, Tian turned and headed home, where her mother was already waiting with breakfast prepared. Occasionally, Li Qing would accompany her to breakfast. Even if he did not eat, she insisted he watch her, as it would improve her appetite. Her behavior seemed to imply that she regarded Li Qing as an accompaniment to her meal. Once Tian had walked away, Li Qing smiled at Lang and said, "Now that we're alone, you can speak freely." With only himself and the young master left, Lang gathered his courage and finally spoke. "Young master, I believe the scenery today is truly beautiful." After speaking, he promptly turned and strode away without looking back. Haha. Li Qing could not help but laugh at Lang's words. After witnessing the magnificent sea of clouds, half a month had slipped by in the blink of an eye. On November 15th, Lin awoke early. Upon opening her eyes, she immediately noticed a small pouch on the cabinet before her bed. Staring at the delicate little pouch, she was momentarily stunned. There was only one person who could have silently placed it there without her noticing. Without bothering to dress properly, she hurried to the table. She reached out with her hand adorned with a fiery red jade bracelet and gently touched the small pouch. The moment she made contact, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. A beam of golden light emerged, and in an instant, a line of words formed from the golden glow. Spirit silk intertwined robe and sleeve set. Here is the refining treasure technique. Please keep it safe. Happy birthday, little Lin. Before Lin could fully comprehend the meaning of keep it safe, the golden light condensed into a point and vanished into her brow as she closed her eyes. Moments later, Lin opened her eyes, her delight evident. She summoned the spiritual energy within her, and a faint green light appeared in her palms. With a thought, the exquisite purple pouch floated into her hands. After about 5 minutes of channeling her energy, she ceased her efforts. Treasure refined successfully. It was only then that she realized the pouch was a spatial artifact with 30 cubic meters of space. A quick mental scan revealed neatly stacked garments within. With another thought, the set of clothes appeared in her hands. As she retrieved them, her expression changed dramatically. Her long, thick eyelashes fluttered in astonishment. Even before unfolding them, she sensed their extraordinary nature. As light as a feather, they felt almost weightless. At that moment, another glimmer of golden light entered her brow. This time, she did not close her eyes. She swiftly absorbed the information. The next moment, she smiled broadly. Haha, he remains as considerate as ever, explaining every detail. Just moments ago, she had learned how to wear the outfit and its functions. Though it was technically clothing, it was more akin to a magical garment with the properties of armor. It was not only impervious to water and fire, but also capable of warding off mental attacks. Beyond these features, it also aided in cultivation. However, what she cherished most was its unique ability. Heavenly garment, untouched by dust. Wearing this ensemble, one would not only remain spotless, but also appear perpetually fresh. In Li Qing's words, even if Lin rolled in a mud pit, she would emerge untainted. Lin sat on the edge of her bed with the pouch and clothing, meticulously counting each item. Suddenly, she let out a short, high-pitched gasp. Immediately, she covered her mouth with her hand. Instinctively glancing around, she relaxed only after realizing she was at home. That guy? He really gave me a complete set. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed slightly, resembling 2 clouds of pink rising on her pristine face. After taking a moment to compose herself, she once again channeled her energy to activate the refining treasure technique. Before long, a full set of spirit silk intertwined robe and sleeve was successfully refined. Today was her birthday. There would be no work, as per Li Qing's regulations. She shed her previous attire and began donning the new garments. Once fully dressed, with the small pouch hanging at her waist, she closed her door and stepped outside. At that moment, she appeared transformed, her aura distinct from before. The moon-white inner garment complemented the fiery red long-sleeved robe, matching the color of the jade bracelet on her wrist. The red robe bore no decorative patterns, cinched at the waist with a long red belt that cascaded elegantly to one side. The loose-fitting ensemble accentuated her slender waist, giving her the appearance of a delicate willow swaying in the breeze. On her feet were red-soled shoes embroidered with golden lotus leaves, and her flowing hair, tied back simply with a crimson ribbon, swayed gently with her every step. A red silhouette soared gracefully, reminiscent of a celestial maiden. With a subtle touch of makeup and delicate attire, she appears as a heavenly being, like the bright moon gliding over the clouds. Her form moves like a gentle breeze across flowing waves. Having taken a bit longer than anticipated, when she reached the mountaintop, the others were already gathered. Li Qing and Tian Tian were seated, cultivating the ambient energy, while Shilang was summoning lightning beneath the thunder pool. She remained silent, quietly sitting beside Li Qing to commence her morning practice. A year ago, Yu and Lin had begun cultivating energy, and under various conditions. She had illuminated 36 stars within her body. According to Li Qing, her progress exceeded expectations. He had informed her that once her spiritual energy connected through the small circulatory system, she would remain youthful. Her goal was to achieve this before turning 20. She did not want to face a youthful Li Qing as an old woman, as he had once jested. As she immersed herself in guiding her spiritual energy, time passed unnoticed. When Yu and Lin concluded her practice and opened her eyes again, she found two pairs of eyes intently watching her. Her face flushed instantly, and her brows furrowed as she prepared to speak. However, fate intervened, and someone spoke first. With garments that carry the color of mist, they do not attract the earthly flowers of the peach and plum. The exquisite pavilion rises amidst 5 clouds, where many celestial maidens reside. What does it mean to be a celestial maiden? It refers to an ethereal woman of cultivation, extraordinary and unearthly. Celestial maiden Lin. You wouldn't dare do anything unbecoming of your image, would you? Li Qing said in one breath, then looked at the soon-to-be embarrassed celestial maiden with a smile. Celestial maiden Lin, he. The repeaters typically did not miss such moments, and another voice chimed in with a playful new title. You two rascals. I shall not engage with you. Yu and Lin turned her head to one side, adopting a haughty demeanor befitting a celestial maiden. In truth, she had no intention of doing anything. She merely felt shy under their gaze and found the title somewhat embarrassing. Celestial maiden Lin, today is your birthday. So do not be upset. A celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm should maintain composure. Celestial maiden Lin, celestial sister. Hee. Today Naira Rin finally experienced the sensation that Li Qing felt when addressed as young master. No wonder he often remarked that such a feeling was quite embarrassing. Today, she too felt a tinge of embarrassment. If most girls now refer to each other as fairy so-and-so, then Naira Rin would not feel out of place at all. Sometimes, people are like that. They fear falling behind the trends while simultaneously worrying about being too avant-garde and appearing eccentric. Alas, how vexing. Naira Rin buried her head in her knees, her hands clasped in front of her. This is serious. Today is your birthday. And Tian Tian and I will accompany you throughout the day for feasting and merriment. Seeing her in such a state, Li Qing decided to take his leave. Just as Tian Tian opened her mouth, Li Qing swiftly covered it. He then whispered to her, Sister Rin, I have a gift for you as well. Upon hearing her no longer being called fairy, Naira Rin peeked her head out from her knees. The mention of a gift made her beam with joy. Chapter 93. Father. Mother Li Qing. Our outfits seem quite similar? On their descent from the mountain, Naira Rin could not refrain from asking. Initially, she thought Li Qing would dress her in a similar style to his. However, upon wearing it, she realized there were differences. It is essentially a modified Taoist robe. Noticing your lack of interest in becoming a Taoist, I refrained from crafting it as a full Taoist robe. With this answer, Naira Rin fell silent. She observed that aside from the absence of a belt, their garments were quite alike. Yet, she understood that Li Qing's attire was made from the most ordinary fabric. The trio glided down the mountain, while Shilang had to descend on foot, burdened. Upon arriving at the villa, Li Qing's parents were already awake. Engaging in exercises in the courtyard, they practiced Bajuanjin. For nearly 3 years, they had only mastered this routine, performing it every morning. The reason for their singular focus was its simplicity. They had no desire to learn more complex exercises. They were content with their current state, with no inclination towards pursuing strength. Since Li Qing descended into the world, they had not suffered from illness. One reason was their daily commitment to exercise. Another was Li Qing's frequent treatments for their well-being. If all goes according to plan, they are destined for longevity. When Bei Chun Xingzi looked up while exercising, she was instantly captivated by the sight of the red-clad figure. Ah, is that you, little Rin? Faced with the elder's exclamation, Naira Rin felt a bit shy. She twirled on her toes, clasped her hands in front, fingers interlaced, and swayed gently as she softly replied, It's me, Aunt Xingzi. Bei Chun Xingzi, abandoning her exercise, hurried to Naira Rin's side, inspecting her from head to toe. With delicate features, rosy lips, and flawless skin, her figure was tall and slender. Since following Li Qing in his cultivation, all traces of scars from her past as a ninja had gradually faded. Dressed in her custom-made, seamless attire, she radiated an ethereal charm. Rin, you look truly beautiful. Upon hearing this, Tian, the echoing parrot, chimed in, so beautiful. At this, Naira Rin's cheeks flushed crimson, akin to the effects of wine. In that moment, she was at a loss for words. Tian, shall we prepare breakfast? Oh, hearing Li Qing's call, Tian turned and followed him. Observing Naira Rin's shyness, Bei-Chen Xingzi refrained from scrutinizing her further. Instead, she took Naira Rin's hand and led her to a nearby seat for a conversation. After all, she was still just a 15-year-old girl, and the presence of Bei-Chen Xingzi, an elder and a lord, made her feel somewhat reserved. In reality, Bei-Chen Xingzi was only in her 20s. It was Li Qing's appearance that gave her the illusion of being much older. The two engaged in light conversation, and before long, Li Qing emerged, accompanied by Tian and a floating array of breakfast dishes. Li Qing had a habit of dining in the courtyard whenever it wasn't raining. This was a routine he had developed while training with his master, where he and his senior sister would walk around with their bowls. Ordinarily, martial artists should maintain proper posture while eating, yet for some reason, his master never required this of them. Their usual breakfast consisted of light fare, such as eggs and milk. However, today, due to a certain someone's birthday, Li Qing prepared something special. Upon seeing Li Qing emerge, they all washed their hands and took their seats at the stone table in the courtyard. Since it's little Rin's birthday, I made noodles. Long noodles symbolize longevity. Additionally, we must also eat an egg. As he spoke, Li Qing gestured towards the plate of noodles before Naira Rin. The others were not in a hurry to eat. They patiently listened to Li Qing, who they enjoyed hearing share various knowledge and anecdotes, with the exception of mathematics and science, which Bei-Chen Xingzi found overwhelming. What you have before you is spicy beef noodles, topped with sautéed beef cubes and finely chopped chili peppers, garnished with a bit of cilantro. This is your favorite flavor. The noodles were hand-pulled by me just now. In fact, there is only one noodle in your plate. Naira Rin had never eaten noodles without broth before, and now, upon witnessing them, the enticing aroma made her mouth water. After a brief prayer, she quickly picked up her chopsticks, mixed the dish thoroughly, and eagerly took a bite. In an instant, the spiciness of the chili burst upon her tongue, followed by the savory flavor of the beef, and the noodles' elasticity and smoothness melded together, creating an explosion of flavors akin to fireworks in her mouth. As she swallowed, a lingering, unique taste remained. It felt as if a myriad of tiny sprites danced upon her tongue, swirling and leaping about. Delicious. Naira Rin squinted her eyes, looking at Li Qing while exclaiming, her lips still smeared with the sauce. Upon hearing this, Tian swallowed hard, quickly offering a prayer before diving into her meal. The two adults, witnessing their enjoyment, also offered a prayer and began to eat. Li Qing refrained from eating himself, instead busying himself with peeling eggs for everyone. As Bei-Chen Xingzi took a bite, the spiciness hit her, prompting her to fan herself with her hand. Water. Quickly. Seeing his mother's reaction, Li Qing smiled slightly. This was avoidable, but he felt that the authentic experience should be embraced. He had prepared for this situation. Each person at the table had a small white porcelain bowl filled with clear soup, adorned with a few green scallions floating atop. After sipping the clear broth fed to her by her husband, the fiery sensation in Bei-Chen Xingzi's mouth vanished instantly. Her eyes widened in realization. Moments ago, she had felt as though her mouth was on fire. Glancing up, she saw her son beaming, and she instantly understood. He was aware that they couldn't handle spicy food well, so he thoughtfully prepared this special broth. Li Qing handed a peeled egg to the birthday girl, then turned to his mother and asked, "Would you like me to remove the chili?" Li Qing thought that tasting it was sufficient. If they couldn't handle it, there was no need to force it, as that would transform enjoyment into suffering. "No need, son." Bei-Chen Xingzi smiled at her son, continuing to alternate between noodles and soup. She could not waste her son's efforts on this rare breakfast together. Li Xian also found spicy food challenging, but could endure it better. His thoughts mirrored his wife's. They could not let their son's hard work go to waste. Observing this scene, Li Qing's smile faded, and his heart was stirred. "Father, mother." Li Qing suddenly called out, prompting both parents to raise their heads simultaneously. Upon seeing the two peeled eggs being offered by their son, they opened their mouths to take a bite. "Qing, I want one too." Hearing Tian's voice, the couple erupted into laughter, having just taken a bite of their half-peeled egg. On one side, Noera Rin also smiled lightly, while only Tian pouted, her face filled with a sense of jealousy. Chapter 94. Deservedly, after the couple finished laughing, they quickly consumed the remaining half of the egg. It was enough to feel their son's affection. One must not compete for a child's favor. Although Tian was focused on her food, her attention never strayed from Li Qing. She had noticed the moment he handed the first peeled egg to Noera Rin. Since it was her birthday, she decided not to hold it against him. She had anticipated her turn next, even swallowing a bite of noodle in preparation for being fed. Who would have thought that? Alas, seeing Tian's aggrieved expression, Li Qing sighed inwardly. It seemed she had envisioned a scene of him feeding their parents, and she was reluctant to eat on her own. Gently shaking his head, he lifted the peeled egg he had prepared for her to her lips. Upon witnessing Li Qing's familiar feeding gesture, Tian's annoyance dissipated in an instant. In her memories, Li Qing had fed her the most, followed by her mother. She took a small bite, merely nibbling a tiny piece, then bent down to devour another mouthful of noodles. Li Qing knew she could easily manage half or even a whole egg in one go, yet she chose to take tiny bites deliberately. He refrained from calling her out. After all, he had raised her himself. The breakfast unfolded with its ups and downs, culminating in a delightful conclusion. Once breakfast was over, Beichin Xingzi returned to her residence and reappeared with an oiled paper bag in hand. Here, Shaolin, a birthday gift for you. Noera Rin, taken aback by the surprise, immediately reached out to accept the offering and promptly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Aunt Xingzi. Upon receiving her thanks, Beichin Xingzi smiled and replied, I wasn't sure what to give, so I just sent money. You can buy whatever you want. Upon hearing it was money, Noera Rin's eyes widened as she opened the bag to take a look. As she saw the amount inside, she gasped, her imagination limited by her previous experiences of poverty. She had expected a few thousand in cash, but to her astonishment, it was filled with the largest denominations of bills. Truly, the wealth of a grand lord was astonishing. Qing, Tian, Shaolin, enjoy your day. Beichin Xingzi, having delivered the gift, advised them before heading to the study. With numerous matters to attend to regarding the territory for the coming year, some requiring her direct involvement, she had much to deliberate. Li Qing's mother had left for quite some time, yet Noera Rin remained engrossed in counting the money. A photograph of Noera Rin counting her money was perfectly captured at that moment. Hearing the sound, Noera Rin immediately realized what was happening. She looked up to find Tian beaming with joy, holding a small, exquisite camera, and felt a sense of foreboding. Noera Rin shot Tian a resentful glance, as if she no longer wished to play with her. Tian, upon seeing her expression, stuck out her tongue and ceased her mischief. She quickly approached Noera Rin, presenting the petite camera to her. Here, this is for you. For me? Noera Rin was taken aback by this unexpected turn. She had thought she would have to pay a hefty price to dispose of the embarrassing photos, but here was a gift instead. Yes, this is something I worked on for a long time. Besides her training in martial arts, Tian had also taken up mechanical arts. This camera was merely a small prototype, crafted under Li Qing's guidance, a delicate optical device. Thank you so much, little Tian. Gazing at the exquisite camera, Noera Rin momentarily forgot to count her money. After playing with it for a while, she tucked both the cash and the camera into her little purse. Then, she looked at Tian and Li Qing with a beaming smile. Let us go. Today, I'll treat you all. Having just received a substantial sum, she felt a surge of generosity. Li Qing observed her exuberance, reminiscent of someone who had just won a grand prize, ready for a spree of indulgence. Let us be mindful of reasonable expenditure, he remarked with a smile before they set off. Humph, who are you to say? Noera Rin retorted. Aunt Xingzi said to buy whatever I want. After her huff, she linked arms with Tian. The two appeared as sisters, though their age difference was significant. Shaolin, you're 13 years older than us. Shouldn't we call you Auntie? Shut up. I dare you to say that again. Noera Rin, who had been in high spirits, suddenly felt her defenses crumble at that spine-chilling remark. For a moment, she forgot her celestial demeanor, shouting in response. She glared at Li Qing, gritting her teeth in a fierce expression. Noticing her intense reaction, Li Qing promptly refrained from continuing. Though words are easy to utter, retracting them is a different matter entirely. In truth, he had merely been playfully probing and had no intention of crossing any lines. When a person's heart is wounded, mending the relationship is a challenging endeavor, so one must be cautious with their words during communication. Seeing that Li Qing had wisely withdrawn, Noera Rin once again linked arms with Tian as they descended the mountain together. Li Qing chuckled softly, shaking his head at the irony of being only 7 or 8 years younger than his mother, Beichen Xingzi, yet being called aunt, while he was nearly 14 years older than Noera Rin, who adamantly refused to accept that title. Today, the trio opted to walk down the mountain instead of flying, taking their time to enjoy the company of one another and the beauty of nature. As they made their way down, Tsunade returned to Maple Leaf Village with Shizune. After completing their mission and collecting their reward, they leisurely headed back. While traveling, they often gathered information. Previously, they had learned of the tragic fate of the rogue ninja Danzo in Maple Leaf Village. Tsunade-sama, Danzo met a dreadful end. His corpse was reportedly hung on the flagpole, and by now, it must be desiccated. At one point, someone even attempted to steal the body, only to be killed on the spot. The samurai are truly formidable. Shizune chatted incessantly as they walked. Tsunade remained expressionless upon hearing Shizune's words. She was well aware of Danzo's heinous actions. If she were Hokage, she would never have allowed Danzo to escape. She knew her teacher's strength well. He was certainly not someone Danzo could flee from so easily. This was also the reason she hesitated to return to Konoha whenever she passed by. Serves him right. Tsunade concluded succinctly, summarizing Shizune's earlier tale. Chapter 95. A petal of pure white. The comforting bookstore has become quite renowned in Maple Leaf Village, not for its size or opulent decor, but for the warmth it exudes. Affordable books, a free reading environment, and an equitable attitude are reasons many people cherish it. While some appreciate it, others harbor disdain. As the saying goes, rivals are often the same trade, and those who run similar bookstores detest this one for disrupting the norms. Some even attempted to leverage connections to shut it down, resulting in the bookstore of the instigator being sealed and dealt with severely. Seizing the opportunity, Maple Leaf Village launched a campaign to spread positive energy. When not playfully teasing in front of Li Qing, Noera Rin is an exceptionally admirable individual. She approaches her tasks with utmost seriousness and responsibility, filled with compassion, always ready to assist the vulnerable. When action is required, she certainly does not hesitate. Apart from decisively dealing with the 3 ninjas who attempted to abduct children, she has also acted heroically on numerous occasions. The title of the female hero of Maple Leaf Collection has gradually become widely known. Even though today marks her 15th birthday, she remains preoccupied with the bookstore and feels compelled to conduct her routine inspection. As Noera Rin enters the bookstore, the 2 staff members are momentarily stunned. They recognize her by her hair. Had they relied solely on her attire, they would not have identified her. Manager, stutters one of the employees, who is an admirer of Noera Rin. Upon witnessing the ethereal presence of the manager, she becomes tongue-tied. Noera Rin chuckles softly, unfazed by her unusual demeanor. Earlier, while on the street, many gazes had been directed her way, a testament to her remarkable allure. She strides confidently, welcoming the attention. After all, it is their prerogative to look, and she has no right to interfere. As Noera Rin steps into the bookstore, a figure emerges from the flower shop adjacent to the relaxation bookstore, clad in a single-hole mask and cradling a bouquet of pristine white flowers. The masked individual exits the shop and gazes up at the sky. After an indeterminate period, he murmurs to himself, "Is it destined that one cannot possess what they desire, even in this season devoid of strawberries?" With a sigh, he prepares to leave when a scene in the distance halts him in his tracks. A frail elderly lady, burdened with heavy items, struggles to cross the street, seemingly without assistance. Disinterested, the masked figure turns to depart when a voice reaches his ears. "Let me help you." Grandma Tianma. Turning back, he witnesses a figure in red swiftly taking one of the heavy burdens from the elderly woman's hands, while another young girl silently relieves her of the other. Supported by a graceful young man, the elderly lady steadily makes her way across the street. After the group successfully escorts her to the other side, they do not return the items, indicating their intention to accompany her home. Observing their retreating figures, the masked individual's eye flickers beneath the mask. Utterly meaningless, he mutters to himself before turning to leave. Once in a secluded area, a gust of wind swirls around him, and he vanishes, leaving behind a scattering of white petals drifting gently to the ground. Just as the petals are about to touch the earth, a golden hand materializes to catch them. "Thank you," Rin exclaims. Tian, and also, you can call me Li Qing." "Apologies, Li Qing. My memory fails me, old woman," the elderly lady responds gratefully. "No need for thanks. It was merely a small gesture." Noera Rin interjects, having memorized Li Qing's customary phrases. Indeed, no need to thank me, Grandma. Li Qing adds, for the joy of helping others is the essence of happiness. The elderly lady chuckles. Tian, you're such a good child. Wait a moment, I have something for you. She ambles back into her home, her slow pace not rushing the others who patiently await her return. While they wait, Li Qing notices the elderly lady's condition and recalls a memory. Little Rin, do you remember that scene I mentioned before? Don't say it. I remember, she quickly responds, recalling a moment when, in her old age, she struggled with heavy burdens, only to be aided by the youthful Li Qing. No. Noira Rin shakes her head vigorously, attempting to dispel the thought. Just as she prepares to voice her frustration at Li Qing, Grandma Tianma emerges with a broad smile, extending her palm to reveal a handful of candies. My granddaughter will visit me in a few days, so I bought some treats in advance. Upon hearing Grandma Tianma's explanation, Li Qing and Noira Rin exchange knowing smiles, while Tian tugs at Li Qing's sleeve. Accept them. Remember to thank Grandma, she insists, eagerly accepting the candies and expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Grandma Tianma. She beams. Grandma Tianma, seeing Tian, seems to see her own granddaughter, her smile widening. Oh, no need for thanks. Eventually, the group bids farewell to Grandma Tianma, who watches them depart until they are out of sight before turning back to her home with a contented smile. Li Qing here. Tian unwraps a candy and brings it to Li Qing's mouth, knowing he cannot refuse her request. Reluctantly, he opens his mouth to receive the candy. Li Qing has never been fond of sweets. Seeing him accept it, Tian beams and unwraps a candy for herself. Once they both enjoy their treats, she offers another candy to Noira Rin. Humph. Noira Rin scoffs playfully, biting into the candy placed before her. If it's free, I won't refuse. The trio savors their candies, leisurely wandering through Maple Leaf Collection. Their varying heights draw many admiring glances as they stroll, with some recognizing Noira Rin's identity. A group of young men cannot seem to tear their eyes away from her. However, none dare to act improperly, as the current security in Maple Leaf Collection is stringent. Coupled with her heroic reputation, it is said that the number of individuals she has valiantly defeated could form a considerable pile. Even those with some influence are wary of provoking Noira Rin, as political instincts run sharp, and previous attempts to test the waters have ended poorly. Today is dedicated to celebrating the birthday girl with joy and amusement, the first destination for the trio being a grand arcade.